each to make their arguments. And after the 100 senators have had 16 hours to ask questions of the prosecutors and the defenders, this would be like in a criminal trial saying, documents and witnesses? No, no, no. First, we want both sides to make all of their arguments. We'll give the jury a chance to deliberate and come back with questions if they have any. And then after all of that is done, we'll discuss whether any witnesses are going to testify, including witnesses to the alleged crimes that are being adjudicated here. It's a laughingstock. It's a farce. It's a joke of a trial if you do it that way. So Democrats ended up in the impossible position of having to propose amendments to deal with at least the document piece now, or of sitting back and allowing Republicans to just say, we're going to deal with documents and witnesses later, and implicitly saying that that's okay by not putting forth amendments to try to change that. So Democrats proposed an amendment to subpoena documents from the White House now. They debated that amendment nearly 2 hours. And then, of course, Republicans have a majority. Republicans voted to table or put off that decision with a 53-47 party line vote, saying we'll deal with documents after the trial. So then Chuck Schumer stands up, the Senate Minority Leader, and proposes another amendment, this time to subpoena documents from the State Department. And of course, the exact same results, 53-47. Republicans say, we already have a process. Marble mouth Mitch McConnell stood up and says, we're going to be dealing with documents and witnesses after 48 and 16, 64 hours of testimony, arguments and questions. We'll deal with it later. 53-47, Republicans table it. So then Democrats say, we have an amendment. We want to subpoena Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. Or no, next was documents from the OMB. And then we want to subpoena Mick Mulvaney. Then we want to subpoena the documents from the Defense Department. We want to subpoena Robert Blair, Mulvaney's senior advisor. We want to subpoena Michael Duffy, the OMB's Associate Director for National Security. We want to subpoena National Security Advisor John Bolton. We'll talk about that later. And of course, Democrats can't win those amendments because they don't have the votes. But they can't just stay silent about this atrocity being committed by Republicans, led by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. So they have to do the logical and obvious thing, which is we don't agree with the process. We don't agree with 64 hours of proceedings before we debate which documents and witnesses will be admitted. So they have no choice but to introduce these amendments, every single one of which was, of course, tabled by Republicans. Eventually, senators approved a roadmap for impeachment for the trial, which Mitch McConnell laid out. And again, Democrats don't have the numbers, but the important parameters are that each side will have 24 hours to present opening arguments. Mitch McConnell wanted each side to have 2 days for those 24 hours. That's 12 hours a day. That is a Republican strategy to have insanely late night stuff going on, which way fewer people would see. They were able to get Republicans to say, okay, we can spread the 24 hours over 3 days, meaning it won't go as late into the night. Another sort of compromise is that subpoenas for witnesses and documents will be debated after opening arguments. So understand the insanity of this. What Republicans wanted was to have 24 hours of opening arguments from one side, 24 hours of opening arguments from the other side, and 16 hours of questions from senators, and then to debate subpoenas and witnesses, subpoenas of documents and witnesses. Democrats wanted to do it right now, which makes sense. What they've agreed upon is they will do the 48 hours of opening arguments, then debate subpoenaing documents and witnesses. A small concession, but a concession nonetheless. And then all of the House evidence, the stuff that came up during the intelligence and the judiciary hearings, that will all be automatically part of the Senate trial unless someone objects, rather than having to introduce bits of evidence and testimony piece by piece. Okay. Only water and milk were allowed into the Senate chamber. There was a rule of silence during yesterday's proceedings, which led to senators flashing, almost like flashcards, flashing pieces of paper with notes on them to each other. Crazy. So today is day 2. I hope you'll again join me for a live stream on YouTube and Twitch. Yesterday's live stream saw nearly 100,000 different people join us over the course of the afternoon and evening. We'll be back at it today. Here's what to watch for today. Do Donald Trump's lawyers respond with any substance? Yesterday, Adam Schiff and the other Democratic impeachment managers were talking about substance. And meanwhile, Trump's lawyers, Pat Cipollone and Jay Sekulow, talked about circumstances. They talked about we weren't invited to things that they actually were invited to. They talked about Joe Biden. They talked about everything other than the actual substance of the allegations. So question one for today is, will they talk about substance? I predict no. Number two, today there's going to be a whole new round of motions, including more than likely motions by Republicans to dismiss the entire case against Donald Trump. Trump wildly suggested that the entire impeachment trial should simply be canceled on Twitter a couple of weeks ago. And we know that when Donald Trump says jump, Republicans say how high. And that is likely something they will do today, argue the entire case should just be canceled. By the time you hear this segment or watch today's show, we will likely know whether they've submitted such motions because they're due in writing before they actually start. If you were wondering, this seems like a lot of sidebar. When will the actual substantive arguments begin? We don't know. It could happen later this week, Friday. It could be Saturday. They do plan to go 6 days a week. The substance may not even start until early next week. It's going to be very long. Donald Trump will be acquitted at the end unless something completely beyond our ability to predict happens. And the most important message is this one. Yesterday, you had people on both sides, Democrats and Donald Trump's lawyers, arguing that if this is not a full and fair trial, it's not good for anyone. In other words, the argument was, if people don't believe, if the public doesn't believe that this is a fair trial, an acquittal isn't very powerful and a conviction isn't very powerful. They are wrong, given that an acquittal is all but a foregone conclusion. Only half the country really cares about a fair trial. This won't be a fair trial. There may or may not be witnesses. It will be a sham in which Republicans have already prejudged, and we know they will vote to acquit. But Trumpists would be fine with that. When they say, unless this is a full and fair trial, an acquittal of Donald Trump isn't worth very much. Wrong. Trumpists will see the eventual acquittal as an exoneration. And then they will say, look, Trump did nothing wrong. He was exonerated. So where I completely disagree with what has been argued from both sides, Adam Schiff argued this, and also Trump's lawyers argued this, Trump doesn't need a fair trial for his acquittal to be accepted. His followers will accept the acquittal as an exoneration, no matter what kind of a kangaroo court ends up rendering that verdict. Let's now focus in on one witness, John Bolton. Yesterday, I told you that there is desperation from Donald Trump and from Republicans to prevent Lev Parnas from testifying at all in Trump's impeachment trial. Lev Parnas is a now indicted henchman of Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani was involved, of course, among other things, in coordinating the physical surveillance of Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch through Lev Parnas. Remember, Rudy admitted he wanted to get Marie Yovanovitch, quote, out of the way of Trump doing his bribery corruption in Ukraine. So we already discussed Republicans are going crazy to prevent Lev Parnas. Now I'm saying it the way it was missaid yesterday. Lev Parnas. Republicans want to prevent Lev's testimony. And in fact, hours of debate yesterday during the impeachment trial was about whether or not witnesses would be discussed before or after the majority of the impeachment trial takes case. Yesterday, I alluded to another panicked concern from the White House, which is John Bolton, one of Donald Trump's now numerous former national security advisors. Bolton, unlike Michael Flynn, not an indicted former national security advisor, just one that was forced out. It will be very difficult to completely prevent John Bolton's testimony. So there are a couple of new strategies that the White House is trying to sort of employ. One is, if Bolton is to testify, negotiating that Bolton testify behind closed doors. Mitch McConnell already sort of previewed this strategy a few days ago. They might try to do this with some witnesses, it was alluded to. Bolton is a firsthand witness to what Donald Trump did. He supervised the National Security Council. He was talking directly to Trump. Bolton is known for taking extensive notes of all conversations with people like President of the United States. They don't want him to testify in public. So one idea that Trump's legal team had is to work with Republican senators about when the discussion finally happens about witnesses, which will apparently now happen after each side has had 24 hours to present their case. The idea is maybe Republicans can concede a Bolton testimony, but argue or lobby for it being behind closed doors as a requirement. And what Republicans are maybe thinking of doing is, if Democrats are going to insist on Bolton testifying, give it to them, but force it behind closed doors. That's sort of potentially trading one nonsense thing for another, which is we'll allow the witness, but we'll force them to testify behind closed doors. Now, importantly, there's no justification for any of what's going on. There's no justification for having 48 hours of arguments before you debate which witnesses will testify. There's no justification for pushing John Bolton behind closed doors. There's no legal precedent. There's no historical precedent, nothing. Second option, which was reported on today, and again, we don't really know where this is all going to end up, trading or sort of conceding that Bolton can testify if they agree to subpoena Joe Biden. And this is something else we talked about early on, which is the subpoena of Joe Biden to Trump's impeachment trial would be a total distraction. We are fine, or we should be fine on the left, talking about the revolving door of elected officials, lobbyists, cushy board positions, and all of that stuff. That's fine. That is not what Trump's impeachment trial is about. Trump's impeachment trial is about his wrongdoing. And that's another idea that is reportedly being floated by Republicans, which is, we'll give you Bolton if you give us Joe Biden, which would be a complete and total distraction. It's almost evil genius. And the big story, of course, is that all of this is about furthering the idea that it is the impeachment existing at all that is the problem. That's what Republicans want to push, rather than the fact that Republicans are participating in the obstruction of this actually being carried out in a reasonable way. They're pushing the idea that it's all too sensitive to happen publicly. It has to be done behind closed doors. I hope that John Bolton just goes public. Bolton has a book that will be published sometime this year before the election. Even if it's just to sell books, I want Bolton to go public with what he knows. If he's worried that he might sell more books by keeping the bombshell revelations only in the book, I think he'll sell way more books by becoming the guy who goes public rather than the guy teasing bombshells you've got to buy the book to see. People will reward him for going public by going out and buying the book, even if they never read it. I hope we see him do it. He's not a good guy, but he may be useful to us in this particular case if he is to simply go public with what he knows and what he saw. Let me know what you think about the John Bolton situation. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. Big show today. Quick break and back with more right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Deborah Rosenberg and Daniel Loeb. Deborah and Daniel, thank you so much. I appreciate your support. I also want to say thanks to today's longtime sustaining member of the day, Marshall Pilgreen. Marshall has been a member for almost 5 years. Thanks, Marshall. You can sign up in under a minute at joinpakman.com. Lots of great membership perks, including the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media. Okay, it is time for Hatriot Mail. Quick reminder, what are we talking about when we talk about Hatriot Mail?
Brace yourselves for the only information that can successfully penetrate a tinfoil hat. Patriot Mail. Written by patriots who hate David Pakman. Because America. And because freedom.
This week's Patriot Mail actually is a perfect segue into something I've been meaning to discuss with you. Let's take a listen to it.
David Pakman, Beta. This new beta defeatist mentality you developed is why Dems always lose. Always great commentary from the beta males of Pakman. Cute, but meaningless. We congratulate Soy Boy Pakman on a subscriber count. It is now higher than his sperm count. He shows that even a beta male can be amazing.
I was thinking how quickly these memes come in and out of favor. About a year ago, this whole beta male versus alpha male thing was huge. It was everywhere online. Now it seems to only be satirical. It's kind of a joke. Soy Boy, sort of a similar thing. And by the way, yes, the subscriber count is climbing. My goal is for us to reach 800,000 YouTube subscribers by my birthday on February 2nd. So here's the math of it. I looked at the math this morning. As of this recording, we are 11 days from my birthday. Now, that's 11 days from the start of February 2nd. You know, there's this full 24-hour period all the way up until midnight on February 3rd, but let's ignore that for now. We're 11 days from the start of my birthday. As of right now, we are 3,511 subscribers away from 800,000. So in order to get to 800,000 subscribers by my birthday, we need to net gain 319 subscribers a day. That's not unreasonable because on a good day, like for example, the first day of the Trump impeachment trial, when we had a live stream and we had a bunch of videos that did well, we had a net gain of 1,000 subscribers. Now, on a bad day, for example, like on a weekend when things are slower on YouTube, sometimes we only gain 100 subscribers. Every once in a while, YouTube will close down inactive accounts. And when they do that, we lose subscribers as those accounts are purged. So it's doable. It'll probably be a close call. So help us. It's a way to send a middle finger salute to the Hatriots. YouTube.com/The David Pakman Show. Hit subscribe. 800,000 is the goal by February 2nd. Hillary Clinton has a ton of people furious with her, and for good reason, because she said nobody likes Bernie Sanders. Now, I'm going to give you the context. I'm going to give you the reaction, the analysis, everything. But notice that it's all happening faster and faster now. The attacks on Bernie Sanders. And now I'm going to take a position that might shock you here. I think it might be true that Bernie Sanders is not the most well-liked guy by his colleagues, but I don't think it matters one damn bit. And that's exactly what I want to talk about today. There's an upcoming documentary. It's a series called Hillary. And in the series, Hillary Clinton is asked about Bernie Sanders. And as first reported by The Hollywood Reporter and since widely corroborated, including by Hillary Clinton said, quote, "He was in Congress for years. He had one senator support him. Nobody likes him. Nobody wants to work with him. He got nothing done. He was a career politician. It's all just baloney. And I feel so bad that people got sucked into it." Now, of course, the immediate question before we get into the lack of the irresponsibility of this was, is Hillary saying that if Bernie is the nominee, she would not support Bernie over Donald Trump? Her answer when she was recently asked about it was, quote, "I'm not going to go there yet. We're still in a very vigorous primary season. I will say, however, that it's not only him. It's the culture around him. It's his leadership team. It's his prominent supporters. It's his online Bernie bros and their relentless attacks on lots of his competitors, particularly the women." This is how we lose. Okay? There's a whole bunch of analyses that we could do. This is how we lose once again. This is the top level analysis. This is the type of division that I'm talking about. This applies to Hillary doing it to Bernie. This applies to people saying, I wouldn't vote Biden no matter what. To people attacking Warren and saying, if it's Warren over Bernie, I don't want Warren because she voted in favor of more funding for the military. It applies to all of it. OK, this is how we lose. And we can talk about the specifics of what being said here. And here's my take. I think it's probably true that Bernie is not the most well-liked guy within the House and Senate. I've spoken to people who have traveled with Bernie quite a bit in a formal role, and they've said he's difficult when it comes to his relationships with the House and Senate. He's not that well-liked. Who cares? Okay? What matters are two things. What are Bernie's policies? Who cares if Joe Manchin doesn't like Bernie, if Bernie is going to fix healthcare? Okay, but I don't care. Do you care? Why does Hillary care? What matters is what Hillary Clinton is doing going to help remove Donald Trump or not? It's not. It's going to help reelect Donald Trump. And number two, Bernie's policy. What would he do for people without healthcare? The same thing for Elizabeth Warren or for Joe Biden or whatever. Are they better than Donald Trump? The answer is yes. Are we taking actions that will make it more likely that Donald Trump gets reelected? If the answer is yes, don't do it. Okay, that's the test. Bernie, by the way, all but admits this about himself. What I mean is, if you watch the video, so the New York Times recently endorsed Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren. And they filmed a bunch of interviews where they met with the candidates. And when they put out a video from their conversation with Bernie Sanders, they asked Bernie about his weaknesses. And Bernie says, I'm not the guy, this is my paraphrasing, I'm not the guy who hobnobs. I'm not the guy who, I think Bernie said, who's going to call you on your birthday. He's not socially a pleasure to be around, is what Bernie Sanders is saying. And this is very similar to what Hillary Clinton is saying. He was not well liked by people in the House and Senate. It's probably true, but it's irrelevant and it's embarrassing for Hillary Clinton to be pulling it out now and to be playing coy about whether she'd support Bernie if he's the nominee. It's not too soon to say I'd support Bernie if he's the nominee. The first votes are going to be cast in a few days. So what are we? It's the 22nd. The first votes will be cast in, a couple weeks or whatever. It's very easy to say, I will support the eventual Democratic nominee. The fact that Hillary Clinton didn't say that is pathetic. So when I say I still believe the most likely scenario is a Biden nomination and a loss to Trump in November, this type of garbage will guarantee it, right? Ignorant Trumpists who love the guy is part of it. There are many parts of it. But this is what I committed not to participate in when we first covered the primary and we first covered the candidates that were running. And also, the headlines about what Hillary said are totally misleading and out of context. The headlines say, Hillary says nobody likes Bernie. It suggests she's talking about people, like just random people. She's talking about senators and legislators. She may be right, she may be wrong. From what I've heard, she's probably right, but it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to whether Bernie has the right ideas for making the country better. It's irrelevant to whether Bernie is better than Trump. And the fact that Hillary Clinton is adding idiocy to idiocy, saying nobody likes Bernie, okay, even if it's true, it's probably a misstep strategically. But then when she's asked, but will you vote for him? Will you support him if he's the nominee? And she says it's too early to talk about that. This is how we guarantee that Donald Trump is reelected in November. I'm not going to participate in it. Okay. I'm a progressive. I'm going to support a progressive. I'm going to support the eventual Democratic nominee with the goal of removing Trump and starting to wake up from the nightmare that has been the first and hopefully only term of President Donald Trump. Let me know what you think. We'll be talking about this on our Instagram page. Follow The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. While you're there, follow me at david.pakman as well.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on the support of our viewers and listeners, and one way to keep us going is through Patreon, where you can pledge as little as $1 per month or as much as you want at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Great perks and benefits as well. Read about them.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We had the occasional guest-related fiasco last minute today, and that seems to happen to us about every 3 to 4 months. So we are going to go to the phones and take a few phone calls right after the first day of Donald Trump's Senate impeachment trial. The number, of course, is 617-830-4750. Want to see what is on people's minds. Let's start today with our caller from the 346 area code. Caller from 346, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, David. Good morning. My name's Jacob. I'm calling from Denver.
Hey, Jacob, what's up?
I'm a third-year law student and about to graduate. Got a very simple question for you. What do you make of the Trump campaign, or not the Trump campaign, the Trump White House recruiting Alan Dershowitz for his defense?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit. I mean, listen, Trump chooses lawyers and chooses staff very much by media presence. And Alan Dershowitz has become a big media defender of Donald Trump's. I don't know why Dershowitz is doing it. I don't think it's for the money. Well, Dershowitz is, 80 years old and more than wealthy enough that he doesn't need to make another dollar for the rest of his life. It may be that he likes the idea of being publicly associated with and in cahoots with and hanging out with a sitting president. I don't really know what's up with Alan Dershowitz, but the reason Trump chose him is because Dershowitz very publicly defends him. And Trump just loves having people around him that are in media saying things that Trump wants to hear, quite plainly.
I think it's absolutely incredible that Dershowitz is still working the media. I mean, made a humongous name for himself with the OJ trial, and it's just interesting from a law student perspective to view what's going on.
Well, it's also interesting because during the Clinton impeachment, Dershowitz and Kenneth Starr were on opposite sides, and Dershowitz actually said Kenneth Starr is dangerous in what he was doing to Bill Clinton. Now Trump has hired both Dershowitz and Kenneth Starr. Now they're working together.
Right. How do you think this impeachment Senate trial is going to be different than the Clinton trial?
Well, it's 20 years later, right? So the media environment is so drastically different that Fox News exists. There is an entire cottage industry of people writing books and having media presences either on their own programs or going on other people's programs solely based on defending Donald Trump no matter what he does. That's going to make this so different from what happened with Bill Clinton. And the media is a huge part of what makes that different. Social media as well.
With the 24-hour news cycle, I mean, how is that going to affect this Senate trial? I mean, this story has, I think, defeated that kind of 24-hour news cycle. I mean, it's on all the time. Everyone's talking about it. What's going to change? How is this rapid news cycle going to be different?
Well, again, because you have a constant streaming of everything online, the ability to at any time of day go and find opinion about how Trump is either obviously guilty or obviously innocent. It's just going to further reinforce the echo chambers where when you had, 30-minute nightly news summing up what took place that day, it did not allow for these unbreakable echo chambers that we now see. Jacob, I'm going to let you go. Appreciate the phone call. I've got a bunch of people waiting to get on. Let's go next to our caller from the 716 area code. Who's calling today from 716?
Hi, David. This is Sean from Buffalo.
Hey, Sean, what's up?
I wanted to know what your stance on infant male circumcision is.
Oh, I'm for parents basically deciding what they want to do as per the guidelines of the American Pediatric Association. And we've talked about it probably 20 or 30 times on the show, and I don't have anything new to say about it.
What do you make of the fact that it's so much lower in many other countries?
I don't make much of it, quite frankly.
Are these countries just negligent and uninformed about the benefits?
No, I would not make any assertion about how informed, I don't live in other countries, so I wouldn't be able to tell you their level of informed or uninformed.
And the AEP no longer recommends the procedure, so why would we continue doing it?
Sorry, the AEP?
The AAP.
AAP. Oh, feel free to send me whatever report you're referring to, and I'll take a look at it, okay?
All right.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's go next to our caller from the 609 area code. Who's calling today from 609?
Hey, David. This is Boaz from New Jersey.
Hey, Boaz, what's up?
So I just wanted to ask you a question. How long do you think it's going to take, or what is it going to take to completely flip the Democratic Party to be a better representative for middle working class people? We elected AOC, Representative Ilhan Omar, and let's say we elect Bernie Sanders, and let's say he stays in for 2 terms, which would be great. What is it going to take to create a progressive party and make that the Democratic Party? What do you think?
Well, what you have to understand is that if it were just a matter of the country being more progressive, we would have had a far more progressive Democratic Party years ago. And that's where you have to integrate into the analysis the effect of money in politics and the disproportionate outsized influence of big corporations and money in politics, because the population has been well to the left of the Democratic Party for a long time. When you poll people about healthcare, when you poll people about abortion, gay marriage, the war on drugs, drug legalization, even on money in politics itself, the American public is well to the left of where our elected officials are. And so what you have to then understand is that even though the Democratic Party is certainly to the left of the Republican Party, because the same corporate influences are affecting both parties to similar degrees, that is really what is holding back the Democratic Party simply moving to the left. So there's a whole bunch of different reforms. There's no doubt that if Bernie were to have 8 years and the House continues moving more to the left and Democratic senators are replaced with more progressive Democratic senators, of course, that's going to move the Democratic Party to the left. But to really break the status quo, you've got to fix campaign finance. You've got to potentially put in place term limits, which are also a factor that prevents our elected officials from just doing what the people want rather than figuring out, well, what are corporate interests going to do when I'm up for reelection if I do this or I do that? So there's a whole bunch of systemic change that needs to happen in addition to continuing to elect people that are further to the left.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate
All right.
it.
Boaz from New Jersey. Great to hear from you. Let's go next to the caller calling in from the 478 area code. Who's calling in today from 478?
Hi, yes, my name is Tammy.
Hey, Tammy, what's up?
I'm calling from Georgia.
Great to hear from you.
Well, thank you so much. I watch your show all the time. My question is, at this point, we have elected officials going on TV saying they absolutely will not uphold their oaths of office because they're going to cover up for Trump. At what point do we, as citizens, have enough legal basis to file a civil suit against these people that are basically causing all of us harm, with their behaviors?
I mean, listen, we probably already have a basis to do it in the sense that the interests of the American people have not really been represented by our elected officials for a very long time. The thing is, though, as soon as you do it, what court is going to allow that to move forward, right? And even if you get some lower court to allow it to move forward, it's just unfortunately, because what you're trying to fight, Tammy, is the system that has put in place those who control every aspect of the judiciary, the executive branch, the legislative. So we probably already have a basis to sue on that, on those grounds, but it's just not going to go anywhere, unfortunately.
I see. It just does feel like, at this point, we can impeach and we can do all this other stuff, or we can try as we are now. But it does start to, at what point does it tip too much in our favor, and that a suit might at least bring some attention to the fact that there are other ramifications for their behavior.
I wish you were right. I think it would go nowhere. But while I have you on the phone, since you're calling from Georgia, what's going on with the voter suppression there? We've reported, that hundreds of thousands of people are attempted to be purged from the voter rolls and that it's continuing to be really ugly. Is there anything new going on you can tell me about?
Well, I can definitely say, during the last election, I live in a predominantly Republican county, and we had, like 6 voting places in our county.
It was very
And
easy for you in a
I was,
Republican part of the state to get to vote and to not have a long line, it sounds like.
oh, it awfully so. I
Yeah.
mean, just in the place where I vote, there were 6 functioning machines. You know,
Right.
and we didn't. We're a small county. We only have, I would say, less than 15,000 in our county
Mm.
total. And but I do know a few people that have been bumped off.
Yeah.
I personally haven't because I'm an avid voter.
Right.
So I think they can't me, but even though I'm sure they would love to. You know.
Well,
But
the
most
good news
people
then
around
is
here
that
you
if you
talk
live
to
in a
are
red
ignorant.
part of Georgia, you are going to have no problem voting in November. That's the good news, I guess.
Yes, I guess that's about the best we can get from it. Yes.
All right, Tammy,
But
really
yeah,
appreciate
it's
hearing
pretty
from you.
bad.
Yeah, it sounds like it. We're going to keep covering
All
it.
right, thank you. All right, thank you so much.
All right, Tammy from Georgia. Great to hear from her. Let's go next to our caller from the 571 area code. Who's calling today from 571?
Hey, David, this is Mark calling from Virginia.
Hey, Mark, what's up?
I had a question about the recent Hillary smears against Bernie Sanders.
Yes.
So I was wondering if there would be like a backlash response from Bernie supporters.
In what sense? What would they do as far as a backlash? I mean, Hillary's not on the ballot.
Well, in the sense that it would energize and galvanize the Bernie base. So we saw a similar thing with Trump, right? Where the media smears actually worked in his favor. Do you think a similar thing would happen with progressives?
It's conceivable.
For example,
But here's the thing. At this point, all of these things that just muddle up the progressive side of the primary, they just help Biden. Like, okay, so there's a backlash and the Bernie supporters are reinvigorated. Unless Bernie can take the lead and start winning primaries soon, because we're only 2 weeks away from the first primaries, all of this stuff just keeps Biden quietly in the lead. He'll start to win primaries and accumulate delegates. So, yes, there could be a backlash, but it's got to happen now.
Well, do you think that the recent...
Mark, you've gone completely underwater, so I'm going to let you go. Something about your connection is abhorrent, and I don't know if it's device-based or signal-based or whatever the case may be. Let's see if we can talk to our caller from the 912 area code. Caller from 912, who's this and what's your question today?
Hi, Jonathan, also from Georgia. Glad to hear there other Georgia callers.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm a big Andrew Yang fan, and I know you've covered Yang throughout this whole Yang media blackout that's been going on recently. My question is your stance or opinion on his idea of taxing automation to fund the freedom dividend. Do you think that that's going to hold back or in any way interfere with the automation wave that he thinks is going to happen?
Well, so a couple things. Number one, is there a Yang media blackout? I know he wasn't at the debate, but I'm seeing him everywhere. It's like he's on he's on network television, he's on cable television, he's on The View. His wife is doing all sorts of interviews. I don't know that there is a Yang media blackout. I think he just didn't make the last debate.
I think before the debate, I think the big thing, the debate not being there really gave him a lot of push with the media. I feel like that's gotten him a few more calls because it was a big deal of him when the polling and not being able to make the stage, even though other people who I believe poll less, but somehow still got up there. But I feel like it's gotten him a lot more media attention now, but for a while, there was a good bit of media blackout. I guess it is raising a little bit. I am seeing a little bit, few more interviews he's doing and more appearances on media, but
yeah,
I feel like for a while there was a blackout, but I guess you could say, yes, that's slowly lifting as his wife is now going on places and so is he on, bigger name networks. But
so here's my answer to the question about taxing
automation.
Here's the thing. So if we think back to when cars came into development and people started saying, hey, we've got to slow down this car stuff because the horse buggy drivers and the farriers and everybody who works around horses are going to lose their jobs. It seems crazy to think that just taxing cars back then would have prevented cars from being developed. And it also seems crazy to think we would have wanted that because, of course, cars have completely revolutionized how humans operate. So I don't think that you are going to be able to use a tax to prevent automation from appearing more and more in places where it's going to appear. I think eventually it's going to happen in places that are going to benefit companies and industries that will benefit from automation. And remember, automation will also benefit safety in many cases. It'll benefit human health. There's lots of ways in which automation will be good. I don't think you're going to hold it back with a tax. However, I am not against, in the short to medium term, using that tax to fund retraining and development of new industries in areas where machines can't do the work.
Okay, so you don't think a freedom dividend is the best answer? You think training is? Because I know he's talked a lot about that. And
the freedom dividend is its own question. I'm fine talking. A universal basic income is a great idea, and I'm fine talking about it. I just don't know that I have a super strong position on. I would use an automation tax to fund the freedom dividend. You can fund the freedom dividend a whole bunch of different ways. I'm not super married to one way or the other, but I am interested in the idea of taxing to prevent automation from taking hold. I don't think long-term that's going to work.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate the phone call so much. Sorry I don't have time for more people, but we will take calls on the Friday show. We will take a quick break and be back with plenty more right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers, too. davidpakman.com/gear.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani's indicted henchman Lev Parnas said that people around Trump are going to continue to deny knowing him. And as they continue to do that, he is going to start releasing documents and audiovisual evidence confirming that they actually do know him. And so far, he's sticking to his word. Lev Parnas' attorney leaked a video showing him hanging out with Mike Pence and Pence's wife, holding her hand just after Mike Pence insisted he doesn't know Lev Parnas. Now, there are caveats here, which we will get to, but this is delightful. Let's take a look at the video here. We will play it without audio because the video has copywritten music on it. And if the YouTube algorithm were to pick up on me playing someone else's music, we would be immediately penalized as terrible, terrible people that we are. But what you can see in the video is Lev Parnas holding hands with Karen Pence, Mike Pence's wife, chatting with her. Mike Pence is next to her, talking to someone else at the table, and the video cuts off and loops as Mike Pence kind of gets ready to shift over in the direction of Lev Parnas. Now, we don't yet have the full details about this encounter, but of course, what we do know is that all of these people are lying about not knowing Lev Parnas, and I'll catch you up from the beginning. Donald Trump hired Rudy Giuliani as his personal attorney. One of the things Rudy Giuliani did was get Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, quote, out of the way for Donald Trump. And he partially did that with the help of two henchmen, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, both of whom have since been indicted. Fruman not visibly cooperating, Parnas very much cooperating with documents and files and testimony and recordings. For a while, there have been Republicans who have been insisting we don't know the guy. Most recently, we had documents revealed that show Lev Parnas was involved in putting physical surveillance on Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, which is absolutely insane for the henchman of a president's personal attorney to be doing. And it was also confirmed that despite Congressman Devin Nunes insisting I have had no contact with Lev Parnas and Devin Nunes did communicate by phone. This panicked everybody around Donald Trump. They started scrambling to say, Lev Parnas, who, what? I don't know the guy. No idea who you're talking about. Earlier this week, in a video that now has nearly 200,000 views, we showed you pictures of Lev Parnas with everybody, with Donald Trump, with Jared Kushner, with Ivanka Trump, Kellyanne Conway, Mike Pence, Eric Trump, Don Jr., the whole gang. Now, once again, even talking to Mike Pence and Karen Pence at some kind of event, it's not proof that they were friends with Lev Parnas. But there's clearly recognition here. Parnas is holding hands with Karen Pence. This is not a perfunctory, hi, nice to meet you, that sometimes happens at fundraisers or other events. They know each other. So here's the deal with Parnas. He's been indicted. He's been charged with crimes. He's a henchman who's done lots of dirty work for Rudy Giuliani and likely for others. We should not put our unmitigated trust with a guy who is now back against the wall and desperate to do whatever he can to get out of trouble. But Parnas is doing what he said he would do. He says he has the goods and that he would release them. He's doing it. It's an absolute pleasure to see him releasing exhibit after exhibit of evidence linking himself to the people who continue to claim they just have no idea who this guy is. Mike Pence is a liar. And I thought that these dominionist evangelical Christians like Mike Pence, aren't they not supposed to lie? Or is it okay to lie if you can justify it somehow and say, well, the ends justify the means here or something like that? Pence is lying. They're all lying. And I hope Lev Parnas continues to, one little bit at a time, expose that they know him. Now, the separate question, of course, is what's going to happen in the Senate impeachment trial. We talked about this yesterday. We talked about it a little bit at the top of the show today. Republicans in the White House are desperate to prevent Lev Parnas from testifying at all. With John Bolton, it seems as though they're recognizing he probably will testify, and maybe they can get it to happen behind closed doors. With Lev Parnas, they are going to argue that he is not a material witness, that what he knows and what he would testify to would not materially affect the outcome or understanding of the facts and evidence by the jurors, in this case, 100 senators. That's obvious BS. This guy clearly has the goods and he should testify. And we'll see if Democrats can force it to happen because Democrats are up against a Republican majority intent on preventing it from happening. We'll see. Good for Lev Parnas for continuing to release this stuff. I don't have the best news today for the progressive movement in the context of the 2020 Democratic primary. Now, I know that there will be people who write to me and say, David, these are the wrong polls. This is not trustworthy or whatever. But I do it when progressives are up and I do it when progressives are down because I'm reporting to you what is going on out there. And the latest polls, those that have been released within the last couple of days, showed Joe Biden with one of the largest national leads going all the way back to December of 2019. And it gives me no pleasure to tell you this, but I don't do what Trump does, right? When the stock market's up, Trump tweets about it. When the stock market's down, he says nothing, or sometimes will say, I don't pay much attention to the stock market. Bernie surged recently and we covered it. And lately, Joe Biden has recovered. And I actually don't fully understand what's going on. In addition to that, after some very strong showings from Bernie Sanders in Iowa, Joe Biden is also in the lead there in a recent poll. Of course, Iowa is the first place where 2020 voting will happen very soon on February 3rd. So let's go through it step by step. First are the national polls. The latest poll from Survey USA says Biden 32, Sanders 21, Warren 14. That is Biden plus 11. And this is the biggest lead Biden has had in a national poll, going back to one released in late December where Biden was plus 13. Now, also shockingly in this poll, Michael Bloomberg is polling 9. Not everybody believes that. So understandably, there's some skepticism here. I don't know that I believe Bloomberg has 9. I don't know that Biden is really plus 11. But clearly, as we continue to get closer and closer to the votes starting, Joe Biden is doing well here at the national level. Now, let's go and look at Iowa. The big story 2 weeks ago in Iowa was that Bernie Sanders took a lead in an important Iowa poll, the Des Moines Register poll, the first state to vote, February 3rd. It's a caucus format, and Bernie took a lead in the Des Moines Register poll, 20-17 over Elizabeth Warren. There is a 3.7 margin of error, but it was important because Bernie clearly had the momentum at the time. The last couple of polls for Bernie in Iowa are not as good. The latest Monmouth poll has Joe Biden leading in Iowa 24-18 over Bernie. The latest Focus on Rural America poll, Joe Biden is plus 6 over Warren, with Bernie only at 14 in Iowa. Again, you don't have to believe any particular poll is exactly right. But if this is even remotely accurate, Bernie might end up with 0 delegates in Iowa because, remember, you need 15% to get any delegates in primaries. Now, the question is, can we trust these polls? And what does this tell us about the dynamics of the Democratic primary? Let's do can we trust them first. Generally speaking, you can trust these polls. Okay, there's a margin of error. We know that. Bernie Sanders down 10 in Iowa is outside of the margin of error. Maybe he's really only down 6 or something like that. All we can do is wait and see and support the person we want. What I think is going on here is the more important question. And what's going on is exactly as we predicted. The entire Warren-Bernie dust-up about Bernie said a woman can't win to Elizabeth Warren back in 2018. It's not about drastically moving support between Bernie and Warren. I think it's basically clear at this point that Elizabeth Warren does not have a serious path to securing the Democratic nomination. It's about muddling things up. It's about making both Bernie and Warren seem just kind of troublesome and buy time for Joe Biden in first place to get to those first votes, to let Joe Biden start accumulating delegates and build establishment momentum in that way. I told you this before when the entire thing started. The Bernie Warren scandal or pseudo scandal, it's not going to get Elizabeth Warren into the lead. It's going to reinforce the establishment. It gives Biden more time in first place to be seen in first place, to reinforce being in first place. That is the way it works. That's what we're seeing right now. Now, if you disagree with my read of what's going on, let me know. But unfortunately, this was predictable. This is exactly what we anticipated. Now, in terms of other early states, New Hampshire is second to vote. Bernie is still leading there by 1 to 5, depending on the poll you look at. That's great for the progressive movement. At the same time, historically, New Hampshire is not super important in determining who wins the Democratic primary. Nevada votes third. Biden is leading every recent poll there. We only have 2 from 2020. Biden is +1 and +6. That could also shift. And then fourth to vote is South Carolina. South Carolina has always been very easily in Joe Biden's camp. Joe Biden leading by more than 20 points in the latest Fox News poll. Then you get to California. And Bernie is ahead in a number of recent polls in California. Not every poll. Biden is actually ahead by 10 points in one recent California poll. I really have no idea what's going on in California. I'm guessing that multiple candidates will scoop up delegates there. What's important to understand about the math is, unless a really long shot candidate gets a bunch of delegates in California, if the leaders, Biden, Bernie, and Warren, each pick up a similar number of delegates in California, it doesn't really change the dynamics very much because they're just kind of splitting delegates, and then it comes down to the states where it's not close. But we'll have a more detailed assessment of possible delegate counts as the voting starts. This is the reality we have. And I know some people will write to me and say, David, but you're not giving enough credence to this one poll that has Bernie up 1 or something like that. These are the trends, okay? These are the trends. I understand that not every poll is going to confirm what we might believe is going on. But if we zoom out and look at the trends, Biden is continuing to just remain there in that front runner position in a lot of key states and now nationally. Something is going to have to happen, and relatively quickly, for a progressive to have a shot. Warren increasingly seems mathematically almost out at this point when it comes to a path to the nomination. Bernie's still in it, but the numbers are going to have to shift in his favor if that's going to become a thing. Let me know what you think about my read on all of this. Hey, it's been a while since we heard from furious Trumpist Jimmy from Philly. I know some people in the audience love hearing from Jimmy from Philly. Some people in the audience have said, David, please no more Jimmy from Philly. We don't want to hear it at all. We have heard from Jimmy from Philly, and he is furious at soy boy sycophants and continues to seem to misunderstand how some online social platforms work. Take a listen to this.
David, Jimmy from Philly.
Right.
Yeah, I just got banned on Facebook because one of your little soy boy sycophants, Rich Lewis, reported me to Facebook.
Right.
What a fucking joke. Trump 2020. Because you again.
Listen, we don't even have moderators on Facebook. We don't touch Facebook at all. So as usual, if Jimmy is getting banned from these platforms, it's because Facebook is determining that he's violating some kind of community standards. And when you hear the mouth on this guy Does it shock anybody to think that what he's posting to social media might realistically get people banned or blocked from these platforms? Jimmy, I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to speak live during live calls, but it's good to hear from you in a sense, and still very, very furious. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We are going to talk about the Cleveland police officer who urinated on a girl as she waited for the bus. He has been sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. We will also talk about China's birth rate hitting the lowest in modern history. This is an interesting economic story. It's an interesting political story. The China birth rate story actually relates to a lot of different issues that are important if you're just an observer of what's going on in the world. Also, Tulsi Gabbard has endorsed legalizing drugs. We will discuss all of those stories and more on the bonus show. 2 ways to get instant access. Become a member at joinpacman.com or become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We'll speak to you then.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We'll call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Adjustments to our agenda.
Yes, I just want to mention that John Mudgett will be live tonight, not via telephone.
Good. There we go. I'll change everything other than what a pleasure it is to see you, John. Thanks for coming.
It's nice to be live.
Yeah. Yes. We would hate to have to do this
every day.
All right, so let's see, approval of minutes from the January 8th meeting.
I have to abstain from it. I guess I'd make a motion still.
You're abstaining, oh, because you left early.
I left
That's
in
right. So
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
And I'll second that motion. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of January 8th. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, public comment on items not on the agenda. Mr. Fairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm presenting an open letter which is dated January 15th because Megmod and I were ready last week. I'm glad to see that everyone is feeling better. Putney Town Meeting moderator Megmod and her new parliamentarian, me, have prepared for Putney Town Meeting voters the attached summary of governing Vermont statutes and Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. Replacing pages 92 and 93 of the 2018 Putney Town Report for publication on similarly facing pages within the 2019 Putney Town Report, these tools for direct democracy inform and empower experienced and new voters before and during 2020 Putney Town Meeting. We note that, as you are still creating mandatory content for legal review and approval, the 2019 Putney Town Report is not yet ready to go to press. Quoting Chief Justice John G. Roberts, Jr., each generation has an obligation to pass on to the next, not only a fully functioning government responsive to the needs of the people, but the tools to understand and improve it. Returning to us, Vermont town meetings are direct democracies governed by laws and rules of order, where local governments are accountable to voters under the Constitution of the State of Vermont, Chapter 1, Article 6. These are tools for direct democracy, which we are submitting this evening, and I will give a copy to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. We will probably have those in our packet for next meeting and review them.
Yes.
And then if we have questions or comments, we will inquire of you.
Okay, I'll make it a point to be here.
Great.
Next time.
Thank you. All right, select board items. So, John, you are first on the list.
We are. Very good. First of all, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for reviewing the financial statements and auditors' reports. Since I know you've had an extra week to look them over, I'm looking for lots of questions, comments, any changes that you see that are necessary. As you notice, they're still in draft form, and we'd like to get them wrapped up as soon as we can. I won't give an awful large presentation because I would like to make it more of a roundtable discussion and address any questions or issues that you folks have. As usual, we've presented a financial statement package which includes an auditor's report on the financial statements themselves as listed in the table of contents right up front. And then a second report on our testing of compliance and internal control, which is toward the back of the package, pages 42 and 43. There was a what we would call a clean opinion on the financial statements. We indicated that they do fairly present financial position and results of operations of the various funds, particularly the major funds and the government-wide statements, which are summaries, which immediately follow the text in the beginning, which consists of the auditor's report and the management discussion and analysis. That said, there were also 3 findings in the at the very tail end of the report, which came about from situations that we identified and wanted to bring to your attention. And those are, hold on just one moment. Some of those are follow-up really from issues identified in prior years, but the description is current and is in some cases expanded to reflect the circumstance of this year. They basically refer to number one, capital asset accounting, number two, accounting for long-term obligations, including debt, leases, compensated absences, other long-term obligations. And then the third one really addressed the need for accounting adjustments during the audit, and we gave brief examples in there of what some of those adjustments were. I brought that in because we spent a little more time on the process this year, and we proposed more adjustments than we're used to proposing in Putney. And I understand that that has a lot to do with new folks getting accustomed to the system. So I think we're in good shape there. I did speak briefly before tonight's meeting with both Karen and Alyssa, and we agreed to schedule a little bit of additional time to come down and go over some particular areas that I thought we ought to discuss further with them. Anyway, the financial statement package is the large one. There is also a 3-page really letter to the board, which is designed to cover items that we are required to discuss with, as the accounting people call it, those charged with governance. And so that merely summarizes activities in the audit and refers to different circumstances, nothing in any great detail, but it does highlight things that where if you wanted more detail, we could certainly go over any of that either tonight or in the future. It refers to the adjustments that I mentioned further, the findings. We do indicate that we had no disagreements with management, and that the written communications will be provided to us as we wrap up. There's a management letter out here which comes to the auditor and documents various representations made during the audit. Now, moving back to the financial statements for just a minute, I'd like to point out that the financial results were quite positive. There were surpluses in virtually all of the funds. There was a small deficit, I believe, in the library operating fund, and that's mentioned in one of the footnotes. It's really small enough to be covered through future operations or fundraising efforts. The actual results against the budget were positive, both for the general fund and the highway fund. The water and wastewater funds appeared in good shape. I think the one thing where we did need to do an adjustment there was when we began the audit, we noted that there were only 3/4 worth of billings, and we said, oh, what happened here? Come to find out, the 4th quarter billing wasn't done until early July, so we merely had to pull that back and reflect it in the June 30 financial statements. Once again, open the floor, questions, comments, notes in your margins of your financial statements you'd like to address. What would you like to talk about?
Did you, I mean, I think I have the sense from, from your statement as well as your findings that sort of training and level of understanding were not quite where you would like to see them, Is there anything about that that feels surprising to you, given the term of either of these folks? I mean, I don't want a personal critique. I'm just wondering, are we looking at what's the nature of that problem?
It's a relatively new circumstance, both for Karen and for Alyssa.
Right.
So I'm not surprised. I would like to see this looking better another year, of course. 30 adjusting entries is quite a few, and we spread that over a substantial period of time, right up till the very end when we were drafting financial statements and learned of a couple of things that we still had to correct. That's never the most efficient way to either do your accounting or for us to do our auditing. So from that perspective, yeah, we would like to see it improve. But that's not to be critical. I think both of these folks understand at this point what the situations were, and I think they're both intending to make good strides toward improving in the current year.
And the management responses to you were satisfactory as far as that's concerned?
Very much so, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess I would ask the same of you, Karen, and or Alyssa, if you feel like you want to comment, but primarily Karen. Are you comfortable that John's observations were appropriate and that they sort of made sense given your level of understanding
Yes.
and are correctable?
And I think with another year under my belt, I've noticed a lot just in the budget process and the audit. I think we need to start the audit maybe a little bit sooner. We tend to start late.
I agree with that. I guess my only qualification, Karen, would be I guess what I feel is that we probably need to do some pre-audit work to make sure that we're really ready to go.
Yeah.
Part of it was me not being, I admit, I took a vacation in September, and probably it would have worked out more smoothly if I'd been here instead of Wyoming, but.
It's okay.
But then again, the fishing was great and I enjoyed myself. So.
Good.
Anyway, I think though that you're right, that if we can get going early, and part of that is getting together during the year to make sure that we get a good understanding of what the adjustments were.
Right.
And as I said, the capital assets and depreciation, make sure we've got those well organized and that kind of thing.
And I think we're building on that now, because we have to do the debt service spreadsheet, which ties into the fixed assets, which ties into the capital plan. So Alyssa, and she's done a very good job of getting a handle on everything that we were paying for. And for me too, things clicked better this year as I went through the process. So next year will be a force to reckon with.
That's what we like.
Yeah.
I really do. I like people that make my life easy.
Okay.
As if you're not.
That's our #1 goal.
She's not. She sure is.
Forced to reckon with.
And do you worry, John and or Karen, that this is at all an issue of, I mean, I know one step we've taken to free up more time is outsourcing of payroll. Is it your sense that we have sufficient staffing within the office to do what we need to do in the timeframes that we need to do it?
I think so. I really think that part of the issue up to this point has been not so much a lack of time, but maybe the what do we really need to do, and how do we go about doing it, and how do we correct situations that were difficult to understand initially. I mean, as Alyssa said, there were some of those things I just had to dig in and correct, and so I do think that there's less time to be taken in the coming year than in the last year, and we'll try to make sure that goes smoothly.
And the thing too is because through communication, we knew, and we were seeing stuff at the end as well. And it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right, you know? And then when we questioned it, you know, we corrected it. But yeah, it's definitely a learning curve. And, you know, our system, as we know with fixed assets, it's not an easy software program.
And that's NIMRIC based.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
Would either of you, I mean, I know that virtually all our software within the office is NIMRIC based, and I know it would be an expensive shift. Would there be any reason to consider different software for any of these applications, or would that just complicate things?
My recommendation would be not at this time.
Right.
Let's get this nailed down,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then if you feel that there's something out there that you'd rather work with, then by all means shop around. There are other possibilities.
Right.
But NIMRIC, if you get it defined and understand it, is pretty foolproof. It's older software in some cases, and it's hard to
tested.
Yeah, it's tested and true.
Yeah.
I always know that what I understand when I look at it, that it's not going to let you, you know, go back in and manipulate stuff without documenting exactly what you do, which auditors always love.
Yeah.
And so I stick with it for now and get it running smoothly, and then in a couple of years, if you still, as you know it better, think that you'd like to look at some others, well, hey, there are some others out there that others are using, so.
Right.
But not a single one, John, that you really have sort of seen and said, wow, this is the cat's meow.
No, not really. In fact, our auditors see quite a few different systems, and some of them are pretty sophisticated, and some of them are almost too sophisticated for what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
But you know, there are several out there, and anyone I know, I sooner or later hear somebody, either a chief financial officer or an accountant in the organization or management, is saying, oh, this is terrible. We ought to look at something else. It's like nobody is completely happy with what they have.
But that's just one module, and I know they all tie into one another, so it's basically a package deal. And we know that there's critical times of the year when certain things need to be done. So, especially with fixed assets, at the end of the year, you depreciate. You know, and if you don't do that, that throws everything off too. So, and prior to Alyssa being here, we just started using the fixed assets module because Laura never used it. So,
Why is that, do you know?
I have no idea.
Fits that, I mean, obviously we were doing depreciation.
Well, Chip was using it.
Well, yeah, because he was training Leah on it.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
So he had it working fairly well, although there was, as I say, some classification stuff that needs to be worked on.
Right.
And then you had done some research into what assets might need to be added or retired, and there's probably a need to do that every year or on a regular basis. But
there's a lot of steps to it. And like John said, you retire assets, you know, you add new ones in. The gravel pit is an asset, but it's treated differently because it's a product.
A real estate asset.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so as the product dwindles, that asset also, it's a different formula.
But in fact, one would assume that the real estate itself would increase in value over time. So yeah, no, that's an interesting example.
It's a little complicated, but we'll get there.
One more question I have, and then please you two jump in if you want. Just as far as the, I can't remember which we said it was, the water or the sewer fund, or what not being completed until July. I mean, we have 60 days after June 30th to close out
Right.
for auditing purposes, correct? Was that, why did that happen, and or is that a significant sort of, I mean, I assume we'll try not to have that happen again. What?
Right.
That was a timing thing.
Yes.
And
we closed the month or the year or whatever, and
then the
I
bills.
didn't get the progression correct in the system of what you do first, so it didn't happen right.
Right.
But we were able to reconcile that adequately.
Yeah. It's really a matter of good idea to do your billing for that June quarter.
It should have happened
in the end of June rather than the beginning of July.
Right.
And that way you're assured of getting into the right period.
Right. And I don't know if we even had the readings that we didn't. We did. So when we did the billing, it was in July. We closed the year out.
So next year you'll just do it sooner.
Yeah, we'll make Joe get out there sooner.
Yeah.
It is, of course, still possible early in July to do that for
Right.
the right period. Yes. As you mentioned, 60 days isn't a hard and fast rule for that purpose, but it's always true that you have invoices and other things coming in July that really belong to the prior year. And so you just kind of keep it open, or in a NEMRIC system, you're able to post back into the prior year, even if you're operating in the subsequent year. It's merely a matter of how you select that as you go in to do your posting.
Right. And there's you can post into the next year for bills that are actually in the next fiscal year. We were back, posting invoices, so it would fall in the right fiscal year. So at the end of the year, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
A lot. But
and it was possible, in answer to Josh's question, to reconcile back.
Right.
So I think it was well supported.
Yeah.
Okay,
you guys got questions?
Only a comment. I think you're doing an amazing job. I can't imagine doing what you do. And just wanted to say that. Just learning how this all works, and don't have any questions because I don't know enough to be able to ask any yet. But thank you. I'm learning a lot.
I would just like them to throw in, we don't think of ourselves as just being here at the end of the year. If you're seeing things that you have questions about or want a description, I'm sure you can get a hold of us and either through management or directly as board members. That would be fine.
Thank you.
Always happy to talk with folks. Oops, sorry. Okay. Guess I can turn that off.
Mr. Fairman, I'm going to ask you to just wait a minute. First, while he turns his phone off. Laura, do you have any?
I don't have any
specifics?
questions. I really appreciate the management responses throughout this, and that you've come up with what sounds like a pretty solid plan. I like that you'll be meeting together throughout the year. I think that's great.
Good. Mr. Fairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to get my dibs in. I suppose my question should be addressed to Mr. Mudgett, if I may. Mr. Mudgett, I understood you to mention that there were some concerns that had been carried over from one fiscal year to another.
And your question is, what were they and why were they carried over?
Well, no, first I'm confirming my understanding.
Yes, I know that certainly accounting for capital assets is a good example of one that has been an issue in the past and was continuing to be an issue this year as they tried to get it corrected and ready to roll forward.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you to go into detail because I don't want to take up too much time here, but I'm curious, are you able to offer recommendations as to how we might rectify these concerns during a given fiscal year so they don't continue to be carried over?
That's exactly why I want to meet with these two particularly, to make sure that we have an understanding of what the adjustments that we did and what the work that we did at the end for those kinds of things. It's without going into too much detail, it was simply a situation where it probably took me more time than I anticipated to get in and find out what they had done, how they had done it, and how it compared to what I thought was the correct fix-up. And it just, so that was kind of where I'd like to see more clarity going forward and better documentation of what they do.
Thank you.
You know, going back a little ways in our history, definitely having enough eyes on things was a question. Are you comfortable that there are enough eyes on things at this point?
I think so. I will continue to explore that, of course. I know that Alyssa's pretty new and Karen
2 years.
another year, but there's a need for her to review work and to get back and forth on a regular basis. And we can certainly offer some tips and tricks as to what to see, and you can think about what you need to bring to her when and that kind of thing.
We do that now. I mean, she brings me everything, and I look at it, and if I have a question, you know, we talk about it.
Yeah.
But everything she brings me, it has backup to it.
Yeah.
And some of it, I know where to look for it too, and I know that it's coming in, and I know it requires a journal entry.
Yeah.
So together, Alyssa and I are, we're pretty good at watching things and making sure, you know, and if there's a line item that's over budget, or, you know, we're actually able to see it now a lot quicker than we used to.
And they also bring reporting, both for approval of expenditures and other things, to the board on a regular basis. And we look to you guys to follow up with questions that you may have, and to look at periodic reports of performance against budget and those kinds of things. And when you see something that you need more explanation of, well, hey, they've got all the detail right down to every transaction that makes up a balance. And you know, you guys are often in a good position to know whether you think it's classified correctly or not.
Of course, the likelihood of, certainly for me, the likelihood of my actually catching that is fairly low, just because I don't follow them as, I don't see them quite as closely as I might. Exactly,
like we do.
You know.
Right.
Yeah, but you have that, as they say, that governing overview that allows you to point back to them and say, give me more information about this, and then one of the two of them can dig in and dig it out.
And not unusual for a treasurer to do some of that, I would assume.
Yeah.
As you may or may not know, we have a recent resignation in our treasurer department. Any recommendation in our move forward as far as a treasurer is concerned? How many hours a week? What do you, are there treasurer situations you've seen that you say, wow, if they had that, that would be great?
Well, it's often good if the treasurer has enough time and can be a kind of a counterbalance also looking at things, because usually they're in a position to understand. Admittedly, their responsibilities flow from the board, because the board authorizes payments for the treasurer, but the treasurer also sees the payments going out, oftentimes knows what the financial position is, and is involved in looking at bank statements or dollars in and out. It can take as much time or as little time, but as you want to pay for it, as the person has available. But I do think that it's a good idea to have multiple positions. We often talk about the fiduciary responsibility, which tends to be the treasurer, as opposed to the financial reporting, which tends to be the bookkeeping, accounting, and
finance officer.
Finance officer position. So we don't like to see those consolidated.
Right.
We like to see separation, and we like to see common understanding so that by the time you guys look at something like that, other people have had a chance to evaluate it.
Makes sense. And again, you can offer an opinion or not, but as we go forward, having that position as, historically that's been a stipended position. Obviously people's motivations differ in a stipended situation. Is that a logical way to keep going, or should we be looking at doing that as sort of a per diem or per hour situation? I know this is a topic of discussion also, but yeah, go ahead.
I put money in the treasurer's line item in the budget.
Okay, for next year.
21.
Yeah.
Like $4,900.
Okay.
So, and my thought process was maybe like 5 hours a week.
So that would be not a stipended position, it would be an hourly position.
Correct.
We would
$15 an hour.
And does 5 hours a week seem to you, John, like a...
It seems minimal. I think as you go forward, you may decide that you want more.
Right.
I will leave that up to you as the year progresses, even within a budget, if you decide you think you need more. Overspend.
It's a good place to spend it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But it will depend on who fills the position, how much you use them, how much these two are providing of information. It can either make that job very easy or it can make it more complicated.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a little bit like auditing.
Right. Yeah. And hopefully you have somebody with enough financial understanding to be helpful in that position.
That's always good.
Yeah.
Or at least a whole lot of common sense.
Can add some numbers if they need to. Any reason, I'm guessing the answer is no. Any reason we want to open library discussion while John's still here?
We can.
Mr. Fairman?
I would like to offer, perhaps ask a question about the treasurer position. I was unaware that it involves only perhaps 5 hours a week, which of course means it is incidental income. And I wonder, Mr. Mudgett might be able to answer this best. In such a circumstance, would that be perhaps an appropriate position for a retired bookkeeper or a CPA who'd like to make a bit of extra money on the side?
It certainly could be.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It really comes down to job definition, requirements, and qualifications of individuals that might be interested.
Yeah.
The more knowledge, the better.
Mm.
So I guess, Emily, I would ask you if you feel, I'm not fully aware of what the nature of our discussion with you guys is going to be tonight. Is there anything you'd like to ask while John is present?
I don't know that my questions would be so succinct, though. I think I would like to get John's input maybe during the next audit about some of the things that are just different about the library budget and the way it functions, since its revenue streams are a little more diverse than the other departments. And the way we manage those in terms of reimbursing the general fund at the end after we've expended fundraising monies for special projects.
Right.
Yeah, be glad to, or if we're down meeting with these folks, be glad to get you involved at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would appreciate the advice on that.
Yep. Okay.
Or just the
well, as long as they're willing to pay the bill. We're good. But no, seriously.
That's our role here, right?
Yes. No, we sometimes volunteer time. Can't help but bring that forward.
With good intent on something like a library. I don't have anything else. Karen?
I'm comfortable with the audit.
Good.
I am.
Good.
We didn't have a deficit.
No.
in the general fund or in the highway fund, and so please.
And you don't, John, typically, I think, look at a budget, proposed budget, right? I mean, that.
We really don't, because we're coming in after the budget's been approved. We're usually tracing back to the budget, whether it's an original budget or amended budget, looking at variances and determining why, if there are significant variances. So we're testing in that case. The one thing I guess if there is a significant difference year to year in the budget or in the actual, that sometimes catches auditors' eyes, because those are some of the criteria that we might use in either selection or testing or indicating evidence has been obtained to support the numbers in the financial statements. So we're always looking at how you do it, what you come up with, how it compares, how it's recorded, and what performance has been.
Good.
As we wrap up, I would just say that as soon as you guys can get back to me both the management representation letter and the acceptance for approval forms that we provided to you, that's really all we're waiting for, I think.
So we need to give you approval. We need to approve the.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys sign off on that, and also accept the proposed adjusting entries, and then the management representation letter that's set up for management signatures. I think you have all of those documents.
Do we want to do this right now?
Or we can do it next
week. Or we can do it and give it to you, either one.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry, we've got plenty of work to do, so we won't be twiddling our thumbs.
You won't be waiting.
But you do get into the queue once you do that. So I know right now we have some that are publishing their financial statements, so they're probably at the top of our list to get out the door. And others that don't publish will still probably want to get out within a week or 10 days.
Right.
Okay.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much for making the trip and doing all the work.
Thanks for inviting me. Always nice. And I like a board that's interested and has comments and questions, so keep it up.
Always good fodder, you know.
The next time you can tell us a little bit about fishing and whatever.
Hey, if I had time, I'd show you pictures.
I would love that.
You'd want to go.
That would be fantastic.
Thanks, John. Drive safe.
Thank you, John.
Will do. Thanks, guys.
Talk to you soon.
That's your phone, not mine.
Yes.
I almost picked it up.
I'm not approving this one of anything.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we could do any reason we shouldn't approve it?
Yeah.
And we don't need the management response letter in order to
No,
approve
because I
it.
can do that.
Right, exactly.
Right.
So, all right, so.
Because I thought we should do it. Yeah.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
Sure. I move to approve the financial statements and reports from June 30th, 2019. Do we want?
As presented by.
As presented by Mudgett, Jennett, and Krogenweisner. PC.
Second?
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the financial statements and reports of June 30th as presented. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, and that would move us on to library budget discussion.
So I watched the last meeting and then invited myself here because it seemed like there was some questions and also some good information from you guys about the philosophy that you have about our budget. And it's good information, and I've been seeking it for some time. But I wanted to check in and clarify a few things. And I'm specifically responding to the discussion of the library going from private to public,
right,
and also the cumulative overage in the budgets since that transition, and this is definitely related. So I just want to make sure you guys have a clear idea of what it meant when the library went from private, or what it was when it was private. They were saying it was private, it means it was a 501c3 and employed its own bookkeeper.
Sorry, a 501c3 and?
Employed its own bookkeeper.
Right, okay.
And after the transition, it no longer did, but it has received a town allocation since 1869. And I'm not misspeaking, that is 1869, not 1969. And also the building, which was built with 100% donated funds on donated land, or land that the money was donated for, was then turned over to the town in 2004. So the town, it wasn't like it had nothing to do with the town before 2013. And I just wanted to make sure that there was a common understanding about that.
Yeah.
Now that we're part of the town, after that transition happened before my time, so I wasn't there for that part, but I did come soon afterwards. So now we enjoy Alyssa's help with bookkeeping, and also the auditor, which is great. So it's sort of just more eyes on things, and I think that's a superior situation for us. It also means that I think we're still young in this process, unlike all the other departments. We've been doing this for 5 years, and we've had kind of a rotating cast of characters. Josh, you're actually the only one that is still the same as when I came on. I was realizing that just looking at you guys. But
yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's really what I mean.
And actually, in more than a few cases, more than one turnover in that 5-year period.
Yeah.
So.
And I think there's just some confusion here. And I came on. This was my first director position, and I think either maybe I have some rookie mistakes going on, but I think I've also really been looking for this advice of, do you want me to present a budget with all of the things that could possibly come up and go wrong budgeted for, or do you want me to present as close to a budget as I can anticipate, and then sometimes we go over 1 or 2%. And I really am looking for that advice, really clearly. When you guys had a question about why there were overages, and I went back and looked, and I had a sense, I was like, well, we've had a few maintenance issues that just cropped up. 2019 is a great example where we had both a furnace problem that ended up being costly, and we also had to replace the fire communication system, neither of which we could let languish. Like, this wasn't let's wait till the next fiscal year to do that. There aren't so many things in the library budget that we can really just decide not to do. Special projects, which I know for other departments, if you were getting a new phone system or some other kind of building improvement or something like that, you would put it in the budget for next year. But I have not been budgeting things that aren't going to be recurring costs. Instead, I've been requesting the money from the trustees' fundraising account, and they've been approving those. So the handicap door opener, reupholstering our chairs. There was also carpet
cleaning.
No, carpet cleaning actually is that's a recurring expense. But there's just other sorts of things that just are they've also paid for the computers, a thing that we definitely don't do every year. And I'm also not interested in having all different age computers for the public to use. So there isn't like this thing where I budget in a special project and maybe I don't do it if we don't end up having the money, or save it, to maybe do towards the end of the fiscal year. We just don't have things like that. The things that are our expenses are the landscaping, the cleaning, taking the trash out, like the trash hauling, heat, utilities, and the things that we can control. And Laura noticed last time that we hadn't spent all of our money on materials last year, and it was because we were over. It's one of the few things that we can kind of reel in. And we did reel it in, but we were still a little bit over. In looking at the past 5 years of things that have been over, it's mostly been maintenance issues. But I also noticed another thing that happens is the trustees approve these projects like I've described, like things like the door opener and reupholstering the chairs. Sometimes it's a special class or something for me. At the end of the fiscal year, we make a transfer in partnership with Town Hall. And you guys know all about that. because it's not straightforward and you don't have to do it for anybody else. But because the trustees want to do these special projects and we want the expenses tracked and the oversight, we run them all through you guys, and then the trustees reimburse you with a transfer at the end. And I was looking at our past budgets, and I noticed that in 2017, which I think is when Chip was overseeing the final, the end of this. Yeah. It was in a transition period, we'll call it.
Yeah.
The transfers were never made. So the trustees approved some projects, and the projects for that year were, let me tell you, no transfer. My nonprofit management course, and also the trustees at training and retreat. But then you also approved $2,000 additional dollars for books. That's something they do almost every year, is approve additional money for adult and children's books. And so it was just expenses from that. It totals $4,500, and the transfer was never made. So we do owe you for things that the trustees agreed to pay for that transfer was just never made back to the general fund.
And that would be an offset towards that deficit?
$9,740.
Another thing that happened, and I think that Chip was definitely still at the helm because he noticed this out loud at a meeting. The transfer in fiscal year 2018 was erroneously, the transfer in from the general fund was erroneously $1,242 short.
Right.
Yeah, you might remember that. Yeah. So, I mean, those two things alone account for more than half. Yeah. The other things are these, without that 1,242, we were over $700. And I know that's still undesirable, but it was also a time when, we were $1,145 over in repairs and maintenance. Our building is, the things are cropping up in terms of things that need attention. So is it better to go over $775, or is it better to try to, make the repairs and maintenance line way higher so that we're totally covered? The way the auditor was just talking about it, he's really praising everybody for the departments having this extra money, but I have never embraced that as a great thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Karen, you would be the most appropriate person to comment on that from sort of a functional standpoint, what you would prefer.
If you can justify the overage, I'd rather see it go over than have, a cushion that I trim budgets this year. They're so tight, they're probably going to squeak.
Right.
And that makes me a little nervous. But another thing that had happened last year was one of the insurances went from a single to a two-person.
Right.
So
saw that. Yeah.
with that, you can justify.
Right.
Because you can't control that, Somebody gets married, they have a baby, they get on a family from a single. You can justify that.
Right.
That's the kind of stuff, if you can justify it, the maintenance,
Right.
And if people are being responsible and trying to keep within their budget, the overages, as long as they're justifiable, I'd rather see it that way
I agree with that.
padding.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing, part of our discussion last time around, as you observed, if you look at it, was, not so much a concern, or this was certainly my feeling, and whether it came across this way or not, but I think our sense was not that this was a huge problem, but just sort of, it's clearly building year by year. Why is that happening year by year? And we, with your explanation, cut that in half. It's a very small number. I mean, my feeling about $700, that's what, not even 0.5% in your budget.
Yeah.
So, that's not a big number. I certainly wouldn't worry about that. I mean, my feeling would be 0.5% over would not be a big deal either. So, as best as you can estimate, obviously, and the fact that it's within 0.5% says to me you're doing pretty exceptionally well at that. So,
but it reads as higher because of that other issue we discussed.
Right.
So, but where does that money come from? So we have the balance sheet, and the library owes $9,000 some $100, almost $10,000, an average of $2,000 a year. Where does that come from when we do go over in that way, and that.
I mean, one, I don't know whether it's possible at this point, excuse me, you know, for you to make, for example, that transfer of $4,500,
Right.
you know, that would offset it.
Yeah.
But the other, you know, the other place it comes from, very basically, is surplus in other departments, you know, in
Right.
the general fund. And we can just level it out over time. But if it's something that's happening every year, that's essentially what the thought was. Well, you know, we want to make sure that it's all justifiable. You know, certainly nobody was questioning that. It's just, okay, what do we do in order to not have this creeping up over time?
Well, I think a more robust, realistic maintenance line for sure. But the other thing is that I think we've been under budgeting use of paid sick time. And so that's the other line.
Hard.
That's the other line that we've gone over a few times because we've had 2 different years where there's been a substantial multi-week someone out.
Of some sort.
And then we pay for our substitutes to come in, and I budget 6 sick days per normal hours employee per year, and it just hasn't always been enough. So I think doing more realistic numbers for those, or presenting more realistic numbers for that and for maintenance, I think will take care of this. The other thing is we don't always meet our revenue goals, and those are fee-for-service things, so like photocopies. I don't know how we can promote the photocopy service.
I know.
It's a great copy machine.
Big sign,
yeah.
Billboard.
Maybe a bell and
Somebody else is
yeah. But I mean things like that. It's sort of, we can't really exactly hustle harder and make more money in those departments. But I've tried to bring those into a more realistic line based on how much our income has been from previous ones. But between those, you know, not making as much as we ideally would have, and then certain things being over, that's where that came from. And I just wanted to come and explain that number. I don't think $10,000 is nothing at all.
No.
And I just want you to know that the library is taking this seriously, but also to get guidance about what the feeling of this group, you know, this cast of characters is about this. And I think I have a better idea.
Well, again, I mean, I think, you know, if you're within if you were 5% one way or the other, we'd all be concerned about that. The 0.5% one way or the other, again, that seems very responsible. You know, I wonder, and I don't know whether I know we're starting this with some aspects of the library and other, but having a maintenance reserve fund essentially. But I think you're essentially saying you would rather not have it and have money sitting around, which a maintenance reserve fund in a way would be, but it would be a designate, or, you know, whether you would want to actually designate it or not, or just label it that way would be up to you.
Right.
But does that make sense?
Is this the capital improvements plan or no?
Well,
No,
but it could be sort of like that,
Yes.
is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We should anticipate the future improvements, everything.
Yeah.
You know, like we put the pool slide in the capital plan because it's a $12,000 item.
Whoa.
You know, it's but anything you want to do, we should put it in that plan.
Yeah.
And then we can project.
I know we have things like that, like the heat pumps and you know, other things like that. But in terms of just something like, who knew that the fire dialer was gonna go kaput? Like we certainly did.
And you can, and if you know, I mean, fortunately for you and for us, you know, our general fund is large enough so that covering something like that is not an issue. It's just then an accounting issue.
Yeah.
But whether Karen would rather say, you know, you guys should be putting, you know, X $1,000s aside every year for that kind of glitch in the event that it happens, and then over time you have a little bit of cushion for that, you could. I'm not promoting that. I would leave that up to the financial director to say whether she felt that was an appropriate way to approach it, or whether you know, I mean, again, we have enough leeway within the greater budget so that making up a couple $1,000 here or there is not devastating.
Yeah, well, I'm not looking to continue to draw on
Keep doing that.
Right, that's the key.
Yeah. I would suggest any big dollar items. They go into the capital plan. And then we can schedule.
We are, and we've already been working on
having that. No, you've been proactive about that. And saying these are the things that we think we're going to want to do. No, and that's very helpful. You know, the other thing that actually I've certainly been thinking more, and I think we've all been thinking a little bit more, and some with a prompting from Mr. Fairman, is asking different departments, you know, what active things could you possibly do to shave your budget? And, you know, I'm aware that you guys aren't spending frivolously. None of our departments are spending frivolously. But are there things you might be able to do that you could, you know, one for me, for example, I know we have both the fossil fuel heating system and the mini split system. You know, could we put in another mini split and reduce our fossil fuel demand that would offset costs going forward? You know, we've done that in the fire department, and we're still sort of seeing how that's panning out.
Yeah, Karen has told me about that. Presently, the mini splits, I don't even know if we can call them that, they only do cooling. So we don't, it's not a redundant system.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would be worth exploring.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We've looked into that for the.
One thing I want to mention too, Emily, is like we should be competitive with landscaping, with cleaning services, with oil. All of those, we should be going out to bid.
Yeah. Well, you guys take care of that for both the landscaping and the oil. Our president, I don't know who you guys use for cleaning, we can check in on that, but.
We don't use any.
We use ourselves.
Yeah.
Wow.
But we should in fact have a service.
Yeah.
We've talked about that. And that might be a good time to go out for competitive bidding.
Right.
Is to say, hey,
together.
you know, we want to add, you know, we should, you know, you guys should not have to do that.
Cleaning?
Not that it's terrible, but it shouldn't be in your job description. It's not. So, you know, I mean, my feeling would be that's something you could say, we're looking at having a single group do this space and that space, and I'd throw Tom in, but he doesn't need a clean office, so he's all right. But you know, and then maybe put it out to bid for competitive.
Yeah.
You know, and not that we want to knock somebody out of that we like.
No,
But just to, you know, keeping people. It's always helpful to.
Yeah,
people get complacent.
Yeah.
And you know, it's mowing too. That's another
exactly.
area where we need to be looking at.
And we can call around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of you. That library fits
into
into our picture, and we've done that several times. I mean, that's been an evolving thing over the last number of years for a variety of reasons. But you know, it continues to be competitive bidding, which it should be for that kind of thing.
Because we have cemetery, we have sidewalks, and then the library. So we can consolidate all that into one job.
Sure.
Yeah.
We can check in too. I can give you where we can check in about cleaning if you want to get a quote or band together for that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, Tom, who does clean your bathrooms?
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's all volunteer. I mean, that's, you know, that's part of maintenance night. I mean, I know it's different. You know, I'm not making light of the fact that it gets done by any means. But it's
the reality of it.
You do it.
Yep. And what you referred to as maintenance night, as you remember it, truly doesn't exist to that extent anymore because there's so much other stuff that we got to do with less people.
Yeah.
And is that a best use of your time?
Not at all. Nope.
So maybe
you
we could
bundle it in.
include.
So even though I was being facetious, we can look at it.
Well,
probably work.
good on you for cleaning your own bathroom. That's all I can say. Thank you. That's one way for keeping the budget down. Well done.
But if he's spending his time doing that and something else isn't getting done that needs to be,
I don't think anything wouldn't get done with Tom.
Takes us half an hour on a Friday and we're done.
Right.
I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just, but it just.
It's good energy.
Yeah, but we got a quote. It was $45, you know, for what? An hour? Something that we can do in a half an hour, you know? You times that by 52 and.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, there's different ways of looking at it, you know? I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you as far as the money is concerned, but at the same time.
If there was more people
if it's
here and it was.
Right, I mean, the library being a good example.
Right, the library is different.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
I mean, there's four people in there.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
So maybe it doesn't have to be done as often. Maybe the fire station and the town hall could be staggered.
Maybe, yeah.
A thorough cleaning every once in a while.
Yeah.
Mr.
We'll
Fairman.
figure it out.
Mr. Chairman, just a suggestion. Another area where could be possible to have a town-wide contract would be computer system maintenance and troubleshooting.
I wondered about that. Actually, you said, and I don't know, because we recently, we chose a contractor for that, correct?
We haven't signed a contract.
But we talked about it and got bids. And I don't know what you guys do for that. Do you?
It's me, yeah. And that is actually pretty okay with me. And for the most part, I feel pretty equipped to do it. I've done public computer setup for a long time. I'd love to have a consultant take a look at our situation and advise us if there's a better or more efficient way to do it.
Of course, you
but,
have a very qualified, I could do that. You have a very qualified board member as well. But
yeah.
But it might be worth, you know, when because we are shifting to having somebody come in here to do it. And, you know, particularly in this day and age, the one thing, you know, you may be able to figure out most of the, you know, security is probably the single biggest issue, and how, you know, if somebody could tap into your system and then bring it into our system, you know, I don't know how that stuff works.
The remote access is...
Yeah, I guess that could potentially be vulnerable. In the past, when I was at Rockingham, we did do a group buy of antivirus, and that was a big money saver for, I think, for everybody, and I would definitely be interested in that if we wanted to do a larger, you know, a purchase of a larger group of licenses for all of the town computers, instead of all of us doing it individually.
I know,
and that would certainly be true for the fire department as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Fairman?
Mr. Chairman, as a 57-year veteran computer pro, I would offer that the principal benefit of having someone who looks at all the computer systems is that person can give you an answer to the question, to this question, which is the one and only fundamental question. Your computer or computers are unusable. What are you going to do? Because the reason actually is irrelevant.
Right. Yeah.
And someone who is well versed in this area can say, you know, here's the plan you need to have, and here's what you need to do so the plan is ready to execute the moment you discover that you need to use it.
Well, and again, you know, in this day and age, particularly ransom issues, you know, I mean, I think that, you know, a town like us, you know, they're getting hit for ransoms, and it's expensive.
Yes.
Because what choice do we have? I mean, if somebody were to pirate our system and get in there and be able to hold us for ransom, what could we do? So, you know, that, I would agree with you, definitely. And then the other part of that, I would think, would be backup, and I don't know how we do that, but obviously somebody...
Well, the two are connected.
Yes, absolutely, of course.
The reason ransomware works is because people don't have the backups. If they have the backups, they say, hey, no problem, just wipe the disk, restore the backups, we're back in business. Of course, then you also check your security to find out how that got in, and you're going to keep it from coming back. Because these people make a living doing this, so they will be trying again.
Yeah, no question. Yeah. Well, I think, you know, given that we've agreed on somebody, having them look at the bigger picture would probably be a good idea. Do you have somebody independent that comes in, Tom?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, really?
And is that the same person?
Yes.
That's what I thought. I thought
It's no longer never.
Folks. Okay, it's a different group.
Okay. So, yeah, again, I mean, I think that, you know, just looking at going forward, whether there are ways to shift. The other thing, you know, I certainly am clear with, I don't know whether I've been clear with this in the meetings, but, you know, since your start here, you know, well, actually, since the construction of the new library and including your start, you know, that library's been sort of growing exponentially, might not be the right word, but dramatically, very steadily, and that's great. But it costs money. And what, you know, sort of, how do you, for those in town who pay taxes and don't use the library, how do we reasonably explain that? And that's tricky. That's really a better question, I think. Yeah, to bring them in. The other thing I've wondered, and I don't know whether you do much of this, is, you know, I mean, all of us that live in town and have memberships as a result of living in town, do you fundraise effectively enough from that group of people, and could you?
Every few years we do a full zip code, or the board does a full zip code send with their annual appeal letter.
Yeah.
And then from that they continue to send out to people who've donated from that. But we don't use, from my perspective, it's completely inappropriate to use the patron information to fundraise. It's not why you gave it to us. Yeah. And librarians are real nuts about privacy and usage of data for what it should be, and I don't think that's okay.
I mean, could you do more on-site fundraising, donation box? I know you do some, but, could you be more active about that? And or would it be a viable way of actually, if it only brought in $240 a year, maybe it's not worth it.
We have a couple of different fundraising things besides, we have our ongoing book sale, but then we have our big book sale event, which I think is more of a great social event, but it does end up paying for all of our museum and parks passes every year, which is really great to point to as a very tangible benefit of the book sale. We also have, the Brattleboro Music Center has been donating Rush tickets to us that we've been selling for $10 each to shows that they haven't sold out. Yeah. So to them, they're extending a benefit to and doing outreach and providing low-cost tickets. And for us, it's been a nice additional boost in fundraising. Yeah. So we're definitely always looking out for creative ways to fundraise, and the board discusses that regularly. The big fundraiser is the annual appeal, where we send out a letter every year.
Do you know if any other community partners would be willing to do similar things with the Rush tickets? Like, does Yellow Barn ever do that, or stage?
Yellow Barn has given us tickets for free to give out to people, or they'll come and drop some off on our table and just let us know that they're there just for tickets. It's usually just the day of if they haven't sold out. But I might mention, I'm in touch with them because their artistic director is doing some programs at the library for us later in the springtime. I might just mention the Brattleboro Music Center's approach and see if that is something that they might like to do, because it's been wonderful for us, and they say it's great for them, and they've gotten a lot of new people, from our which is great for them.
Mr. Chairman, I fully respect the library director's concerns about using patron information to fundraise. There is, however, an alternative that the U.S. Postal Service offers called Every Door Direct Mail. And just because we're in a public meeting, I can briefly outline it. It is simply for, I believe it's something like 13 or 15 cents per item. You specify the carrier routes to which you want it to be delivered. Yeah. And of course, you also, the P.O. boxes are considered to be a carrier route in the office itself. So basically, they simply say, well, let me see, that's so many addresses at so much per, this is what you owe us. So you pay them, they give them to the carriers, and they leave them off. So now it is simply, it goes to your address, whoever you may be, and you may or may not be a library patron, but you didn't get it because you are a library patron.
That makes sense. It also sounds very economical.
It is very economical.
Yeah. Yeah, we do the other direct mail thing every couple of years, but I'm not sure how that compares to the Every Door Direct Mail. To look into
EDDM is really quite extraordinary. Remember, you're not using a permit. In other words, if for some reason, let us say I were running for office and I wanted to send my election flyer out, if I do it that way, I don't need to get a permit. It is simply, okay, you tell us the routes and we'll tell you how much. They have some specifications for how it must be done, particularly thickness, but they're simple, and so that's why it's so inexpensive. And of course, from the post office, from the Postal Service's perspective, it's revenue, which for them nowadays is a nice thing to get.
But library patrons such as yourself should feel extra pressure to donate when you get that number.
Yes.
So we won't target you the other way. Well, great, guys. I really appreciate this discussion.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. Seems like I've seen a lot of you lately.
Yeah, no kidding. Long weekend. Kevin, did you write down a name? You put a name on
the sign-in?
Sign-in?
Yeah, I did.
Good, thanks.
If you guys wrap it up by 7, we're having a really good event at the library about Thunderbolt, the Scottish robber from the 1800s. who came and built the round schoolhouse in Brookline
Nice.
and hid in plain sight until they caught up with him.
Wow.
Yes, that's a teaser. If you, if you guys finish up.
And a motivator.
Yeah.
Like that
50
fundraiser.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
All right. General fund, draft 3 budget, fire truck discussion.
Tom?
This is just a follow-up to the first time we discussed this a couple months ago, if I remember right. And just to review where this is coming from, what we're talking about is engine 1 in its replacement. That replacement was not scheduled for this year, for this coming year. However, we as the department were getting a little ahead of the game, knowing that the truck's going to be due for replacement in a few years, and started to put a specification packet together. So when the time came, that's all together, and we can get that out, and we're not wasting a lot of time at that point. As we were putting the specs together, meeting with some vendor reps, which is a typical part of the process, we started to find and understand and realize that the cost of this truck, the cost of all fire apparatus in today's world, it doesn't matter who the vendor is, it doesn't really matter what it is. Those costs have increased substantially over the last several years. And the cost that we're talking about really is a significant amount more than what we have always been accustomed to. We being the fire department, the boards, and the town managers at the time, and the citizens, obviously. So given that, we had a discussion with one of our reps about the value that's still left with our existing engine 1, which is a 2006. Given the value of that, what we would very, very likely receive for that truck, coupled with a few other incentives, we're able to get the price down a considerable amount, get things a little more realistic at this point, where that option's not going to exist for us in another few years when we get ready to replace that truck. So if that's the theory behind us coming to the board with this again. To put some actual numbers to that, the number that we're talking about for financing is $547,480. If we wait until the truck is due for replacement, scheduled for replacement, that cost alone is going to increase by $99,943. That's based on a forecasted percentage increase from the manufacturers.
4% per annum,
yeah.
Is that right?
The decrease in the value of the trade-in.
Right. So given that.
Wait, sorry, Tom. The increase of the cost at 4% per year comes to you. There's two different numbers: the increase in the cost of the unit,
right,
and the
decrease in value. So again, that initial that cost to us would increase essentially $100,000, $99,943. The value of this truck is going to decrease by what's forecasted to be $55,000. So that gives us a total swing of $154,943 or $155,000, which is the minimum number of amount that we would above and beyond in 4 years. So again, what our purpose is looking at that, saying, okay, when this truck is scheduled due for replacement, we know it's going to be an extra $100,000 at least. No, I'm sorry, I gotta look at the number again. $155,000. At least.
Between appreciation and the.
That's correct.
That's
Yep.
4 years from now.
Yes.
Okay.
So, do we do it now and save that? Now, and again, as I mentioned the last time, a big piece of this that we weren't able to capture when we purchased Engine 1 back in 2005, our scope, our plan is this truck a new truck, whether it's now or whether it's 4 years from now, will be built heavy. With the goal of refurbishing that truck in 20 years and not replacing it. Very similar to what we did with Engine 2, and that's working out fantastic for us.
Can I assume that it would be about $78,000 in 2 years, the swing, because it's 155
Yeah.
for it, pretty much
Yeah.
straight across? Okay. It's not like at some point it becomes precipitous and our truck becomes worth nothing in 3 years?
Right.
Okay.
So, I think you were asking, David, I mean, what if we were to say to you, I understand the logic, and I know we talked about this a little bit before, but that 2005 truck or 2006 truck, we didn't buy heavy, and that's why we're replacing it now. Engine 2 we purchased in 1993, and refurbed in 2015. If we were to choose to not go heavy on this truck and say, Tom, if we wanted a truck that we could get 15 to 20 or 20 years of service out of, which is what this was scheduled for, and not look at rebuilding it at that point, what kind of money are we looking at? I mean, if we say
saving about $28,000.
Why so little?
Yeah, that doesn't, why?
Just
Because but was that the case in 2005? What was do you remember what the difference between, I mean, did you spec a truck in because my recollection is, I think you said, that essentially the select board, and that was just before my time, so not this time, but essentially the select board said you have $250,000 to spend, buy the truck you want.
No, I'm sorry, we need to back up, I misspoke. That number came into mind. That is that's the figure attached to a motor upgrade. So I'm incorrect. And off the top of my head, I don't believe I can answer that question. What we're talking about when we're talking building it heavy front end, heavy rear end, larger tires, larger spring package, suspension package.
Right.
Larger motor
engine,
and larger transmission.
Right.
So I could find that number out.
So I mean,
but I don't know. I don't know that off the top of my head.
I mean, you know, just picking a number out of thin air. If we said $100,000, which might be in the ballpark, if we said to you,
that wouldn't surprise me.
If we said to you, we don't want anything more than $450,000 on an article.
Yeah.
What would be your argument for not doing that?
And with all due respect,
yes,
that's the position that we were put in 2005.
Exactly, that's what I'm wondering.
Which has led us to where we're at now.
So
if anybody were to walk into the firehouse right now, just one example, Engine 2 and Engine 1 pretty much sit side by side. Engine 2 actually carries a considerable amount more weight on it because of the extended hose load that's on it. If you look at the two trucks now, you'll see that Engine 1 squats in the rear, and Engine 2 does not squat a bit when it's fully loaded. Now, what that means is going over the road, dirt roads, the suspension, the rear end, the transmission, it all transfers up into the motor eventually.
Right.
That all takes a beating. Which and then it brings us to What we've been told by two manufacturers, because we're looking for different options or considering different things, two manufacturers have said we won't refurb that truck.
Right.
Because it's not worth it. I mean, at that point, they would have to do the transmission, the rear end, the suspensions.
In order to assure it.
Right, right.
So if we can think about the usefulness of the truck that we have compared to the usefulness of the truck that would be ideal, and how much it's cost us for all the years we've used it for, is it more effective to buy one that we can get the voters to agree to pay for because it costs less, and you use it for 15 years to do your job adequately, or go the extra mile? You know, how do we come up with a formula for that? Because that's the question that's in my head.
Right.
Because I have everybody saying, yes, we want a new fire truck, and everybody saying, I can't pay any more taxes.
I get
so,
that.
So
I get
what do
that.
I do?
If we spend the larger money up front, or that initial purchase price, in 20 years, if we get a truck that we're just going to junk and not give any thought to,
or get 100,000 for
yep.
trade-in. Right.
When it gets to that 20-year mark, then we're buying the whole thing over again.
Right.
Whereas if we get to that, if we buy the truck, what we prefer and what we're suggesting, if we pay that money now, we get to 20 years and we pay a quarter of what the cost of a new truck is, because we've got everything already there that's perfect, that's good.
So if we were to put numbers with that, if you took,
yeah, right. It'd be a pretty simple exercise.
What would that look like?
If we
Because that would be great to know.
Rounded. If we say $500,000 up front, in 20 years, a decent forecast would be very similar to what we did with engine 2. 130
to rehab,
to refurb it,
right? So yeah,
rather than another,
but we could
700.
We could do the math on it.
Right, that seems like the thing to do.
Yeah, Tom and I can do the math
Right.
on it. So I have a question.
Karen
Tom.
can do the math.
So is
680,000.
Is engine 1 adequate enough for like Landmark College?
Okay, I understand what you're asking.
Right.
Designated usage, is that what you're thinking?
No.
I'm thinking if we have something major happen in Putney.
Is our truck going to cause a problem
How
for
about
us?
the paper mill? Is engine 1 adequate enough to handle?
And this is all operational related. So, one thing that we do need to do, we've started it, depending upon what happens with this proposal, we're gonna have to do some things differently with our existing stuff. But what it comes down to is lack of people.
Right.
What we need to get done as far as advancing hose lines, where those hose lines need to go, how quickly they need to get there. So the way our trucks are set up right now, and Josh, you'll remember, for decades, every fire truck made had a couple hand lines on it.
Yeah.
They were typically 150 feet.
Yeah.
In today's world, we have a couple of 200-foot lines. We have one 300-foot line, which we use frequently. We need it a great deal of the time for specific locations, but we don't have any backup for it. So, I shouldn't say that. We have two backup mechanisms. One is that our next truck gets there. If that doesn't happen, then it's a convoluted process to pull a totally different line, extend it, so on and so forth. So things like that, number one. So when Karen referenced the college or the paper mill, just that one circumstance alone, those 300-foot lines are a definite, absolute need if we're going to amount to anything at several buildings at the college, at the paper mill, different buildings at the Putney School, Wyndham Windsor's projects, two projects that are here in town. many private homes for that matter, because of how they're situated and exactly, yeah, exactly. So that's just one piece, and that seems like a pretty minute piece until we're actually working. Above and beyond that, the amount of equipment that all of us are carrying today, I mean, these trucks, they're rolling toolboxes.
Yeah.
I mean, things are advancing, and we're carrying so much stuff to keep up with those advancements.
Right.
You know, it is what it is. Now, am I saying that the truck we have now is absolutely incapable of functioning for us? No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
But along the lines, or along this process, or within this process, there will be some upgrades made. But at the end of that day, any truck that we get is not a Cadillac.
Right.
There would be no money spent in an improper manner. That would be ridiculous.
So
I like the 15-year payment plan with Peoples and Leasing of 000. Let's go with that one.
They won't do it. They'll only do a 10-year loan.
I like that too. Can I get the phone number?
I'll take
So in front of you is a comparison of 10-year or 15. You have Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, People's Bank, and 2 leasing companies.
I mean, very basically for the people on camera, the municipal bond bank is about it's 1.45% versus
3.
just around 3 for the others, which translates to, on a 10-year note, a payment of 46,000, or interest, sorry, of
Yes.
46,255 versus 90 to 95,000. That's a no-brainer, obviously.
Right.
Is there any reason we wouldn't do that? I mean, is there any complexity to the bond bank?
There is. There's a process like the gravel pit.
But it's worth it, presumably.
Well, yeah.
Saves a chunk of
It's a
change.
no-brainer.
Yeah,
I
that's what
mean,
it seems like.
What's the process?
So you have to have an Australian vote. So the article has to be,
To bond it.
yeah, to bond. And then we have at least 1 or 2 public hearings. We discuss it. We can discuss it on the floor, and then the people vote.
And of course, you know, right now, I mean, these rates are what they are at the moment, but even 2 months from now, we have no guarantee that they be that. But
And-
the fact that it's half as much through the bond
Yeah.
bank makes that.
And this
Pretty
probably,
good value.
you know, if, let's just say the voters voted yes, I mean, you wouldn't see a payment until FY '22,
Right.
maybe '23. Because the bond bank only issues their loans in the spring and the winter. That's
Right.
another thing.
So, you know, I guess that question, you know, essentially of doing that math, it's a per year cost, you
Right.
know, and I mean, if you take your 2005 truck that we paid $250 for, $280, something like that.
239 is a change.
Okay, so if we said 250 and then you bring it out over the 15 years that we've had it, versus, I mean, I know the numbers are all different now, but I'm just wondering, you know, if we were putting 450 into a truck as opposed to 550, and then we look at refurbing it after 20 years, you know, what's the cost per year in that first 20 years, and then what's the cost per year 20 years out? That's what we need to look at.
I think
My
so too.
understanding though is the light duty you wouldn't refurbish.
Right. No, you'd buy another one.
Yeah. So what's
right.
the comparison between two trucks
Right,
versus
exactly.
one truck and
A heavier one and a refurb,
refurbish?
exactly. And, you know, I mean, it's hard to project accurately for the cost of refurb and for the cost of a truck. I mean, you know, if you would ask 15 years ago, is a truck gonna cost $650,000? You said, yeah, no way.
Right.
But the only difference here is with a refurb, at least in our case, I'm very comfortable saying, because of the way we maintain them throughout their entire life.
It's a value, yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that a refurb, when it comes time for a refurb, that we don't even need to worry about.
Right.
A good example went on with engine 2. We don't need to worry about the entire pump being replaced. We replace specific components, and that's it, because the thing has been maintained so well. Same thing with the motor, with the transmission, rear end, so on and so forth. So at that time, I think manufacturers reps that we deal with and that know us, they would say wholeheartedly, at the time of a refurb, you're only going to be looking at very specific things that are going to need to be done and replaced or modified. So within that, you know you're going to be, again, the 1 1/4, 150-ish.
Yeah.
That's where we'd end up at.
So it's a percentage. The percentage of the cost of buying engine 2 and the refurbing of it. The refurbing was a percentage of the cost of it. 25%, 40%, any idea? Just ballpark, because we could figure it that way too, and that would probably be a more accurate figure.
Well, the engine 2 was about it was 230-ish back in '92, but it was heavy duty, as I recall. I think it was 2. So half the cost.
So half. So if this truck's, so we would pay half again this to get this refurbished if we bought this in 20 years, roughly. So there's a figure.
Yeah, hard to say what the cost of all the components, but yeah, probably
I'm
not.
just trying to get an idea.
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy way to look at it.
Yeah. So,
sure.
Yeah.
So even given that, I mean, our cost per year comparison, once again, that just kind of says it's a no-brainer. At least for that concept of buying with the anticipation of refurbing.
Right. Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps for the benefit of those watching, it should be mentioned, you alluded to the bond bank charging a much lower interest rate.
Yes.
The reason is a tax exempt interest. And by the way, in that regard, they sell those bonds via the state treasurer, and we as private citizens can actually buy them. They are available in affordable amounts for grassroots folks. But of course, they're very much in demand, and they're also bought by groups that have a few million to write a check for. But so I'm just letting you know that is why they are always advantageous. Municipal bonds are always advantageous for a municipality because of the investors getting tax-exempt interest.
Yeah.
No, tax-exempt interest, not tax credit.
Yeah.
Tax credit is a completely different thing.
All right. Well, beaten that horse pretty well, haven't we?
We're not done with it yet.
Time to put the feedback on it, right?
Just one other thing, if I may. Over the last several months, obviously we've been exposing ourselves to a lot of different things. A lot of high dollar things have been going on. And one thing that and certainly after looking at these numbers and the financing numbers, might it be time to seriously consider, instead of borrowing, which historically we've always done, instead of borrowing, transitioning to putting money aside
We've been talking about that. I mean, you know, when you look at that percentage rate from the bond bank, the answer to me would probably be no. But again, that's with, you know, regular bank money at 3%, which we know is not a long-term reality. So, you know, different people have different feelings about that, and I mean, I don't know whether, you know, it comes up almost every year at town meeting, as you know, why are we borrowing? Even borrowing short, people question, which is, you know, totally, it's a legitimate question.
But even for the, you know, well, like our smaller vehicles and the smaller vehicles over the highway, you know, we're talking $32,000, $50,000, $60,000.
Yeah.
Is that something we really want to borrow for?
We've been doing less of that on the smaller vehicles, but, you know, it's a question, you know, it's probably really more of a town meeting question than anything else, of really saying, I mean, if we wanted to have our capital plan and fully fund it over, you know, whatever, say in 5 years we were fully funded, we're gonna have to put a chunk of money away.
Right.
So, you know,
I don't think that necessarily was what I was.
Right. No, but you know, maybe in 10 years you're fully funding it or something like that. What's the cost? You know, it's definitely a valid discussion.
I've had that discussion too with Brian. It's timing. It will be about timing and
because of interest rates.
Well, not only interest rates, but when payments, you know, vehicles get paid off.
Right, get that space.
There's that space right there, and Brian's like lined up here where we could start thinking about doing an equipment reserve as a line item budget and start
Yeah, I mean, if you look at those payments, in 2024.
Right. But if you look and see what he's paying for interest, right? Just Brian's department, you know, interest is $12,066.66. So, you know, it seems like a small number, you know, in Tom's department, he's paying interest of $13,838, but if you look at the bottom line, it's $117,000.
Yeah.
You know, so we should consider an equipment fund.
Yeah.
But it is going to be about timing.
It's tough preaching to the choir. If you don't have the cash, you can't afford it. It's the school I was raised in, but there's so many needs here that have to get met right now that we're not going to do.
Right. I don't have to start big either.
No.
Well, no, and when you break it down to different departments, and it's not those, you know, in all reality, when you look at the interest, considering how much equipment we're talking about, that's not a huge number. Of course, that reflects the fact that we've had low interest rates for more than 10 years now, which is almost unheard of. So, you know, the likelihood of that going forward for any significant period of time is pretty low, but people have been saying that for 4 or 5 years now, so really hard to judge.
You know, the other thing too is, so if you have an equipment fund budget of $130,000 and you know you're going to be spending $190,000, you got to make up that $60,000 somewhere else.
Well, you can go borrow then. I mean, that, you know, the reality is, at least for a period of time, no matter how we did it, we'd be probably looking at a combination of cash reserve and borrowing.
Right.
I mean, that's just, that would be the nature of
Surplus,
the beast until we got to a certain point.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm definitely not adverse to it, but it is about timing again. But, I mean, we're looking at it depreciating, you know, over the next 5 years, we're looking at a significant drop in our total outgoing. And
unless we buy something and
and that is cyclical. We've talked
like
about
a fire truck.
Yep.
Right. No, exactly. But that's the thing. Is it always tends to fill in.
Yeah, and what you want to do is keep it level.
Exactly, all along.
Spikes,
which is,
but no fire trucks for you.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm so kidding.
You don't want to say stuff like that.
No, I know. I didn't say
It was
that. Can we rewind that?
Yeah.
But maybe there should be a dollar amount, you know, if it's over, you know, 500,000, you know, it's like, then you borrow.
Well, if you can bond it, but even through the bond bank,
Yeah.
if rates were 3 times what they are, which is not at all unheard of, then even through the bond bank, the interest cost would be very significant. So.
Right.
Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, in case it may be of interest, some towns in Vermont, instead of simply putting money aside, they establish an equipment replacement schedule.
Right.
And then fund it. Right. So actually the first step is not the money. The first step is, dump trucks, pickup trucks, fire trucks, you name it. In other words, things that are really expensive. How long do we figure this will last? Well,
that's what this is.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then you work backwards from, right, and that's what we're looking at is the total payments out, over the next 5 years. For FY20, we projected at $420,000 going out. In FY24, we're looking at $275, so that's $125,000 difference,
The reason I mentioned it is because until now, you folks have been talking only about money, as if it were somehow on spec.
Right.
It actually isn't.
Yeah.
It is, we think the useful life of a dump truck is, so, in 2030, say, we're going to need a new one. So it'd be nice to have the money ready, more or less.
Yeah.
Fire trucks, you name it.
Well, and that's exactly what this hollow area here is, essentially, it's a short break because this is a longer cycle than the number of trucks we have in the highway department. But if you look at that then 5 years later, we're going to be right back where we were.
Yes.
So, and this is a good example also with Tom. If we bump this up by 4 years, then we start making bigger payments sooner, but we then take that off on the far end. So, you'd have to project it. In order to really look at it, you'd have to project it out over a long period of time. But that's the idea.
Question about engine 1. Is that paid for now? Or are we still paying for it?
Engine 1 is...
One more, I think.
Is there?
Yeah, because...
I thought it was paid for.
15?
No.
Oh, it's a 15 years, so...
Yeah, FY20, it's...
Okay, all right.
You should be making the last payment
This year.
this year. I don't know when, this year.
And the payment, that payment is how much?
$37,000.
So it's
Looks like
almost
August.
$40,000.
Yeah, August.
So that's a payment we won't make next year.
Right, in 21.
In
Next year or the year after.
Okay, right. All right. So there'll become a space where that payment
It's like
would
you
be
need to
on
take
Well,
every
and
year
in
to
fact...
start, like with a little bit. You put it in, put it in, put it in, and then the next time you need to buy a dump truck, maybe you have enough and you just buy it.
Exactly. Well, and part of that we've been doing is then we pay for the first payment on something, or
Right. And I asked Brian too, I said, is there any way that if you knew a truck was coming up and it needed to be traded in, could you keep it another year or two? And he said, there's a possibility. But when you run in...
It's a risk.
It is a risk because of the new technology and the emissions and, if the emissions went in one of those dump trucks, it's like $30,000. So...
Right, no, and there's any number of things. And that's the risk we're looking at with our current engine 1. I mean, you're looking at replacing it in that respect. If we were, our last payment for engine 1 is FY20 at 37, and then the scheduled payment, if we were to go through the bond bank on a new truck at the price that you talked about, new payment would be 55. So we're jumping our payment by almost $20,000.
17 and change.
But we're probably, I don't know what our interest rate was on engine 1. And purchase 8, no.
The amount we'd be saving in interest would be
It was
significant.
Exactly, yeah.
2.11, Josh.
Is it in there?
Yep.
Oh, I see, yeah. So that was a good interest rate on that too.
Right.
How did we get that good an interest rate? I guess we were in this economic cycle. Yeah. All right. Now we've beaten it even a little bit more.
I was just trying to think if we went a year or 2 years without getting the engine and didn't have the $37,000 payment, would that offset the increasing cost and loss in value in the trade-in?
No.
And it wouldn't?
No.
So, right.
That's
just another thing to think about.
Exactly.
Right, just trying to you know, you talk about, is it a no-brainer? You know, I know guys that buy a new truck every 3 years because it's the cheapest thing they can do. Because they have to absolutely have a truck to work, to get to work and get it done. And making that payment that's scheduled is predictable, and it always works, and if it doesn't, they get a loaner. It's simple, and it's cheaper to them than trying to do what I would do, which is I drive a 94 Toyota pickup with 300,000 miles on it. But, you know, I have the ability to keep it running for half the cost anybody else would. So where is it really cheaper? If I'm trying to represent the people and spending their money, giving you the best thing that you can get with their money and have a clear conscience. So that's why I'm asking all these questions.
And I think, honestly, what we're doing is somewhere between those two.
Right.
You know, I mean, Tom could say we need a new fire engine every 10 years. I mean, I'm sure there are departments that do that. They just upsell their old and upgrade, you know, so that they have, I mean, if you were running trucks in, well, you know, I don't know, LA or somewhere where, you know, absolutely downtime was going to kill you, then you'd just be turning them over, them over. But
is there any access to trucks like that? Are there departments out there, that are towns that are wealthy, that trade in trucks in 7.5 years, and they're practically as good as new, and they're heavy, and we could buy one and refurb it, and the cost of buying it and refurbing it would be less than specking out a brand new truck, and you'd get the truck you want?
I can't answer that.
It's just a thought, you know?
With all honesty.
Yep.
My gut sense is probably not.
Okay.
Because they're what we loosely refer to as they're not built heavy.
well, the other thing I
Because
would guess
those folks know
they're going to be
we're
shuffling
gonna
them
get,
off.
I don't know, just throw 10 years out there.
Just like the example I made about the guys
who
who traded
beat the ever-loving out of this thing for
and
10
get another
years,
one in
and
10
it's
years.
gone.
Yeah.
Right. And then it's
So
not our
who
headache.
cares?
Just another question, thinking.
No, I get it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
No, and I would think that would be sort of luck of the draw to a certain degree.
You'd have to know.
There'd have to be a lot of looking, having a lot of people on our behalf looking.
Well, that would be
taking a lot of trips to go look at something like that.
Unless you knew a department or knew somebody.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly.
Which is how we got the truck.
Oh, the ladder.
The ladder. Exactly.
Yeah, we got that.
We got lucky. You know.
That's all that was.
But you know, the other part of that equation, and this is true, you know, just like used car dealers, they're looking for those deals. They can go to closed auctions. They can buy those. They're the ones who make the money. So the only way you can get around that is getting behind that scene somehow and cutting the middleman. Because otherwise, you know, E1, I'm sure, buys used trucks, rehabs them, and sells them, but they probably
In a
make
prime
a chunk of change on
example,
that.
talking money, money numbers for something like that. Our ladder we got for we bought it for $20,000. We stole it.
Yeah.
At the time, the market the way it was, we've talked about the markets and so on and so forth. The market the way it was then, in all the periodicals, that exact same truck, we're selling $160,000, $180,000. So the dealer, the manufacturer's dealer, took that allotted $20,000 for that truck. We got it for what they allotted for it. And they were going to turn around and sell it for $160,000, $180,000, and they'd have gotten it all day long.
Yeah.
Okay. So you know, it's would we really be getting, you know, that big of a deal?
You know, it's hard to know. I've walked into deals in my life like the ladder truck.
Oh, I know.
And I've
Absolutely.
spent money in ones I thought were good and lost my shirt.
Absolutely.
And the problem is we can't.
Right.
You know, for you to do that in your own private life is one thing. For us to do that,
Right.
a huge risk. You know.
Right.
But
All
right.
I felt a question that had to be asked. You never know. Gotta explore all that stuff. So.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
All right, we're almost halfway through.
Moving along.
Need a cup of coffee, listen.
All right.
Highway Department draft.
So the general
Should be
fund
simpler.
draft, Josh, I'm comfortable with,
Yeah.
you know, barring the fire truck. It should not change. Okay?
That's order.
I gave you guys some budget notes too, that correspond with the general fund and the highway fund.
This does not include the fire truck yet.
No,
Okay.
it does not.
Getting there. Thank you so much.
So here's the budget notes.
Wait a minute, there's a lot more increases than decreases.
Yeah, look at what the decreases.
Not this long and
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. Yeah. We have like some rich benefactor that wants to buy us a new fire truck.
It definitely happens, but
So the highway fund, we discussed the surplus in the last meeting.
Oh, we skipped over the general fund? Sorry.
Yeah, the general fund is fine.
So it's the one that's highlighted in blue.
Yep, got it.
So the highway fund, Josh, what I ended up doing is I took $25,000 from the surplus from the highway. And I put it in the highway budget to reduce the overall tax that needed to be raised, okay? So the highway budget still is $20,000 more than last year. So like 2.5% increase. But if you look at your budget notes, the majority of the increase is from the gravel pit. There's like an increase of $108,100. That's like blasting, it's operating costs, the crushing at $18,000. The bond payment and the interest payment alone is like $65,600.
Sorry, say that again?
The bond payment
Yeah.
and the interest payment is
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
$65,600. We have to pay half of the property taxes on the pit, which is, I estimated at $6,500. And that might be high, but it's safe. We did decrease some things in the budget, like eliminating the full-time position and eliminating the benefits package. I don't think we can shave any more out of this budget.
I hear you say the gravel pit increased it by 108, but it's only up 20. And 25 of that was because of changing it to a part-time position. Where'd the other 55
All these first
So-
5 things listed here.
Right. So 32,904 is your full-time position. The benefits package alone.
Got it.
And then 15,600 was changing, taking the full-time position, making it into a part-time position. Direct capital expenses, we reduced that by 15,000. We decreased the materials line item by 25 because we're no longer buying gravel. So, so you have increases and you have decreases, David.
I see it.
So,
Yeah, thank you.
But I tried to capture all of them. There might be some smaller ones in here. Like electricity might have gone up or heat. We're still trying to nail down the heat, from oil to propane. So
And from wood to propane.
yeah, wood to propane. And so we're trying to, that's going out to bid too in the spring, along with the oil.
Did we ever talk to Tom about, now that he's gone, of course, about how he's using the mini splits?
We've talked about it before, but I don't think we had enough.
Yeah.
We didn't have enough lifetime of them to recognize.
Yeah, enough history to see. Because I'm watching his electric and his heat. Because if they go up, then we're not doing what we wanted to do.
So that
Certainly
was
shouldn't be the case.
oil, and now it's propane and what do you call it?
No.
Heat pump?
Mini splits are all electric.
Okay.
So propane is for the highway department.
Got it. And so you're looking.
That's in the garage because they told us we couldn't burn any wood anymore.
Right.
And then 2 years ago, roughly a year and a half ago, we put 3 mini splits in the fire department, which is oil.
Got it.
Right.
So.
What's that?
What was that? It wasn't me.
What was that?
That was my foe.
So,
yeah, I mean, we should certainly be looking at that. I mean, you know, straight up conversion should be, you know, the efficiency is way better. But as we've talked about, are we using the heating system differently? You know, I mean, making a change like that should save us a significant amount in oil.
right.
But I'm not sure it will because it heats differently. So, but the other thing I mentioned to, excuse me, Karen not too long ago, and I don't think we necessarily want to try and do anything about this year, but you know, we should be looking at the solar array that we bought into. You know, in theory, is a good deal for us. Karen's not convinced, and I'm not. I haven't done the research to know whether it really is. Alyssa is definitely
figured
not.
it out.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And
We're good.
good.
Oh, good.
So, how much of our electricity does it pay for, or not pay for, but offset? Do you have any? I mean, are we still paying a significant electric bill for other buildings in town? Yes.
Yes.
It only pays for 25
Well, the
or 30.
streetlights are the most.
Right.
They're huge.
We only get 10% credit. Doesn't matter.
So
I don't
during
know
the
what that means.
summer,
What do you mean 10%
during the summer,
credit?
we don't usually have a bill for all of the sewer pump stations.
Right.
The pool hours is
Right.
$20, stuff like that.
So, I mean, the basic question for me is, could the town benefit by having significantly more solar generated electricity? And we'd have to look at that, but, you know, at the
So the
time.
library's not on it, right? The library's not on it.
No, library, we tried to get the library on there, but
Fire station.
Well, this is what I'm wondering. I mean, both the fire station and the library have good south-facing roofs.
right.
You know, the fire station had a new roof put on 4 years ago. That's good timing. I mean, we could put a
Just put our
30 to
own
40
solar.
kW, exactly.
Yes.
Which, when we bought into that system, was not a good deal because the equipment was still so expensive.
Right.
Equipment price for solar has gone way down, and it's way more efficient now too.
Yeah.
I mean, we could cover that fire department south-facing roof with solar and generate a chunk of energy. And
Reallocate that building to a different public building.
well, it would all go in, yeah, I don't know.
think
That's
we
the
can
question
do
is with
that.
GMP, will they allow us to do that and
It's
how
not-
much and so on and so
It's not, I
forth. So-
don't believe it's Green Mountain Power that dictates that, it's Next Sun.
Well, it's next on for our existing solar array.
Right,
No, but if we
right.
install our own, it's direct between us and GMP.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
Trading
is,
that building for another
yeah,
building,
the
putting
fire
it on the
station
program.
is on
Oh,
the
I see what you're saying.
contract
Oh,
with Next
Right.
Sun. So if we could reallocate that building to
Would-
like.
That way we
Well,
would be losing that.
yeah, no, but it
solar
doesn't,
panels
but it
and
doesn't
everything.
matter, because it doesn't matter, because it may matter. It shouldn't matter, because we're not actually directly powering that building by having array on its roof. We're backfeeding the grid. So,
Right,
you know, in theory, that's
Right.
just a credit to our account.
Right, just selling it back.
Exactly. So, that shouldn't matter. I see what you're
Well,
saying,
we have
but
an energy committee.
Right.
And they
Do we?
do.
Really,
we?
we don't.
In theory,
we have something called the energy committee, but there's somebody else.
That would be a good task for them.
Absolutely.
To
Morgan
research and bring
would,
back
yeah.
to the select board.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of space up there and on the library.
I have
and it would be
people
good.
that are still interested in the energy committee.
So let's recreate.
Get them a task and we'll bring them back together.
For them,
Sweet.
a free
And I think
ticket
they
to
would
the
get
show.
excited over this, so.
Yeah, no, and again, the cost of installing solar is so much less than it was.
Mhm.
And something like, mini splits are a perfect example of one of those things that, like, yeah, they're a great value, but they're really a great value when you can offset it with solar. If you're paying a much higher electricity bill than you were paying,
Yes,
there's
right.
not a big advantage to
Right.
that. But if you're
Right.
not paying a much higher bill, then that makes a big
Yeah.
difference. So we should explore our needs, and it would be perfect for,
Okay.
people who
All right, I'll
like
round
that
them
kind
up.
of thing. There you
I have
go.
a lady that's like interested in being on the committee.
Great.
Good.
So we need to.
One doesn't make a committee though, so
No,
we need a
but-
chair of that committee.
We'll take care of that too.
Yeah.
I think we just need to reorganize and
Yeah.
start fresh.
Because, that's the kind of stuff we should be
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
looking at.
definitely.
So I left in the surplus, when I did the 10%, Josh, it was like $57,000 that we could actually, take and use somewhere.
Still, is still allocated as surplus.
Right, so $27,000 I left in the surplus.
Oh, I see, yeah.
But you could, as a select board, if you wanted to lower this even further, is utilize that 27. But I think
It's
25
only 2.5%, right?
Right.
That's not a big buffer. I mean, it only takes one or two big storms to
Right.
really throw that off,
Yeah.
so. I don't think
definitely seeing
I
those.
don't, and I don't think that's a bad surplus to have.
A huge rainstorm, which might be even more likely than.
Yeah, well-
But that's what, a storm of any kind.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was
No,
thinking still,
no, I mean,
The ice falling from the sky.
Right.
yeah, any number of different things.
Damaging.
So that's the highway department. And I'm comfortable with the way it is.
Sounds good. All right, sewer budget.
Sewer department and water, we can discuss them together because there was a slight increase. So sewer went up $8,902, and the water budget went up $2,971.
Hang on a minute. Okay.
Right behind there, below.
I thought you organized
You
it,
did.
Melissa.
I can't help
It's at the back.
I know, right? I'm used to looking at them, so. So no major increases with either budget. I did not put money in for generators because I talked to a person that may have a lead on grants for generators.
Oh, nice.
And we're still seeking estimates.
Okay.
We only got one before, right?
Yeah, I only have one right now.
I thought that was a lot,
It was like $36,000. We are looking at a mobile.
There were two.
That's right.
We're looking at a mobile generator, but I was told that grant money will not fund mobile generators. They have to be
That's not what we're looking
stationary.
at.
So, I know, that's what I
Funny
was-
how that changes.
Buy it and buy a trailer for it.
But we're still gonna get a price on it though, just to compare.
Yeah.
So that's my angle on the generators. is If there's money out there, we're gonna go after the money.
Sounds
Um,
good.
the state has like surplus, they may have some generators.
Right.
I haven't looked into that yet.
Yeah, no, that's worth looking at.
But I will. And I'm comfortable with water and sewer at this point.
Good. If you're comfortable.
Like I said,
I
I've
feel
done everything I could to shave and trim. And the last thing I really wanted to do was see any of the budgets go up.
Now, those are particularly sewer at this stage, but water also are ones that I would think we would really want to think about long-term reserve fund for. I mean, those are, like sewer, when you look at, something like that, you're going to end up bonding anyway, but, when you look at what it costs to do major infrastructure projects like that, it's
And you brought that up.
massive money.
So Cynthia had the asset management plan done by Dufresne Group.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a 3-page laundry list with years when things are gonna start going.
Depreciating, yeah.
Not depreciating, but
Well,
they
yeah,
have
no,
to be replaced.
I know.
So-
Misuses the term, but yeah.
But 2025 there's some huge improvements, upgrades that we'll have to be looking at.
Yeah.
Can we see that list?
Yeah.
Cool. You've probably seen it already.
Yeah, it's been a while though.
Yeah. No, I don't mind sharing that with you.
Well, we also, we looked with the sewer, with the treatment plant, for example, we did a bunch of upgrades, I want to say probably 8 to 10 years ago, something like that. And it staved off doing major, we put, I can't even remember now, I don't know, $160,000 in or something, but, that was in lieu of putting $560,000 in. And we more or less what we did is took what we had and invested in increasing its efficiency so that we weren't having to look at either expanding the existing plant or changing the mechanics of it in order to accommodate. And so they put an aeration system and a couple other details, but in order to be able to essentially process the same amount with less wear and tear on the existing system.
Yeah.
So.
There's grant money out there for upgrades as well.
Yeah.
But we have to know what we're looking at.
Yeah.
In order to.
Upgrades like increasing capacity?
That too, yeah.
Well, which we probably, we have been benefiting over the life of the sewer system of the increased efficiency of appliances. For example, toilets, when the sewer system went in place, virtually every one of them used 5 gallons per flush. Now they use 1.6.
Right.
So, our volume has stayed, even with a significant increase in the number of buildings in town, our volume has stayed relatively stable.
Yeah,
But then
Joe
we've
said the
also,
same thing, yeah.
we've
Yeah, I
also
thought about that.
worked to, and now, smart faucets and all sorts of things that
Yeah.
help with that, but also increasing the efficiency of the plant. But with something like the sewer system, that system itself is old. The pipes are old.
1973.
Yeah, exactly. You start looking at
Older
replacing.
than me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to say anything, but that put some years on it. You just look at pipes that were installed in 1973, and they're only going to go for so long. So, but
And then you run into big problems where you're replacing.
exactly,
Right.
yeah,
Right. But
And
those are
those are-
things that we need to look at.
and timeframes, and that's
Yeah,
what that
right.
report would
Yep.
help us with.
That'd be interesting once we
Yeah.
get through all of this.
We also did, I think at the same time, we did views of just about everything in the sewer
Scoped
system.
it?
Exactly, a good portion of it anyway, or the
Yeah.
junctions or something that they looked at it, so. Oh, so there's so many exciting things to think
I
about.
was just thinking, how interesting is it to look at pipes from the inside?
Yeah, depends on what you're into,
What's
I
in there,
guess.
right?
All right, so articles.
So the articles are here. I sent these over to Larry, but he has not responded. So I will get on him before the 29th, because these will need to be approved. So on here is the fire truck as an Australian ballot item. Now, we can leave it on there and talk about it. And then if it fails, we don't have to do anything.
What is the deal with that, talking about the Australian ballot things? If it's not a person, we can talk about it. Is that how that works?
Because Howard can,
Enlighten us.
yes.
As we learned last year, Vermont law says that every article in the warning shall be discussed publicly at town meeting, except candidates on the Australian ballot.
That's what I thought. So items by Australian ballot can and should be?
Shall be.
Shall be, yeah.
In other words, it is not optional, and that actually means that they cannot be passed over. They can be postponed indefinitely during floor debate, but every
Unless
item...
there's been a discussion.
Well, every item shall be discussed, is what the law says.
So that would invalidate the ballot. If it wasn't discussed on the floor, it in theory would invalidate an Australian vote.
I'm not going to comment on that because I'm not an attorney.
Right, but the language shall would infer that, but I don't know.
Well, I will bring up the actual language here.
Because we've never done that in the past. It was always my understanding or my misconception that items on Australian ballot were not up for discussion on the floor.
This is a very common misconception, Mr. Chairman, throughout Vermont.
Yes.
However, last year I consulted the Office of the Secretary of State, who referred me to this. I'm quoting 17 VSA section 2640C1. Public discussion of ballot issues and all issues appearing in the warning other than election of candidates shall be permitted at the annual meeting, regardless of the location of the polling place.
Okay. So shall be permitted. So that it's not a requirement to discuss. That's what if it said shall be discussed, it would be one thing, but it shall be permitted to be discussed, essentially, is what it sounds like it's saying. So yeah, no, so we can have a conversation about this.
Well,
yeah.
If you think about the opposite here, so somebody says, well, the discussion shall be permitted, but we've decided not to do it. You can't do that because it says shall be permitted. In other words, it must go to the floor.
I would disagree with you, but if anybody wants to bring, if somebody wants to talk about it, then it shall be permitted.
So the opportunity to discuss it is presented. That has to be there, but it doesn't require anyone discussing it.
Yeah.
I mean, we could bring it up and say, hey, anybody want to talk about it? And everybody says no.
Well,
then we don't talk about it. But
well, of course, bear in mind there that you are for a warrant for a warning article. You're going to need a main motion. Someone's going to have to move it.
Right, I can't, but we don't move, I don't think we move Australian ballots, do we? Or do we do them as a bunch in the beginning?
Oh, no, okay. Well, two things here. The first one is, I should have clarified. I switched from Vermont statutes to Robert's rules. Robert's rules stipulates that the only way to get anything on the floor is for there to be a motion.
Right. Yes.
Now, in the case
which we are not good at abiding by. I mean, we often have discussion previous to a motion. Then, I mean, I'm always very careful to, once we have a motion and a second, to reopen discussion, but we often discuss it before before a motion is on the table, which it shouldn't be.
Yes. No, because this is clear. No, I have quoted state law to you. If discussion shall be permitted, Now, of course, you're right. If nobody wants to talk about it,
right.
Of course you are correct.
Right.
What's the likelihood of that happening? You know.
In Putney?
Yeah.
Almost nothing.
I would say at any Vermont town meeting, unless it is something completely innocuous, and in that case, it probably wouldn't even be on the warrant.
Yeah, no, and of course, as you well know, it's so surprising what, even when it's permitted, doesn't get discussed when you assume it's going to, and the things that are permitted and you think they're gonna go right through.
Well, this is what makes it so interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Because in town, people tend to assume that the voters at town meeting are some sort of board of directors, but we are not. We are the government.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
So I left it on there.
Good. Well.
Because they can vote to have us pursue a bond.
Right.
Or not.
Right.
So. Tom kind of wanted it to be on the floor, but you can't with a bond.
Well, but as we're just talking about.
Not the vote, though. The vote can't be from the floor.
Right. Which is good. It shouldn't be.
Right.
I mean, in my opinion, it shouldn't be. You know.
Well, it can't be with a bond.
Right. Well, and that's good.
Yeah.
And I don't think it should be when you're talking A, about that much money, and B, the number of people that show up to town meeting.
That's not enough
That should be an
representation for
Australian
that
ballot.
kind of decision.
So, and we should, what are the public meeting requirements related to a bond?
So we have to post it like we did with the gravel pit.
But that would be, we would get this approval first and then do the
Yes.
public meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so in the lineup to town meeting, there will be discussion about that because people will be
Correct.
confused about the fact that,
Right.
you know, a lot of people will assume that this means that we're essentially saying you want to buy a truck or don't want to buy a truck. And then there's no more public discussion about it if they say yes, but that's not what we're saying. We're saying this.
Can it be worded different?
Well, it's worded the same way as the gravel pit. So.
Could you read out the draft article, please?
Shall general obligation bonds, this is Article 3, shall general obligation bonds or notes of the town of Putney in the amount not to exceed $550,000, bearing interest at a rate not to exceed 3% for a term not to exceed 15 years, be issued for the purpose of financing a new 2021 fire apparatus for the Putney Fire Department. So this is really just voting on the bond. It's not voting on the truck. That's interesting. That's sort of a different twist on it. But
Well, you know, speaking just as a grassroots citizen, Mr. Chairman, the interesting question there is voters are being asked to vote to borrow money,
right?
Which presumably means money is going to be borrowed. So the obvious question is, for what?
Well, it says for the purpose of financing a new 2021 fire apparatus.
Then isn't it saying that we're going to buy a fire truck?
It isn't.
Well, if we're going to borrow the money, and there's two possibilities. We spend it on a truck or we put it in the bank.
Yeah, yes. Well, I don't think we could put it in the bank because that would be.
Right. So I'm wondering, and once again,
I don't understand the
speaking
language.
as a concerned private citizen here. I'm wondering,
right.
Aren't you really obliged to have a second article, as we did last year, saying
approved purchase of the truck?
Yeah.
I don't know. Check that with council.
I will check that with Larry. I
Yeah.
asked him to review these and
Yeah, I don't know.
First time I read it too, I thought it was about the truck, and then I read it and said, oh no, it's just about approving
It's just
borrowing
about buying money.
Well, why would we borrow money unless we had, you would think it would open up a lot of discussion about what we're borrowing it about, hopefully.
Well, I mean, which is implied in here,
Yeah.
but it's not public, but it.
Right, exactly.
I think you could get a little more detail, but.
you know, like last year, we were told, okay, we have a deal to go halves on the gravel pit.
Right, exactly.
And we're going to need some money.
So we're borrowing money
Yeah.
because we have a deal.
Yeah.
Here we don't. Yeah.
The deal and the pit, the pit already picked out.
Yeah, exactly.
All of that.
You know, it's
So-
agreed with Dummerston, you know.
Article
Right, yeah.
8 is buying the
See if
dump
the
truck.
town will look out first. It's, yeah, the difference, I mean, you know, this could be,
We're still
Article
borrowing.
3 could read like this if
Right.
we weren't bonding it.
Right.
Now,
Right.
the other thing I would wonder if we're doing this is if we're gonna borrow, why wouldn't we go to the bond bank for that 190 too? At half the interest rate.
We could, I mean, you'd have to go through the same process.
That's what I don't know,
Yeah.
is, I mean, if we're already doing it once, we could warn them both for the same, you know, we wouldn't have to duplicate. Again, question for Larry maybe.
Right.
You know?
I would change the word financing to purchasing.
We'll have
I
Larry
think that would
look at it.
clarify it a little bit too.
Yeah, Larry, yeah. Well, no, except we're
Don't we
not
have-
far,
Don't we have
Look for
to
the
ask the
purpose of
people in the
purchasing
town if
what
they
we
want to
would.
spend that kind of money on a fire truck before we ask if we borrow money for it?
Yeah.
I mean,
It does
don't we have to
feel
do
really
that? I mean, or
wishy-washy.
don't we have to do that? I mean, I don't really know. I'm new here.
was saying.
Yeah, it's in a kind of convoluted way.
Larry.
I'll talk to Larry.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure.
Article 3, can Tom have a fire truck, yes or no?
Right, and then, and one article, no, not with an Australian ballot. I was gonna say, I think you can base one article on approval of another article, but not if it's by Australian ballot, because you don't have the results before you have the other.
Didn't we do that at all?
But not, again, not for an Australian ballot, it can't be. Contingent upon approval of an Australian ballot
Yeah.
might be,
I
yeah.
thought we-
That might be right, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's in here twice. So there's the gravel pit.
One is buying the pit and one is financing it.
But it's all in one article.
That's not that.
It's right on the bottom there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We had
Right.
a discussion about entering into an agreement, into an interlocal
Right,
agreement
right.
contingent upon the
Yeah.
approval of this.
Right.
4
Well,
hours of sleep.
bonding.
I barely remember my name, and I
Right.
somehow remembered that.
It's surprising what pops up, right?
All right,
That should
so
be one of the sentences.
I'll run that by Larry and get his blessing
Yeah,
and bring it back to you on the 29th.
sounds good.
The only other thing I want to remind you, we were talking about
Lister.
appointing the listers.
Right.
Now, Larry explained to me, listers are appointed by state statute. Now, this from the LCT eliminates, the town can eliminate the lister's office,
Right, and then have an appraiser
an assessor.
or an
Yeah.
assessor, right.
And then appoint an assessor. And that's not what we're trying to do.
Right, and we
We're not-
can't do the other one.
Right, we
Yeah.
cannot do it by
Right,
state
so it's,
statute.
so I don't think we want to do that. If you have listers, they have to be elected.
Okay,
But
yeah.
you can eliminate the lister's office and hire a professional assessor. I mean, we could have, we could have an
Then
employee
you can appoint the
that's their
assessor.
sole job, right, then
Right.
that would be an appointee of the
Yeah,
select board.
right.
But it changes the nature of the, well, it sort of changes the nature, then they're not
It
listers
does.
anymore, it's an
Right.
assessor, and I
Right.
don't know well enough the difference between the two to know exactly how that changes it. But essentially, it would probably take a 3-person office and turn it into a 1-person office,
Correct.
maybe with an assistant.
Right.
Right, exactly.
And how would that cost us, and have other towns done that, and do they like it?
I'm
What are
sure
the
some
benefits
towns
and-
like,
Right,
exactly,
right.
so I'm not sure
Yeah.
we should go there for the
No,
time being.
I agree with you. I
Okay.
would not put it,
It's, yeah.
Is that little side note going under town manager's report?
what side note?
That, it's not on here.
Well, it's part of this discussion here.
Okay.
For warrants, yeah, because we
Yeah.
were talking about
Yep.
maybe doing that.
Yep.
as well.
And I don't think there's anything
All right,
other out of sort. Oh, the gravel pit blasting reserve fund.
Right.
So I did add.
Why do we need an article for that? Why can't we just have that in the highway
Because we have,
fund?
in order to do a reserve fund,
That has to be approved?
yeah,
Does
it needs to
Oh,
be voted on. The other thing too is we want to make sure that $18,000 a year goes into that reserve fund.
Right.
And in the 5th year, when we do a blast,
We spend it.
we
Right.
spend it. Dummerston is doing the same thing, and we agreed too that we would set that money aside.
Right.
So, and
So you
Dummerston,
could, you could, the other way to do it would be every 5th year vote to approve.
90,000.
Exactly.
That's
which
a,
would
that's
be-
a hard hit.
That's a big risk.
Yeah. So Dummerston also is creating the reserve fund in their town for blasting specifically.
Right.
All right.
All right. You got a town manager's report, or
I don't think so.
we've been through it?
Yeah, I think we.
You got assistant manager's report?
Nope.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to address a query to the town manager, if I may.
Sorry.
I'd like to address a query to the town manager, if I might, in your of a town manager's report. I'm wondering, I know that you attended the initial meeting up in Newfane, the Wyndham Regional Commission, beginning to look at spending that $60,000 grant on beginning to organize a communication union district in Wyndham County.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you'd like to say something about that, not just for the benefit of the board, but also for the benefit of the people who are
Yes,
seeing this on TV.
Thanks for reminding me. I did attend the meeting last week, and there was a big crowd there.
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Wyndham Regional Commission spearheaded it. EC Fiber was there. There was another gentleman there from a different company. So there's $60,000 grant to look at Wyndham County to see if towns would be consider doing a communication union district, which means they're looking to lay fiber optics in town. Now, Putney does have some fiber optics,
Right.
but it's the last mile, like your house, David. It was an interesting meeting. It was a kickoff meeting, and some towns are asking their select board to do a resolution showing intent to work with Wyndham Regional Commission just to work with them, because Wyndham Regional cannot work with municipalities unless there's a resolution to do so.
Even if they're represented by them? I mean,
yes, yep, yep.
So
So
do
I
we
will,
need to, so we would, but that's just a select board resolution?
correct,
That's not,
yeah.
okay.
And it does not bind you either
Right,
to creating or joining that district.
right, it would.
Yeah.
It's just
Basically,
exploratory.
Yeah, it's exploratory there, and it's, interest driven to see, what the needs are in Putney. So February 6th is the next meeting. They're gonna roll out a survey for everyone, and we gotta get that survey out to people. And this is like fast paced. This grant ends like in August. So we have opportunity to get survey out to everyone, and I think it's worth going through the process to see
Sounds
where
like it.
this goes. EC Fiber did say that, so it cost about $30,000 per mile to run the fiber optics. So there's still questions. Deerfield Valley, the Wilmington Dover area, they have created a
district.
district.
What's the advantage of creating a district?
The cost is lower, but I'm still not convinced about that, because if it's $30,000 a mile and you have a 2-mile driveway from the town highway to your house.
That would not be the responsibility of taxpayers, should not be the responsibility of taxpayers.
No, but that last mile if it's gonna cost $60,000 to run that fiber optics from the town highway up to the house.
To the end of the driveway.
That would be,
Right.
that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, my feeling would be, you know, we should be, and I have no idea what the details are, but, you know, I would be interested in getting fiber optics to the base of that driveway.
Right.
And then it's, if somebody
It's the homeowners.
chose to have a 2-mile long driveway,
Yeah, but the whole thing is, you know, if they're saying anyone can connect, you can connect, but if you have a 2-mile drive, I mean, you're not gonna connect.
well, that's
So,
a choice you made. I
You
mean,
know, but the thing is, it's,
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Guilford Select Board of January 13th. Good evening, everyone. And to recognize the public. And we have no public. Danny's not. He's the highway commissioner. And the rules of procedure, even though there aren't any public here, are on the table, and they discuss how the select board and the public interact with each other at a select board meeting. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do have one addition that you folks, I have an answer to one of your questions from the last meeting, and it then requires you folks to take some action, and the action is required by Thursday of this week.
Okay, thank
so
you.
that is regarding the WRC broadband feasibility grant.
Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I haven't any.
Very well. Have you all read the minutes, and may I ask for a motion to approve them?
I shall move.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
And is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Oh,
because
we
I
have
was
one
not in
abstention.
attendance.
Thank you, Gordon. And thank you. The motion is approved. Highway general update, Dan.
Well, we've been doing some plowing, been doing a lot of sand and salting. When you guys go through your budget tonight, you'll see I do have some money left for sand and some money left for salt.
Good.
Right now, my shed's probably, I'm gonna say 2/3 full. The salt shed is pretty much full right now, but that is not gonna last long. But I'm hoping that we still got another 2 months of winter to go yet, so it's gonna be nip and tuck on the budget as far as material wise. Today we hauled some gravel because we had a few soft spots here and there. And over the weekend the temperatures warmed up and had a few places we got some soft spots, and we got everywheres around except for your road, Gordon, and Packers Corners Road.
Hey, if you're gonna leave us somewhere, that's good.
No.
Take care of the important people.
Yeah, but anyways, it's that time of year you get these quick warm-ups and you're gonna have them spots that's gonna break through a little bit. But one good thing about the weather this weekend, I got rid of we had a lot of ice coverage on the roads, and we got rid of a lot of it, so that helped out a lot.
Great. Is that it?
Yeah, everything else, all the equipment's been holding up good. You know, just everybody's been busy, so just been one of them winters.
Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
On to new business, and the center piece of our meeting tonight is the FY21 budget.
Yes, so since we have this fancy equipment, we're gonna allow the public to follow along. I'm going to pass a hard copy out to select board members.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I just try something?
Oh, no, there are
quick
plenty
here?
here coming. Thank you.
But, I'm just trying to, I'm sliding it that way a little bit, because it gets some of the wave out of that. I think I can zoom in though.
That'd be good.
All right, so would you recommend I zoom in on the?
Yes, on the budget.
Okay.
We will be starting
I apologize about my voice. We will be starting with the general budget for the select board. The portion, just to be clear so the listening audience doesn't get bored out of their mind, we will not be reading every single line item except for the revenue, which was just finalized today. So starting on page 1 at the top, the general tax revenue that is estimated for select board expenses is $442,376. An additional amount for social service.
Wait. That's the 19 budget.
Nope.
Say it again.
Look at the
433.
no, look in the dark colored line on the screen. It's the pink line.
Oh,
FY21.
This isn't right.
Yeah, this isn't correct.
Oh, this one wasn't. These were printed out before it was updated.
So shall we follow along on the screen?
Why don't you follow along on the screen? Yes, because the screen is the correct one.
On the revenue side, the expense side should be okay, right?
The expense side has not changed.
Okay.
Penny and I went through this and she double checked and agreed that it is correct. So the general revenue is $442,376 for all select board expenses. Social service agency expenses is $24,880.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You're saying expenses, but do you mean?
Revenue. So the revenue here covers the expenses for the social service agencies. So this is revenue that will be generated through taxes. So then we have what we call our transfers out and special articles. So that we will cover the details of what those. You'll see them later on, but those expenses include the fire department, Wyndham Regional Commission, Rescue Inc., and other similar type services that are provided.
So these two lines that we have on the hard copy are the same as on there.
Okay. Yep. We never budget for any surplus taxes. The town treasurer estimates approximately $12,468 in interest to be collected on delinquent taxes. Delinquent tax penalty is not calculated because that amount goes to the treasurer and assistant treasurer. And then insurance credits are not calculated either because we generally don't have any. So the general overall revenue to be brought in for the select board is $988,215. Moving on, we have the delinquent tax fees. Was there a question?
No, I was just going to comment that to, I guess, simplify things. The 988,215 is what the select board and the town is responsible for from a tax standpoint of generating.
That's correct.
Excluding anything to do with our school system.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We do not account for any delinquent tax income. As most people know, the town provides some financial services for Algiers Fire District over in Algiers, and that the contract we have with them is for $8,500. So that accounts for staff time and some minimal resources that we need to do that job. We take in a small amount of revenue for licenses and permits. That includes a liquor and tobacco license of $90 at the country store, dog licenses of approximately $1,400, and that is all for those. Getting towards the end here, we do get reimbursed by the state for the reduction in taxes for those who are part of the current use program, so that is estimated to be $86,580 this year. In the pilot program, pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes, so that is on any state-owned property within the town of Guilford, and so $18,600 is the amount that they pay us instead of paying property taxes. Moving on,
The town clerk has an assortment of fees that are charged. I'm not going to go through all of these one by one because
You don't have to.
we don't have to. So the total amount to be brought in for revenue from the town clerk is $20,660. We are not yet estimating any permit fees for the floodplain. We are estimating approximately $3,000 in general interest earned for a total amount of revenue of $1,127,045.
Let's see. 1127045.
So the key thing to take away here is the $1,127,045 you will find should equal the total in expenses because we do our best not to raise any more in revenue than we incur in expenses because this is a municipality, not a business. So when we get to the end of the expenses category, you should hopefully see that that matches.
So compared to last year, we're bringing in $38,000 less?
Yes, because our expenses, as you will soon find out, have gone down.
That's a good thing.
It is a good thing. So that means taxes this year for the town side of expenses, or the select board expenses, are actually going down a small amount. Moving on, so this is a very large category here called the select board expenses. There are many things that fall within this. So select board members, for those of you who were at the final budget meeting in December, all of these numbers are the same from that budget meeting. So this includes pay, insurance of various forms, expenses for the office, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, legal fees. So getting to the bottom of this total category has expenses budgeted for or proposed for FY21 to be $250,336. As you can see, I've highlighted there, and this is
wrong.
Yeah, this is not. It's again, this says 223, 503.
And that's due to some changes in the health insurance.
So the actual number is 250,336?
That is correct. The next category is for the town treasurer, including the treasurer, assistant treasurer's salary, and other expenses. That will be $53,797.
That one's right. I mean, it's the same.
In the select board expenses, there was Penny noticed.
Can we slide back to that because it would show on the.
Yep. So there was obviously the one increase in this area is for which voters approved last year was for the mowing of the playscape. So that's $3,000.
Where's that line? What line is that?
That's line 87. So it is number
grounds?
68.01. There was this increase that you select board members approved for the emergency management budget, and then there was the increase for health insurance.
But it's still less than compared to last year, right?
Correct. That
the
is correct.
expense is $12,000 or so less?
Yes, that is correct. So while there were some increases in this category, it was an improvement. So the treasurer, there's a slight increase due to pay increases.
So just to go back to that again,
Yes.
what is the decrease in the expense what is creating the difference there, the 12,000? I mean, but not line by line, but just the conglomerate.
Yes, so we had several of the other categories, such as heating and others that
went
decreased.
down.
Yeah.
Okay.
And is that because of the new heating system?
That's correct.
Oh,
As well
good.
as other changes to the building that you folks made. We also made reductions in building maintenance, et cetera, due to the changes when not needing to have to do those repairs for a number of years into the future.
Well, that's
A good
news
investment.
for our whole town.
So the treasurer, there's a slight increase, as you can see, that is due to cost of living increases that are being proposed. The Board of Civil Authority, we actually have a decrease of $2,600 for a total proposed budget of $1,600. And here's the category we were discussing previously, the transfers out. So this includes setting aside funds to repair the Green River Covered Bridge in 25 years' time, the capital fund, the water line, records preservation, and that's it. So that is budgeted for $265,000, which has been level funded for the past 4 or 5 years. Next is the auditors. This is also level funded, so this includes wages for the town auditors, the training, et cetera, et cetera. So this is level funded with last year at $22,850. The next major category is for the listers. Similar to the previous categories for the town treasurer, town clerk, includes wages as well as other fees that they incur. There's been, due to shifting around there, we actually have an overall decrease in the listers category, a decrease of $3,428 for a total expenses of $34,471. Next, we have the town clerk category. There's a slight increase here, one because Marta was hired last year, and then with the proposed salary increases for cost of living, there's an increase of $5,095 for a grand total of $68,497 in that category.
Not the increase, but the total.
Yes, the total, that is correct. For our next category, we've got the delinquent tax administration. These are all the expenses that the town treasurer needs to collect delinquent taxes. So this money is very well spent. It's level funded over last year at $6,600. Floodplain administration also level funded for the past several years at $500. Planning Commission is level funded at $1,000. That actually is, you guys did state $1,000. However, last year was actually budgeted at $1,500, so it's actually a decrease of $500 that you folks requested this year.
Wasn't that because of we had the additional expense for the book?
That's correct.
And we don't have that this year.
That's correct. The Conservation Commission is requesting a decreased amount as well over last year, so they're asking for $2,500 this year, a decrease of $500. The Recreation Commission is asking for a slight increase of that math is
Not right.
not right. That should be $661. So there's an increase of $661. And when they presented this to the select board at the last select board meeting, it was primarily due to the increased popularity of their events and needing additional supplies for those events across town.
And so they should have resubmitted the budget with more itemization than they had shown us. That's what we asked for.
You had, and that was not received yet. So
Maybe you want to send them
I will follow up with the Recreation Commission for a more detailed breakdown of their budget request. Law enforcement, since we have not been able to find a constable for the past year and a half. The select board has removed those expenses from this category. So the only expense in that category is the law enforcement services, which we receive from the Vermont State Police.
Perhaps it would be prudent here to say that we are looking for a constable, and if anybody is interested in not volunteering, but
correct, it would be a paid
in that
position.
paid position, please let us know.
And we do have funds in other places to pay an individual who wishes to be the constable.
Is there a job description for the constable
There
on
is.
our website?
It's not on the website, but someone could contact me and get it from me. The next section is the pound keeper. So this is for the pound keeper as well as for our agreement with Wyndham County Humane Society and all associated costs, which has had a overall deduction of $480. Again, because the town has been looking for a dog officer for the past year and a half, and we are still looking for a dog officer, so anyone who may be interested, please contact me. For the time being, the select board has decided to reduce those fees from the budget.
But they could be put back in if we had a dog officer.
That is correct. Next major category is health officer. Again, level funded for the past several years at $150. Next category is the solid waste meetings. This accounts for our annual assessment to be a member of Wyndham Solid Waste, as well as to have someone be the select board's appointed representative and account for their travel expenses and other things they incur. That is going to be $14,928. We are getting closer to the end here, folks. So
Here we're on cemeteries.
here we are on cemeteries. The Cemetery Commission
It's closer to the end.
is requesting level funding of $7,700. Here's one of the really big positive notes that the select board would like to touch on is after March of this year, so after March of fiscal year 20, we will have paid off the fire department bond and interest. And so there's going to be a reduction of $53,058 from the select board budget.
I thought you were going to say there's going to be a party.
Under the fire warden section, which is next.
When you say that there's a reduction there, you don't mean a reduction, you mean compared to last year.
Compared to last year, yes.
Because the 53,000 was, we paid 53,000 last year, we're not paying it this year.
But we're not paying it in the budget. It's not going to be included in the budget.
For next year.
For next year,
right.
because we have, after March, we will have paid that debt off.
Yeah.
And so it does not, we no longer need to budget for that.
But it's not a real, what I'm getting at is it's not a real reduction.
No, it is. We do not have to raise $53,058 in taxes for it.
Yeah. That's what I wanted you to say.
Okay. The fire warden, technically, the fire wardens could submit an invoice for all of the fire permits that they issue. They have not done so for many, many years, and at the time being, the select board has reduced that from the budget. Should they decide to do so in the future, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. But
So we should officially thank the fire warden for doing
wardens,
this.
we have two.
That's right. For providing that valuable service for us.
Agreed.
So the next section is annual services to the town. This includes Wyndham Regional Commission, Green Up Day, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, Rescue Inc., county taxes, and a few other things, Broad Brook Community Center. This category has the overall slight, why is that math? Let's just ignore the delta column because that's slightly off. In several of the categories, there's a few minor expenses. However, for the Guilford Handbook, We have a reduction in expenses of $3,500 because we will not be printing out copies in the upcoming fiscal year. That will be done in the current fiscal year. So that's B. Local public services is the fire department, and as the fire department proposed at the last select board meeting, they are proposing an increase of $8,387 in their budget this year for a total of $238,450.
As I recall, it was mostly an increase in the cost of building maintenance, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had a few other increases that Gordon and I were looking at prior to the meeting. So that included things, their membership dues for some things were going up.
Yeah, it looked like, because I wasn't at the meeting and I asked Peter to just summarize for me. Increase in communications, increase in dues and subscriptions, increase in removal, rubbish removal. The fire district had an increase in the cost to them. EMT equipment supplies was a big piece of it, and legal fees. I guess they were audited this year for the first time, so there was an auditor fee.
Wasn't building maintenance in there?
And then, what's that?
Building maintenance?
They talked about it, but
these were the bigger items. I mean, in a computer was what, these were the big things that I heard, I mean, what we looked at.
Yeah, in the financial document, or the spreadsheet that they submitted to the select board at the last meeting, there was about $1,000 for building maintenance. So it wasn't the largest item.
Okay.
I didn't account for the entire increase with Peter. I just picked up those. So that would make sense, that because there was probably the piece where we're missing to bring us to 8,300.
Last but not least, our final category is the social service agencies who do so much great work here in
Well, there's the
town.
library too.
Do we pass that one by?
Yeah.
My apologies. We have got the Guilford Free Library. They have a slight increase of $2,005 due to salary increases and hiring a part-time individual to provide some technical assistance with computers. So their request is $35,005. And now, last but not least, are the social service agencies. And we all know who these are. They are level funded at $24,880 this year. So our grand total of expenses is $1,127,045 for a total decrease this year of $26,781. So after having the past 3 budgets be level funded, this one is a decrease over the previous 3.
Excellent.
Well, I mean, it is. The 53 is coming out of it, so there's some.
There's a little bit of an addition.
But there were several areas in which there were additions,
but
primarily due to salaries. Yep, they're minor.
Well, what I kind of pulled out and looking at the deltas, we have the fire department increase, we have the library increase, which are, not hugely significant, but
so that's $10,000.
Right. And
3% cost of the
yeah, it's mostly salaries.
Yep.
It really.
Can I just ask if we could go to the expenses? I want to just clarify the first category, the select board expenses, I guess, all of those.
Yep.
There was a note. I thought I heard someone say that this is what's proposed is a decrease from the previous year, but it's not.
It's an increase of $12,000 in that category,
okay,
which makes up the difference for what Gordon was just calculating in the increases. So part of the increase was the mowing of the playscape that voters approved last year. Nemrick, the company that provides our software and technical support, increased their fees to us by $1,000 this year. we had, several other minor fees go up. Our technical services, such as our email provider and all of those things, went up. And then emergency management went up, and then salaries is where those costs went to.
Just want to be sure that if I'd heard it incorrectly.
So yes, that was one of the areas that did have a slight increase.
Well, it's 12,605.
That's correct.
With Wyndham Solid Waste, Peter.
Yes.
Is that number the 14,928 that we've planned?
That is correct.
Is that what we've been told?
Yep.
Okay.
So the last time that they presented to us, they gave us amounts for 3 years in a row.
Right.
So that will.
And they've come, I mean, that hasn't changed.
That has not changed.
I just wanted to make sure.
So after next year, I believe they will review again or anew their fees for member towns. May change, we don't know. But for the time being, yes, that is what they presented to us previously.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go on.
I just need to know what the next steps are, so when, if we were to approve this or tonight, then this is what gets presented to the town?
Yes.
We
still have to go through the highway budget.
There's still some things to add or
No,
adjust?
this is finished.
Okay.
This is complete. So the 1 million, sorry for the fast scrolling, the $1,127,045 is what will be presented on the warrant, and that actually gets broken down because we have sources of revenue that we reviewed to begin with that are non-taxes. So that number, as in previous years, is actually going to be less than $1 million. So,
is there a time frame for the select board to approve this budget?
So the select board, that's an excellent question, Gordon. The select board legally has until next Monday to approve the budget to be put on the warrant, as an article on the warrant.
You weren't here last meeting when we decided.
I was not.
At last, can I just speak, please? Thank you.
Sure.
At the last
You're the
meeting,
chair.
just to bring you up to speed, at the last meeting, we, at the last budget workshop, we went through the whole budget, and we agreed that since we had gone through the whole budget, and quite analytically, that we would bring it forward at this meeting to basically approve or not approve it. We'd like to get it expedited
Which I totally
tonight.
support.
Okay, good.
I'm not questioning that.
Yeah.
What I don't like is, personally, I don't like looking at something here and looking at something different there when the categories aren't, jiving. And I like to see the whole thing in its final form to be able to, just understand everything. Some of the numbers jumping around just concern me, and I'm sure they're all fine, and I'm not questioning it, but for me personally, there's a comfort level there.
So the papers you have in your hand I admit it was my mistake. I printed them before I had Penny review them. She noticed that there was an error in the amount for the health insurance. So that was adjusted on the computer. I should have reprinted these so they matched with what are here. That's my fault.
Right, but I don't think that one change, would have finalized this document, and that's my concern. We've made some other changes as we've been going, and
So that was in the deltas, which generally we don't present to the public. That's generally for the select board to review for your purposes.
So you're confident, excluding the delta column, that the proposed FY21 budget is correct?
Yes,
that
I am.
That you're showing here.
I am confident in it, and I had Penny review it, and she felt confident in it as well. This is a process we go through.
I was just voicing.
I understand your concern, but to me, it's just a matter of that Peter printed out the wrong.
That's fine, if
he printed out the wrong version.
That's
This is the corrected version, and what's mostly incorrect about the version that we have here, there are a few errors in the deltas, mostly.
And if that's what I just clarified.
And
That's
Yeah,
fine.
that, Richard is absolutely correct, and the deltas they're irrelevant for when it comes to the
I
warrant.
agree. I'm not questioning that part of it.
So my apologies
No,
for giving you guys the wrong document.
And we, in budget workshops, we have gone over all the expense numbers.
That's right.
Correct.
So those are solid.
Yeah, there's no surprises here that I see.
No, like I said, the only number that changed was up here in the select board, was up here for the health insurance.
It went down a lot from previous years.
It's actually a slight increase of $2,663.
Right, see, that's, yeah. I was looking at
Oh, I see,
reference
because
to
this is the number that's wrong.
And that's where I was getting confused.
This is
I
the
see.
number that's right.
This
Yes,
is the number.
this is the number. One that's on the screen is the correct number.
I see.
Can you shoot to the last line again? The total?
Yep.
For me.
And so let me just ask, once Gordon's finished, is that the same number that's at the bottom of the revenue column?
So you can see here that the total expenses is $1,127,045. I will scroll back up so you can see.
It's the same. See, I wrote it in when he said it, 112705.
And here is the total revenue to be collected.
Okay.
It's a match.
It is a match.
Okay.
And the amount that will be presented to residents is on town meeting day is that number right there, 988,215 is what needs to be raised.
What needs to be raised in the form of tax.
That's correct.
I see.
So the difference in the amount from other sources of revenue is what the difference between the 112748 is and that number right there.
Okay. Now, sorry, I just have to ask one more question, and that's that, but this entire budget will be available for, or no, it's a report of previous years? What goes into the warning? I forget. Is there a
No,
budget?
the total. It's just the total number goes into the warning.
No, okay, but isn't there it
Well,
seems
it's
like
all in the
good
town
thought.
report.
It's in the town report.
Yes,
Yeah.
all of these numbers will be in the town report.
But as far as what's in the warning to be raised as a
Correct.
motion or whatever.
Yeah.
So
is
the-
that number.
But
Yes.
the entire
To be
budget
raised by
is-
taxes, the rest is coming
published.
from
So this is,
sources.
Resource, revenues.
there's three columns on this spreadsheet that will not be in there. So this column, FY19 budget, actual FY19 expenses, and FY20 budget, and FY21 proposed will all be included, and they have been included for decades.
That's fine, just want to make sure I understand.
The other three columns that we have here are primarily for select board analysis.
Correct. Okay, I'm on board with that.
Do I have a motion to approve the?
Well, let's wait until we, if you don't mind, sir, if we go through the highway budget first.
Oh, sure, let's do that.
And we will do it all
Do
at
we,
one time.
do we do them both at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the
Now,
highway budget.
are we sure that this is the correct version?
Yes, this one is the correct version. So highway is much more abbreviated.
Dan, did you get one?
No, I did, but I can do that right off the top of my head.
You can sit with us if you want, come join us.
Oh, happy over here.
All right, so general,
Should I zoom in on the screen?
ask Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
General taxes to be raised is, for highway department, is $874,461. We receive $145,000 in state aid to highways as revenue. We are estimating to receive approximately $1,200 in civil fines that comes to us from the Vermont State Police, and approximately $250 in highway interest, for a total proposed revenue to be generated of $1,020,911.
Which is up by 23,000.
This is correct. And we will touch on the expenses. So the highway fund expenses, so this is similar to the select board budget. This is where we have wages and insurance, retirement, workers' compensation. So without reading through every line by line, you'll see there's a slight increase in wages, which also thus causes an increase in retirement. There's, as you can see, we have a fairly substantial increase in health insurance for the highway department. And then all the other remaining line items, or most of them, are level funded.
What is what constitutes the $10,000 increase in health insurance?
Primarily because we've added an additional person
That's what I
to the
thought.
road crew. So we now have 6 people on the road crew instead of 5.
Which was
And-
planned.
Which was planned, but that does cause an increase in health insurance. And also included in that increase in the health insurance is an increase in our premiums this year. Although the increase in premiums is less than it was last year. And then last but not least, we have increased, due to the whole emerald ash borer situation and the needing to start dealing with that, we've increased the tree removal budget line by $2,000. So the overall increase for the highway fund is $15,615 for a total of $480,396.
A comment sort of outside of the field there? That says.
Just, we can, that's for later on at town meeting
Town
day.
meeting to talk about this on edge.
Yep.
So the proposed is 48,000.
480,396.
Which is up 15,
That's correct.
and that's mostly due to the medical insurance.
That's correct. The medical insurance and wages.
Wages, right.
Next is the road resurfacing that is level funded at $130,000. Next we move on to winter expenses, which include winter wages, sand, and salt. There is an increase in this primarily due to the increase in the cost of sand.
Peter,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can we go just back right to the front here? We have no grants that we're anticipating for the highway?
Not this year, unfortunately, because we, in the past 2 fiscal years, we have been very successful in the grants that we have been able to get for the highway department, which unfortunately, the way that our state does it for highway grants is once you receive them, you drop down to the bottom of the list. So for 2 of the grants we received this year, we have a 5-year waiting list now that we have to, until we get eligible for the next round. And then 1 grant, it's a 10-year waiting list before we next become eligible for it. So
Thank you for making that clear.
As we discussed recently, we can say, however, that in the past fiscal year, we've had the highest amount of grant revenue that the town has seen. So
Been very positive.
It's been very positive overall for the budget.
Just have to wait a while now.
So the winter budgeting section went up by $5,819 for a total of $210,515. The highway department has annual expenses for the various bridges across town. This budget has been level funded for several years now at $68,500. Because of Act 64, we now have what are called the municipal roads general permit fees. They have been gradually increasing over the past 3 years, and this coming year they will, for the total $2,500. And then last but, or sorry, not last, we've got the town garage expenses, which includes the operating expenses to maintain the garage and have a space for all the road crew to work. We've got, primarily due to the additional road crew members, safety equipment expenses have gone up by $500. And due to other additional expenses unrelated to employees, building maintenance has gone up by $500 for a total of $34,000 for that general category. Last but not least, we have the town equipment. This is all exactly what it says. And this category has been level funded at $95,000 with last year, for a grand total of $1,020,911, which you can see equals the amount under the revenue to be generated.
Dan, any comments?
No, I'm happy with it. You guys are happy.
Looks good to me.
So of the increase, you can see the increase is $22,000
Yep.
approximately. Of that increase, half of that goes to health insurance, and then there's other smaller miscellaneous amounts.
Any further comment about the highway budget?
Money well spent.
Yeah, that's a good comment. Since there's no further discussion, I would request that there a motion be made to approve both the highway budget and the general budget.
I'll make a motion to approve general budget and the highway budget.
Do I have a second?
I shall.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Well, I just wanted to say that, we had 3 meetings to go over all of this. The public was welcome to come and join us at 7:30 and
AM.
And 11 a.m.
Yes, and we really did have a chance to have all of this laid out. So we weren't making it up tonight. I was just wanting our audience to know.
That's a good thing.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? Did we have a
Miranda
second?
seconded.
I might only add that we put the amounts in specifically.
I am doing that.
And
We
you
do
can
that.
do that.
We
Thank
do
you.
that every year. That is something
Well, as
that-
part of the motion.
That is
Excellent.
correct.
Thank you.
What do you mean put the amounts in?
Put whatever the amounts are specifically into the motion. We approve.
Oh, I
the
see.
town-
Oh, okay, he's doing the, okay.
So
So it's very specific.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it. That's good.
So for the select board, that would be $988,215 is
To be raised for
to be raised through taxes.
215, correct.
And for the highway department,
$1,020,911.
nope, that is going to be $874,461. Do you see that?
Yes. It's right here.
Because the other,
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, because of the state aid.
yep, the state aid and the
Yes.
other revenues.
I apologize.
Nope.
Okay, now that we have that clarified, there's a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Peter and the Select Board for another year of budget.
And for a decrease in the annual
And
budget.
a
Yes.
decrease in the annual budget.
Right.
Good night, Dan.
Thank you for your
Thanks
effort
for
in
being
doing that
here
budget,
and
Dan.
everything else.
Will do.
All right, on to old business, Brookfield service contract.
Before we get to that, we need to address the Wyndham Regional Commission broadband
Oh, yes, I'm
feasibility
sorry,
grant because
yes.
that needed to be dealt with.
Yes.
So the select board had a question at the last meeting regarding whether or not a request that they had made for you to include an article on the warrant for the town meeting day was necessary for this year in order to participate in the upcoming grant that they have the feasibility grant that they have. And the answer is no, it is not required. However, what they would like is for a consensus from the select board by having a motion to participate in the feasibility grant. So that shows our express interest. And in order for it to move forward, they need interest from a certain percentage of the towns. And so we put it before you that to consider having a motion to participate in their feasibility grant.
I'd like to have a motion that says that. Would anybody like to make it that motion?
You can make the motion if you
Okay,
wish.
I would like to motion that the select board expresses its enthusiasm for seeking for the WRC to seek a grant.
They've already received it.
Oh,
It's
they
to participate in their grant.
To participate in the grant. To
Second.
increase broadband access.
Second.
So needed.
Yes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's hope that that goes somewhere. Okay, now on to
Service contract?
the service contract.
So, two things that you folks requested. Actually, technically three if we want to get specific. One was you asked... What?
Let's.
Okay, let's. So
But not two.
the first of the three items you asked me to inquire about was whether or not, so Brookfield Service had given a specific deadline which this contract needed to be approved
Right.
by to get a lower amount. They have extended that to tomorrow. And the other thing that you wanted me to inquire, the second thing you wanted me to inquire about was whether or not the Vermont State inspections was required and whether or not it was included in the once annual versus the biannual inspections. Yes, it is required. No, it was not included.
Okay.
So that would increase the price of the contract by $400. It's $100 per inspection, and we have 4 units. The third thing that you folks requested of me was to try one more time to see if I could get a proposal from Powers Generator, which we have received.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Powers
The
Generator...
pipe thickens.
It does thicken. So the service contract for a once-a-year maintenance for all 4 generators from Brookfield Service would be $1,953.
And that
includes the Vermont State inspection.
And that's per year.
Yes, that is per year. For all of the exact same offering, for all 4 generators, once a year, including the state inspection from Powers Generator, is $1,695.
Well,
1,600 what?
$95. You can see right here.
And I'm sorry that I'm confused, but who's doing it now, Brookfield or?
No, the past 2 years we have had Powers Generator.
Okay,
So
That's
and
all 4.
That's all 4.
One more time.
Yep. And all 4 generators are listed on the contract proposal. When I spoke to the contract manager over at Powers, she actually offered to extend this price for an additional year if that enticed you to agree to their agreement.
And we're satisfied with their work.
We've been very satisfied with Powers Generator.
I think
Their response has been within 24 hours when we call them with a problem. They go above and beyond. They found an issue with the generator over at church last summer. They came, started repairing it, didn't have the part in stock. That was on a Friday. They sent their repair technician out on Saturday and finished the job without charging us extra for overtime.
Okay, so.
We're enticed.
We're enticed by Powers, aren't we?
Yes, I think, would it be...
You're welcome to look at the contracts if you wish.
Are the part piece of the contracts all the same? Meaning, supplies?
Yep.
So I'm looking for a motion for Powers. Do we need a motion?
You do need a motion because you've got to make a decision between one or the other. And all of you folks need to agree on one of them. So.
I know who I'm going for.
Well, I'll make a motion that we, go with Powers on this. And honestly, I'd make a 2-year motion personally and just lock it in. To me, there's no reason
They
not
made
to.
they made the offer both over the phone and via email.
I can't wait to talk to them, because those aren't the numbers that I get, so that's wonderful.
Okay, so we have a motion that is
So-
2 years with powers at $16.95.
I'll second.
And is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then the motion carries unanimously, and I thank you.
And thank you, Peter, for your diligence.
Save the town $300 and some odd dollars, Peter. Well done.
All right, moving right on. We need to go into executive session.
No, we have to do.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
not yet.
I'm just jumping the gun here.
You are excited for that. We've got our finance warrants first.
I was thinking that we did the
Michael, did you
executive
second
session
that one?
before that,
Yes.
but
We would have to change the
we
order.
would have to change the order of the agenda.
If you wish to change the order, someone can make a motion.
Or do you want to just get the finance warrants over with? Yeah, okay.
You want me to
Gordon
go?
is raring to go.
I will do the finance warrants. So I will make a motion to pay the following payroll week ending 12/29/19 for $7,216.90. Payroll week ending 1/5/20 for $7,224.32. Payroll week ending 1/12/20 for $6,773.85. Expense warrant number 2013 for $42,385.76. And expense warrant number FW13 for $24.50, for a grand total of $63,625.33.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, and a discussion.
And the only discussion I would like to add on expense warrant number 2013, the key elements of that were salt at about 9,200, sand at about 9,000, diesel at about 6,800, and our VMER's retirement number, which was about 4,700. So that made up the predominant pieces of that, 42,000. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Do you want to move executive session, or are you going to do?
No, we'll
No,
go,
we'll
why
just
don't we
do it.
finish? You want to do communications
Okay,
next,
sure,
or executive
yep.
section?
We have one communication from AIDS Project of Southern Vermont. They sent you a thank you letter for their renewed annual support.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Now, I don't think, I know I'm supposed to say something about the number that we're, oh, executive session.
Do you want to discuss the summary of actions from the
Oh, yes,
previous meeting?
please.
So you folks approved the minutes. You requested me to contact Brookfield Service about the contract extension and inspection. You approved the updates to the personnel policy, and you approved the warrants.
Okay. Now, just a question about this, because this is very good, and it's good to have these actions, but do these actions match the actions that were put in the minutes? Because they do, right?
They
Okay.
were a direct transfer over.
Okay, excellent.
And then regarding your executive session, the first is we need a motion that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at risk. And before you read the next one, is this something you want me to participate in, or would you like me to step out?
I don't know, it's an employee, it's not a controversial issue necessarily,
Okay, it's up to the select board. I have participated in some personnel discussions in the past, and I have been asked to step out on others, so it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
If you don't mind, why don't you absent yourself?
Okay, then let me just correct the,
And I say that because of to protect the confidentiality.
that's
of
fine.
the employee.
No explanation needed. It is at your discretion. All right, so first action is the first one we have here, so if you could make it, in fact, if you wish.
I move that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at significant disadvantage. As per.
Nope, that's for the next one.
Yeah.
It just, disadvantage, period.
Period, and then I need a
So
second
you need
for
a
that.
second, yep.
I will second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Okay. And then your second one, which you could also make if you
Okay.
wish.
Does anyone else want to make it, or are you satisfied with me making it?
I'm satisfied. You make it.
Okay, I make a motion to enter into executive session at 7:30 exactly PM to discuss personnel matters per 1 VSA 313A1.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. This will be very short, I think. The Guilford Select Board is coming out of executive session at 7:38 PM, and we have taken no action.
And now, your favorite time of the evening?
Oh, yes. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
I will make a motion to adjourn.
I would second that.
Is there any discussion?
Let's sing and dance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much, Guilford Select Board.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So, first order of business, we've already had the budget session, so now we're into the regular select board meeting for Monday the 13th of January for the Jamaica Select Board. I'm calling for any late additions to the agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to do a little presentation, some stuff that within the region.
Let's hold that. Let's get through the things that are already on the list first. If we have time, we can do that. Okay, I didn't know you wanted to do that. That would have been good to know at noon today, or Thursday.
I didn't know at noon today.
Okay. Oh, it's something that's come up. Well, we've got a couple things that have come up. Well, let's get those things down. I'm gonna put you in here because we may have time for it. All right, second order of business. Oh, I'm adding some other things that have happened since our last meeting. There's a broadband project that's getting started. Chris Robbins has been kind of sort of honchoing it out of the planning commission. So he's going to make us a brief presentation just to give us a heads up because their meeting is Thursday. And so we wanted to have us on board before he goes to the meeting. So we're going to cover that really quickly as well.
Where do you want to put that?
I'm going to add him in the 6th slot because we've had to change the road foreman use of salt and sand on town roads. He got a conflict, so he couldn't make it, so we're going to slide him into the 6th position.
Okay.
All right, so the real business is the December 9th minutes of the December 9th Select Board meeting. They were all sent out by electronics. Anybody need a copy paper-wise, or everybody's had a chance to review them? Are there any questions, deletions, complaints, idiosyncratic spellings?
I make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion about the minutes for December the 9th? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? They passed. Once again, thank you, ma'am. The next item is to approve the timesheets for the town office, Lister's Highway and Transfer Station. And as is our usual, we stay those to the end of the meeting so we don't tie everybody up. The next item of business is the select board orders. That follows the same pattern as the timesheet. We'll do all those things at the end of the session. So the next order of business is number 5. There's a request from new property owners for permission to improve a town trail. Lexa, who is our road commissioner, has been working that project, and she's going to give us a quick briefing.
I've got it written down because I tend to wonder when I talk.
We've never noticed that before.
This is a request from Jared, if I pronounce your name wrong, I'm sorry, Lyndall and Willoughby Britton, to improve and maintain the portion of the Under the Mountain Road and Town Trail number 8. Town Trail number 8 is ours. The upgrade on the Town Trail number 8 is approximately 0.2 miles, that's 1,056 feet. I have spoken with Shane O'Keefe, this is the Londonderry administrator, as the requesters are asking for the same on Londonderry's Town Trail number 2, for the same what they're asking here. I have also contacted our attorney, Paul Gillies, on this matter and forwarded the request to him for review. The town will require an agreement addressing the upgrade, maintenance standards that ensure public safety and access to the town trail. No barriers, fences, or lock gates may be installed. The trail cannot be paved. A waiver of liability will also be requested. The requesters will bear the cost of all the work to upgrade and maintain the trail now and in the future. They will also bear the attorney fees for the agreement and waiver of liability. Access permit, which I have a blank one to give to them before I leave, must be filed with the town. That's state statute 19 VSA 310. Requesters must notify the abutting landowners on Jamaica side, and I have a name and address for you there. And it should be done by a certified mail. When you receive the return receipt, just make a copy and send it with the agreements. When the agreements have been presented to the town, the select board will forward it to Attorney Gillies for his review. The request will be subject to the board's approval of an agreement and waiver of liability. Keith Hazard, our road foreman, was going to be here, but he had a conflict of interest. He and I have been looking at the project, and there will be it will not affect the town in any way, any other trail or anything like that. And Wesley Amadon apparently is going to be doing the work, who's a reputable contractor, and everything is done correctly. I do have a copy for the select board of the minutes, what they did in Londonderry, so I should have given to you earlier, but that's okay.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
My understanding is you talked to Paul, and you, Paul Gillis is the town attorney, and you also had communication with Londonderry, and that their attorney is writing up the...
Their attorney, which is, Fisher is their attorney, and he's drawing up the agreement for the town of Londonderry, and I'm hoping that he'll do it for us, for you folks, for Jamaica.
Sure.
It should be very similar, I think.
It should be similar.
Yeah, I think right now the status is that the town of Londonderry had a couple things to add to his draft.
Okay.
And we're gonna check in with Bob, probably Thursday of this week, to see that revised version. But
Okay,
we had
and then
no
when we get
real
that-
concerns with the first version anyway, so I think they just maybe wanted to add a few more things around waiver of liability, right of ways,
Okay,
things
so
like
when
you
we
just
get that, and the select board will also do that.
Okay, good.
For you. Okay.
Now, are you aware, this has come up in the discussions that we've had, that even though you're maintaining the road, there's some state regulations on water management that may or may not impact you. Luckily, Wesley probably knows these things backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
And I have every confidence he can make that work. But just so you guys are aware that there are some nuances of how to manage that might be a...
Yeah, I think I wrote that into the proposal.
Yeah.
There's one particular water course that's pretty close to the beginning of it, that I think we just want to make sure that any drainage is not feeding directly into that, but that it's dispersed in a wider area. That seemed to be, from my read of the documents, what the concern was. And yeah, we'll make sure to relay that to Wesley tomorrow again when we do a walkthrough.
Excellent. Yeah, he's a good choice, I think. And it sounds, from what I read and what Lex has researched out, it sounds like a really good idea, good project.
Okay. We did have one question for you all. We don't know if you'll know the answer, but given that this is actually technically town trail number 8, down the road when we put a cabin and a residence there, what would the address be? Will it still be considered under the mountain road?
You have to go get a 911 number.
Okay.
And I don't know
if they will consider it under the mountain road or not. Okay.
If it's Jamaica's number or Londonderry's number, but it would have to be Jamaica's
It'll
number.
be Jamaica.
It's Jamaica's number. Yes, we have a 911 coordinator who, when you're ready for that,
they'll give us an
they will
address.
give you, or you can call the town clerk tomorrow and she can give you the paperwork or advise you as to where it is. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But you will need a 911 address for fire and rescue.
Right.
Stuff like that.
I figured. Okay. And I just we weren't clear that if it would be under the mountain road anyway, which is sort of how the property was listed and is currently being considered. But I guess we'll take that up down the road. Okay. I'll let you know.
It probably will be.
Okay, that'd be great. I like that name.
Anything else you'd like to bring up? Where everything's okay?
I mean, I think as far as we're concerned, as long as the proposal meets with the general Jamaica town standards, and we'll work with Leslie to continue to make standards. Right, well, then.
Road access permit.
Okay.
And this is the details names.
Yes.
And we probably already have it.
We haven't met them yet, but, so we can write them at this address.
Yeah, when you send just a little note what you're doing.
Okay.
This is the-
Yeah, that's just their stretch that we share.
Yes.
Okay, it'd be great to reach out to them.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lisa.
And welcome to the community, by the way. When are you closing? Have you closed already?
We just closed last Friday.
Last Friday.
So,
Welcome.
thank you.
Should we make a motion to accept this proposal?
Well,
I mean,
we can make a motion to accept the
We don't
proposal
have to, I don't
contingent
think.
upon the
meeting the
Legal review.
Right, the
what's
agreement.
The agreement,
The
that's.
agreement and the waiver of liability.
Sure.
And then Attorney Gillies will look it over and.
So our motion would be to approve pending, review by our Attorney Gillis. Does that make sense with you guys?
Yeah, so just so I'm clear on this, do you want Bob to represent us in this, or do you want Bob to connect with your attorney about what he's drafted? How is the previous work that we've done with Londonderry gonna connect?
Because you're sharing Bob Fisher with Londonderry, right?
I mean, Bob's, I think, technically representing, yeah, I guess we are, because
You are, that's what it said.
I think that's right, because he's representing
Yeah,
them
we'll have
too.
Paul Gillies. When you talk to Bob Fisher, he can contact Paul Gillies too if he wants.
Can you let me know, spell that last name for me?
Gillies.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah, he's been around for years, so
Okay.
Bob knows who he is.
Yep.
Do we really need to do anything right now?
Well, the request is that they are asking our permission to maintain, correct? We have to approve that because they're doing work on the trail. And we can approve it pending review by our attorney.
Right.
So what we're doing right now is we're approving it pending the review of the attorney. If he says yes, then we don't have to have any more meetings and these guys can go ahead. Yeah. So I'd accept the motion.
I guess I'll move for what he said.
Said we had those. The motion is to approve the request for permission to make improvements to Town Trail number 8.
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Nobody? Then it passes, and as soon as the attorneys make whatever they do, you're all set. Excellent. See, good that worked out, because you closed it.
A bit nervously, yes, but yes.
Well, good luck.
All right.
And
Thank you all.
it's awful pretty up there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Is there any structures up there yet?
No.
No? When do you expect to start building up there?
Maybe early summer, maybe? Okay, we'll need permits, of course.
Sure. I was gonna say, partly because you have half the fire department sitting right behind you. If your address turns out to be Under the Mountain Road,
Okay.
as long as you can mark it in such a way that Under the Mountain Road goes up this trail, or you're with your name or something up the trail, so that when we're out looking for it, it's easy to find.
Because it is a little weird that you're gonna have to come through.
Yeah.
Actually,
There are other places like
our
that.
road cards are set up, so what South Londonderry will be there before we get, half of Tri-Mountain will be there before we get there.
Okay, but still, to know where to go.
It's set up to where Londonderry ambulance will be your ambulance service, and South Dairy Fire will be your primary. We can't get there. They got parts in their town, people and residents in their town that we get there before they.
Right, that's just how it works.
So, it's set up, somebody's coming. Just, who gets there first?
Go off that trail instead of follow that road first.
Right, well, the road really doesn't, I mean, where Under the Mountain goes in that area, it will be unambiguous, because technically where Under the Mountain Road goes, you couldn't
Nobody
possibly
could drive on it.
So it'll basically just be a clear continuation. It'll take a turn onto their town trail and then onto Jamaica's town trail, and I think it'll be pretty unambiguous.
Okay, the point is, try to picture yourself in a snowstorm rushing to an emergency.
Yes.
When there's a fog, people are
We wanna
running.
know where to go.
We want it to be as obvious, I'm part of the project, we want it to be as obvious as we can.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Sounds good.
All right,
Be
good luck.
self-sufficient. I mean, just trying to prepare. It's not gonna be a 4-lane highway today.
All right.
Welcome to Vermont.
Welcome
Thank
aboard.
you.
Welcome.
All right, bye-bye. See you guys. Good night. Alexa?
I'm all set.
You all set, ma'am? Thank you very much, and I know you made some arrangements in your life to get here, I appreciate it. The next item we had, it was on the agenda as a discussion of road foreman. As I said, he can't make it, he had a scheduling conflict. And so at the same time, as that was developing, we got a letter from Chris Robbins about the Wyndham Regional Commission has announced a new broadband project. And he's going to meet on Thursday, if I'm correct, with Wyndham Regional. And so, just so you have some sense, we, the select board, have some sense of what's going on, if you can give us about 30 seconds worth of that.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, 45, I'm flexible.
So the WRC is initiating a new broadband project to bring high-speed internet to underserved areas of the county. They have a grant, they're partnering with two firms, ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc., to do two things. One is conduct a feasibility study, and the second is develop a business plan for whatever their feasibility study finds. In this study, they're going to define what they call communication union districts, and these are areas in which this ValleyNet can implement a internet network to serve that area. And I'm reading between the lines, but I don't think these districts necessarily have to conform to town boundaries. So, as it stands now, we have high-speed internet running up and down Route 30, runs up Windham Hill Road. I think it runs on some of Route 100, but I'll check and make sure of that before the meeting. But speeds drop off the further you get away from Route 30. So the northern and southern areas of our town may really want this. So what they want from the from the select board, after hearing, I'll come back and brief you on the details, but then they want to know whether we want to participate or not, and they need a resolution from the select board to that effect. And they need the select board to approve a person who's their representative. Now, the planning commission appointed me as a provisional rep to go find out what's going on. You can confirm me, I'll be glad to do it, or you can appoint somebody else and you won't hurt my feelings. But it does have to have select board approval.
Sure, gotcha. Do you have any questions?
We talked about it briefly at our meeting a month ago too, and I know myself, and I believe Tom also are planning to attend the meeting also. So.
On Thursday?
I'll be there.
Thursday.
Yeah, so we'll
At the
have,
firehouse, right?
Yes.
And the Dufay Firehouse.
we'll have good representation.
6 p.m.
There's a little point of information that, and I don't remember who told me this, but apparently SV Cable is going to sell to Comcast.
I told you.
You told me.
It was on the paper.
I knew
It was on
something.
the internet too.
Huh?
The internet carried it.
I'm sorry.
The website and the internet.
Okay, so we should
Carry
keep
it.
that in mind when we're considering this.
Unless it's contested.
Yeah, they don't have state approval yet.
Right.
But
How much of this will cover? For example, we don't have, we only have regular phone on where I live, on
Yeah.
Turkey Mountain Road. So I don't know whether the internet would be a part of this, because.
oh, well, as far as what they're implementing, it definitely would be.
It would be.
Yeah, and you're not that far from Route 30 that
And we're 2 miles in,
2 miles
almost exactly 2 miles in. And it's about a quarter of a mile down to the first point where people can get cell phone service. So we're really out of it.
Now, this project isn't so much for cell service, but if you were to get high-speed internet, you could get your cell service through Wi-Fi.
Right, through Wi-Fi.
Correct?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if they formed one of these communication union districts with, say, the northern part of Jamaica and southern part of Wyndham Town, it might, meet your needs very well.
Yeah. Well, interesting to see where it goes, because I guess it's sort of happening around the state, isn't it? These CUDs. Yeah. Okay, good. Look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, well, at your first convenience after Thursday.
Well, I'll put you on the agenda for the following select board meeting. You guys are going to be there, so we should have a pretty good discussion. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to put you on for next meeting.
So Chris, did you, there are going to be continuing services where they're lacking, like going toward Rosboro? Do you know?
Well, the study, if the study can pick out an area.
Pick up an area that people need it? Okay.
Then they'll, that's exactly what they'll do.
Okay. Because I know people there that said they would like to have it, they can get it up there. I just knew that Vermont Cable couldn't go that far because they didn't have the funds to do that.
Well, I should say one other thing. What they will require in this first phase is for us to conduct a survey of our townspeople.
Right.
The planning commission has on its to-do list to conduct a survey for another purpose, so we could get a twofer out of this.
That would be good. Save us dance.
And they'll want to know who wants it and whether they're willing to pay.
There is right. Yeah. So that's information that it's going to take us some time to gather it all, but interesting to see what happens.
Yes.
Good. Listen, I want to thank you for picking up the mantle of this thing and running forward with it. I appreciate it. For giving me the heads up on this thing, because I missed it. I know we talked about it, but I didn't realize it was happening quite this quickly.
Well, yes.
Kind of came quick.
I guess they just got the grant in December.
So thank you very much. Any other questions? So you have our blessing. Good luck with this meeting. You're going to have plenty of company apparently, so hopefully they're feeding you.
Feeding it. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
It's the ownership focus.
If you want to get attendance,
You have to have food. Right,
Exactly.
Yep.
Anybody who's ever been, well, it's not a story, you know what I'm about to say as far as feeding your patients.
Yes.
If you're going to work with adolescent kids, you better bring food. We're doing really good on time. Joel? Yeah, you have something for us, sir.
No, we are.
That's right.
Okay, so the last community development meeting, we had a speaker from USDA whose office is in Brattleboro. Her name is Andrea Assabin Allen. Okay, Andrea Assabin Allen.
Can you spell that for her, please?
Sure, I'll give her the card. And apparently there are many programs that are underutilized from USDA because people don't know about them. And they have grants for septic systems, private. They have grants for businesses. They have grants for nonprofits, and they have grants for the municipalities. We happen to be eligible for a grant for water and septic in this town. I mean, it's not a full grant, but they will also coordinate it with other grants and with other loans. She or one of the other representatives there would come to meetings to speak about them, and I would strongly suggest, she's a wealth of information, I would strongly suggest we invite her, and it would be good if it could be, or her office, and it would be good if it could be well promoted, because people can ask personal questions. I mean, there are very low-grade requirements for certain things. They have seniors, furnaces, the grants for seniors, for furnaces, not only for seniors, for handicap grants, septic grants, business grants, energy efficiency, for-profit business groups, small businesses, they have grants for that. They have one of the grants that's often utilized is for public toilets. So they will help finance a public toilet. I know that's come up in town a number of times. So that's basically what I have to say. I mean, some of their home repair grants are only 1%. If they're not grants, they're loans, they're only 1% loans.
So, another question, is that the same outfit that has rural fire, rural development, it's for like fire, dry hydrants and fire
This is
department
the
grants?
U.S. Department of Agriculture.
We've talked and discussed that in the fire department about tapping into some of these grants, and it can't say for sure if that's part of it, but it's similar to what the DA has out there.
She's sitting there at the phone. Right?
Yeah.
And it's underutilized. They have a lot of money that doesn't get distributed because people don't apply for it.
Or they don't know it exists.
They don't know it exists. That's exactly right.
That's what we were told back, it's almost 8 years ago.
Yeah.
We were kind of looking at like fire apparatus, paying for a fire apparatus, getting grants.
So I brought back a stash of data that I'll give to Sarah.
Okay, thank you.
Stay for your decision.
I just ask, so a septic grant, say if someone's septic has failed, a private, citizen.
Yeah.
I know someone who may have taken, this may have been around quite a few years ago even, and they got a grant to put a proper septic in, had X amount of time to pay it back. So they had to meet some eligibility requirements, but it was pretty fair.
Yes.
But I'm just asking, anyone could ask.
Anyone could ask.
Right. About any of those things you mentioned.
Right, there are divisions of grants for individuals,
Right.
especially for seniors, but also for, anybody who needs it, really. For towns, municipalities, fire departments, I would assume.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, bingo. We have time for public concerns. Anybody, do you all have anything you want to bring up?
Well, I'm gonna kind of throw it out there. There's a group of Jamaica taxpayers that are attending another meeting tonight. I don't know if you've all paid attention to the Jamaica website that's out there on Facebook, but there's a possibility we're looking at a 19.1% increase in our school tax. The concerned group of citizens are heading down there to challenge the school board, the MUD school board, to about how they got to that point that Jamaica citizens are paying for, and other towns in the group. And they're also challenging the transparency of how they came about with it. There is some concern that, things were done, they're probably not by the book. So, they're confronting them, they're challenging them to come up with answers and try to figure out how the Jamaica taxpayers are gonna, some of us who can't, there's the older generation can't, they're gonna have a hard time. We're gonna have a lot of tax sale of people not paying taxes. And that's just the school side, that's not the town side of it. So 20% increase is pretty
significant.
That is significant. I think if on the paperwork, a house rated at $2,000, valued at $200,000. Thank you. And 2 acres was like $600 added onto your tax. Well, my house is about that value, and I have a little more land to it, so I could look at almost $1,000 increase in my taxes, which is pretty high as it is. I mean, so I just wanted to point that out, put it on the air, that maybe we need to question our school board about it and really hammer it down, and probably when it comes time to vote on it, we might want to consider not voting for it.
Let me rephrase it, as opposed to not voting for it, voting against it. Because not
Voting
voting
against
for
it.
it could be not showing up.
Yeah, I
We
don't
need
know
to
how
show
they're
up.
gonna throw the question out there.
We need to show up. Just to clarify his point, because he alluded to the budget, we've just gotten through the budget process, we've worked out a lot of the details. It's gonna be a tiny raise, 0.07, or 0.7, where's my numbers?
I think that this.
The first one,
0.07, no, 0.7, help me, come on, you guys, help me with the number.
0.7.
Yeah, 0.7, it was a zero in some of this. Anyhow, less than 1% is what we're anticipating raising. It'll all go to the town in March, but that's kind of the budget we put together. 19.1 for the school, 0.7 for the town. We're doing what we can.
Well, with Act 46, I'm not gonna get on, well, I am gonna get on a bandwagon, because I feel strong with that. Act 46 was brought about to lessen the cost of education and to better the quality of education of our students. I see a real large increase in my taxes, which is not costing, getting better, and we might have to cut programs for our kids
So it's reverse of what they're telling.
to make it survival. It's a lose-lose situation with us.
I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you put it out for the rest of the community to pay attention to, because it's clearly something we need to pay attention to. The select board has no power at all, except to encourage the rest of the community to get out.
To get active, 10 meetings.
Yeah. Yes.
I had occasion during the Act 46 study to learn how to use the state's spreadsheet for computing school tax. And I predict they won't be able to explain it to anybody.
That's what we're
This
afraid
thing
of.
goes on for pages and pages and pages with terms and coefficients flying in from everywhere. But then when they get to the end, they divide by the number of students. And when the number gets lower, that's the way numbers work, the changes get bigger and bigger. And we're really getting screwed by the state's funding. It worked pretty well when we had maybe 100 kids in the primary school and 1,000 in the high school, but now it's really, and we're a net exporter, we're a cash cow for the state. That's the other thing.
It's another little equation that needs to be thought of 6 times. I think the message for the citizens of Jamaica are, there are individuals out there tonight working this problem. We need to support them, and we need everybody get involved with the school, because we're talking about, what, $400,000 I think we ended up giving them last year, is that what it was? I don't remember the number, don't quote me, but a lot of money for taxes.
$1 million.
How much?
$1 million.
Yeah, you gave them $1 million? I was thinking 400,000.
Oh,
That was only taken, of course. A lot of money.
remember Terry saying she wrote a check for something like that.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of money, and 20% is a lot of money.
Have we ever considered getting our representatives in the state legislature to appeal for some relief from this?
Oh, we've considered it too, we're blue in the face. The problem is getting it done. They were considering it, and obviously they need to be involved. They have to be involved. Because it's a state kind of a thing.
There are members of our legislature sitting on that board.
Yeah.
And the other board that's the Dover Wardsboro one.
Right.
They are sitting there. They are hearing it. They are hearing the plight, but they know our hands are tied. I don't know. I'm maybe a bit more aggressive about this because, I mean, it's, in the end, the kids are the ones that get hurt by this.
Well, this conversation needs to be held obviously multiple places around here. I'm not sure this is it, except that we are mobile. We would like to see the Jamaica residents mobilized next year.
Yeah, mobilized.
Okay, one last thing before we call it a night. Some of you know we've been advertising for a town health officer. or assistant town health officer for some time now. Wednesday afternoon, short notice, on January 15th in Bennington, there's going to be a health officer training for the afternoon. Again, that's Wednesday the 15th. If anybody's any interested at all in that, get in touch with me tomorrow and I'll help make it happen for you.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Without, I'm a past town health officer, I did it for 9 years, so I tried to do it the best I could. And we're without a town health officer, so it falls on the chair and the board. So the chair absorbs that duty on top of being the chair. And it's an important and gratifying, sometimes very interesting position. It does serve a great purpose and helps the state out a lot. Not a popular topic tonight, but it is a hardship on the board or on the chair to do this too. I feel that when it rains, it pours. With the health officer position, you can go months and months without anything, and then 3 or 4 things. And there's a stipend. Was there? Yeah, $350 or something. But if they're laying more duties on that position, then we as a board would present to the town that maybe there should be a bigger stipend, and just would like someone to be in, to come forward. You can talk to me or Paul, but I can tell you the highs and lows of it.
Yeah. And if you're not able to make the training, there's all kinds of on-the-job training and time finding out.
Yes. Just an observation that this might be a good place to share with other towns and make it a hired position. Especially since you say you go months and months without anything. So it's not like it's a full-time
thing.
It can be. And also, I'll bet you there's also a bit of resistance to it because you have to go to somebody's house alone.
Well, and not to interrupt you, but it's hard to encourage someone to step forward when they're adding in more responsibilities and
checks and balances,
to say the least. And it's a state. So what Joel was saying about, you may be talking about a bigger stipend or a compensation bigger than a select board member. If it really turns into, for example, if you do, well, if I go on like this, no one's going to ask, but if you were asked to do an inspection for a landlord or a tenant, as soon as you commit or you make the contact, that's it. You can't solve anything by word, informal. It's a formality now. There's forms. There needs to be sent here and there. The water testing is more. There's a lot more tests than the E. coli and total coliform. So there's another, like was just mentioned, you got to go to someone's house. Sometimes it's a landlord-tenant dispute. Sometimes it's a failing septic. It's very important that those kind of things get resolved. But there has been some talk of towns combining it, but it doesn't seem to be working.
I think the piece of that you're referring to, I think, and again, I'm brand new at this, I'm learning as I'm going, but it seemed a conversation I had referenced the idea that the town health officer ought to be a local person, so that you're working with the community in which you live. Or that somebody shows up to your house is not a stranger, it's somebody within the community structure. And I'm not sure whether that weighs or outweighs the fact that we don't have anybody at all, where we could get someone from a couple of towns, for example. So there may be some progress in that direction. The truth of the matter is, the two that have popped up since I've been on resolve themselves very easily. But everywhere in Vermont, everywhere in the country, I know the fire department suffers from this, every place. It's very difficult for people to find time in their schedules to volunteer for these kinds of things. This particular one is fairly discreet. It's not something that you're going to be yanked out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning for. Hint, hint. But it's something that you can actually do a contribution to the community without major disruption of your life. And it's a major contribution, it really is. So it's just something to think about. I'm going to go to the training on Wednesday. Anybody's interested at all, get in touch with me. We can work something out. So, yes.
Just wanted to mention, I think probably many people know this, so, the cafe across the street, Workhorse Cafe, is going to close because the building was sold.
Because why?
The building was sold.
And you came by that information how?
From the website.
From whose website?
05343.
From the town's website?
Well, Karen's website.
Karen's
The owner sold my wife too.
They put it on Facebook.
Did they?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that.
No, it's public,
Teresa put it
it's
on
public
Facebook.
information.
All right.
Yeah, so, and they're looking for another place to be, so that's a sad thing for us
Very
because
sad.
it's really the only food place in town.
Yeah.
Besides,
they're nice people.
besides Karen.
There's very few nice people. We want to keep them. Anything else for this evening? Any other motions anyone would like to make?
I move we adjourn the meeting.
Have a second? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned, and it looks like 7:38.
Want to call to order the regular meeting of the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships on Monday, January 13th, 2020. We're meeting at Samuel Elliott Apartments. First order of business is to review and approve the minutes of the meeting of December 16th, 2019. Are there any revisions, any corrections, any comments?
I'll move to approve them.
Do I hear a second? Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye and shake. Raise your hand. Thank you. Resident and citizen participation. And our resident has gone to get some pizza, so
Okay.
she's not here at the moment. When she comes back, if she wants to participate, that's fine. The next order of business is to open the public hearing on the 2020 annual and 5-year plans. They were in our packet. I'm wondering if it might be useful just to read the description of how the PHA, is Public Housing Authority, plan is consistent with the consolidated plan or state consolidated plan. Brattleboro Housing Partnership remains committed to providing housing to community members with very low income. In 2019, Brattleboro Housing Partnership converted to RAD, rental assistance demonstration for 4 of its public housing properties, including Hayes Court, Ledgewood Heights, Moore Court, and the Samuel Elliott Apartments. In 2020, BHP will begin making capital improvements to all these properties. The Melrose Terrace project of removing residents and buildings from the floodway continues with the goal of rehousing residents by 2021. BHP will demolish the remaining buildings along the stream to allow for it to be widened for water storage in the case of future flooding. Brattleboro Housing Partnership is committed to offering 3 programs focused on housing the homeless and hard to house. Brattleboro Housing Partnership continues to broaden and strengthen its supportive services programs for residents across its portfolio. Additions, comments, questions? It is very extensive. Evening.
Good evening, I missed it all?
Have you missed anything?
Yeah.
Not much.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll just sit here.
We're having a public hearing on our annual 2020 plan and the 5-year plan for work.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to sit?
I'm gonna sit right here.
It's certainly very thorough and very well stated. Well, the reason I read aloud at that very beginning was that it was a good capsule of who we are, where we are, and what our intentions are. And it's so hard to remember that Hayes Court, Ledgewood Heights, Moore Court, and Samuel Elliott's Apartments are no longer public housing, but they're under the rental assistance demonstration project, which means we'll have the resources that we need to do the upgrades. That's right. Christine, any more comments, thoughts for us on this?
No, you know, this was the first official HUD document that I had to work on.
Well, I was
so
just
that was
thinking,
great.
this is your
And
first
so it was a great opportunity for me to do both the 1-year plan and the 5-year plan. And really, outside of the potential idea of moving to work, at this point, we're really avoiding any big projects. I mean, we already have our big project of Red Clover Commons 2 that's underway. But since we've gone to Brad, the staff has really decided we want to shelve anything and really just focus on the nuts and bolts of the organization and implementing RAD, implementing the capital needs assessment under the RAD program, and just continuing to offer all the supportive services that we have.
And as chair, I am delinquent in not saying we really celebrate our new executive director
Thank
meeting
you.
with us, Christine.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Tom, it's been a while since you've been here, so any more thoughts on the plan?
No, it looks fine to me.
Then do I hear a motion to close the public hearing? Will move. Okay, this is moved to have a second?
Second.
All right, Tom, second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Do I hear a motion to adopt the annual and 5-year plans as presented or with changes? We have no changes. Liz and Tom. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Piece of work.
It was quite a piece of work.
That's why we will have you at the end, just.
Yes, it was very well written.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. And one piece as well is that we did send it to the Resident Advisory Communication Committee. Everybody received a copy of the letter and asking if they had any comments, we do not. This is okay.
Staff reports review, property portfolio manager, property managers. It's nice bright yellow.
At some point, can I ask a couple of questions?
Absolutely. This is a good time just to break in because we have had resident and citizen participation before you arrived. We'll open it right now for you. And your name?
Kenneth Holden.
Kenneth Holden.
I live here in 401. And this place has got disgusting. The carpets, I think they're the original carpets that are in here. They smell so bad and they're so dirty. It's just unbelievable. You go up and down these halls in the summertime, and if you don't have the windows open, you gag. The other thing is, we seem to now have somebody that likes to spit and flick their snots on the walls. And it's on the 4th floor. There's one place right across from the elevator. Looks like somebody got a big old snot in their mouth and spit it right on the wall. And 2 down by the garbage, one on the outside of the garbage on the 4th floor, and a bloody booger on the inside where somebody wiped their finger on it. And I talked to Courtney about these snot stuff a week ago, and she told me, oh, that's gross, I'll take right care of it. Well, it's been a week and nobody's taken care of it yet. And I would say that's pretty gross.
Well, I know Christine is taking notes on that. And the other thing I could comment, which is not to be defend, but to say why it's so important that we made the change to the rental assistance or the RAD demonstration project. Because we'll have the funds to do the renovations that are needed in all of these buildings, because they're not, I mean, I may be 84 and they're younger than I am, but they are definitely showing the age when they were built.
Yeah, I helped build this.
Did you really?
Yeah, I carried brick for 2 weeks, and that's all I could do with it. I quit, that was it. That was too much work for me. That's when you had to hand carry the brick. But
Thank
this,
you for bringing those things to our attention.
and the other thing is, there was a real big thing last year or the year before about putting these new 8-foot sliding glass doors in. They were going to be so much more efficient that we weren't going to get the cold air through them like we did the other ones. These ones that we got in are no better than the ones that they took out. You go up there and in my apartment, you open those curtains and you can just feel the cold air just come blasting right at you.
Is that something that Jack might do?
Yeah, we certainly can have Jack look into it again. I didn't know that, so thank you for bringing
May I
it to our
say
attention.
something?
Of course, yeah.
Do
Do you mind saying your name?
Oh, Carolyn Novello, I live in 404. Oh, I'm sorry. The dryers that are in the laundry room, they're never clean, they're disgusting, and when they break down, we can't have our money back. And which is not our fault that the washers break down.
And dryers.
And the dryers. And the, sorry, I got a sore throat. The tube that goes out the dryer through the window, the heat, where you clean it, they never cleaned it.
You have the vents for the dryer that goes out through the wall.
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah. In the mop sink.
And you can't even let your dogs or on the leash when they come out because the carpets are so bad. And you gotta be careful where you step because people drop little pins and stuff all over the place and stuff. And I think it's a good idea. It's up to you guys, but if we could have tile instead of the carpet, because this way it'll be more easy to, you know, like to mop up, and we also need more cleaning people here.
We used to have somebody came in and vacuumed once a week. Now we have somebody that comes in and vacuums. Sometimes it's once a week, sometimes it's once every 2 weeks. Sometimes it's been as much as 3 weeks without them coming to vacuum.
And especially the second room, on the second floor here, on the ladies' room and the men's bathroom.
It is disgusting. Go and
they
use those
have their,
bathrooms.
you know,
Those bathrooms
put their
are
trash in the
nasty.
garbage can and they end up on the floor. Nobody flushes the toilet, there's no soap, no
Toilet paper, paper towels.
Yeah, nothing. And people are stealing the toilet paper out of the bathrooms.
The urinal has a black ring around it.
Well, certainly we'll talk to them about cleaning and adding more cleaning. I'm guessing in the winter we probably need more cleaning because so many people have, you know, their shoes are dirty from outside as well. And I'll definitely talk to them about that.
And we also have spiders all on the, what floor? Our floor, right?
Yep, the fourth floor.
The fourth floor, spiders. And Courtney says, oh, we'll take care of them, we'll take care of them. She never did.
Well, you can't say she didn't try. I don't know what she did.
Well, we
But
didn't, we haven't
they
seen
haven't been
anything.
done yet. The spiders are still there.
And then the bricks are like, just put up there, if you can see it, it's like, there's a bunch of them around the building that needs to be fixed.
Oh, it's ceiling
Yeah, I don't know
tile?
what they're called, but they're.
The ceiling tile.
Yeah.
The
It's
spiders are coming from, on the fourth floor, the spiders are coming from up over the ceiling tile. They come in and Todd or one of the maintenance men come in and they brush the spiders that are there all down.
Yeah, they're clean it, you know.
But they don't spray up inside of the tile where the spiders are coming from.
Oh,
A couple days later, there's more spiders and spider webs there.
And then we had a bat that flew in one time last year, a real bat.
So there's nothing they can do about
It was
that.
around Halloween too.
Oh, very appropriate. Well, I will certainly, thank you very much. I will certainly give this information to them. It sounds like you've already shared it with Courtney, but I will review it. We have a staff meeting tomorrow morning. I'll let them know. And you're right. The cleaning, I know that we have been down at one maintenance person, and we're just in the process of hiring someone right now. So we should.
Well,
have
in the meantime,
Yeah,
why can't you get one of the, like, what's his name? The newer guy? He's got long curly hair. The one on Facebook.
I don't know what his name is.
Well, anyway, why can't they have them come in on a slow day, like on another day, and do it? Because that's part of their job too.
Yeah. Well, we have hired a cleaning company. We do have a cleaning company that comes in and cleans here. And I think that the maintenance staff is pretty busy right now with turnovers and with, you know, we have snowstorms and dealing with ice outside. This property's a little bit easier, but some of our other properties are really hard to manage during a snowstorm. They take a lot of time. And then that delays our turnovers. And so, but I will definitely pass this information on.
Because I'm
and see
really
if-
embarrassed to bring anybody of my family in here because the way this building looks. And then they walk their dog by the pole outside.
That, you know, that real big pole right outside the door, the main door, when
They
you're
gotta
going
do
out to
both.
the parking lot.
You know, it'd be super helpful for me, if you don't mind. I know that you've given this to Courtney, but I know we have those pink complaint forms. If you want to just write everything down that you're saying.
Yeah, we've already done that, yeah.
Well, if you could give it and I'll
Okay.
put my name on it. My name's Christina Hazard. Yep.
That would work.
Yep, you can put it right in the office box, and make sure I get it, okay?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you so
Because
much.
our eyes don't see the things you live with, so this is very helpful.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said our eyes don't see the things you live with.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's-
this is
yeah.
very helpful.
The other piece is we're always looking for people to be representatives on our resident advisory communication committee. And that would be something that you would talk to Lorelei about, but we're always looking for people, especially at Sam Elliott, to come and represent their building.
What did you say your name was?
Christine,
Yeah.
my last name's Hazard, Hazzard. And if you're interested in the resident advisory communication committee, you could speak to Lorelei and she could give you information about that. And
she's a real sweetheart.
that's a great way to communicate information about your building directly to us.
And also, when she had the door, I've already filled out the paperwork. And when she had the door decorating for Halloween, somebody just came up and took all my snowman off my door.
The Christmas one.
Yeah, the Christmas one. And the candy canes.
They just took them right out
We
the
do
door.
need to go back to our wider agenda.
See, that should be on the camera.
The report form will be really helpful, even if you put it in once,
Yeah,
do it
yeah,
again.
I just I would break it out because I already did it earlier.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
once
that's
doesn't
fine.
hurt. Okay,
Well,
we're
we
going to look
didn't
at
invite
the property, portfolio manager, property managers, the yellow form. Comments, questions? I know you highlighted that the rent collection performance, move-in, move-out reports down due to a few residents in litigation.
That is what, yes, specifically at Moore Court.
Are those collections usually tougher than Ledgewood?
No, not necessarily. It varies depending. It really does. Sometimes Ledgewood would be a little bit lower and sometimes Moore Court will be a little bit lower. But it would be, Moore Court's so small, it's only 24 units, so it will affect that percentage more quickly, you know, than Ledgewood. It's about twice the size, so it does, so a few people in litigation will make a drastic difference at Moore Court.
And the vacancies, 8 one-bedroom vacancies.
Yes.
1 2-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom vacancies.
Yes. And so we've had a lot of, we've had quite a substantial amount of turnovers. And so we have been trying to turn over the apartments as quickly as possible. And I know Courtney, they do have people online. The 0 are tough to fill, but I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will fill them eventually. But that is a big number, so it's a lot of turnovers at once.
Excuse me, because of the noise back here, it's hard to hear. If you could.
I'm trying to make.
I know, just talk a little louder than you normally would.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The resident wellness and services, family self-support, resident services coordinator, and SASH coordinators.
Yes.
This is written by you in a different hat.
Yes, different voice. So this is the last of my wellness and services manager duties, and I put together just a brief summary of some of the allocations that different staff changes. And so as I left my position, we broke my position up into several positions, and Lorelei Morissette received a promotion, so she will now be our wellness and services manager. Shauna Baugh will now be leading the SASH program, and Ashley McHale was made a full-time SASH coordinator. Outside of that, Lorelai's report talked about a lot of the programs that she's been offering. The Art in the Neighborhood program is very successful. She also offers programs here. Your karaoke program was really fun. They had a great time. They had sparkling wine, not real wine, not alcoholic wine, sparkling cider. They had a really good time. And then she's recently joined the BA, which is the Brattleboro Area Affordable Housing Board, which is wonderful. So it's very exciting. That's knows that well.
And Ross is, we are no longer able to apply for resident, Ross is resident
Opportunities of self-sufficiency. And yes, unfortunately, that program is a HUD program, and so we are not allowed to apply for that grant any longer. And so that is not, once we were undergrad, we can no longer apply. So her role will stay within the supportive services program, but it will change somewhat.
This is the trade-off of doing RAD.
It is, yeah.
And not public housing. I hope that our redoing these buildings will be seen as a very great advantage, because it sounds as if it would be very useful.
I hope so, yeah, absolutely.
And the FSS Family Self-Sufficiency Report.
Yes, so we have received funding for an additional year, so that's wonderful, great news. And Lucy has a good amount. She's meeting her grant requirements. Given that we have such a small pool of people, I think she does a really great job. She really has been working well with the property managers, meeting and greeting new residents as they move into the housing sites.
I'm impressed in the program that where people get a job increase in income, that if they're in this program, instead of having higher rent, the amount that's the difference between what they had before and what they are earning now will go into escrow for them. And we have somebody who has already $6,000 in escrow, which is really great.
Yes, and we had 2 graduates last year with substantial amounts, which was great. And then for the SASH program, I don't think that Shauna listed it here. However, we have just, we have started a pilot project through SASH with the Department of Disease, Vermont Department of Disease, now I'm not going to remember what it is, but it's around hypertension, and we are getting funding to work with Hotel Pharmacy as a pilot project to incorporate the pharmacy into the SASH program. They come to some of our SASH meetings, and they work specifically with people who would like to work with them around hypertension. And so it's great. It's a 25-week grant program, and so hopefully we're trying it here, and then it could potentially be offered around the state. So it's a big undertaking, and Shauna has been spearheading the whole thing, so it's really wonderful.
When you say here, you're talking about in this building?
We're talking about all the SASH program. So here, and Red Clover Commons, Hayes Court, Melrose Terrace, and in the community, yes.
Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
I really love the papers, SASH
She has
flash.
one more comment.
We need security around here, especially on the weekends, because there's a lot of people that are letting people in to stay with them here, and they're selling drugs, and you could smell it, like, weed, and somebody needs to be at that door, like, somebody needs to have a pass or something, the people that live here. And then, because everybody's just letting everybody in, and I know there's a bunch of dealers in this building.
So outside of having a locked door?
Yeah.
The locked door is a really good idea, but it's not solving the biggest issue is that people that live here, if somebody buzzes them, they let them in even if they don't know them. Or if they're down, like checking their mail or they're coming in, they'll let somebody come in behind them, even though they don't know who it is and
And they
never
use the
seen them.
washer dryers down here, that people come in from anywhere.
Yeah, they use the washer and dryers.
So again, if you want to put it on a pink form, the same form, and write down all of these comments, that would be helpful.
Okay, but we do definitely need some kind of security around here.
Well, we have cameras in the building, and we have.
Yeah, well, that doesn't really.
Every time we've asked about
Yeah.
something to be looked up on the camera, they say it's too late.
Too late, or they can't find it, or.
Well, this is why we collaborate with the Brattleboro Police. And again, if it's helpful to have it in writing. It's helpful to have specifics. At such and such a time, this happened, and that's why I'm presenting it. That enables them to take more effective action.
Okay.
We're going to go on to section 8, shelter plus care and transitions to housing.
So there is one piece of this, I know in David's report, he mentioned that there was an approximately $42,500 shortfall that he had reached out to HUD about, and we are still going back and forth on the emails. So we were hoping to hear by the 6th, we did not. So, and I was hoping to speak with him today a little bit about it, but he was out in Springfield, so we have not heard yet.
And my understanding in reading this is that the shortfall has come from HUD basically shorting us on what we expected to receive for the first 3 months of the RAD demonstration project.
Yes, and it looks, from our estimate of what it looks like, they just left Hayes Court off of the RAD. And so I think that we're hoping that on the HUD side, they're going to look at this and just realize that it was an error.
That it was their error, not our error.
Yes, yes. So we are staying on top of it.
They haven't disputed it.
They haven't disputed it at all. We are asking them about it, and they're doing an investigation at this point.
Transitions to housing. We're now serving 8 once homeless families, an increase of 1 from last month. We're able to house a homeless family of 5 in town for the 1st of January that have been searching for a month. That's really quite remarkable.
It is wonderful. It was a big triumph.
I bet. We'll be looking to add another family to the program in January after reviewing the budget. Which I think is an appropriate lead-in to looking at accountants advisors. Financial review. Review the independent auditor's report. And I wondered why my purse was so heavy when I began to hold it out.
I have a question somewhere in here, but I'm not finding it.
So if you excuse me, I did all the business I need to do.
Okay, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
You'll be getting some of those pink
Sounds great.
orange.
Sounds great. I'll be looking for it.
Okay, thank you.
Would you consider joining the
RAC board, the Resident
Yes.
Advisory Communication Committee.
Yes.
I'll ask them about that. If I go,
Excuse me?
I go to that.
Good. So even if they don't join, you can bring some of their concerns.
Yeah.
That's great.
take it this is a new relationship with these accountants?
A new relationship? I don't think so. I think that we've used them before. What makes you say that?
Oh,
Oh, no, that was the other piece. That's for our executive session.
okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's what he means or not.
I don't know what it was. It was something simple, but I'm not seeing it, so I didn't write it down.
Is it in the actual?
It was somewhere in the,
In the auditor's report rather
yeah,
than
it was
the,
just a simple question, but it's not coming to me. I was reading it without a pen.
basically difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We
And
encountered
there
no
weren't any.
significant
Right.
difficulties.
Yep.
And throughout the report, they indicated that they did not see any problems. Pleased to report there are no such disagreements that arose during the course of our audit with the management. And
It's a very clean report.
it is very well stated, very thorough. And then the more extensive financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2019.
I ask what, maybe a dumb question.
Byron, can you speak up?
On page 14, it refers to management fees from A.W. Richards and Red Clover. I promise I won't go on being bewildered by things, but that's I understand, a totally different relationship we have with those
Yes.
two properties.
They are public-privately funded. The Red Clover Commons and the A.W. Richards building. So
And we
they are
have a
not,
management contract.
yes.
with them.
And then we receive we receive fees to manage those buildings. And so I think when they were looking at the, the grant-funded positions, those were also allocated in that we receive funds to offer those services. And so we receive funds to manage the Red Clover Commons and A.W. Richards building, which is different from our RAD. You're right, it's different from our RAD properties. We get the subsidy off of the rent payment. This, we receive a set amount of money just to manage the buildings themselves.
I'll get there.
We'll do it together. I learned a lot from reading this, so this was very timely for me. This was helpful to read all of this as well.
Are these reports put out like this every year?
They are.
Okay.
Yes.
So this isn't a brand new, contract, it's just it's the annual?
Yes,
statement.
yes, and we will also be audited specifically for our tax credit buildings.
Right.
They're set to come in soon, this
Okay.
month, and they'll be auditing specifically those two properties.
Yeah. Yes, I said that incorrectly. Tax credit buildings are ones that private companies get tax credits that enable us to do that building.
So you will see another audit specifically to that.
Yeah, okay. summary. The summary of the auditor's results is uniformly none reported, and we do qualify as a low-risk auditee. Very good. Good place to be. Right.
There are two parts to a report like this, being thorough but also being clear.
Yeah.
Yes. It's both.
And then the last, if we, do we need to?
You do a motion
adopt?
to accept the,
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the auditor's report and the, who's this called? The independent audit.
So there was a second from this. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This carries. And the monthly check listing. Tom, you have been signing checks in January.
Yes, that's the month with 5 Fridays.
Oh dear.
I had one of those once too.
Okay.
do we have somebody for March? I wasn't sure if we had.
We don't yet.
I think it's gonna be me. I think it'll be me.
Would you like it to be you?
Sure.
Okay.
I think I'm next.
I'm always available as a backup if somebody has to
Thank you, Tom.
not go. You know, being retired, I have lots of free time, so.
Okay. And I suspect that it would be appropriate for me to be in April. I did November. So why don't we do that?
And I can do May,
Great.
unless somebody's dying to do it.
Did we figure out about the last week in February?
Yeah, I'm gonna take that.
Thank you.
Large projects in progress.
So, I believe that next month we'll have a little bit more of a detailed report because Chris Hart will, she's now actively working in the development phase and she has already started working very hard, so it's great. So there's not much to report from what we had last month. The FEMA, FDMA, the 4 buildings have been removed down to the slab, and I know that Chris is just talking to community members. She has been continuing to talk to community members about projects around that property. And so they are going to be putting, she's going to be putting, and Brattleboro Housing Partnership has been really thinking about the history of the land and bringing in community members to really think about the best
Right.
use of that.
And when you say community, is this mainly the West Brattleboro Association?
Yes, the Vermont Historic Preservation,
Okay.
as well as some, I think that there are some local art groups that she's also talking with. But Chris, I'll be honest, I can't speak to 100%, so she would definitely be, next month she said that she would have something for us to
That's good.
review, so that would be great.
Is the West Brattleboro Association
Yes.
involved?
Yes, they are. Yes, absolutely. Very important for them to be involved.
Red Clover 2.
The permitting, the funding, and the design remain underway, and the DRB has been approved, has been received. And so Chris is actively working on that piece, that's a big piece. And again, I think we'll have more to report next month. She just didn't have anything.
Started.
She didn't have anything.
She was busy being a grandmother.
She was, she is.
Which is great.
Yes, and then we have heard nothing about moving to work. And so,
And when you say we remain in the lottery, it means that as far as HUD is concerned, we still have a potential?
we still have a potential.
Or not? And then number 7, enter executive session to discuss legal matters. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session? Well, we can go into executive session with Mary here, and she holds up her camera, and then we go do the work we need to do. So,
Gotcha.
do I hear a motion?
So moved.
No.
Second.
And Byron second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And thank you, Mary.
I see Weston here, Bennington, Wilmington, a lot of far-flung places, so Wardsboro, Reedsboro in the house? Did they make it? I know Whitingham. So folk made it over the hills and dales and got here in the snow. Good. So Sue Westa is going to pass around an agenda, and then she's going to pass around the RSVP sheet that we have to facilitate your signing in. If you're not on that sheet, if you would, just somewhere on the back, write in your name and contact information. Okay. Well, thanks to everybody for coming out. I'm very excited about this. I've been with the Wyndham Regional Commission for almost 10 years now, and broadband has been an issue since before I got here, high-speed broadband. And of course, technology has changed radically just in that 10 years. And how we use it too, right? Not just email and internet, but now everybody has the high-definition televisions and other things. And also the way we're doing business is changing. So, but one of the things that's driven me nuts, which I'm sure has driven you nuts, is all the talk about broadband without the capacity to actually do anything about it. And so the reason why we got involved in this, Wyndham Regional Commission, is the Broadband Innovation Grant were made available, and ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategy, we'll introduce our partners here in just a second, they had actually submitted a letter of intent. And so we reached out to them to say, hey, you put in this letter of intent to develop a regional broadband strategy. We can be the means by which you reach out to the municipalities and do this work. And we thought it was a great group to team up with, because ValleyNet is behind EC Fiber, and Rural Innovation Strategy, technology is what they do. So it seemed to be the right people. And their goal is to extend high-speed broadband to unserved and underserved areas, really agnostic of who does it. And so the idea here is to develop, it's pretty straightforward, but there are a lot of moving pieces to it, a feasibility study, and then see what the feasibility is to run high-speed broadband to unserved and underserved areas, then develop a business plan that reflects what was found in that feasibility study, and then we'll know what pieces need to come together to actually get it implemented. And so we're going to be getting down, so this will be getting down to actual technology, actual dollars and cents, what will actually pencil out to make this work. And ValleyNet has experience with EC Fiber, and these folks will be able to answer all kinds of technical questions that you might have. Welcome. All right. Make yourself at home. Oh, if I turn it on, see, I'm technology challenged. So the agenda is I'm going to introduce you to the project team. We're going to go over the purpose and scope of the project, talk about what communications union districts are, town participation and expectations in this process, the project timeline, and then field any questions you might have. I'm Chris Campany, Executive Director of Wyndham Regional Commission. Sue Westa is our Senior Planner, and she is our staff lead on this. Rob Fish is with the Public Service Department. Alex Kelly is with Rural Innovation Strategies. Carol Monroe is with ValleyNet. And then I also want to introduce Sarah Lang. She's with Broward Development Credit Corporation. They've partnered with us on a lot of this too. Everybody's coming in, just make yourself at home. And we've got a sign-in sheet coming around, which we'll explain a bit more about. So what is the Wyndham Regional Commission? So we were established in 1965. We serve 27 towns in southeastern Vermont. It's all the towns in Wyndham County, Reedsboro, Searsburg, and Winhall in Bennington County, and Weston and Windsor County. And our mission is to assist towns provide effective local governance and work collaboratively with them to address regional issues. And in the absence of county government in Vermont, the regional commissions are essential link between local, state, and federal government. But the commission, just so you know, it consists of town-appointed commissioners. We're actually a political subdivision of the state. And so for those of you who don't know much about us, the people that we answer to directly, the commissioners, are actually appointed by your respective select boards. And so you have a voice within the commission. And now I'm going to turn it over to...
Sure. Hi, everyone. Alex again. I'm with Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc. You might know us by the Center on Rural Innovation. We're kind of sister organizations. What we do is we help towns across the country diversify their economies and build digital economy ecosystems. And broadband is obviously the foundation of that. So, we're here partnered with Carol and ValleyNet to drive the business plan and feasibility study, as mentioned. Excited to get into
Would
that.
you speak up louder and slower, please?
Sure. I apologize.
I'm older.
So I'm Carol Monroe, and I had been the CEO of ValleyNet. I'm now the chair of the ValleyNet board. ValleyNet is a not-for-profit, and it is the company that does all of the construction management and operations for EC Fiber, East Central Vermont Telecommunications District, the very first CUD in the state. And it's also the entity that does the same type of work for Lime Fiber, and that's from Lyme, New Hampshire. A little bit different strategy there. Lime Fiber is a privately held group of investors. It's not a municipality, but ValleyNet does the work for them as well. And to give you some idea, it's like EC Fiber is now, the end of December came in with its fourth revenue bonds for another $10 million, and that should be all of the revenue bonds that we've requested have sold out in just days each time we've done that. And this is the last of the revenue bonds that will fund the fiber to the home project for 1,400 miles and to all the unserved areas, unserved areas in the EC Fiber district. There are some other areas that it doesn't cover at this moment in time that are well cabled, and it's not that we won't do that, but it's a different business plan and a different business model to hit the cabled areas, and that's so those areas will be built, but they'll be built under a different business plan. But it's been pretty successful. It's been cash flow positive, EBITDA positive since 2015. About 250 miles and 2,000 customers. And as of today, they're very close to 4,300 customers. By the end of 2021, they should be at about 7,500 customers. So it's been a great experience to be working with them to see how this could happen. Their startup money came from private investors in $2,500 increments. They raised $7 million in that way to build out those first 225 miles. It was a difficult time. We learned a lot of lessons, and those are the lessons we hope to impart to all of you, so we don't make the same mistakes. Certainly, there's no reason to do that.
Keep the volume up, don't get tired.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yes.
So we were going to go around real quick and just have you say your name and what town you're from. Right back there.
Stephen Marlboro.
Bill Ashford, Marlboro.
Phil Edelstein, Whitingham.
Allie Edelstein, Whitingham.
Malcolm Moore, Marlboro.
Dan Bartlett, Marlboro.
Omar Smith, Leesboro.
Wayne Forrest, Whitingham.
Caroline Melvin, Jamaica.
Chris Roberts, Jamaica.
Dave Jones, Brookline.
Chris Olson, Dummerston. Jeff Gouger, Newfane.
John Sebastian, Wardsboro.
Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
John Hughes, Townsend. Patrick Borland, Town of Brattleboro.
Jennifer Burnell, Whitingham.
David Jones, Halifax.
David Scholes, Town of Brattleboro.
Court Trowbridge, Putney. Ann Manwaring, Wilmington.
Sarah Lang, Brattleboro. Gretchen Haverluck, Wilmington and Whitingham. Lauren Harkowitz, Wilmington. Allison Peterson, Stratton. Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton.
Tabby Friedman, Dover.
Shannon Wheeler, Dover.
Vicky Capitani, Dover. Carolyn Shea, Wardsboro.
Andy Snelling, Townsend.
Bob DeServo, Townsend.
Lisa Fortin, Wardsboro. Don Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Paul Spector, Wardsboro.
Greg Melmans, Jamaica.
CJ King, I live in Jamaica, but I'm here representing Grace Cottage Hospital, Family Health and Hospital in Fountain. Rhonda Slockover, Vernon.
Munson Hicks, Vernon.
Jim Linville, Weston.
Todd Horner, Key, New Hampshire.
Bruce Robert, Londonderry, and background for the Chester Telegraph.
Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Eddie Fucci, Weston.
Joe Perdano, Marlboro.
Joel Blooming, Jamaica.
George Mora, Londonderry.
Toby Fitch, Londonderry.
Russ Hodgkins, Westminster.
Sheila Morris, Guilford.
Zon Eustis, Guilford.
Peter Rood, Guilford.
Karen Astley, Putney.
Tom Rimsel, Wardsboro. Chris Lynch, Matrix Design Group. Roger Turner, Dummerston.
Lynetta Powling, Newfane.
Eric Hatch, Bennington. Tim Scoggins, Shaftesbury.
Pete Van Allen, Newfane.
Steve Lemke, Guilford.
In case you're curious about me, I live in Newfane. Our offices are in Brattleboro. So just for folk who just come in, we've got the RSVP list going around as a sign-in sheet. If your name's not on there, you can just check your name if you find your name on there. If it's not, please write your name and information on the back of the paper. And there were agendas going around too. We may have, it looks like we got more turnout than RSVPs, so we may have run out of agendas. But that's okay, you don't necessarily need a paper agenda. So we're gonna turn this over to our colleagues. Here you go.
Great.
Cool. Well, as we mentioned, and let me know if I'm too quiet or too fast. As we mentioned, we're developing a business plan and a feasibility study for participating towns. And I think the best thing to do would actually just be to dive right into what is involved in each of those. So I'll take the feasibility study and you take the business plan. Great. So the first thing, and one of the most important foundational things, is what is called a take rate survey, and that's where we ask the residents of towns a number of questions, which will inform basically everything else we do. The survey gets at what their current speeds are, what they would like to have. It gets at who their providers are, what they would be willing to pay, and it just is a foundation for everything else that we do after that. We do an analysis of the served and underserved areas. We also look at what the bandwidth needs are and what the tiers of bandwidth the customers want and what we can deliver. We do a vertical asset inventory, which vertical assets are poles. We figure out where the poles are, where we can lay the fiber and string the fiber. We do an analysis of what the backhaul providers could be. We develop deployment routes and methods. Yep.
What's a backhaul?
Great question.
So backhaul would take this network to the web, to the internet. And so the network here would be built with redundancy from town to town, hub to hub. Within that network, probably from at least 2 locations, if not more than 2, there would be access to the internet, also providing redundancy to the network. So we take it from wherever the main location would be here, which has to be determined, to Springfield, Boston, New York, Montreal, all those various areas that have locations, central locations for all the internet providers. So that backhaul is the fiber taking you from this network into the web.
Right. So it's not the provider, but it is connecting the provider and all the fiber to the main web. Right. Is that correct?
So we'll be looking for providers who have fiber in this region. So we know First Light has some fiber in this region because they bought SovereignNet, and SovereignNet built some of the assets to the schools and so on. As an example, we know CCI has some fiber in this region. And I think there's 1 or 2 other providers that have fiber in this region. So we would be looking at partnering with them to take it out to the internet as a whole, and then from different locations for redundancy.
So again, deployment routes and methods. Where do we string it on poles? Do we need to bury it anywhere? Where are the channels that we take it? Communication union districts. Robert is going to talk a lot about that in a bit, but that's an element of this feasibility study. And then lastly, the technical design, and we need to do this obviously because we need to know how much it costs and to incorporate all of that in the business plan. Before we move on, this is a lot of information. Any other questions about what any of these elements of the feasibility study are?
So our town is very rural. There are a handful of residents that are in town, and everyone else is out on dirt roads. So what are we talking about here? How do we get to those people?
In the same way you would get to the people on the main road. So the commitment here is to serve those that are, well, your district will decide this as a whole if you go to route of a communication union district, but to serve those unserved first, and that includes those out a mile or so out on the the edge of town. Those are the least served premises today.
It's not a mile, it's 20 miles.
Mile? Yeah. It's the least served today. So if you want to look at examples, take a look at Granville or Hartford, or Hancock or Pittsfield at the base of the Green Mountains. All of those towns are extremely rural, about 250 premises or less in those areas. Rochester has a few more than that. And there is fiber built to every premise that's on the grid. Okay, and I say that because it's not that you can't serve people off the grid, but that's a whole different story. You take them one at a time and determine how to do that. Yes?
So which elements of the feasibility study would be conducted at the high level, like by Wyndham Regional or whatever other organization, and which elements would be up to the individual participating municipalities?
In gathering the data? So Wyndham Regional has already provided us with the data that's fairly public data you can find easily. Miles of road, how many households in every town, the economic average household income, that type of information we already have. And so what we're looking for the towns to do is, number one, to have a representative that can answer questions where we don't have the data or it doesn't make sense. Because sometimes when you look at that data, there's some things that just don't make any sense. But more importantly, to participate in the survey. So the survey, we all know, I mean, when you get a call, what do you do with it? You get a call? Right. So we need to figure out how to get this survey done in a way in which we can get enough participants to make it valid. And that may mean tackling it from all sorts of different directions, whether it be town meeting, a person at town meeting taking surveys, or a person at the local recycle center doing surveys, hopefully on a nice sunny day, and so on. Mailing them out if we have to do that, online if we can do that. We're talking about broadband here, so people who might have to do it from work from their work offices in order to take the survey. But we want to make sure that we get those results in to make it a valid survey, because that's going to also kind of tell us what we need to know. Feasibility, I look at EC Fiber. I know what percent of subscribers I can expect in any given town based on the data that we've collected. And so we have a history there from towns that are just like you.
Is this going to be location neutral? In other words, whether you're 20 miles away from town or 20 feet away?
The goal is to provide universal, ubiquitous service.
So there won't be charges for laying cable up to the end of the road?
No, but there may be charges for laying it up to that person who has a mile driveway.
Okay. That's
okay, right? Because so for access, that would be part of the project, but for access from the road or the last pole to your home up a driveway will be sort of your responsibility. We look for a clear path is what we call it, whether that be on poles or through conduit, but a clear path to get to your home.
How does this all concur with the overall policy that both state and Wyndham Regional and towns that we try to concentrate in our existing village centers? I mean, that's part of our land use, our energy planning, is that we want to have a much greater concentration actually in the existing core villages. And the whole concept here of supplying high-speed internet to rural areas that are 2 miles or 3 miles, whatever, out for 1 or 2 residences seems to run contrary to that to me. I would think we'd want to encourage people to maybe have good service available in the actual villages, but not subsidize the very rural areas.
I'll deal with that. Yeah, there is a I guess kind of what's the term, moral hazard here for running fiber everywhere. But the fact is, we already have people who are demanding it, including school children who are relying on internet access now to do their homework. People who are doing telemedicine who may be in that house that they've lived in 5 generations at the end of a class 3 town road or even a class well, if we're going to class 4s or not, we'll talk about that later. Like you say, where the poles are. But we've got a lot of people who already live where they live who need access. Now, the bigger issue, frankly, as far as achieving compact settlement, has more to do with like water, wastewater, other infrastructure. Because right now, the path of least resistance is out class 3 town roads. And that's not going to be fiber that drives people out into the class 3 town roads. It's going to be that you have no capacity in the villages to actually add additional housing units or add any commercial space. And you can't necessarily send everybody to the downtown. So we're talking future land use patterns. We're not talking about uprooting everybody in rural areas and sending them to the villages. But this is just as essential as copper telephone or electricity used to be. I can tell you that growing up as a kid, I grew up in rural Appalachia, and I go to my family's home in the rural Mississippi Delta, and they had cable before we did. In part because they recognized the need related to human health and well-being, and we're kind of at that point now with high-speed broadband. So that's the answer I can give you. Yes, sir.
Carol, thank you for coming to Whiteham in the past. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, there are member towns in the EC Fiber District that are well cabled. They're members of the Communication Union District, but you're not putting fiber there now because they're served by the existing cable. And you're putting your resources to the towns that don't have cable or anything else. So in Wyndham, we have Brattleboro and some other big towns. So are we going to take the same approach here, where we're going to try to connect the underserved to the unserved and wait, as you were doing at EC Fiber, before you tackle the cable towns like Brattleboro, for example? Is that the plan?
That would be a plan that the district will decide upon. But yes, that's the goal from a state perspective, to go to the unserved, underserved area. Let's just call them unserved, right? Because really, if you don't have cable connection or fiber connection, you're pretty unserved, no matter what other kind of connection you might have, with the exception of a few wireless connections that are very good, but not universal. And so all the unserved areas are needed first, and that's part of the purpose of the planning, feasibility planning from the state level, as well as any funding from the state level to start up a district. And so that the focus will be on those areas first. EC Fiber does go through some cabled areas. We just had to connect our network in West Windsor to our network in Barnard, and we go right through Woodstock. Woodstock's one of our towns, and you can be sure there's a lot of cable along those routes. But that isn't our priority at this moment in time. Outside of that infrastructure need, that's what we've built in Woodstock at this moment in time. And even then, if you look at the route, it's not like straight down from Barnard to West Windsor. It kind of follows this unusual path, and if you look at that path is, the dirt roads, the edges of town, and so on to get to West Windsor.
And later on, we're going to talk about Communications Union District, but what she said is important. It's going to be the districts that determine the strategy. It's not, and then whatever company, whoever you hire to actually do the technical work. And so that's important. The communities are going to be in charge of the prioritization.
I do want to say one thing about the Communication Union Districts here, though, because through this feasibility study, we're going to be able to determine critical mass. And what does it take, and how many towns need to be part of a district? What is the logical arrangement of towns to be in districts? All of that would be recommendations. We're not going to force a town to do anything, of course. And it may be one big district, which is really something they're thinking about in the Northeast Kingdom. They're thinking about 2, and recently they've started talking about maybe even 1. So we will be looking at that as part of our study. What makes the most sense for where communication, what towns should belong to what districts, or should it be 1 district or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. But we need to make sure we have critical mass in each district in order to be feasible.
Let's take a question from Peter. He's had his hand, and then we'll go back into the presentation. We'll be plenty of opportunities to ask questions.
For the survey, what type of population percentage would constitute a valid survey?
I'd like to see 30%.
Okay.
And I'll just note one thing, as we go through this process, that's the main thing we really need the towns to think about right now, is you know your town's best, you know your community's best. So what is the best way to reach as many people in your community as possible to get surveys out and get surveys back? You're the experts on that, not us standing here. And so that when we're going to talk about what we're going to rely on the towns to do. But that's where, as far as energy and effort right now, that's where your heads need to be at, and like your broadband committees and other things. How do you get the surveys out and get them back? Charlie's a quick.
Real quick, are there any model surveys?
Oh yeah.
We got lots of model surveys. So remember, February 6th, we're going to be having another meeting to go over what's in the surveys. We're going to be soliciting your input for the surveys, and we're going to want towns to share your thoughts on how you're going to reach out to your people, so you might get some ideas to other towns. So we're going to have a whole training around the surveys, but there are models out the, yes, Wazoo. Go ahead.
Great, so we're going to move on. The last thing I'll say about this feasibility study is that we will also be submitting it to a reputable third party to validate it and make sure that they agree with our conclusions. So just wanted to make sure you knew that as we moved on. You want to? Yeah, I'll get onto this.
Okay, so the feasibility study goes back to the state. This is part of this whole grant process. So the grant is divided into two sections. One section to do the feasibility study, and the next section to do business planning. And so the feasibility study has to show that it's feasible before they will fund the business planning piece. Right? So it goes, the study goes back to the state, whether we show one district as being feasible, or 2 districts, whatever that looks like in the end, we'll go back to the state for review, and to Rob's group, and they will determine whether or not we can continue down the path and do business planning. And you'll see some of this in the timeline at the end here, because they want to look at these very quickly as well. There are 3 VIG grants out there, so they'll be getting at least 3 feasibility studies back, and then we can continue and do probably a better business planning process, a more in-depth business planning process. One of the essential elements for a business plan is who is going to operate this network. And that hasn't been determined yet. And so we'll be looking at that in feasibility. We'll be looking at it in business planning. It could be a private for-profit entity. It could be a not-for-profit entity like ValleyNet is a not-for-profit. But we want to make sure that we find out what, we want some ideas about what that will look like, because that will affect the business plan. So ValleyNet is a not-for-profit. Our costs are very low to our districts, but a for-profit company might be different. And so we want to try to outline that and get that done very quickly if we can. We don't have to choose one, we just have to have an idea of what that would look like if we chose a for-profit company.
And we don't know the exact dates yet, but we'll be reporting this back to you.
Quick question, is the business plan done at the recommended CUD level, or is that done at the regional level as well?
Well, it'll be at the CUD level, but it will be for each CUD.
When you say for each CUD, ones that are already talking about forming, or what some possible configurations are based on the feasibility study?
We'll work with those that are already going to, that have it on their ballot for the town meeting, because they'll form a core CUD. But what we'll try and determine is what, how the other towns relate to that, and determine how many, we'll make a recommendation as to how many should be in which CUD, or in one.
Keep it coming.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah. So if your recommendation is 3 CUDs, you're going to do a separate business plan for each?
Yes.
And that's why we stressed in the communication about this. Wherever you are in your CUD process right now, I know a lot of the town warning, were printed, a month ago or before. You're fine wherever you're at right now, right, Carol? Because the whole point of this is to figure out the geography, based on the technology, geography, what CUDs make sense. And we're not going to dictate that either. I mean, if other groups, we don't have the power, we don't have the desire to say, you don't do that. Towns can do whatever they want to do. But what we're going to advise is based on the feasibility analysis for the region as a whole, for this 920 square mile, 27 town region, how many CUDs make sense so that we can serve the unserved. Does that make sense?
How many make sense regardless of how many have actually
Exactly.
formed?
The result is going to be a business plan that you could take to possibly get the revenue bonds to help start building the network.
Speak up.
Speak up. Say that again. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Stand up.
So one of the results of this business plan is going to be something that you can take to lenders to get the funding you need to build out the network.
Right, yes.
Would this be a partial solution to areas that do not have cell phone service to connect through a Google Voice, Skype, but internet and telephone? Because I guess in our area, our biggest concern is we have so little cell service. But would this be able to serve through internet phone services?
So most of these, most of the results for service will include probably a voice over IP plan, but more importantly, almost every cell phone now is network capable. And so it's bringing in enough bandwidth into your home to be able to connect your cell phone to your network and use it in your home. That doesn't help when you're stuck on the road.
Well,
that's sort of another type of solution. But what will happen is there'll be fiber throughout the region, right? And that gives easy access to those providers to connect into a network. There'll be fiber available if AT&T or Verizon or US Cellular or some other carrier wanted to put up repeaters or cell towers or mini towers, which a number of them would like to do, then there'll be that opportunity to do that because that fiber will be there already.
Is that happening in EC Fiber area? Is AT&T building out because of the work you've done?
Yes and no. We're not providing them backhauls, but they do have the CCI for the most part is providing backhaul to them. But yes, there are dead spots within our region, and we all know what happened when the provider left Coverage Co, right? So there are areas within our EC Fiber territory that also doesn't have cell service. They're working on that as a district, but it's hard to encourage a cell tower to do that. I can tell you that you can put a device in your home that will bleed out, if you want to call it that. So you can there's a device in your home for both Verizon and AT&T that will allow you to, it's like a mini cell tower. It's not even a tower, it just looks like a modem device. I used to have one in Royalton. And others on our staff had them as well. And they would say people would stop across the street from their house because they had a signal. So you get priority on that device, but the signal actually goes out further and it is secure in that your conversations and it isn't interrupted by somebody else's. But you can start to do that within some towns as well, particularly in downtown areas. So there are some solutions there, but really we need the big providers to participate.
Is this going to be competitive with cable and cell phone?
In terms of pricing structures?
In terms of content? Yes, and pricing.
Yes, it will. Product pricing will be competitive with those services, and it will offer you some alternatives where they are existing if you build out over those cabled areas. We're experiencing a 17% take rate in cabled areas versus 30 to 40% take rate within 2 years in non-cabled areas. So you have to keep that in mind.
I'm sorry, you said, did you say sync rate?
17% take rate.
Take rate, oh, okay,
Take rate
sorry.
in cabled areas. So as much as you don't like Comcast or whoever your cable provider is today, turning that off is a hard decision, and learning how to stream is difficult. But People are doing it.
I'm having, help me understand, do we figure out whether we want to be the town of Weston, 500, 400 earnest, wonderful souls? Do we decide, do we do our survey first, or do we decide to do a CUD first? How's this going to work for us?
You don't need to participate in the CUD to do your survey. Okay, so the more survey results that we can get in from the various towns, the better our data will be, the better our recommendations will be. And what was I going to say? You want towns though to provide a representative.
Right, so,
You want to take care of that?
yeah,
Okay.
you want, are we there?
No, we're not there yet. We didn't get through this. Okay.
Do you want to cover that?
Let's go through this
Okay. Well, let's continue with the presentation a bit more, and then we'll get into that.
So the business plan includes a market analysis, a high-level market analysis. It includes high-level engineering and design plans. It does not include having done that. That's a cost in itself to do that. But we have a lot of experience and can do a high-level plan. Financing models, at least 3 years of projected pro forma projections. Estimation of construction costs. ValueNet has a really good handle on that in the state of Vermont. We're building, as I said, we're very close to over 1,100 miles of fiber now, and we'll be at 1,400 very soon. Operational models. What are the choices to have an operator or a construction management operator? What will those choices look like? Who wants to participate? We will have contacted some of those companies to see if they're interested in doing that. We have to provide a risk management plan. So this is a business plan that you can take to the state for VITA financing. That's the goal. So you have a business plan, the VITA financing for the startup CUDs. That plan should be sufficient enough to take to the state for that purpose.
Hi, everybody. My name's Rob Fish. I work for the Public Service Department, and I've met many of you already. I am the person the state has hired to try to connect to all the different groups in the state that are working on broadband. So I'm going to talk a little bit about communication union districts. A lot of it's been covered already in the questions, and I'm sure there's going to be more. So tell me to slow down if you need me to. So first off, as you probably figured out already, a communications union district is a way for 2 or more towns to work together to provide a solution to our lack of broadband. So how many towns here are part of a sewer district or a solid waste district? You get the concept. So why would you want to create a communication union district? The same reason for any of those other districts. What do you gain by working together? You're able to aggregate demand. You'll be able to get to a point where you have a better business case to make to get a better deal from a provider. It's also a way that the entire region can benefit. Otherwise, each town has a different business case. Towns that are less dense are less likely to be served. This is a way for the entire region to benefit. Another reason, funders are familiar with municipal districts. So a lot of the funding is going to be coming from VITA or from USDA. Do you think they want to get 28 different applications for a small project, or have one body that is coordinating that effort?
And Rob, could you tell them real quick who VITA is?
VITA is the Vermont Economic Development Authority. They have a broadband expansion loan as of this year that's up to $4 million per loan. So it's not necessarily bridge funding, but it's more startup funding. Okay. So to turn that around the other way, how many of your towns want to apply to USDA for individual funding and compete against all of your neighbors? So efficiency. When you're looking at an entire region, you can build out the network in the most efficient way possible. And town boundaries are irrelevant. How many roads go from one town through 4 other towns? What are the settlement patterns? What is the topography of your area? That's more important than town boundaries. And working as a region allows you to maximize the efficiencies that that gains. Risk mitigation, individual towns are not on the hook. Funding opportunities and just not reinventing the wheel. EC Fiber pioneered a model that is working. Around the state, this is working. So this is a way to benefit from that rather than taking everything on as an individual town. People pose a few questions that I'm sure are coming up. How many towns should be in a CUD? This varies, and thankfully there's a feasibility study that's going to look at what the best makeup is for the towns here. As Carol mentioned earlier, in the Northeast Kingdom, they were considering doing 2 communication union districts. Now they're going to do 1. That could potentially be 50 towns. So there's a lot of different factors to consider when it comes into it, but it also considers how many towns do you want to be looking at across the room. Like, there are models of executive committees and everything, but it's finding that balance. Cost to the taxpayers in the town. To just say it bluntly, communication union districts, they can't tax the residents of a town. Any funding for any of these build-outs is going to come from revenue bonds or possibly from private funding. How does the town join a CUD? How many people here are representing towns that are already voting at town meeting? There's quite a few already. There's a Deerfield Valley CUD that's forming, and then in Bennington County, there's about 10 towns that are already voting. If you didn't get it on the ballot, no big deal. Once the CUD is formed, you can join the CUD by just a simple select board vote. It doesn't take a town meeting vote to join an existing CUD. So this is the language. It's a little bit past the deadline for being able to put something on town meeting, but it's all spelled out in law. And it's based on an existing model. There's existing bylaws in place. There's suggestions, and a lot of it's figured out with this model. So I know I went really quick through that, but any questions?
Can we go back one slide?
Sure.
And by the way, this presentation is going to be on VCTV, but we'll also have it on the Wyndham Regional Commission website. You'll see it right there on the homepage.
I can also email this language to anybody.
What are the outer geographic parameters for a local CUD? Could somebody in Guilford join a CUD in St. Johnsbury?
Well, it's the entire town, but yes, technically St. Johnsbury could join with a CUD in Wyndham County.
Right. So
there's not a restriction.
That's the point that I'm saying. Is
logistics.
that once you have a CUD formed someplace, the town could join. You can always join a CUD.
You can apply to join. That's the key.
The existing CUD would have to bring it to their governing board for a vote. One of the issues that EC Fiber had initially was West Windsor was part of our communication union district. Joining there meant that we had to connect them to us in an unusual way initially. Montpelier is supposed to be part of ours, as well as CD Fiber. They belong to 2 CUDs. But getting to, if we were to build Montpelier, we'd have to have a link directly from Montpelier back to Royalton. So they need a link from St. Johnsbury to your town in order to make that happen. More importantly is, if you have problems, how far do you want that truck to roll? So an hour, 2 hours? I think that's one of the important pieces there.
So the towns don't have to be contiguous. They can also cross boundaries. You could also look to Massachusetts, New York, New Hampshire. A lot of different options, but there are logistical concerns. Fair.
Is it actually true that we are past the deadline for including including an article on the town meeting ballot? My understanding is that we're close to the deadline, but not there now.
Yeah, I think it's very close. I think it's a 30-day warning is the minimum.
And 40 is the maximum.
Yeah, so it really varies a little bit.
So there is time for any town that will be considering an article to get it on their meeting agenda for this year.
Yes, correct. Yeah, you still have time.
But just, and not discouraging you from doing that, but for those of you who for your towns that haven't contemplated it yet, that's fine too. So that's why I keep.
I brought it up because I know that there's at least one town here that is considering whether to do so and was going to decide after this meeting.
Yeah, and that's great. But I just want everybody to, you're fine wherever you're at, whatever your town wants to do, you're going to be okay.
Yeah, really what the most important thing right now is the survey of getting these results back to this group to come up with a feasibility study and ideally come up with a business plan after that.
I guess that's kind of the plea. I mean, if your town has limited bandwidth, no pun intended, sorry, it was not intended, that really did not mean that. But if you've got limited capacity to make decisions right now, focus on how to administer the surveys, not so much on necessarily on the CUD right now. Because and this is going to be, this is a 6-month process. It's going to roll fast because that's what the grant that we have requires. And so the only thing that's going to extend that 6 months is the amount of time that it takes the Public Service Department to review the feasibility study. And so that's why when we have that second meeting on February 6th about the survey, we're going to need towns and everybody to act fast. So again, if you have limited time to talk about this in your town, talk about the survey.
And using town meeting as an opportunity to collect survey results is going to be key, whether you're voting on it or not.
Yeah.
So I certainly hear the interest in having participating communities get involved with the survey. I'm hearing that loud and clear. I've got a couple of assumptions, I think, about the survey, but I'd like to make sure that those assumptions are correct or find out that they're incorrect. My assumption is to facilitate demand aggregation, you are going to be wanting each community to be distributing the same survey, is that correct? Okay. And for the purpose
Somebody
of...
say that out loud?
Yes.
Thank you.
And for the purpose of facilitating and aggregating demand, I'm guessing if there's going to be a web-based survey tool, that would be available to all participating towns. Is that correct?
Yep.
And that the regional commission would likely make that available, that we could all sort of link to, or something along those lines?
It's probably going to be more through I mean, rural areas. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
One thing to emphasize about the web version is like you want to have paper versions too.
Yeah.
Right. So we want to make sure we get the people.
And we're going to take a deeper dive on this on February 6th, is that right?
Yes.
Outstanding.
They're going to be due when?
I think that you look at the timeline at the end, I think we're looking at the third week in March.
On the orange plate.
Do these CUDs have to be contiguous areas?
No.
And a related question, are multiple connections to a backbone provider possible?
Yes.
I have questions on the feasibility study, particularly the first 3 things you wrote down, the take rate survey, analysis of served and underserved areas, and the bandwidth needs. We're all underserved, technically. So the question is, what is the what's the aim? What's the goal? Are we talking that the goal is 1 gig for everybody? Are we talking that because everyone's underserved? The take rate survey is going to be based on, gee, what I'd like, and when I don't even know what I need, it seems to me to be a problem. And bandwidth needs, particularly, what we said, I mean, right now, the federal 25.4 is inadequate for anything, right, and beyond really one household. So how do we project, how do we use this survey effectively to get to a place where we need to get to, which is a 1 gig, or to get fiber optic to everybody when they don't know what they need?
The construction of a network today would include all the equipment being at least 1 gig capable and 10 gig on the backbone side. So on the side that connects all the hubs together would be more like 10, and out to the internet would probably be more than that. And so part of what we would expect is that the broadband deployed will be up to a gig. And so
Up and down?
Up and down, symmetrical. So as a district, if we do, and through this, as we do business planning, we'll probably look at different tiers of offering, and that's part of the survey as well. Meaning a 25.3 tier would be the very lowest basic level. That is what the FCC says is broadband today. You and I don't agree with that. I understand that, but that's the minimum, and then probably tiers taking you to a gig at different price points.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that? Because that's something I've never quite understood. The tiering, that's artificial, right? Because you could provide 1 gig up and down for the same cost to everyone. So that's simply a marketing decision about what we'll charge for everybody. But it could be 1 gig to everybody at the same cost.
That's correct. If the business plan allowed for that, to say, in order to offer 1 gig to everybody, this is the price we would have to charge. How many? Now that may reduce how many people actually sign up. So
why would it cost more?
By offering different tiers, people can sign in at various levels.
My question is, why would providing 1 gig up and down cost you more than providing 100?
On the backhaul.
What other people charge?
Yes, so we have to buy service out of the area to a major carrier, right? And that will depend on how much bandwidth is being used internally. So if everybody has a gig and everybody uses 700 meg, that backhaul is going to be a whole lot more expensive than if it's tiered. If the business plan allows for that, that is what some municipal networks across the country are doing. They're offering a gig, one price, $50, $75, $100, whatever it happens to be, across the board. So it's possible. We'll take a look at that.
I'm just concerned that the survey is a little too small or not comprehensive enough to really get us anywhere. We know that, just one quick one, we know that, for example, in Chesterfield, New Hampshire, the data was inaccurate from the coverage, so the man who was in charge and who was putting it went to everybody and found, okay, theoretically they had 100 gig, but they didn't because they had no service at all. But the map said they did.
Right.
So
if you look
the
at
survey,
the FCC maps, you're probably all covered.
The survey is going to have to be comprehensive enough to really understand the area.
So remember where we're starting from. We're administering surveys that have been used in how many towns, and where this has been done, how many places now?
Several places here in Vermont, but also in New Hampshire. And the third partner on another grant that we're working on deals with, it's called CTG Communications out of Maryland. And so they've provided us with some survey material as well.
So it's not like we're starting from scratch, our partners know what we need to gather from the surveys.
It's really to try and determine who's interested in it, who would take service at what price points. That's the main purpose of the survey.
Let me ask that we do this. So we're about at the end of the presentation, and then we're just going to open it wide open for questions.
All right, so you folks are asking about the survey and what you need to do. If you saw the invitation to tonight's meeting, you saw that you saw the first things that we're asking you to do. We want each town to decide if they want to participate. Of course, it's up to you. We hope you will all participate. And we are asking your select board to pass a simple resolution stating that. We're also asking them to identify one specific person to be the broadband point of contact for your town.
And let me just clarify, I can already see the hand going up. We're talking about participating in the study.
Right.
I need you to tell us what you mean by participate.
Okay, yep.
Participate, set up a CUD, yes, we're all in on
No.
broadband, or yes, we want to do a survey.
So first, yes, we're all in on broadband. Second,
No.
I mean, I'm
Please
sorry.
help me.
Yes, we're all in on this effort to be involved in the project.
Which is a survey.
Which is the feasibility and plan.
And the feasibility study and the business plan
Whoa,
development.
whoa, whoa. But if you do a survey and you decide it's not feasible, you don't want to do it.
That's true. That will be the
Right,
end.
Exactly.
Correct. Absolutely. And we hope that as many of you as possible will participate throughout the process. We'll be holding multiple meetings, as Chris mentioned. The next one being the February 6th meeting that will focus on the survey. But once we complete the survey, we'll have a meeting to share the results with you, and we'll also be sharing information about the feasibility study. And if it is decided to go ahead with the business plan, we'll do that as well. But we just want to have one contact person that we know we can reach out to. We have their email address, can send them information, they can get it on your website, whatever is needed to be done. And we are asking you just to send that information to me in an email, and my address is swest@wyndhamregional.org. So that's just the first thing. The survey meeting is the second thing, and you've heard a lot already about the help that we need from you on that survey. You want to talk about it?
If you want, yeah. Oh, I don't know. Sure. We've talked about the survey a lot. I guess the only other thing I would add is that we need to do the survey right the first time, right? We can't survey everyone multiple times, and thankfully we've got really experienced partners who have done these surveys before. They know exactly what we need to ask, and so it's a robust survey, which means we'll need all of your help making sure people fill it out, right? It's going to be definitely longer than a page, and so this is really the important foundation to everything else we do. So happy to take more questions about that at the end, but there is going to be a special meeting about it as well on February.
And it will be one survey. We need the same survey to go out to all of the towns.
And we will help as much as we can with disseminating it, providing links, language for the listservs, physical copies, organizing groups to make sure we get as many responses as possible.
Let me just underscore why we need the resolution by the select board. It's just, we're a political subdivision of the state. We work with towns at their request for us to work with them. We don't just jump in from above. So we're not, so if a town doesn't, the reality is that the select board says we don't want to participate, and remember, it's just participating in the study. You're not committing to any CUD or business plan or anything else. You're just committing to, yes, we want to participate in getting out the study and being part of the discussions about what the feasibility study finds and discussions about what the business plan suggests. But we just need the select board to say, yes, we want to participate, because otherwise, if we were just show up in a town and start surveying residents, the towns would probably say, why are you here? We didn't ask to be a part of this. And so basically it's our way of getting permission from the select board, from your legislative body, saying thumbs up, and here's our primary point of contact. Why the primary point of contact? Because it's really difficult when you're expected to communicate the same thing to 5, 6, 20 different people. And so the idea is to communicate to one person who can then disseminate that back out to the rest of the town. Whatever network you have in your town to do that is fine. So if from that one person, they then communicate to 1,000, that's fine. However you want to do it internally, it doesn't make any difference. But we just need that kind of the select board official point of contact so that we know who to reach out to.
And isn't it true that the meetings aren't just for that point of contact?
Absolutely.
You can
Right.
bring alternates, you can bring whoever you need to from your town to the meetings. All of that is fine. It's just that there should be one official point of contact.
Yep. Okay, a couple questions?
Yeah, we've heard that landlines are kind of in peril. Do you know anything about that? Are they likely to disappear like I
Hey, Peter, before we get into the peril of landline, let's finish the
Okay, real quick, what can you expect from Wyndham Regional? Our role in this project is really as conveners and communicators, as we often are, to all of our communities, a role we often play. We'll be leading the survey development. We will be able to meet with some towns individually if that's really necessary, but we're really hoping to use these regional meetings to disseminate this information. So hopefully, you'll be able to come to these meetings and bring that information back out to your towns. And then we'll wrap up with the timeline.
So the state says 6 months, right? 6 months from the day that we signed the agreement.
Which was last Monday. One of the reasons why you didn't hear from us a lot is we didn't even have a contract to do this until last Monday.
So the broadband survey training for the towns on February 6th. We'd like the survey information all complete by March 17th so that we can be compiling that information. A feasibility study should be complete by the end of April. And then the business plan will take about 2 to 3 months following approval by the Vermont DPS on the feasibility study. So we're looking at, if all goes well, sometime by midsummer, I was going to say mid to late summer, we should have, plans in place and be ready to rock and roll and move things forward.
Can I ask how large is the grant that the regional received from the state?
Just under 60,000.
Just under 60,000.
60,000.
And the majority of it's going to them because they're doing all the technical work. We're actually basically going to get just reimbursed for Susan and my time. So we're getting like 5,000, I think it is. But that's the total. And then they're actually putting a lot of, you want to say something about the USDA grant that you guys have that kind of helps set the foundation for this?
So we also have a grant that, as I told you about, our partners in Maryland, that allows us to do some like pre-feasibility types of communication and planning and development of surveys and so on for both Vermont, 2 regions in Vermont and 2 regions in New Hampshire. The other 2 regions, by the way, are Pine Bluff, Arkansas, no idea, and Western Maryland. So it covers these 6 regions. But the idea is to create these models that can inform other communities in other states about how to do this. And so that's the purpose of that grant. But there's there's three of us working together to make that happen, all bringing different experience to the table. So we have this great wealth of knowledge that we have available to us.
What's the timeline for putting those models together?
That's a different grant, and I think it's 2 years. Yeah.
And?
Do you anticipate that the survey questions will let folks decide the level at which they would be willing to step into this as an uptake? And if that's the case, in the communities that have income levels that are at or below state averages, which are pretty low, I'm anticipating that we would get a lot of folks who might take the basic but unable to get too much. Will that have anything at all to do with the level of technology that is rolled out? So theoretically, that means, I heard a no there. So somebody on a given street, and all the folks on that street basically signed up to say they would take the basic, and enough of them do. But those same people could then, if they all of a sudden win the lottery, could upgrade, and the technology will be there for them to go all the way up to the top.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so if you use EC Fiber as an example, those customers can call any day of the week and say, I need more service, please increase my service, or I no longer need as much service because my children have all gone to college and they're not home anymore, and so could you reduce it? There's no contracts. They allow them to do that and prorate the month in doing that. We have a lot of customers, not a lot, about 25 or 30, who call us before Thanksgiving and call us back in January because all their family is coming home for Thanksgiving and they need far more bandwidth during that time period.
Just to Ann's question, correct me if I'm wrong, the pipe, the fiber cable that's gonna go to everyone's house is the same. It's how much the CUD or the company, whoever it is, pushes through that pipe. So, right, is that a fair statement?
Not only the pipe, but the device in the home is going to be the same.
Right.
The device on the pole is going to be the same. The device in the cabinet, hub cabinet is going to be the same. And it's all depends on how it's provisioned. So we can provision you for 25, 25, 100, 100. I think EC Fiber is just one. So it's 25, 25, 200, 200. I think it's 400 and then now 800.
Okay, the pipe is the same.
The pipe is the same.
It's just how much you bring in from the internet to the customer.
Right. We provision each device for whatever they purchase.
And as she is saying, again, maybe this is clear to everybody, but just in case, and I'm partially saying this to make sure I understand it, it's kind of like whoever the provider is, as part of the business plan, they're buying that backhaul, to where you're actually connecting to the internet. And so that's what's the cost driver as far as how much it's going to cost you, whether you got the 1 gig or whatever package you get. It's not the local service provider who's making the money. It's or who's driving the cost. It's more on what that backhaul cost is. Is that right?
Now, the local network is going to be what the market will bear, right? And I think that, but the equipment will be to allow for at least a gigabit of service.
Yeah, just a question on the survey. So you mentioned the other group that you're part of, and Greensboro being one of the beneficiaries of that. So we already had a sampling of the survey that you folks provided. One thing I noticed about the questions that we received is a lot of it was about current usage for people. It didn't really talk about what people were willing to do or what people wanted to do. And it seems like there should be more questions about that. And the reason I say that is because if you're surveying people in a town that's unserved, then obviously their usage is pretty low. It doesn't, so we don't really know what they want compared to what they actually are getting now.
That's a good point.
So I think what I'm hearing in a couple of different places is, does the survey educate respondents on what the possibilities are, as well as asking what they do? Because there's so many people, I mean, I've tried for 4 years to get internet on our road, and I've had to have conversations over and over again with people who don't know what they're missing or how their bills would differ if they had fiber instead of 3 megabytes one down or down up. So there's a whole education process for people who aren't really aware of the possibilities or the necessities.
I think it's important to note that, like, just as the first step, driving demand is going to be something that the CUD is going to have to figure out, of teaching people how to use the additional bandwidth that's available.
And the survey is just a piece of the pie for this feasibility, right? We need to know things like roads and household income, and there are other pieces of that pie. How big of a network it is, how many premises, what's the likelihood of a rural town, how many miles out of town do the roads go, and so on and so forth. So there's a number of pieces to that. This is just a piece of that feasibility study.
And as she noted earlier, we've already gotten them, Wyndham Regional's already gotten them that information.
More hands keep coming up. What's going on? Are we supposed to be answering
A lot of questions.
Education.
True.
Go ahead.
We live in Vernon, and we are well served. We are one of those people. A couple of years ago, we had a fiber optics subcommittee, and we did a survey. We reached out to Guilford. Sheila can tell you that. And we learned about CUDs. We did a survey. We got that many, 4 responses, because like Sheila just said, even though we are well served, people don't know what they're missing, even with Comcast and now Consolidated, which used to be Fairpoint. And not only that, because the plant has left or is closed and a lot of people left, we are now getting an influx of newer residents who are younger, who need this technology. So I second the idea of the education component of the survey. And it's not easy, because we have some people who just don't know, and they don't know what they don't know.
No, I agree with you. And I think we'll all do the best we can to do that during this survey period. As someone mentioned here, they've done it a number of times on their road and had to repeat it over and over again. But that is a concern that we have, is you don't know what you're missing.
How about, I have 3 quick questions. One going back to Rob, and maybe I just missed it, but I think I missed both of these. But the go back again over the funding options. You know, you can't tax, but you said you can use other means, but I guess justify.
Sure. So whether you're an individual town or whether you're a communication district, any build out of a network has to be funded from the revenues or projected revenues from the project. But you are also allowed to accept grants.
Or private funding?
Or private funding, yes.
Or private funding, or RUS loans that are, when they're willing to work with you on that.
Yeah. But the point is that a CUD can't tax your residents.
So we're going to do Steve Munson and the fellow in the orange flag.
So Carol, is there a correlation? You said you raised $7 million and we're happy to have done 225 miles. Is there a direct correlation between $7 million and 225 miles?
No, some of that $7 million was for building beyond the 225 miles.
Is there a correlation between the 7,500 subscribers that you're looking for and $7 million?
Well, no. But I can tell you that our rule of thumb at ValleyNet for Vermont has been $30,000 a mile, which includes 6 drops, meaning 6 houses, the equipment going to 6 houses. And that has held true for the last 7 years.
And just coincidentally, the numbers you gave us was 31,000 a mile, and if you take 7,500 and divide that by the 7 million by 7,500, it's $933 per person. So, if you want to do it, all in favor of that.
So, yeah. So it's, but that that's held true for us, and even with the changes and poll make ready work and all of that. So, if anything, that access to the polls, with the changes taking place this year in the legislation for that process at the DPS, it's perhaps those costs might come down a bit, but it's been fairly stable, a little higher, a little lower. The guy at the end of the road, I say 6 drops in a mile. Well, sometimes there's not 6 houses in a mile, but in town there's 30 houses in a mile. So it all averages out.
Munson?
Yeah, my question really lies, probably not to you guys. The state of Vermont has in its wisdom said that essential services such as internet cannot be funded by municipal bonds, but have to be revenue bonds. In New Hampshire, again, where Chesterfield successfully is putting together something, they're allowed to use municipal bonding on the assumption that an essential service like a bridge or a road shouldn't be required to pay for itself, but there are other ways of doing it. Do you foresee any chance for either towns getting waivers if they can prove that they are financially capable of handling it, or getting a change in the law? Because it seems right now that the state is being somewhat paternal and protecting us from ourselves from making the horrible mistake of spending the money the way we might want it. And I wonder if there is any chance that methods of funding may change.
Are there any representatives or senators in the room? That's who you should talk to. There was just a report that looked at a lot of these issues, and it was determined that we need to wait and see how the current mechanisms work. That doesn't mean there's not going to be a change in the future. It just means Now, in order to protect taxpayers, you can't put your grand list up to fund a broadband build-out. You can use those types of funds for the part of a broadband build-out that's specific to municipal uses. That's the one little thing in there where there might be some room, but that's something for every town to address with their town attorney.
Just to
I'm
give
not a
everybody,
lawyer.
just to give everybody a chance.
Follow up. There's just one quick, there's a way around that, which the town can buy their own bonds. In other words, a town in Utah did that. They sold the bonds, then they realized that the bonds were getting a whole higher amount of money than they were, so they bought their own bonds and became the owners.
So first we have the fellow in the orange plaid, then Ann, and then we'll come back over this way. Okay, fellow in the orange plaid. Sorry, what's your name, by the way?
Chris Robbins.
Nice to meet you.
Am I right in assuming that the different pricing tiers are going to be sensitive to aggregate bandwidth demand within the CUD? So if everybody in our town wants just basic service, the cost to build out has to be amortized over something. Would our price tiers
The
be
business
for
model-
for basic service be higher than if everybody wanted?
The business model of EC Fiber, it used to be that about 70% took basic, and 20% took standard, and 10% took everything above that. Today, it's 50% who take basic. You see that there's this great need going on, and another about 30% take standard, which is the next level up, and then the 15 or 25, I'm out of percentages here, but the rest of them take the higher level services. So the business model works on the bulk of the premises taking a basic or standard service.
Ann?
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that the limitations against using municipal bonds and using only the funding sources that were provided in the legislation only applies to communication unions districts. If a municipality itself chose to run a broadband within their town, are they prevented from? I mean, we do have a municipal model, the Chesterfield one, for example, but Burlington Telecom is a municipal model.
I think that's one of the reasons why there's restrictions on the use of general funds. I wasn't around in that history, just to say, but I'm thinking that that's where it came from. But
It is true in New Hampshire, they can use general obligation bonds, but they can only use general obligation bonds to build those areas that are unserved today.
Well, yes, that's
They can't use it to build overbuild anything, any areas that are served. And the reason it's become popular is because CCI has come to the table with plans that pay those bonds with a small access fee, $10 or $11.50, something like that, a month until the bonds are paid back. And you know, if you think about that model, the first 4 years, as you're ramping up service, you're not going to have enough money to pay the bond, and so they've also guaranteed that they will pay the difference between your access fees and so on. I don't think the towns in New Hampshire would be going forward with general obligation bonds if there wasn't a way of paying that back that didn't rest on the shoulders of the taxpayers.
But my question that was about Vermont specifically is whether the prohibition against using them is only directed at CUPs.
No.
It's everything. The law prevents it everywhere.
Now, having said that, if you look at West Windsor, in the EC Fiber District, they actually provided some funding to build part of their town. They provided the funding to connect all their municipal buildings together, and then they leased that network to EC Fiber when it built the rest of the town.
And they did that with general obligation bonds.
But that was specifically to connect all of their town premises together.
Andy? And then we'll go to the...
Okay. I guess I want to clarify. What we're talking about here would not involve any content, cable content. This is strictly internet and voice over.
Unless, in response to an RFP, a carrier came back and said, we'll help you build your town. In addition to that, we'll offer broadband, and then on us, we'll offer voice over IP and streaming services.
Okay, well, based on that assumption, what advantages other than municipal revenue bond financing, which would be cheaper than commercial financing, does going with the CUD have, seeing it has to be provided by subscriber fees, over existing providers that are providing both internet and cable services over the same pipeline?
They're not willing to go the last mile.
So it's a subsidy from congested areas to more rural areas. That's really what we're talking about.
You may partner with an existing carrier and we'll work out the funding of how to build that out. They've decided that this is where they are, and they're not going to go any further based on houses per mile and based on their return on investment. So if you subsidize that next step, they might be willing to do that.
You can certainly try for cable line extension. It's a process, and in general, most of Vermont is built out to the extent that Comcast or Charter is going to want to build out with their business model and what profits they need to make. It's not saying it can't happen, it's just saying what it is at this point.
So we know that Comcast is looking to buy a cable company in their area, right?
Is the survey going to ask people about whether they have satellite television? Because if you're spending $100 a month on satellite TV, you're paid for your internet already. Is that part of the survey question? I think it's an important thing to know.
Yeah, it asks about what's bundled with your internet.
David Jones, Halifax.
Probably the internet?
I have one question about the study and one question about the survey. The question about the study is, will you be studying the feasibility of setting up an operational affiliate like ValleyNet is to EC Fiber, as opposed to contracting with ISPs? As I understand it, ValleyNet basically buys wholesale and integrates the parts and pieces into a working product, as opposed to contracting for end-to-end service from an ISP. So will you be, the question is, will you be studying the feasibility of establishing an operational group like ValleyNet for the Windham County? And the question about the survey is, will there be included in the survey questions some indication of the ability of the respondent to pay anything? In other words, there could be some people who don't have internet because they can't afford it. Will that be, will capturing that information be part of the survey?
Yeah, we wouldn't necessarily phrase it like that, but it's, if they want to, would they want to buy internet if they don't have any? This will be part of it.
So and once it gets to a point of that you're trying to find a provider, that's certainly something you can include in your RFP. Like, do you offer a special service for low-income individuals that are on the school lunch program or during certain things? So it really comes down to later down the line.
Get to the reason why they might or might not have service, affordability, their ability to afford it might be something to understand.
And that could also be, wouldn't that be a benefit of the CUD, is to, you're closer to your community, and so the CUD can decide what you want to do to help subsidize those who need service who don't have it. That'll be within the control of the...
Right, so we know that EC Fiber is struggling with this question as well, right? Because there are a number of individuals in their territory that can't afford the service. And so the governing board is looking at that as an issue, and they're looking at it at the potential of at what point in time do revenues start to exceed expenses, and then that's one of the options that they have to put on the table, is some sort of subsidy or lowering prices or those types of things.
Okay, and can you also answer the question about whether you're going to be studying the feasibility of setting up an operational affiliate?
You know, we can look at that, but I can tell you it's far less costly to go with somebody who already has business systems in place and customer support help desks in place, and operation systems in place. So when you add the costs of that software and hardware and the space and so on, it really would add significantly to the cost of setting up a district. So it would be better to be able to partner with an ISP that already has those services, that already has that in place, that already has a DSS and OSS, and has a help desk and so on and so forth. It would be better to do that, because the cost of starting from scratch would be high. I mean, a bucket truck alone is $100,000, just as an example.
The woman in the back?
Is that what you asked?
She hadn't asked a question, then we'll come to you.
Sorry, go ahead.
So our select board in Stratton has voted to proceed, but they would like to warn the town on town meeting day and have asked us to come back from today's meeting with a name of a CUD, which obviously listening tonight, that's not going to exist until the surveys, but we would like to warn our townspeople because we all know we're all
Deerfield Valley.
Deerfield Valley.
Okay, Ann gave me my answer. Thank you, Ann. She's always a great resource. Thank you.
I just was a little confused as to what defines the 6-month project. Does that mean the end of the feasibility study and not necessarily creating CUDs? Or what?
This is a total of 6 months. We have to be done with the business plan by the end of the 6-month period. That's under our grant.
So we have to have everything defined within 6 months.
The whole, yeah, everything funded on this grant has to be done by ostensibly 6 months from last Monday, whatever that was.
That's pretty ambitious. Now, will this PowerPoint be available online?
Yes.
I want to go back to the importance of the education of people before they take the survey. Because in order to have a valid survey, what everybody's been saying is that people have to understand what they're getting if they answer yes, no, or maybe, right? What are the supplemental materials that go, it's one thing to have a survey, but what are the supplemental materials, when somebody gets it, can we have some input as to what we're saying and say, for example, under the basic, you would be able to do this in your household. Under the standard, you would be able to do this in your household. Because we have to let people get what they want, not necessarily what they ask for. And they, out of ignorance, they won't ask for what they really want because they don't know what they want. So what are the supplemental materials that have gone out with other surveys?
Yeah, well, our particular survey is still in draft form, and all this feedback is really helpful to make sure that we get it to a good spot. But I would also say that we need to provide as much context as possible at the start of the survey and with all the materials we send out. So if it's a post on a listserv, if it's a post on social media, every single copy of the survey has to have all the context right up front so people know exactly what their responses mean, why we're doing the survey, what the results will be used for, and so appreciate the concern, and that's something we'll make sure to account for when we make the final draft.
And let me just add that another thing that we're going to be doing is, obviously, because for those of you here representing towns, you're going to want your towns represented as well as possible in this. But we're also having conversation with CORE, with BCC-TV, about how we get surveys out. One of the reasons why we're asking supervisory unions and schools to be here is to help them push the surveys out. Libraries, we're going to be trying to ask them. So, and basically any social network out there, right? And not just relying on the electronic, also paper. One of the things that we're going to, if your town has the capacity to do it itself and like hand out cards at town meeting, that would be great if you can print them yourself. If you can't, let us know. I don't think we can print 100,000. We don't have 100,000 people in the region, but anyway. But we'll work on getting cards to you for that. So then your effort, part of your effort, would be organizing somebody to stand at the door at town meeting and hand that out. And then the idea is like work with the libraries to say, hey, can you push out there that if people want to do this electronically or by paper, come to the library, or you at the town. It's like the clerk will have this on the desk at the town office, or you'll have it if you have a transfer station. You can fill it out at the transfer station, and it'll be a really pretty clean box, so you can put it in. But that's the kind of thing that we need towns to think about. But we're going to ask other people to keep pushing this out. So it's not all on the towns, and I'm a little nervous about saying that, so you don't go, oh, good, we don't have to do with it. But you guys are know your neighbors best and best how to get that out.
I actually have a question about the survey.
Sure.
Just step over here for a second. So what about part-time residents? I know a lot of the towns have seasonal residents. How do you suggest reaching those, and how will those results be accounted for?
One way to do it that we've done throughout other areas is to take from your grand list who you send the tax bill to, and send either postcards with the link to the electronic survey. That's probably the most effective, efficient, and low-cost method to have those individuals be able to complete the survey. But you all have contact with those individuals because they get a tax bill every year. And you know who they are because the tax bill doesn't go to somebody in the account.
I'm gonna go, this fellow, David Jones, Brookline, and then Peter, and then you.
My question about the seasonal homes was not so much about how you reach them, but their responses and what impacts you may have seen from other surveys that has on feasibility within a particular town.
But I can estimate in a given town what proportion of the seasonal homes will take service. I mean, in the EC Fiber territory, there is about, I think it's about 30% of the homes are second homes that have service. And they are those are the people who really want it the most because they want to come up here and stay longer than what they were able to stay before. And that's good for the state, right? So they come on Thursday night and stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday instead of just the weekend, or extended stays during the summer months. And the longer they're here, the more they spend. And so I think it's good for all of us. But those individuals are so accustomed to having great service, usually in their densely populated areas that they live in, that when they come here, one would think, oh, some people say, well, maybe they don't want any service at all. And not true. They want to be connected. And we're finding that they are very much connected in the EC Fiber territory.
David,
I wouldn't rule them out as a connection.
So a practical question about the physical things. Who is going to pay for if it's determined that the best way to reach a whole bunch of these seasonal people and other people in the community is to print and mail surveys to them? Who is paying for that cost?
Well, let's determine what we're talking about, right? So if you could all let Sue know how many addresses on your grand list for premises, not for land, go to.
I thought you had all that. I thought the regional commission already had all that information.
Well, we don't have the addresses. We have the numbers.
We don't have all your grand list information.
Right. So
okay,
we have
911 we have 911 addresses and miles of roadway.
What we need to know is how many premises in your town does the tax bill go to somebody outside of your town?
Right. Well, what about people within the town? There are going to be many people in many of these towns that, if you really want to reach them, the most effective way is going to be to physically send them something. It won't just be people who live out of town.
I don't think we have the budget to send a card to everybody in the region.
Okay.
Marlboro's paying for it.
Marlboro's paying.
You want to get it done, you pay for it.
I mean, getting back to something that someone else said, I mean, obviously, the irony of this whole thing is you really wouldn't think that mailing things to people who are underserved for broadband is not a fairly logical thing to have thought to do. I mean, I know that there's overlap and many of these people do, but obviously if you really want to get to people who are not served by broadband,
it's true. I mean, reading about what
they're going to have to do
other states, in some communities, they actually go door to door. You basically create canvassing teams and you go door to door and do it that way. That's why we're talking about transfer stations. Brookline actually has a transfer. I guess you guys still have. You don't anymore.
We have an unmanned.
Right, but have somebody. But if you know a particularly busy time, have people down there. We can get you some cards. All right.
Everybody's got a town report, the mailing going.
What's that?
Everybody's got a mail out a town report.
Yeah, if you haven't already mailed out your town report, that's possible, yeah, so.
But this isn't, but we're not meeting until February 6th to even start to discuss the survey, right? So
And that's as soon as we can do it.
it won't be, oh, no, I know, I'm just saying, for the
Right,
town
so
report, that's gonna be.
can't go out in the town
That's
report.
too late for
But
any town
again,
report.
Again, this is where, part of what we're gonna talk about February 6th is what kind of ideas you're coming up with in your own town. So you may have other ideas, but this is why we're asking folks to kind of go back, and we're happy to talk to you too, to kind of brainstorm ideas. But you know best, I mean, in another situation, if something's critical, how have you reached out to other people in your town? Maybe you want to look, maybe you want to look at your local emergency management plan and say, hey, how have we said we're going to reach out to people in the event of a pandemic flu situation and we're trying to get people in to get vaccinated?
And I assume we could also, even if the survey's not available yet, you could put something in your town report of come to the town offices or come to town meeting or the libraries to fill out the survey, and potentially that you can even provide a web address for people to fill it out online, but say it's not available until this date. Like, there's ways around this.
Is it going to be is this a blind survey we're talking about, or is this a controlled by address survey?
I think we're asking for address.
You're asking for address, so it is a personalized survey.
Because we want to be, we need to know on the map, where are you?
But you also want one survey per household, right?
Right.
You don't want 6 people in one household filling out the same thing, and
Exactly.
6 other people don't do anything. So
Right.
that's what's going to be tough to control.
Unless there are 6 households in the
One
building.
of the things
Peter?
that Comcast does when that you can have 5 different bills within your property. That are 5 different bills that are, and so that note of the network is actually not just one person, it's actually 5 separate.
The survey, I think, tries to address multi-tenant
Right.
situations, so.
Peter?
2 questions. The first one is, are we sending the survey to businesses, organizations, religious institutions, et cetera? We all have people who live in our towns who own a business in town who may want it at home and at their business. And we also have people who may be a minister in town who wants it at the church or other religious institution. So that's my first question.
That sounds very Guilford-esque. I know who you're talking about.
So far, we haven't decided to send it physically yet.
Well,
right?
to get it out there.
Yes, we want every premise that has the potential for being served to do a survey, if at all possible.
My second question is, have you determined what the minimum response rate is to have a viable survey, both per town and for the region?
As I said earlier, I think we're looking at about 30%.
Okay, thank you, sorry, I missed that.
Roger?
In Dummerston, we have a quarterly newsletter, and the next issue is going out at the end of February. So we'll put an article in there about this. And I know that Wardsboro has one. There may be other towns that have them. So I encourage everybody in your towns to talk to whoever does that newsletter to get something in there. It'd be a good way to get the word out.
Also, Front Porch Forum, any neighborhood Facebook groups, different nonprofits in the area. There's a lot of ways that we can brainstorm to get it out. We're going to talk about that in early
I
February.
mean, a lot of the smaller towns, I'm thinking Athens, you have only a few entry points in. Brookline, you only have a few entry points in. Consider sandwich board signs. I know it's snowing. I know it's not perfect, but it's probably cheaper than flying a banner behind an airplane. But there are lots of ways to try to get at this. And some are going to be somewhat non-conventional.
And the more excitement and energy behind it in the communities, the more the word will get out. So, don't hesitate to tell people about it tomorrow.
So, just a comment on the survey. You mentioned that you want all the results for your survey by March 17th. I think was the date you put out there. I mean, it seems like it's still valuable to continue that survey if you only have 30% or 40% of your results. To keep pushing to get more results from your town after that, because that information would still be valuable to your actual build-out, assuming that it's feasible and you're actually going to do a build-out. So I just want to mention that. Just think that, okay, March 17th, that's it, we're done. I think you want to continue beyond that and try to get as much information as you can from all of your residents.
One thing I just want to know, the timing is not perfect, the time of year is not perfect, but we couldn't actually start this until we actually had authorization from the state to start work. That's why I'm not knocking the state, it's just, this whole process has been kind of, hurry up! I mean, ever since the legislation passed, and I'm not exactly sure why it's been hurry up the whole time, but as opposed to kind of thinking through like where we are at the time of year. But it is what it is. So just we'll work with you to try to help augment whatever you got to make the most of this, and we just hope you'll work with us to again try to make the best of the situation. I know it's not perfect, but it's the way the dice roll. So let's take a few more and then we'll wrap up. Munson?
Just a quick question. I'm sure that should some ambitious town decide they needed more information, you wouldn't have anything against us or someone having a supplemental survey going alongside.
No, as long as it was,
Separate, right? We didn't send it to you.
I would
We'll
just
let
be
you
wary
comment.
about
We'll
a
let
survey
that
that's too
information.
long, might reduce overall take rates.
Yeah.
That's the only word of caution.
Yes, sir.
I just have a question more for the EC Fiber folks. Since you've had this model that you have, how many times have you increased rates?
Just.
Because broadband, I think broadband is not regulated, correct? Okay.
January 1 is the very first time we increased rates, and we did it minimally, but we also increased speeds. We've been increasing speeds every year, and this is the first time we increased rates. And partly because there's only so many things like healthcare and operational costs like that that you can absorb without increasing rates. But this is the very first time that we've done it.
And how long have you been?
Since 2011. Yeah, most of the time we just increase broadband. So,
Any other
as
questions?
I said, in most cases they
We
want
haven't seen the
$5.
sign-up sheet. Yeah.
Sign-up sheet, where is it in the room? It's Excel spreadsheet. There you go.
Please make sure you sign that before you leave.
So it looks like we're winding down.
A lot of us did not get that sign-in sheet.
So if you don't have the sign-in sheet yet, whoever's got it, where's the sign-up sheet right now?
We got a long ways to go.
We're not going anywhere.
So we are going to hear from, is that Abby? No, okay. Sure. We're going to hear from Joyce about S-163. Is that the right number? No, it's number 7. Oh, yeah. Speaking of S-163, did anybody know that was going to go back to committee?
Not a clue.
Me either.
I talked to Tom, and he said that some things had already passed. There were parts of it that had already passed.
Well,
But I did not.
that shouldn't matter.
Would have been nice to know. We had an amendment on the floor.
Oh, we did?
Okay. So does anybody have anything they want to, any announcements anybody wants to make? Anything? Hi, look who's here. Good Lord.
I got an announcement.
Yes, Bill.
Canfield family has expanded. Baby Mary came on December 10th. Everybody's happy.
Fantastic.
In the pictures, you're gonna, he shows me pictures all the way through. I've got a new one to see. That'd be good. Awesome.
That's yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
We don't know.
Anything else?
She's completely finished. Well, sometimes they come out and they're not, or they're all red or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. It's just beautiful. Okay, so, oh, Abby, good. I stalled long enough for. So, everyone knows the really sad news that Peter left, and I hope everyone knows the really good news is that Abby is going to be joining us in the position that Peter had. So I just wanted her to come in and say hello. I just think there might be a couple people on the committee who don't know you. Nobody?
No, I have never met you. Hi, I'm Robin Scheid. Welcome.
Yeah, right. So Abby was here as an intern 3 years ago?
4 years.
4 years ago. And then went to work for the tax department. And now she's back. So anyway, so I'm thrilled. She'll be spending a lot of time with us, and I just wanted people to be able to say hi. Thank you, Abby. That was it. Thank you. All right. So Joyce, you've got some material, and we'll. What we're going to do is we're going to be reminded what we passed on paid leave, and we're going to look at what the Senate has passed over, and the report on the floor is going to come from the General Committee, not from us. Although if people want to know what we think, we'll share that, but basically it's going to come out from the General Committee, and my understanding is that there's going to be a conference committee, that's sort of the plan. So this will not be the last time we look at it. Okay.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Joyce Manchester with the Joint Fiscal Office, and it's great to see everyone in 2020. So I think we're going to start with the April fiscal note. And I think I sent you the more recent one that I just finished this morning. So we'll want to talk about
So
that.
Joyce, you're going to have to speak, I know you're talking with her, but you have to speak up a fair amount because there's a blower back.
Okay. It's not this one, Joyce. That's the April one. And I sent you one this morning. I do have it. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we'll first do this one. Okay, and I'll then do we'll this one talk up about while you it. do. Great. Thank you. So you may recall that the House passed H-107, paid family and medical leave. This fiscal note is dated April 9th. So I thought that I'd just run through this quickly to remember what the House passed, and then we'll move over to the Senate proposal of amendment, which happened at the end of May. And it's a little bit different, and we'll talk about how it's different. Okay, so this is a family and medical leave insurance program. The leave weeks are as follows, as passed by the House. Up to 12 weeks of parental or bonding leave, and remember that applies to births, but also adoptions and so forth. And that's 12 weeks per parent. And we'll see a difference when we get to the Senate version. Up to 8 weeks of own medical leave or family care leave. And again, we'll see a difference in the Senate. They made the medical leave voluntary. So each
And
employee.
medical leave is what we sometimes call
Sick.
TDI or
Yes.
own leave or
Yes.
whatever, just to make sure. I had the opportunity to have a meeting on this yesterday, so I'm remembering some of it, but I'm guessing there are people on the committee who are not remembering any of it, so.
Sure.
People,
Feel free to ask questions.
yeah.
So the maximum leave is 12 weeks in a 12-month period, and that's if bonding is involved. Then you would have the 12 weeks. The benefit amount, remember the benefit amount back then was linked to the Vermont livable wage. And the Vermont livable wage comes from JFO. So every 2 years, we sort of estimate how much it would cost for different households to live in Vermont. So that used to be what we pegged the benefit to. And we'll see that there's a difference when we get to the Senate version. But this was 90%, a person would receive 90% of their average weekly wage up to the Vermont livable wage, which was about $533 a week, $27,700 a year. And then 50% of the employee's average weekly wage over that amount. Okay, so it's sort of tiered progressively. And the maximum weekly benefit amount that any person could receive was 2.5 times the Vermont livable wage, which turned out to be about $13.34 per week. All right. How did the funding work? We had payroll contributions based on wages up to the Social Security taxable maximum, which was $132,900 in 2019. That's increased a little bit, and we'll see that in 2020. 0.1% of wages for 6 months before benefits begin to cover the administrative costs, and then 0.55% of wages once benefits begin to cover $55 million in FY 2021 and $76 million in benefits over a year.
So just to remind people, so there was a transition payroll tax, 0.1, right? And then it was 0.55 for the fully implemented program. Is that right?
Right, right. Yes, and the employer had the option of paying some or all of the contributions due, and that's still going to be true in the Senate version. Mechanics of the funding, the employer would remit the payroll contributions quarterly to the Department of Taxes. The legislature would set the contribution rate annually. So the legislature would get a report every January about the financial status of the program.
It doesn't expire at the end of the year. It's just, it doesn't change unless the legislature comes in and changes it.
Correct. Okay, what about the administration? The Vermont Department of Financial Regulation will issue a request for proposals to select an insurance carrier. So remember, we were using the third-party administrator. An insurance carrier would run the program, a program that meets the goals of the legislation in a more cost-effective manner than a state-run program. Remember, we were seeing quite large administrative costs coming out of the Department of Labor and also out of the Department of Taxes in order to set up the program and then keep it going over time. There are also employer opt-out rules that had to be written. So if an employer already or proposed to offer a paid family leave program that was equivalent to or better than the state-run program, then the employer could just opt out, and the employees would not have to pay this contribution rate. Okay. The Vermont Department of Labor would write the rules regarding the appeals process. So if your benefits were denied for some reason and you didn't agree, you could appeal that decision. They would carry out marketing, which means letting people know about the program and making sure that people could sign up if they were eligible, and handle any appeals that come to the state. I think that's redundant. Oh, handle the appeals that come to the state. Okay, fine. Next page. Okay. The Vermont Department of Taxes will collect the payroll contributions from employers on a quarterly basis and remit them to the FMLI special fund. So all the contributions go into the special funds, and then the monthly premiums paid to the insurance carrier come out of that special fund. I just said that. The special fund would earn and retain any interest on the balances. Okay, what about state budget impacts? Are there any questions so far?
You're just going with the House version?
Yes, this is all House. Yeah, and then we'll move to the Senate. Okay, expenditures in FY 2020. The Department of Taxes asked for $1 million to develop software for collecting contributions. The Department of Labor, $217,900 for rulemaking and administrative tasks. So that was all calculated in.
So when you say fiscal 2020, that was assuming the bill passed last year. And
right.
so
everything would move up.
Everything's going to move up, no matter what. Have to change the dates.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
For state employees beginning in this fiscal year, FY 2020, the maximum all-fund appropriation need, if the employer pays the entire contribution, is approximately $158,000 in FY 2020 and $2.86 million in FY 2021. So the program was supposed to start in April of 2020, so there would be just 1 quarter in FY 2020.
At 1%.
At 1%.
And at 1%.
Right.
0.1. I'm sorry.
Right.
0.1.
Right. And then FY 2021 would be the full year. And about 40% of that cost would fall in the general fund. So in addition to those direct costs, there may be costs to replace state workers who take longer leaves, or costs associated with leaves with relatively new employees who haven't built up their sick leave or paid time off, who might be eligible for longer leaves. So there could be additional costs. The HR department couldn't tell us exactly what estimate that might be. Other indirect impacts, any employer contributions for public school employees or contract workers, home health and hospice workers could indirectly affect the state budget as well, if they're taking leave that they didn't used to take. Okay, what about effective dates? This was effective on passage back in May, I guess, of 2019. Rulemaking, again on passage. Payroll contributions were to begin April 1st, 2020. Benefits were to begin October 1st, 2020. And again, this will all be pushed out. Any questions on that? That's the House passed version. Okay. Now, we have a choice. We could move right to the brand new fiscal note, which is based on the Senate proposal of amendment, and we can talk about using the statewide average weekly wage rather than.
I think you should go through the Senate amendment first.
Okay, and then
that.
go to the details.
Yep.
Okay, great. So we now want the January 7th. Yeah. Great. Excellent.
Oh, you're doing the fiscal note. Okay.
The fiscal note, is that
okay? Rather than the comparison. Okay.
I want to go through the comparison.
Comparison.
Should we do the
Well, I was
comparison?
thinking it would be helpful
Sure.
to go through the elements first.
Yeah, that's great.
And that was the only place I found them, but
yes,
maybe they're elsewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so let's first look at as passed the House, since we just talked about all those provisions. So you can see I've got this little shorthand description of the bill up at the top. So it was 12 weeks for bonding, 8 weeks for family care, 8 weeks for own medical care, sick leave. Wage replacement was the 90-50, 90% up to something and 50% above that. Maximum benefit was 2.5 times the Vermont local wage. Okay. So we've got the maximum weekly benefit of $13.34. We've got, according to the modeler, remember we had a modeling friend in Washington, D.C. who was helping us figure this out. According to the modeler, if people were offered up to 8 weeks of own medical leave, on average, they would take 6.6 weeks. So that's what we were seeing in the nationwide numbers. The bonding parental benefit across men and women was 8.5 weeks. So you can guess that women were likely to take more and men were likely to take less. The family care benefit, 4.2 weeks on average. And then we have the costs, and for this, we rely again on the modeler who tells us, a person of such and such salary would likely take how many weeks, and you add all those up and you get the costs. So it was about $41 million for the medical benefit, about $25 million for bonding, about $4.7 million for family care, and that brings us to a total benefit cost of about $71 million. the administrative costs, and these are estimates, of course, because we don't know exactly what the third party would charge, but we have an idea. So the administrative costs are about 6.6 million, leading us to a total cost of about $77.5 million. Vermont taxable earnings in FY 2021 were projected to be $14,583,000,000.
That's the total wage base. that we're
Yes,
looking at.
total wage. No, that's taxable earnings, so that's under the Social Security maximum.
That's still wages.
Absolutely.
We're not talking about non-wage income.
Absolutely. It's all wages up to the Social Security taxable maximum. And cost as a percent of taxable earnings was 0.55%. Okay. And now we can move over to the Senate proposal of amendment. So we had, so the change here is that we had 12 weeks for bonding or parental leave, but a 16-week limit per couple. Okay, so if there were two parents with one baby, together they could take no more than 16 weeks.
And in the House, it would have been 24.
Yes. And we now, well, Damien tells us that that may be unconstitutional because it's treating people differently depending on their marital status. And when I asked the modeler in DC to help us with this, he had never heard of this before, and maybe that was a clue. Okay.
Well, we have, I mean, the common benefit clause is unique to Vermont, but my humble opinion is it's a bit of a stretch.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay.
But it's an issue we're not going to deal with in here.
Right.
What's a bit of a stretch to say it's a problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Not going to be my
No,
decision.
no, I just wanted to know what you meant.
Yes.
Right, so we stay at 8 weeks for family care, and then the big change is that own medical leave moves to a voluntary benefit. So not everybody has to pay for that own medical leave benefit. You can opt in as an employee. Each individual can opt in, and if you opt in, then your employer has to support, collecting the contributions and so forth for you. I assumed 40% participation, and that is based on how many people already have sick leave through their employer that is relatively, similar to this or more generous, and also on some nationwide information about how many people opt into this sort of program. The wage replacement is now 96%.
I'm going to stop you there just because I remembered it wrong. I thought the opt-in was the employer. I didn't realize it was by employee. I just want to flag that in my own brain.
In the Senate version.
Yeah, in the Senate version.
By
So
individual.
as an employer, you might have one employee that's in and another employee that's not in.
Yes, and you may also be thinking that an employer can opt out if they have
Yeah, that one I know.
paid family leave
Right,
equivalent or better.
Yeah.
Right.
So the opt-in is employee by employee.
Yes. So wage replacement is a little bit more generous above the cutoff. It's now not 55% above the cutoff rather than 50% under the House bill. And the maximum benefit has moved to be the statewide average weekly wage. So that is a number that is published by the Vermont Department of Labor yearly. And it turns out to be a little bit lower than 2.5 times the Vermont livable wage. And we can see those numbers in a minute if you'd like. So the Vermont average weekly wage is $964. And that was released in April of 2019.
So that's actually quite a lot lower. You said a little lower. It's quite a bit lower. It's not going to catch up.
No.
It's going to stay lower.
No.
Okay.
But our thinking was that it's probably more stable because the livable wage bounces around depending on assumptions and so forth.
Yeah. Sam, you had a question.
So both versions have a parental bonding leave will take an average of 8.5 weeks. So there's no actual savings from the 16-week limit, is that?
It's very limited because it turned out that the average was 8.5 and wouldn't change much with the 16-week. Actually, I was looking at these numbers, and if it were a 14-week maximum, it would have a squeezing effect, but at 16 weeks, it didn't seem to matter much.
Administrative work.
Yes.
And And then I want to be clear about this maximum benefit. Well, not maximum, but it's 90% in the Senate version, and 90% up to what?
It's 90%
Ours was
up
90% up
to the employees. It's 90% of the employees' average weekly wage up to 55% of the Vermont average weekly wage, which is $530 per week. It's, yeah.
No, that's missing a piece.
Start that. So ours was 90% up to the Vermont livable wage, and then 50% of your salary beyond that. Up to
With
the
an
max.
absolute cap.
Yeah, up to the max.
So there's 3 pieces.
This, but on the Senate side, it's 90%, all it says here is 90% / 55 max.
Right, there are two 55s running around. Okay, so it's 90%.
90% of what?
Of your own average weekly wage, up to 55% of the Vermont statewide average weekly wage, which is a fixed number.
So that's way lower than up to 55% of the.
Yeah, right there.
964. That's the maximum. That's the maximum.
Maximum weekly benefit is $13.34 in our version and $9.64 in the Senate version. Under current, under 2020, right? 2019 figures.
This threshold is about the same as it was using the livable wage, and that's why we use the 55% of the statewide average weekly wage. So, in the old days, under the Vermont, up to the Vermont livable wage, it was $27,747 per year. That would be your average. That would be your annual earnings.
That's the 90%.
No. Yes. Sorry. Yes. And now it is 90% up to 55% of the Vermont statewide average weekly wage, which is $27,582. So it's very, very close to the same threshold.
I ain't getting it because this says the average weekly wage is $964.
That's the maximum.
That's the Vermont average.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a page that will show you many numbers that might help you.
I think we need to see the wage replacement in the House version, 90 and 50, and of what, and then the maximum benefit, which is 2.5 times of what, and the same thing on the Senate side. We're missing a piece when we're comparing them somehow. I don't know what we're missing, but I know that one has 3 things and the other has 2.
Right. So in the House version, it was 90% of your own average wage up to the Vermont livable wage.
2.5 times.
Nope. That's the maximum benefit that anybody can get.
But the 50% is.
The 50% is over any earnings over that Vermont livable wage. Back in the House version, you would get 50% of your own
Up to the maximum. Right. There's 3 pieces. There's the 90%, there's the 50%, and there's the cap. And I need to see that both in the House version and in the Senate version.
It's right here. It's 90% of your own wages up to a different threshold, which is now 55% of the Vermont statewide average weekly wage.
You're skipping the 50% again.
No, and 50% of additional wages above that threshold until you get to the cap of $964 a week. It's the same structure. It's 90% up to a threshold and 50% of your earnings.
Yeah.
over.
So I think in the House version, it was 90% up to the Vermont livable wage. There was no other percentage in there. It was a straight 90%
Correct.
of the up to the Vermont livable wage, and then 50 over. But what you're adding is another percentage. You're saying 90% of the weekly wage, but not up to the average weekly wage, but you're saying up to 55% of the average weekly wage. That's the extra piece that's in that brings it down.
No. No, it brings it to about the same threshold. Remember, I just offered the threshold. So the old threshold
one more piece
was
in there.
$533 per week, and the new threshold is $530 per week. It's just that we're using a different measure.
But you're saying 55% of...
55% of the statewide average weekly wage equals $530. So that's the threshold. So you get 90% of your own earnings up to $530. If you earn more than $530 per week, you get now 55% of your own earnings above that threshold.
But
with the cap.
With the maximum.
With the cap. My problem is you're using the term up to twice, and it's graduated up to a cap.
Up to the cap,
Is
absolutely,
what it
the cap
is.
is
So there's
absolutely
90%, then 50%, and then a cap.
Yes, but it's now 90% and a 55%.
I'm talking just the House version, just trying to get grounded in one of them.
Yep.
And so it's 90%, 50%, and a cap. And then the Senate version is 90% of something else, or 90% of something, 55% of something, up to a lower cap.
Yes, absolutely.
Those are the, I'm not sure what I'm multiplying by, but
I think it's really the
those
cap.
are-
It's the cap that's doing it.
The cap is the big difference.
Yeah.
So when you're using the term up to, that sounds like a cap, and it's not. There's only one cap on each of them.
Okay, I'm using the word threshold for the middle piece.
Yeah.
And the cap is
I
the
think I'm
overall.
Are
we
people
good?
getting it? I don't know. I'm not sure they are. Are
we good?
Okay.
You just got it.
I think I need an example.
I still don't know exactly what they're multiplying by, but what's key is that the Senate version, the absolute maximum, is quite a bit lower.
Yes. Right.
And what that means is that people on the lower end of the income scale are getting a proportionately higher benefit, right?
Correct.
Yeah, even though they're not getting the own medical leave, but what they're getting a proportionally higher benefit. Questions? Anyone else?
Let me make sure that I understand.
You want to hear it again?
The Vermont average weekly wage, $964. That is currently the Vermont average weekly wage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that
It's announced
changes.
every April.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your cap. That's the cap.
That's the absolute cap under the Senate version.
Yeah.
And it is the current weekly average wage.
Yes.
Sam.
So how can it be, how can that at 964? Oh, never mind.
Got it? Sam.
Is that a pre-tax number? The weekly wage would seem like it would be.
That was, remember we went through all the stuff about what's taxed and what
Well,
isn't?
that's why we went with the 90% number, right? But I just,
Yeah.
the average weekly wage seems like
I think
that would be a
that's
pre-tax.
Pre-tax.
That's pre-tax.
You mean the actual average weekly wage is
Gross earnings.
Gross
in,
earnings.
in pretext dollars?
Yeah.
I see. Right. People sort of get. I mean, the thing that I remember looking at this is that it was better for lower income people, not by much, but by some, and which.
I don't see how it's better. I see how it's worse for people that are making more, but I don't see how it's better.
55%. As opposed to 50. Not by much.
Okay.
But it's 90% of something smaller.
No. It's
Still your own
90%
wage.
of your own
wage.
Your own
in both
earnings.
cases.
Until your own earnings get to $530 a week. And it used to be $533 a week. So that threshold is about the same.
That place where it hits the second tier.
Yes.
However you want. That's an easier way for me to think of it. So first tier is 90%, and that's your own wage in both cases. In both cases, the second percentage applies to your own wage. It's 55% in the Senate version, 50% in the House version, and the cap in the Senate version is effectively lower because we've pegged it to something that's smaller.
Correct.
Right. Is that right?
Okay. Now, if we go down the column, you can see that own medical benefit is fewer weeks because we're limiting it now to up to 6 weeks rather than up to 8 weeks, so it's 5.2 weeks. The bonding is about the same, 8.5 weeks. Family care benefit is the same, 4.2 weeks.
So the 5.2 in the Senate version is the number of weeks for the people who are taking it. It's not an average of people who take it and don't take it.
No,
it's
for those who take it.
It's 5.2 weeks. Okay.
Yes.
And that's the opt-in.
Yeah.
That's voluntary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And then we have the cost in terms of benefits. So the own medical benefit turns out to be about 20.4 million. Bonding is 22.6 million. Family care is 3.7 million. Total benefit cost, you can see I've separated out now the mandatory benefits, bonding and family
That's
care,
what I thought was a typo.
from the voluntary benefits, which are the sick leave. And then we have administrative costs. I've put all of the sort of setup and administrative costs under the mandatory programs, because you have to have all that medical stuff in place in order to do the family care, because family care is taking care of sick relatives. So you have to verify that they are seriously sick and so forth. So there's some running costs associated with the voluntary sick leave, but the startup is all placed under the mandatory programs. So total cost comes out to be 29.7 million mandatory programs, 22.2 million voluntary programs. And again, we're looking at the same taxable earnings, and the contribution rate would be 0.2% for the mandatory program, so everybody would pay 0.2%. And if a person signed up for the sick leave, they would pay 0.38%, or a total of 0.58%.
So the cost.
So I'm wondering why it's such an additional jump for the TDI when I look at the cost of the own serious medical benefit being 20.4 million, but the parental is 22.6. Is it just because it's just generally more expensive?
So you can see, you can see that under the House version where it was mandatory and everybody got 8 weeks of sick leave, it was 41 million, right? And now we've moved down to 6 weeks, and I'm assuming that only 40% of people take the sick leave. But I'm also assuming that the 40% who take it are likely to use more of it.
Well, actually, it's less. I think
They can only.
it's 5.2 weeks rather than 6.6.
Yes, because we limited the max to 6 weeks.
Right, so the percentage of, it's usually closer to the amount given.
Yes, and more people will use it.
And what did you assume usage under the House passed? You said 40% usage under the Senate.
By usage, I mean how many people opt in to paying for the benefit.
Oh, not usage.
Not
Okay.
usage, no.
Okay.
So I have to rely on the modeler for help on how many people use it. And there's an adverse selection factor as well, which means that those who use it will be more costly.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That was our
So there are
concern.
two things going on. They're more likely to use it, and they're more likely to have longer sick leave. Yeah. So it is more expensive per person who is enrolled to do it on a voluntary basis because of adverse selection.
Questions? Anyone has? Okay.
Good?
No, we're good enough.
Shall we look at the fiscal note?
I think that'd be good.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's look at the new January 7th fiscal note. Okay, here we are. And I wrote this fiscal note based on the May 24th Senate proposal of amendment. And these are again based on the old dates and the old numbers, the 2019 numbers, okay? So this has not been updated to 2020 going forward or $23.
I'm sorry, what's not? I thought, oh, I'm sorry, this is,
the
so at
Senate.
some point we'll update, but not here. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the fiscal note for the Senate version that we
Proposal.
just looked at.
Correct. Correct. So, again, we're at 12 weeks of parental bonding leave, maximum 16 weeks per couple with no waiting period. Both family care and voluntary medical leave have a 5-day waiting period under the Senate proposal amendment. So that's a bit of a change. You get up to 8 weeks of family care leave, but only after you've been out for 5 days. Okay?
And we had no waiting period in the house?
There was no waiting period in the house.
Jim?
Yeah. Do you recall their logic in a 5-day waiting period?
To say. It's like, I was just saying, it's not for her to say their logic.
Well, yeah, understood. Do you recall the discussion? Can I ask that? Is that okay?
That's good.
Well, she doesn't have to answer. She can say whatever she wants.
There was discussion.
Yeah.
And
Thanks, answer.
so they felt that if a person is out sick for a day or two with the flu,
Okay, all right.
that shouldn't
That's-
qualify. But if they're out for, 2 weeks or...
That's sufficient, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
So the waiting period, the 5 calendar days waiting period, you don't get the leave going back to that time.
No, no, it's unpaid.
That's unleave covered, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Not paid.
Okay.
Although you might have had sick
Sick
days
for
or
it.
vacation
Right,
days.
right. But this program.
Yeah.
Right. And it's interesting, if an employee opts in to the voluntary medical leave, they have to opt in for a minimum of 3 years, and that's to avoid some of this adverse selection. After 3 years, they can choose annually whether to renew or not.
That's
And again, the maximum leave for all types of leave in a 12-month period is 12 weeks. Okay, here's the benefit amount written out. So it's 90% of the employee's average weekly wage up to 55% of the Vermont average weekly wage, which is $530 per week. And then above that threshold, it's 55% of the own weekly wage, up to the limit of the maximum weekly benefit, which is $964 a week. The statewide average weekly wage. Okay, so the max that anybody could get is $964.
So, a worker earning at or above 73,580 gets the maximum benefit. What's the comparable figure in the House to that 73,580?
Well,
It was about
I can figure that out, but it
That's
takes a
what
little bit of...
I think it was about
It's quite a lot
113,000.
It was
higher.
more,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It was around that.
Do you remember 113? Yeah.
That's
Okay, we can do
check,
that.
but I think it's around that.
Okay.
Any questions anyone has?
Okay. Funding, payroll contributions, again based on wages up to the Social Security taxable maximum, which is now $137,700. And it's sort of interesting, that taxable maximum is indexed to average wages in the U.S. economy. And those are growing faster than Vermont's average wages. So, yes, that's going to rise faster than the average wage in Vermont is going to rise. For the mandatory benefits, an employee would pay 0.2% of wages that was supposed to begin April 1st, 2020, and that amounts to about $29 million. For the voluntary benefits, that's 0.38% of wages, again, beginning April 1st, 2020, and that amounts to about $22 million for the 40% who are assumed to opt into the system. The employer has the option of paying some or all of the contributions due, or the employer may deduct the full amount from the employee's wages. So that's completely up to the employee. Up to the employer. The employer does have to send the total payroll contributions quarterly to the Department of Taxes. There is an option for the program administrator, this insurance company, to collect the contributions directly if they choose to do so. And again, the legislature may change the contribution rate each year. Okay, good? All right, now we'll move on to administration, which is a little bit different here. Now we have more collaboration among various departments. So the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, in consultation with Commissioners of Human Resources, Labor, and Tax, will issue a request for proposals to select an insurance carrier to run the program. And that insurance carrier must run the program at a lower cost than a state-run program. Okay, so that is in the bill. And if no lower cost carrier is found, then the state will administer the program. And we'll see later that that decision would delay all the dates of implementation by a bit because it's going to take time to set up all the software and all the...
But it wasn't it wasn't like a year's delay, it was months, right?
It's,
I remember.
The benefits would begin July 1st, 2021 instead of October 1st, so it's a 9-month delay.
9 months.
Yep. Okay, the Commissioner of Financial Regulation will adopt rules for approval of an employer's alternative insurance or benefits plan that allows the employer to opt out. So that's if they have an existing plan and it's equivalent or better, then they can opt out. The Commissioner of Labor will adopt...
This is all the same as in the House bill.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Commissioner of Labor does eligibility, appeals, education efforts. Yeah. Right. And Commissioner of Taxes still does collection and remits them to the special fund. Special fund can earn interest, right? Same. Okay, good. State budget impacts. So again, Department of Taxes would get $1 million to develop software for collection. The Department of Labor would get the same amount, $217,900 for rulemaking and administrative tasks. Now here I gave an example for state employees beginning FY 2020 in April. So the employer would pay 0.1% of wages, so that's half of the 0.2, right? So that would be $152,000 in FY 20 and $628,000 in FY 2021. And again, those years would have to move forward if the bill were passed this session. And it's still the case that 40% of the cost comes from the general fund. And again, there may be additional costs for additional leave, longer leave, blah, blah, blah. And again, we have other indirect impacts on the budget. Okay. Effective dates, again, effective on passage, rulemaking can begin on passage. Payroll contributions begin April 1st or July 1st if there's no private carrier found. And benefits begin October 1st or July 1st, 2021, the next year, if no private carrier is found. And now on this, if there are no questions.
So are those the same dates that we had in the House? The
April 1st, October 1st. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm thinking more if there's no private carrier.
I don't think the House bill was explicit about what happens. Yeah. And the Department of Labor in particular tells us that this would be a big stretch for them if there were no...
We think they're going to find a private carrier.
Yeah.
But they're delaying the benefits for an entire year, right? I mean...
9 months. From October.
No, I'm sorry, right, a year from what we had, right.
Yeah. If anyone wants to see all the nitty-gritty numbers, I've attached the spreadsheets. I don't think we need to go through them unless there are questions, but the one thing you may not have seen before is in lines 11, 12, 13, 14, the Treasurer's Office was getting nervous about the cash flow coming in and out of the special fund. And so I actually took the time to look at each month's premium payment to the insurance company and when the collection of the payroll contributions was coming in, to find the months in which there was a deficit or a big surplus or whatever. And the treasurer's office has scrutinized those numbers with some interest. So that's all that business. They think they can handle this. They were worried about big millions of dollars in the red that would present a problem, but they thought that this looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah. Questions, anybody? Okay. Is there one more sheet? or did
The
I
one
just
more
imagine
sheet is
that?
the detail about the different measures for setting the benefits. So it compares the Vermont livable wage to the Vermont average weekly wage. And it might be worth just taking a quick look so that I can point out the critical numbers here. So if you look at the first line in the box, it says Vermont livable wage 2018, and that was announced in 2019, right, once they have the data. So that is $533.60.
So does that get announced January 15th, 2020? A new one?
So I thought, when I looked at it recently, that it was announced. Oh yeah, the Vermont, no, sorry, I'm getting confused. So that's the Vermont livable wage that's estimated by JFO, and that's done every 2 years. So it won't be updated until next January.
A good reason not to use it.
Yes, yes. Right. And then if you go down below, you'll see the Vermont average weekly wage in 2018 in the box still, second from the bottom. And you can see that is $964.40, right? So we wanted to get something close to that $533.60, and that's why we chose the 55% of the Vermont average weekly wage, which turns out to be $530.42. Pretty darn close. Okay? So that's why the switch. Okay. Are there any questions about that? The maximum benefit is the $964, just the straight average weekly wage statewide. Good.
Right. And other states use the average weekly wage. Is that right? I'm just looking
Yes,
at the very
absolutely.
bottom there. That's sort of standard.
Yes, New York, Washington, Massachusetts, in their upcoming pre-family leave plan, yes, they all use their statewide average weekly wage.
But they have a different set of percentages.
Right.
Yeah.
60. Well,
So
they're around 60%, 50%. So, yeah.
Yeah. Cynthia.
But isn't the real difference here where they put the cap? Because they put it at the average weekly wage. You could have put it at 2.5 times if you wanted to be closer to the, or 2 times or something. I mean, that's the thing that's making the difference. You're using a different measure of the wages, but the thing that's making the Senate proposal different is that they're not doing 2.5 times. They're just taking.
And in
the
large
average.
part, that's because they looked at these other states' maximum
Right,
weekly benefit.
right. I'm just saying what's making the difference is that they're putting that cap there, whereas the House version was 2.5 times.
We had a higher cap.
We had a higher livable wage, and then we made it 2.5 times it.
Well,
So
the livable wage is actually lower.
the livable wage was lower, but we had it 2.5 times.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
But it does make sense to use the average weekly wage.
It does make sense. It does make sense.
It's
Yes.
updated every
Yes.
year.
Yes. That's
and
not
it's-
what's
and
doing the work,
yes.
making it different. It's the cap.
Yeah.
So
Right.
because
And you
it-
can set a cap at 1 1/4, or you can set a cap
Yes,
at whatever
exactly.
you want it
That was
to
my
be.
point, that changing the measure of the wage makes perfect sense if you're going to do this. What's making the Senate thing different is they have a different cap. That's what's making it different.
It could go down though, whereas the cost of living will always keep going up, right? Like,
Not necessarily. You could have deflation.
Right.
We haven't had it since 1952, but you could have it.
And in theory, the livable wage could go down.
That's right.
We had
costs going down.
I mean, there are no good data really for the livable wage, so we're sort of picking at whatever we can find, so, yeah, it does bounce around.
Okay. Any other questions? Aren't you all glad that we're back working at this again?
Well, I now understand the Senate proposal, which I
Right. Right. Sam?
Slightly off topic, but in the meantime, the federal government has passed a paid family leave for federal workers. Did you look at that at all? Or just in terms of what they did? I'm curious.
So I believe it's 12 weeks for bonding, and is it more than that? Is it? I don't think so. They already have sick leave and they already have family leave. Possible it's for family leave.
So this is for their own employees.
For federal employees.
Yeah. What is worth stopping for a second on is the state employee agreement that has been reached. Not funded by the legislature yet, but it's, as I understand it,
agreed on, right?
Been agreed to. Yeah.
So that is 6 weeks of leave.
But I don't know, I know we don't have very many of them, but what would happen to federal workers that are reside in Vermont?
We can't do anything to them anyway.
They're federal.
And we can't tax, we can't do anything to them. I mean, we
I don't think we can require the federal government to pay us taxes, do you? No. Be surprised.
no, we can't the employees.
No, they have a program, so they wouldn't be part of this.
So,
well,
right. There is a question. The state employee program is 6 weeks.
Right.
Right, and this program, this proposed program would be a little bit more generous. So they would have to show that they have a program that is equivalent or better.
Right.
So you raised a different question, which is what's happening with federal employees.
Yeah, we've got a federal employee residing in the state. Do we have the? I mean,
it's not going to make any difference in terms of the dollars, I assume, but if we can find out what the law is, I don't know what it is. Typically, we can't tax the federal government.
We can tax federal employees, though.
It's income tax, right? That's not payroll tax.
Right.
We'll find out. We're guessing. I'm guessing. George, and then Robin.
So if it didn't save any money, why did they mess with the 12 weeks of parental bonding leave? It didn't save any money, but they cut down the benefit.
You mean putting on the 16-week limit?
But the estimated expenditure was still exactly the same.
Right, so it didn't start out this way. It started with a tighter cap. Instead of 16 weeks per couple, it was a smaller number of weeks per couple. And there was pushback, so it moved up to 16 weeks. And it turned out in the numbers that at 16 weeks it didn't matter to the cost.
So why would you do a smaller benefit? There's no cost saving.
It's a really big question.
Again, then there's that logic, Senate, kind of thing.
Do you remember the discussion?
Good to have language around this.
You're not recording.
Yeah, actually, my question was going back to the agreement with the state employees, and I know if the legislature doesn't fund it or there's a different program, there was also something about employees would get a 0.25% salary increase or something like that.
It was this wage increase.
Wage increase.
Right. Yes.
So.
Yes. What? Can you elaborate a little bit on what the
So
deal
the
was?
legislature has to provide the funding, which is what 2.5 million, I think, in that ballpark.
That's typical of the pay act. That's nothing unusual about that.
Yeah.
So, but this is 2.5 to pay for this
No, I
new
understand,
program.
but I mean, the fact that we have to provide funding is not unique to this.
Right.
That's the way it always is.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the legislature should choose not to provide that funding for this new benefit, then wages would go up 0.25%.
But we'd have to fund that. Right. And that's the nature of the contract. That's what the pay act does, is it funds the contract.
Right. And if I'm recalling correctly, if our program were to pass, they would still get the 0.25%.
Is that true? Did they? Oh, I don't know.
I guess I was sort of asking that. I thought I read that.
That's what I heard also.
Yeah. I thought
Because that's
what I read.
basically saying that their program is not as generous as ours, and they would have,
Right.
they would fall on ours. Ours.
So.
This one, yes.
That would be another sort of indirect cost, I guess, to our program.
We should probably find out what it actually said.
Right.
I don't know. Okay. Question, federal employees. Question, state employees. Anything else? People get where we are? Things that people want to know that we haven't heard about?
So, procedurally.
Yep.
This was just delayed on the floor one day.
Yep.
Do you know what?
So general committee is going to be looking at it this afternoon. I think that's where Joyce is going to go when she's done with us. They have Damien up there as well, who sort of knows the ins and outs of the bill. I didn't feel that we needed to have him come in, and they need him. They are going to take a position on the bill, most likely not to concur and get a conference committee, and that will come up tomorrow.
And regardless, they need to change the dates.
Right. No matter what, dates need to change, and there needs to be an updated fiscal note and so on. As Joyce pointed out to me yesterday, everything changes, so it's not like, the wage base is going to change, the cost of the benefits is going to change, the average weekly wage will change, all those things will change, but that it shouldn't result in a change in the tax rate. It'd be surprising if it did, because the changes are small. So that's, but she's going to update the fiscal note before there's a final vote on the bill. So assuming it goes to conference committee, they'll meet, they'll come up, they'll work from the two versions, probably more the Senate version, but they'll work from the two, and come up with a compromise, and we'll look at it. I don't know if we'll take a position on it or not. We might, but we're not formally taking a position on this. Peter?
Is it so that the conference committee would logically be comprised on the House side of folks from the general committee?
It'll be whatever the speaker decides.
I ask that because I remember a very robust discussion over what happens if in a couple of years we're unsatisfied with our choice of using a third-party private insurance administrator. And we talked a great deal about that. I don't know that we ever resolved it, but it was an issue, I think, not just for myself, but some way to measure success, so to say, or not success, and then decide, do we want to take it over, we being the state of Vermont.
Yes, there is a piece of the bill that very clearly states that after 4 years,
Okay,
there's
I was trying to find it,
review.
and
Yeah, it's towards the end.
I just wanted that perspective to be represented, I guess, is the issue.
And that reminds me that I think that the other piece that's in this bill is a study to determine how we go to mandatory TDI.
And
self-employed,
which is a big issue for a lot of people, but not an issue we felt like we could resolve.
Right.
Where we were right now. Yeah. There are probably other studies in there as well, so I think those are all still in there. Great, thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think this is going to be up tomorrow, that's my guess. At least that's why we were asked to act quickly. Not that we're acting. Hearing.
Look at it.
Whatever. So, people need a 2-minute break. So, I thought it would be good if we spent a little time on the December 1st letter and
Other side.
Stand up and then you can do it. And then turn around and pull that
I'll
up.
shoot you right out.
Leave the ejector seat. Is that better?
Is that better? So Mark is here, he's going to talk about the Ed Fund balance sheet and teacher's health insurance and the December 1st letter. And Craig Bolio, who is now the Commissioner of Taxes, is coming in at some point, and he had another meeting, so it's a schedule issue. And he will also have a chance to talk about the letter. Just, again, no decisions, we're just getting grounded in what is going on.
Okay.
Right, so, good afternoon. I'm back. I'm going to walk you through the December 1st Education Fund Outlook. And I've,
Is there an extra one?
yes, I have 5 copies.
That's okay. Yeah, that's on balance sheet.
I don't have a copy.
It's, I don't need it. It will be there shortly.
Everybody else, okay?
Yeah, I'm
No.
gonna use one because I
I
need
need
to
a
write on
copy.
it.
All right. Come on.
Me too, I have to write it. You're coming this way?
It'll come. What? Yeah, we all want
Keep 'em
one.
going.
Everybody wants one, that's,
Probably scribble on it.
that's right.
Yeah.
I have to be able to write on this stuff.
Need one back.
Oh, we need one more?
Yeah. I guess so.
Coming. There.
Didn't they get one?
She did. Okay, there they all are.
Pass
Okay.
this back.
So I write January 7.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Walk us through.
Okay, so I have to start out with the normal caveats we go through every year. This is the first look at what tax rates may be for 2020. Brad's over here, and I think he would agree with me that the primary driver of the tax rates on the sheet is education spending. And at this point, education spending is, I would call, an educated guess. We won't actually know what boards are going to be presenting to their voters at town meeting week until sometime in February, around there. And at that point, we'll have a much, much better idea of what things look like. So keep that in mind when we're looking at these tax rates. There's uncertainty around some of the spending things, and I'll go over that when we get down to there. And
I'm going to ask a,
sure.
I think it's probably a dumb question, but education spending is that the same as education payment?
Yes. So yeah.
Did we change the name of it?
We haven't changed the name. It's called an education payment. I don't, the terminology isn't great because education spending sounds like it could be budgets, it could be the number of tax rates based on.
But that is the same thing.
That's the same thing.
Okay.
And so that education payment number on line 10 is what drives the tax rates.
Yep.
So when I'm referring to education spending driving it, that's what we're talking about right there.
Are you looking at line 10?
Yeah, I'm looking at line 10. So the first thing that you notice is that the tax rates are projected, given the spending assumptions that are built in here, both the homestead and the non-homestead property tax rates would go up by about 6 cents this year, which is quite a bit compared to what we've had for the last couple of years. And the first thing I will point you to on the education fund outlook is, can I control this from here?
No.
Can you go down to the bottom? Just,
We can let you control.
We can arrange that for
Okay. The first thing I want to bring your attention to is this number here, which would typically not be there. If you remember at the end of the session last year, there was a disagreement between the House and Senate as to whether or not all of the surplus money in the education fund in FY20 should be used to, or FY19 should be used to reduce tax rates in 2020. And the compromise was to, you ended up using a little over $11 million of that last year, and then the agreement was anything left over on the bottom line in 2020 would be left there and used to reduce tax rates in FY21. So right now, we are estimating that there's about $8 million available in undesignated money. So with the full reserve at 5%, with everything paid for in 2020, there's an additional $8.2 million right now available on the bottom line. If you want to look down line 30, you can see that in FY 2020, there's $8.2 million left over. That money would normally have been baked into the tax rate for FY 21, but it hasn't been used yet this year. Okay.
Everybody?
So that's one difference.
So that was not included in the letter.
Right. So right from the get-go, even though we're talking about a 6-cent tax rate increase, there's enough money there right now, if you chose to use that money, to bring the tax rate down by a penny, right off the start.
In fact, right, we almost have to, but then we don't, well, unless we leave money for next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can do the same thing.
Sure.
The other thing to note is that agreement was done, it was a one-year agreement, so there's nothing in the law. It was a session law agreement that would be done this year, because there was an unusually large surplus in FY 19.
Mark, can you remind me, when we were here a year ago and we were looking at the December 1st letter and the first one of these a year ago, what was the projected increase in tax rates?
It was less than a 6-cent increase, but I can't remember.
But it wasn't zero.
It wasn't zero.
I think it was like 4. That's what's in my head, but I don't know.
Last year?
Last year.
Exactly a year ago, when we were in the same position a year ago that we are right now.
It was pretty flat.
No, it came in, it was 3 or 4%, and it ended up coming in flat. 3 or 4%
spending increase. I'd actually like to know.
Spending increase.
You got it, okay.
I have it.
Yes, sir.
I did
Oh, you're
this.
talking about spending.
3.24%.
I'm talking about the increase in tax rate.
Oh, I don't know. The increase in education spending was 3.2 as opposed to 5% this year. So it would have been a lower increase. I don't know the rate.
Yeah, so
I
4,
would like
3
to
or
know
4.
what the projected increase in the December 1st letter was.
For taxes.
Yeah.
Tax rate.
Yeah.
Tax rate.
It was about flat.
The what?
It was about flat.
You think it was flat?
I don't think so.
Can I ask a quick question? This 8.2, was that the conference committee at the end of last year? This money, leaving money on the bottom line when?
Yeah, I don't even know if it was in the conference committee. Yeah, it was.
It's like,
I didn't like it.
It's like a scare. It was like a scare tactic.
No.
It was. I mean, well, it's a difference of opinion about what you do when you have extra money on the bottom line. And my feeling has been, given the way the ed fund works, that you give it back to taxpayers. Split the difference on this one.
Does it help if I bring up the tax levy from last year?
Yeah, I'm bringing that in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring it in.
Somewhere. You think it's fine? Okay. I know.
Okay, I've got it right here. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, I do.
Last year, it was the homestead. They were projecting. It was $1.50 in FY19. They were projecting $1.50 for the homestead.
Okay.
Income was 2.49 in 19. They were projecting 2.45, and the non-homestead they were flat, $1.58, $1.58.
Okay.
And then if they spent a lot more than 3.24% increase, and then things started to move around.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Other.
Okay,
yeah.
so I can just walk you through and explain to you what's driving the rates this time.
Yep.
So the first thing is the non-property tax revenues that come into the education fund, which is about 1/3 of the total revenues, is growing at about the rate of inflation. So when the non-property tax revenues grow at the rate of inflation and the education spending is growing at twice the rate of inflation, you've got to make up that money someplace, and under the system we have, that then falls to the property tax. So that's one of the things that are driving rates up this year.
So you're talking about you said non-homestead or non-property tax?
No, so on the sources on lines 3 to 8.
So it's the non-property tax.
Non-property tax sources, okay? 1/3 of the total roughly, I'm going to check it lately, but it's usually about 1/3.
Yep.
That 1/3 is growing at like 2.8%, okay? You got spending growing at 5%, those revenues growing at 2.8%. You've got to make up for that money someplace. The place it's going to get made up on the ed fund outlook without any new money coming in, it's going to be the property tax.
Okay.
So that's one factor driving things. And then again, the remaining growth that we have.
George has a question.
Well, I thought with the Wayfair we were expecting a more robust and increase.
It has, and I think the ed fund has done better than if we had the old system with the general fund transfer running at the rate of inflation. But overall, all those revenues together, because it's more than just sales tax, it's purchase and use tax, lottery, all those other revenues in there. And I think I have on a sheet, I think they grew by 2.6% overall. So, and I don't think so. There wasn't. I think we have a comparison between what the general fund transfer would have brought into the fund and what we actually are collecting in terms of sales taxes. I don't have it with me, but I could show you that at some point if you're interested. Okay. So then, in terms of spending, again, spending is the wild card here. This is an educated guess by the agency. We looked back over a few years, and I think in the last 7 years, it's been a little high for 4 times and a little low 3 times. So there's no systematic, error going on in there. It's just that it's very difficult in December to anticipate what schools are going to be spending. I'll present it to the voters in March. But there are some things that I can tell you about that we think are going to be driving costs. So the first one is school employees' health insurance costs. And there's 2 things going on there. One is the normal increase in premiums from one year to the next. And VHI has asked the Department of Financial Regulation to approve rates that would increase on average by about 12%, 13% this year. So that's a pretty big increase in 1 year. They've also now, the second part of this is the statewide contract that was just negotiated while you were away. Based on the terms of, and we don't know this for certain, but based on the terms of the contract, which included changes to eligibility, increases in benefits for support staff, changes in out-of-pocket mechanisms, and first dollar coverage, all those kind of things you look at in terms of healthcare, we think that it's probably going to be a cost driver. In other words, health insurance is going to go up as a result of that. And I think that the Department of Finance and Regulation is going to be re-examining the rates that VHI requested for FY21 in lieu of the new contract. So they may actually end up going up above the 13% average. So that's one big piece of things. I'm not an expert in this area. Nolan and I work from our office and can talk to you in more detail about it if you're interested, but that's one of the big drivers here. Another driver is special education aid. We passed a provision of law, Act 173, a couple of years ago that was going to move us from a reimbursement system to a census-based block grant and save money. That provision's been delayed for a number of reasons. And this year, the request for special education aid is up also about 5%. So where there was a hope and anticipation that there might be some savings in that area in prior years, that's been pushed out a little bit. And again, I usually point out when I'm talking about this is just changing to a census grant from a reimbursement model doesn't necessarily save money. I think it would be likely to save some, but it's a federally mandated expenditure. School districts have to spend whatever they spend regardless of what they get in terms of aid. But that was one area where we were anticipating some savings, and that hasn't happened yet. And then a third area is school construction costs. You may have been reading about this. I've been anecdotally seeing a lot of evidence around the state that because of deferred maintenance, because of changes coming about because of Act 46, a lot of school boards are looking at issuing bonds for school construction projects. I took a look at this over the summer, and the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, I got information on what they had loaned out to school districts since 2007, which is the last year that state aid was available, or the year the moratorium went into place.
We still gave state aid since then, but no new projects.
We're still giving state aid for them for emergency projects and that kind of thing.
No, we had to pay off.
And we had a backlog, large backlog of paying off.
But nothing new.
That's right. But from 2007 up to 2019, they had loaned out about $225 million. South Burlington is going to be putting a bond for $209 million, just South Burlington alone this session. And there are a number of other districts, including Harwood and a few in the south, that are going to be putting pretty sizable bonds up for a vote. And so that's likely to have an impact on spending. And it's only debt service that comes into the ed fund every year. It's not $209 million all at once. It's over time. But if this is a trend, and there's going to be more requests for this kind of funding moving forward, it's going to be a pressure going forward. Burlington and Winooski passed bonds last year, significant ones that will be baked in now.
So am I understanding that when Burlington and Winooski and South Burlington, everybody passes the bond, we all pay into paying it back? It goes because it goes into the the rate, the
That-
statewide rate?
right. The debt service on a bond becomes part of your education spending per pupil. So your tax rate in the district that's approving the bond, their tax rate will go
Well,
up.
I know their tax
But
rate.
no district raises on their homestead tax everything they spend. So yes, there will be a draw from the education fund, and it's going to vary between towns.
Depending on the income of the town
Yes,
and the property value.
And it's going to draw from the non-homestead payers too.
And it's not subject to the excess spending threshold.
If it's approved.
Approved by whom?
By the Agency of Education.
Oh, I see.
Okay. So if the agency, if the other, you can't go out and build a, tennis swing pool and tennis courts or something, it may not get approved. In order to get exempt from the excess pension penalty, you have to ask for approval of it, and then it's subtracted out. Isn't that right? So, what else on school construction costs?
Do you have a question?
No, it's the approval by the agency of ed,
Yeah.
not the state.
It's the Agency of Education. Yeah.
Now, the voters have to approve it in any event.
Yeah, the voters have to approve it in the first place, yeah. So, yeah. Again, that's it's sort of like, it's not going to hit all at once. It'll hit over time as they go, but they're usually 20 to 30-year bonds.
Yeah.
So as they come on, it'll accumulate and become a driver. One thing I wanted to point out, because there's been a lot of confusion over on the summer, is that we used to provide 30% state aid to districts that had approved capital spending. That money had limited the impact on tax rates because it was money coming in outside of the education fund. There's no more money right now going in that way. There's no more money coming out of the capital bill or the general fund to pay for this. So it would all be within the education fund. But as I pointed out when I started, 1/3 of the money in the education fund is non-property tax money. So in a sense, you are getting aid when you pay for a school. It's just paid for within the education fund, which affects everybody that's paying property taxes, as opposed to coming from outside. But in a sense, it provides more help to a low wealth, low income district than it does to a high property wealth, high income district, because one district will be paying a bigger percentage of that cost themselves. So,
Jim?
Yeah, just a little while back, Mark, when you started this section, we talked about potential emergency construction aid. Are we likely to see any of that this calendar year?
I think there's some every year. I don't follow it very closely. I can go look, but it's things like leaky roofs of your furnace, die, and things like that.
So, this year, last year, year before, it's just kind of normal, comparatively speaking?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have those figures back.
Yeah, no, okay, if there's no radical change, that's...
Yeah, no notable.
Are those things that districts go into debt to do, typically?
It depends how big they are. They can, yeah.
They can, yeah.
Other factors that are driving...
Cynthia's got a question.
No, it's a question about one of the components. I don't want to stop you if you have a regular...
Okay, well, I just have a few odd things in there. There are things that come up every year. There was a significant amount of non-recurring money that was used in 2020, last year, in order to get through that $11 million, which is basically has to be made up. So that's another pressure on the tax rate this year. There's nothing in this sheet right now for prior year reversions. It's the grayed out area on the balance sheet.
Grayed out. Oh, yes.
So right here.
Yep.
Usually, that's money that will be coming forward from FY 2020 once the year's closed. The administration makes a recommendation in the budget adjustment, the money will come back. So in this year's budget adjustment, they're recommending that, where am I here? That this $8.3 million will come back into the fund and be available. There will also be some money here. Usually don't book it this early, but I've taken a look at that, and I think you have me coming in tomorrow to talk about the budget adjustment. So we went back and looked at reversions since 2005.
Yeah.
There's been some reversion every year. It's averaged about $7 or $8 million, although a lot of that has been driven by the last couple of years. But anyway, it's another factor that you can keep in mind that will have a downward pressure on the tax rate.
So in addition to the 8.2 that we set aside, there's something that's going to be filled in on line 22 that we don't know what.
Yeah,
you may have an
we
idea
won't
what
know
it
until
is.
for a year from now. when the administration submits a budget adjustment in the following year, but there have been years when we've carried money there in anticipation of receipt of the money the following year. So it's something to keep in mind. And then the two things that go on every year, we're continuing to have declining enrollment, and that doesn't affect overall spending or how much total property tax money we bring in, but it affects tax rates and who's paying. So in other words, it can shift the burden between towns. And statewide property values are growing again, but they're kind of anemic. They're growing at around the rate of inflation, not what we were anticipating a couple of years ago.
Roughly, or what?
Less than 3%.
Less than 3%.
And there's a very disparate impact across the state. Some areas of the state are actually declining in value, and other parts of the state are growing. Sort of the same as enrollment. Depends on which part of the state you're in, how you're being affected by it. But I've been noticing in the last year's annual report, there's a record number of districts that have CLAs that are greater than 1, which means that the value of the property on the town's books, their assessed value, is actually higher than the state has determined the fair market value to be. I think St. John's was one of them.
Yeah, we're at 107.
So anyway, and again, it doesn't change how much money we need to raise and how much taxes are paid, but it does make the tax rate look better when the grand list values are growing.
Right.
When the base is growing, and you're having to raise the tax over, so the tax rate at any given level of revenue is going to be lower.
And the grand list value growth, was that about the same last year? Less than 3%.
I think it's a little higher this year than it was last year. It's been picking up, but I remember.
Not by a lot.
I can look. No, I remember a couple of years ago the consensus forecast for property values had it turning up and growing faster. And it's been really sluggish.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, can I ask that?
Yeah. Yes, you may.
Mark, going up to line 1B, 1B, under sources, which we are now calling the homestead property tax credit.
Yes.
My recollection is not last year, but the year before, when we made changes, we made a number of changes, and my recollection is we changed some aspects about the this property tax credit program, and we were going to phase them in over a couple of years. And maybe this is something we did in here and it didn't make it through the whole process. I thought we changed something about the maximum payment that you could get. Am I completely off base?
Almost.
Yes. Yeah.
The homeowner rebate.
The homeowner rebate, yes.
So the homeowner rebate was split up into two separate parts. It was always combined.
Right, the municipal and the ed fund, right? No?
Oh, no, finish that thought. I have another one.
So it's basically, it was the same program, and the parameters remained the same. They were just split up into two components. So the education part of it was capped, I think, at $5,600 on the homeowner rebate, or is that right, on the $8,000, and the remainder of it, up to the $8,000, was capped on the municipal side. So it just separated them out, so it's a little bit more transparent, I think, what was going on.
So the thing I'm remembering is I'm now forgetting what it's called, but the people who are between 90,000 and 100 and whatever the ceiling is, and it was we reduced the property value that
they could take
from 500,000 to 400,000.
Yeah, that's what
and that we phased it in over 2 years because the bump was too big.
Yes,
that's what you're talking about.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Do you remember that? You do. You do. What did we do?
Did we do that?
We brought it from 500 down to 400.
But we did it in increments, didn't we? Or we decided not to do the second increment?
We didn't do the
You may. I was like guessing.
Sure. Chloe Wexler from the Joint Fiscal Office. 2 years ago, you did change both of those house site caps from $500,000 to $400,000 for the people who are under $90,000, and the people that are above $90,000, the house site cap was changed from $250 to $225. And there was no
200.
And that has never occurred.
We never went to 200.
No.
We did the two. So that was the thing we were talking. We went to 2.25, but not to 200.
Okay, so we did part of that, but it actually did happen. It went all the way through. My question is, did those changes in anybody's mind have any effect on the cost of that program. And I'm still seeing it go up by 3 million, 3 million, 3 million. But and it might just be a marginal change. But
there was a significant cost reduction. Yes, $6 or $7 million in the year of implementation.
Okay.
And then since then, it's just been normal growth.
Okay.
We would have to see FY 18.
Yeah, I know. I just couldn't remember. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, the changes were done retroactively, actually, for FY18.
Okay, because you're looking back.
And then what Mark was talking about, the split out between...
I remember that, yeah.
That actually, FY20 is the first year that has actually been done on the checks that went out this year. Well, last year, 2019.
But that didn't change people's benefit. That changed where it is in the fund, in the general fund. The other one did change what people got as an adjustment.
I would actually like to see what we did and what it meant in some sense.
Yeah.
Because we spent a lot of time with Mr. Feldman's, that wonderful chart that he had, and that those charts and the tables would be different now because of what we did. And I'd like to understand how they're different, even if it's just writing down what everybody just said, because I wrote it down, but I'm not sure I wrote it down right.
I can follow up with you.
So I would just like, that might just be for me. I just want to really get it straight in my head. Thank you.
I think in the House we went from 250 to 200, and the Senate went up to that 250.
And see, I always forget about the Senate. I remember what we did, but I can't keep in my mind what the Senate does.
Yeah.
So.
Good memory on it, though. Okay. Other questions? Anything else that you want to go over? This sheet, I'm looking through the sheet now. It's actually very helpful. Your fiscal note.
Fiscal note.
Great. There's a lot in there. And last year's letter, is that somewhere, that's posted somewhere in here, right?
I pulled it up from last year's agenda, but I could add it to today.
Yeah, why don't we just put it in good, so some history on it. Mark, do you have other things for us?
No, I don't think so, unless you have any questions.
Nobody? Okay. Right. Commissioner, congratulations.
Thank you.
And we're happy to have you here.
Happy to be here.
You come join us, and so we have both letters. We have this year's and last year's up here somewhere.
I have them up. The last year's letter has not been attached to today yet. I'm doing that.
Okay. Good. Welcome to the committee. And we've had Mark go through the Ed Fund balance sheet and his fiscal note, and happy to hear from you.
Sure. Craig Bolio, Tax Commissioner. So we issued the letter as prescribed by statute. The results are potentially concerning for affordability in terms of the yield, the property yield, going up to 10,883 from 10,648. Income yield increasing from 13,396 to 13,396 from 13,81. Which translates to 5.5 cents on the average homestead rate and a non-homestead rate of 6 cents for the projection.
Yeah.
So does the tax department just do a calculation based on the numbers, the estimates that come from the Agency of Education? I mean, you're just plugging in what you're getting and
yes, that's essentially correct, yes.
Sure, Jake Feldman, Tax Department. There's numbers from the Agency of Education
if you're going to testify, Jake, I'm going to have you come up here and testify.
Okay, essentially correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
One other thing that should be noted, that we had not accounted for potential increased costs from the teacher healthcare contract. So we would like to, I know that the Agency of Ed is currently working on getting new estimates. I'm hopeful that we will have updated estimates before the e-board meeting.
So the December 1st letter doesn't have anything for increased healthcare costs? Or you
I don't
didn't
know if I
have
would
the-
say it doesn't have anything, but I think that the Agency of Education, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think that the Agency of Education had taken the best information that they had at that time.
Okay, so
And
there's something, and we've got updated information.
Right, so I think the ask is to go back out and see if there needs to be an update.
Right. I mean, we're gonna have better information on the budgets that boards are gonna submit in a couple weeks anyway.
Correct.
So I don't know if it makes sense to do interim updates, you know, because we're gonna have actually some good information. It's up to the committee, but my sense is
Yep.
have that.
They're in by February 1 usually, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's, you know, it's always a rolling process. We get some information,
Yes.
and then there's always some information that's missing, but, right. Questions for Julie Martins? Anything else you wanna share with us?
Thanks for having me.
Great, thank you. Jake, did you wanna come up and join us, or, I don't wanna put you on the spot, but if you have anything you'd like to add, you're welcome to come and
If there's any
sit.
technical questions about the letter.
If you're gonna speak, why don't you come on up and speak?
Jake Feldman, Senior Fiscal Analyst, Tax Department. If you have any technical questions about the letter, I'd be happy to answer them.
Anybody got anything you wanna understand? Sam, got your question answered?
I feel like it was answered.
Okay, very good. Good, thank you.
All right, great. Thanks. Very good.
Brad, did you have anything you wanna add? You wanna join us for a minute?
I'll be happy to join you, answer questions.
Go over the timing on all these things as well for me.
Sure.
So that we understand what we're gonna get and when.
Brad James, Agency of Education. So what we're talking about right now are preliminary budgets that we've asked business managers to send to us once they are board approved. I can't remember the date we have on there. Is February 1 or February 15th. I can make it February 1 because I don't think it's gone out yet. I think it goes tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And usually we get maybe 25% to a third, and right around that time period. And sometimes some of the bigger districts, and then we continue to get new budgets in board approved budgets as time progresses. That's when I keep coming back to you and saying this is where this group of districts were last year versus where they are this year. We get a better idea of what's happening with them, and we start making better projections. Right now, the numbers that Mark was referencing came from my discussion with business managers as to what they anticipated their budget was going to be back in November. So it was pretty early in the process, but a lot of them were looking at construction costs, renovation costs. There was the healthcare thing. Some built in the potential for the settlement to go the way it went. Some did not in the numbers I saw. I received numbers from 23 districts, some of them fairly sizable. I think if I recall correctly off the top of my head, those 23 districts represented 40 to 45% of the education spending. So it was a sizable piece. And that's where that increase of roughly 5% came from the education fund. It was December 1 letter. And again, as Mark pointed out, it's an educated guess at the moment, and we will start honing in on that a little bit more as time progresses. And so we should be starting to see numbers in 3 or 4 weeks to get a good idea of what's going on. And those numbers will have that settlement, that healthcare settlement built into it. I did talk to some business managers. Some business managers said it's not going to impact them because of what they've already done. Others say it's a big impact. So it's kind of all over the place. So that's kind of the timing on the preliminary budget data as we move towards it.
So the earliest that you'd have something for us would be first week in February, is that
Early
right?
February, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And again, typically it's 25 to 30% of the districts in, but some of them are the larger districts.
Yeah, and it kind of gives you an idea of whether the educated guess was.
Yeah.
in line or
Even
not.
close.
Yeah, right.
Hopefully it was.
Yeah, good. Other questions anyone's got? Peter and then Cynthia.
I was with my seatmate in the city of Barry invited to come to the merged school district board meeting recently, and the superintendent struck a bit of fear into both of us, because I understand the agency was changing or proposing to change. This goes back to special ed, essentially, the way in which schools may count for any kind of special treatment, the percentage of folks who are on IEPs or in the category called special ed. And he said if that change goes forward, the city of Barry is going to see a significant reduction in the portion that the state picks up of that cost. And then there's the revision of the meaning of an equalized pupil that is also on top of that. And I'm just trying to struggle. I don't want to poach in terms of policy issues of another committee, but at the same time, it's going to affect, I assume, the figures I see here in my role in Ways and Means. And I have to try and sort out how much is because the accounting of heads has been revised and how much is actual increases in resources, even if you didn't change the rules of counting.
I'm not sure it's the counting of heads. If it's what I'm thinking of, there was a discussion as to what cost per student was eligible when they were sent to an outside entity outside the school district. Because what the law says is that part of your tuition rate, which is what we reimburse on, is general education. That's not reimbursable. And there was a lot of discussion about that. That may be what you're referencing, where the law says this, and we weren't necessarily doing that, and districts weren't doing that. And there was a whole big pushback over the course of the summer, where had that gone forward, then what would have happened is that the district costs would have stayed the same, your district costs, but the reimbursable portion would have decreased. And I think that's what you're referencing. I think it's subtle, but I think that's what you're after. That was pulled back by the secretary, and because he wanted to focus more on other things as opposed to having a big battle about that right now. So I think that's what you're referencing. The other part was
change and equalize.
This is with the waiting status. I believe you all are meeting with Tammy Colby tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay, well, I'll hold it then.
Well, basically, what they're looking at are different, are changing the weighting factors that are currently in statute, plus adding in some new ones. And one of the things that happens when you do that is, a lot of people tend to think that if you change the number of equalized people you get more money. That's not the way the funding system works. You get whatever your district votes on, that's what you get. The pupil count drives the tax rate, the homestead tax rate. If this goes through as they're talking about, and you're in a district that suddenly gets more equalized people because of these changing weighting factors, that means your tax rate goes down, but that means somebody else's tax rate has gone up. So it's a zero-sum game, basically, in terms of pupil counts. And the idea behind it, contrary to what I heard on the radio driving in that made me yell at my car.
Blame the messenger.
My goodness.
I was pounding on the steering wheel. Fortunately, I was on my back road. I had just gotten in the car. That if your equalized pupil count doesn't change, or your changes, increases, it doesn't mean that you get more money, as I said. What it does do is the idea behind it is to decrease your tax rate so that you increase your taxing capacity so you can bring in more money to apply to these different categories of students that cost more. That's the concept behind these additional weights that they're looking at. And Tammy Colby will be going into that quite a bit, I think, tomorrow. Yeah. But it did come across wrong on the radio. That's Peter Herschel on BB.
Okay. I missed it. So.
That's Friday or Thursday morning last week. It's
a big study.
It is a big study. They spent a lot of time on it. I spent a lot of time getting them information.
Yeah.
I have not read the whole thing yet.
Cynthia.
Just if I wanted to understand more about the health insurance settlement, which is a factor in this, what report would I look at, or who would I go to? Would that be Nolan, or who would?
I think that would be Nolan. I know very little about.
No, I know. I'm not asking you. I just want
think it would be
guidance
Nolan.
about.
I
Okay.
think it would be Nolan
Okay.
because Mark, you said Nolan.
Okay.
Yeah, Nolan's been.
Okay. Thank you.
I just know how it would.
Yeah. Yeah.
Other questions for Brad? Jim?
This is not so much a tax question in the first instance, but it becomes one. The issue of changing from per pupil to census based.
Special education.
Yeah, right. Special ed. Yeah, that. You alluded to reasons why that's not going forward yet, I guess. But I'm curious, outside of the jurisdiction of this committee, whether there's serious thinking on whether it's a good idea after all, based on educational outcomes. I'm just curious if that's part of the discussion, and we can anticipate waiting for a while before that.
I think again, I think Tammy Colby will be discussing this because part of her charge was to look at special education.
That's fine.
My perspective is that there were a lot of districts that wanted a block grant. They had access for it, and then once they saw what it had, they started getting cold feet. And because it's true. One of the things is that the block grant is going out based on your average daily membership. It's through your average that. So it's going on your total student count. So if you have a very high percentage of special ed kids versus another SU that has a very low percentage, you're not necessarily going to have enough money, whereas they will.
Yeah, no.
So there are issues with that, and we're going to see how it works out. And I think she will be addressing.
Okay,
that.
well that's a good explanation, and it's understandable. You know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He says with a smile.
Other questions? Anyone has? I've got one. The chart of accounts. What's the status of the chart of accounts?
That's pretty well. I would need to check exactly where it is, but that's pretty well pushed out there now. I think not everyone is using it, but I think they have to crosswalk to it. I don't think they're using it quite yet. There's still
You want to explain what it is for? I'm sorry, chart of accounts.
The uniform chart of accounts was set up for, and again, it's not really my area.
It's like quite a few years ago.
Quite a few years ago. It took a while.
I don't know, 5 maybe?
7, maybe 8.
7?
I think is when it started. And it was a charge, and it was a group of business managers who worked with some of our folks in the agency, so that all the districts were hopefully saying the same thing, but at least they're using the same system. Whereas before there were like 4 or 5 different ones people use. And this is not the accounting system itself. This is actually the chart of accounts, how they coded things. So it's pretty well pushed out there now at this point. There's still that human discussion about, well, is this or is it this? And you may get different things, but it's much better than it was. We're not at the point yet where we can reach out and do it. Not everybody has fully implemented with the new accounting system, the powers of the SSDDMS, whatever all those letters are.
Okay. No idea what that is.
Yeah,
all right, that's okay.
It's long. So, but that's what folks are working on now, and I think probably roughly half the schools have either implemented that, so they're in the new system now, along with the new chart of accounts, and are probably either with it or are working on implementing it right now, and the others are just about to come in the next year or so.
Next year being
22.
So
I might be off by a year. Maybe this coming year that they're coming.
So is it accurate to say it's going to be about 10 years from?
Yeah.
It's a long
Give or
time.
take a decade.
The what?
Give or take a decade.
Give or take a decade.
Lord. Is it going to make a difference?
I think ultimately it will. I don't think it will right away. And this is just from what I'm hearing and seeing from folks. Some folks are having issues with it, but they're figuring them out. There's been more help coming into it. I think it will be easier for us to reach out and get information a little bit more easily. I think it will help everybody else out in the field. And so after they go through all the laborious hours of getting to the point where they can use it smoothly, I think at that point then we'll start cutting down people's work, so we can pull things in as opposed to having to fill out individual things for every school district.
Other questions anyone has? Thank you.
Borough Planning Commission is hereby called to order. For January 6th, 2020. Are there any announcements?
Nope.
No.
For me.
Public comments? No. Hearing none. Approval of the minutes of December 18th. The minutes are in the folder. Did everybody get a chance to look them over?
Now, so in the survey, talking about the under the downtown design plan survey results, the last sentence under A, survey results says, negative perception in this case is important to understand, and it's showing
It's a
us
grammatical error. It's supposed to be
behavior
activity.
and acidity. Okay.
Yes, I did my bad. I will make that
I
change.
was like, what?
Oh, okay, okay.
There's a couple names too misspelled. If while we're on it, isn't his name?
That's why we do these kind of things, right?
Yeah, just for typos, right?
What happens if I just fix the things in the drive? I should be able to, right?
No, it's fine to do that, but I have my own end that we gotta
Okay.
change things.
Okay.
And, yeah.
So,
the whole process.
The new
you know,
sustainability
process.
coordinator's last name is
Dawson.
Oh, it's CT?
Yep.
Oh, I thought it was Dodson. Okay.
Wait,
Great.
that's their full name?
Yep, Stephen Dawson.
Oh,
I thought it was
Dotson.
Dotson. D-O-T-S-O-N.
I got the spelling from someone else, so I could, let me double check.
Maybe it's D-O-D-S-O-N, I don't know. But you have me under G here is F-E-C. Which is,
Which
I'm
one?
curious,
Where?
is that F-R-A-T or?
G. Where? Bold
G.
G? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Felicity.
That should be F-R-A-T, right?
Yep, that should be. Aaron elsewhere.
We went with the standard is that everybody, instead of being called Ms.
We do the
or
N dot,
Mr.,
right?
it's just first initial last name.
Yes. Is there any other misspellings you can see?
And Lewing?
Yeah.
Email Keith stated that the project would focus attention on land and Lewing, potential third.
What, under what?
Same spot.
Same spot, just like 2 lines down.
Oh.
Oh, yep, looking. Thank you.
Josh.
Is there a calendar shaped sheet? She says 3 events planned in June. Is there
Do you-
a
are you here for the
calendar,
meeting?
or is that-
Are you planning to
Yes.
discuss the power station?
We are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, then I am here.
Great.
Oh, good,
Welcome.
welcome. I'm sorry, you missed the public comment section, but
Okay.
when we get to the item on the agenda,
Yep.
we'll absolutely welcome your
Thank
public
you.
comment.
Have you guys been here before?
We've been here,
We
yeah.
we started,
At what time? 6.
6, we just started.
Oh,
We're
okay.
just looking.
Oh, I thought you meant
we
to
were,
start.
no, I opened the meeting,
Like, how late?
there were no announcements, there were no public at
There was
that
no one
point,
here.
and
Okay.
now we're reviewing the minutes.
I see, okay, you're just
We
moving
have
fast.
plenty,
I see what's
yes,
going
plenty
on.
of time, Josh.
Yeah.
So what was your thing? I should.
Josh, you copy the
wait.
minutes or you got it?
The waterways through
Okay, good, thank you.
They're Sundays, they're the first Sundays in July.
It says June in the meeting notes. 3
Oh,
events
sorry,
planned
first
in June.
in June, for the Sundays in June. So if you go to your calendar, which I'm doing, so you don't need to, it is June 7th, June 14th, and June 21st.
But is that public anywhere?
Felicity and.
She's gonna make it public soon.
And other people are organizing. some
I
big
wanna
events in
come.
West
I'm-
Branch.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, I
yeah,
wanna
well,
be there.
you're a participant.
Yeah, so that's the other reason why it'd be good to know.
Right, yeah, those are the dates, and she was supposed to say that, and so can the minutes reflect that? Did she not say that?
Minutes reflect the exact
June
dates?
7th,
The dates,
14th,
7th,
and
14th.
21st.
Sure. I'll make a note.
That way that they're there. I'm pretty sure she did say that, because she's been talking about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have notes, like,
dates.
yeah, I'll get those on there. Or at least the tentative dates.
Yeah, no, I think they're set. I mean,
All right.
yeah,
Perfect.
Those are the dates. Okay, are we okay with the minutes? Motion to
I'll make
approve?
a motion to approve the minutes.
With
December
the
18th.
corrections.
With the
Corrections.
typo corrections.
Okay, all those in favor?
Do we get a second?
Oh,
No,
God,
need
yeah,
a
probably
second.
we need a second.
Okay, thanks.
There's a second, and all in favor?
Except do I abstain because I was there?
I wasn't there either.
So I think we should just, okay, they look good, yeah, we're all in.
even if we weren't there.
Can you?
Yes, I think we can,
We should have
but even though it seems a little wacky.
Yeah, I
Does
think
seem
I
a
have
little
read that.
wacky.
I don't know though. have to
No,
look
I
at the
remember
rules.
we actually had to get, but did we have a quorum during the meeting? Because if we didn't have a quorum during the meeting. we
I'll
never
tell you
would
this,
be able
from
to approve
past
it.
conservation commission meetings, we had to wait to approve minutes, because I'm pretty
Well,
sure
that's what I
happens.
remember we had to, yeah,
So we could hold it to the next meeting.
except for that I don't know that we had a quorum at that
You had
meeting.
4 people,
Last
so it's
meeting?
at the
Yeah.
last meeting, Felicity,
Oh,
Tom,
Prudence.
Josh, and
Yeah,
Prudence.
Prudence.
Oh, okay, so we did, so we have
Yes.
to, we just have to wait for prudence. Okay.
Okay.
Andrew, the other
sorry.
thing that's
Have a
just
number?
wacky is when the meetings are, when the meeting notes are getting pulled into Google, it's pulling in like the Brattleboro planning, it's pulling in like the letterhead detail.
Sure, I'll let Sue, she's the one who uploads this stuff, but I'll make a note.
It doesn't open it as a PDF from
Oh,
Google
so
Drive?
It
this is-
does.
This is what I got.
Oh, yeah,
This
okay,
is
never
a
mind.
small
I opened it
text.
as
Doodling.
as
You
a
opened it as a document.
Google
Yep,
thing.
no problem.
Never mind, my problem, just ignore it.
All right, so, sorry, we need now a motion to table the approval of the minutes.
I move at the table.
Second?
I'll set.
Great.
I can vote for
All
that.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Great, all right, we're tabling the minutes to the next meeting. All right. Petition for Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good. Pursuant to 30 VSA 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. Andrew, were you going to give us an overview
Yeah,
of the
sure.
CPG process? Great.
So every time some sort of telecommunication facility is being
You
planned.
want to just introduce yourself to the public so they know who
Sure.
you are?
I'm Andrew Gravinsky. I'm the planning technician for the town of Brattleboro's Planning Services Department. So, as I was saying, every time some sort of company proposes to build a telecommunications facility, there's something called a certificate of public good process, which is a 45-day process, and the Public Utilities Commission reviews these proposals, and they're the ones who make the final decision. But local governments do have an opportunity to give comments, but that's it. So, again, this is the definition I got from the website for the Public Utility Commission. A certificate of public good, CPG, is a document issued by the Public Utility Commission under 30 VSA 231, which authorizes a company to own or operate a telecommunications business in Vermont. A company wishing to provide telecommunications services in Vermont must first obtain a CPG from the Public Utility Commission. The Commission issues CPGs only upon findings that the operation of the telecommunications business will serve the general good of the state. Basic overview of what it is. So Green Mountain Power is proposing to rebuild the North Brattleboro substation at 387 Putney Road. Staff has reviewed this project. Have you all had an opportunity to look over the letter and the site plans?
No, could I have a minute to do that?
Sure.
And also, this is an electric substation. It doesn't have anything to do with telecommunications. So, isn't that just
Yeah,
weird?
It's weird, but they still have to go through the same process.
Okay.
If you want a more specific answer, I can get back to you. But
That's
I
fine.
was confused at first, but
They're not, so there's nothing
It's fine,
hidden
it's
in
still
here
gonna
that
fall under the
was-
no, it still falls under the jurisdiction of the Public
Okay.
Utility Commission, because it is a public utility.
So I'm confused. Is this the thing from 2016?
No, so that is an example of a letter that Rod, the former director, wrote regarding kind of how we give our input. So staff has reviewed it, and we did find some areas where we felt like our regulations, or at least in the town plans, weren't being reflected in the development. So we wanted to have an opportunity to at least comment and say, we recommend this according to our land use regulations.
Can I see what we had, because it doesn't look like it came in the email. Whatever you were just offering up to see.
The site plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I have.
Is this, I'm so,
Okay, so in the last couple of pages are the site plans. Okay, here you go.
Does anybody else need a copy? I just gave
Yeah, the last 3 pages, I have the site plan, 4
This is the one
pages.
on Putney Road by the Marina Restaurant, right, where there was
Yes,
a
right
fire
there
as a
there
result.
was a fire.
Exactly, there's a fire back in October, and that's kind of what spurred this, all right, we gotta rebuild it. All right.
So it's fairly significant,
It is,
what they're
completely rebuilt.
proposing to
Yeah.
do.
One, are we into just discussion?
Yeah.
Well, do we want to give everybody a minute to just review?
Yeah.
Did you want?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
In
let's-
silence?
In silence.
Okay,
Yes,
all
Tom, in silence.
Okay.
And if you have questions, I can try to.
Sorry.
answer them.
Take out with my homework.
After that.
I did my homework. That's okay? Yeah.
So for clarification, that email with the attachment that was signed David Gartenstein from 2016, that has nothing to do with.
Sue, I think, can include that just to show you an example of what previously has been done in,
Gotcha.
in town. Yeah. Completely
Yeah,
unrelated.
no, this has
Yeah.
nothing to do with
Nothing.
that job.
Yeah, right. But I went through the same process.
Yeah.
It was just, I asked Sue to put that in there as an example of what the planning commission does
Yeah.
when it gets this kind of thing.
Gotcha. Cool.
I think there's maybe some relevance in the sense of context, because it's with the same applicants. And from looking at Google Street View, it doesn't seem like they did any of the recommendations that we offered.
On the south.
On the south.
For the- on the south one.
Was that
Yeah.
Vernon? Down by Vernon?
Yeah, like the.
Because there's definitely no like shrubbery.
Yeah, there's no shrubbery, there's no terracing, there's
Yeah.
no riprap added. Not that I necessarily think that would look better, but maybe it'd be better for erosion and stormwater control and.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have other copies too, so if you keep
Yeah,
that.
I was-
I got it. Yeah, feel free to take one.
I mean, I have one in the.
But it's all phrased like, we suggest, we recommend, because that's all that we can do.
Exactly, yep.
But they didn't seem to do any of it.
So are you suggesting that we should ask them? Are we into talking now? Kevin?
Yeah, go for it, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, well, can I have one more minute? Just because
Oh, yeah,
I feel,
one more minute,
I
sure.
feel like I'm way off subject now, so I mean.
It looks like there's a couple points of entry. So we have this preview time where we can make recommendations to the petitioner. So that's directly to Green Mountain Power saying, we would like you to do this. Then, once the petition is filed with the commission, we can actually then comment on it, which is maybe more formal. And I don't know last time around whether we did both of those things.
Okay. So that's something to find out.
Because making recommendations to the commission is a different act than making recommendations to Green Mountain Power. Green Mountain Power can take it or leave it. If you're commenting to the commission, depending on the utility commission, there may be, they may value it in a different way.
So how do we want to go about discussing this?
I'm interested to hear two things. I'm interested to hear, it sounded like the staff had thoughts, you were saying on if they were, if there were things from the, the planning materials that weren't being taken into account that you recommended
Yeah,
you consider. I also would like to hear the public
Land use
comment.
regulations, yeah.
Do we want to?
Well, who knows the most about this? Have you closed any?
No, I mean, I've read the same thing you've read. Do we want to get the public comment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys want
We
to?
really just came because we live next door to the power station.
Oh, okay.
And we thought that Green Mountain Power was going to be here doing this presentation, and we wanted them to know that we were still paying attention. We actually did meet with 2 engineers from Green Mountain Power about 2 weeks before the fire, because I had heard that they were planning to do this, and they met with us and told us about what they were planning. But I just thought that if they were going to be here, we wanted to let them know that we were still paying attention to the project.
Unfortunately, they are not. I called them today asking if they were indeed coming, and they said no. So that must have been a miscommunication with the newspaper.
Do you have anything in particular that you're concerned about, that we should be concerned about?
Lighting is one of our, they said they're planning to put in new lighting. We're curious how bright and how much, and whether it'll be pointing in our direction or not. That's a big concern. They did say that it's going to be a much larger print, much larger area, but it's moving away from us, not towards us. So our biggest concern, I think, is the lighting situation.
Are you abutting, you're the one abutting most
Yeah, the
directly?
one abutting property, yes.
Our house on one of the maps, Yeah, gotcha. So what other concerns do you have? Like, is there any?
Well, we asked them about noise, and they said that this should be quieter than the old one, so that was nice to hear. Our biggest concern, I think, was that they were going to come towards us, which they don't plan to. So other than lighting, not too much we're worried about, really.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want them to know that we're still paying attention.
I have a question for you. What's the current landscape screening like between you and the
It's just, there's some shrubs and some trees, but there's not really anything. I did actually ask them in an email if they could put up some sort of temporary fencing, at least during the construction. And they did say they were willing to put up a temporary fence during construction to block the noise.
Because we have this section in the land use regs, section 314, buffers and screening.
I
which is
am loving you right now. You are like the best planning commissioner right now.
Which is pretty in detail, and it even has some wording about opaque fencing and walls being required, and like the plants, if the infrastructure is more than 8 feet tall, it must be screened with a type E buffer, which includes, all these different plants, and half of them have to be evergreens, so. It's a section to consider as they redo this, even though they're not necessarily beholden to these regs.
What are the lights like at night right now?
Currently, they don't have any lights on it at night. It's not lit up.
Yeah, I don't remember being lit up.
No, so now that it says they're planning to put in new lighting, I'm curious as to what that's going to be.
So is your house up, like is there a little bit of a hill? Your house is just up a little bit?
We're just above it.
Yeah.
And when you say a fence during construction, is it because there's no fence there right now, or is there a
There's
fence?
no fence between us. There's a chain link fence, right? But
But there's a chain link fence that goes around the substation, but is there another fence that's the one fence? Okay.
Well, there is, yeah.
And I think that's what they're proposing.
Yeah, he told us construction's going to take months, so.
Yeah,
And
that's
there's
it.
temporary fence they're going to put up for the construction.
Well, maybe we can reinforce that in the letter, Andrew. Fence during
Yeah.
construction.
Yeah, and have they actually consulted our zoning requirements for the design?
I'm unaware, but from at least our input, from what we've reviewed, no.
Does anybody
Everything
know
okay?
this TJ Boyle? The person who's done the design plan?
No.
TJ Boyle,
Burlington,
Associates
right?
LLC, landscape architect,
Where are they from? They're
Burlington.
Burlington, yeah, no, Dalton.
Yeah, then it's interesting too, because the plants that they propose to add, those dark ones,
Mhm.
are all on the north side, but on the west side that faces the road, And those are all cedars too, which are
Right,
evergreen.
and so we would have them, they need to put every 30 feet.
Yeah, I mean, there's
put
existing
plants there.
vegetation there, but it's just like little scrappy deciduous, shrubs.
Yeah. So do you want to articulate the points that we've got in the draft letter right now?
Sure. So the topics that we wanted them to really consider included landscaping, erosion control, stormwater management, and lighting. I guess to begin with landscaping, the part of the property, the front of the property abutting Putney Road, in new development and redevelopment, there's a requirement for street trees. So we put that in there. Since there's power lines, it would be small trees every 30 feet. And then erosion control, we have no erosion control plan submitted, so we want to make sure that that's taken into consideration during construction, especially with there being a confluence of two rivers right there, and that there are some slopes on the property. Kind of then going to stormwater management, again, we don't really see any stormwater measures being taken into consideration, and that is something that we would like to be seeing, at least some sort of LID, low impact development principles, bioretention facility, bioswale, rain garden, infiltration trench, or any other kind of stormwater addition that could really help collect that runoff, especially again with the rivers being right there. And then lighting. We at least noticed, it doesn't exactly say what the kind of lighting is, but it looks like it's floodlights from our interpretation, and those really aren't allowed in our zoning. So they're not even angled down, which they should be, so we recommend them to be fully shielded and angled no higher than 45 degrees. Yeah.
So what was their intention for the lights then? Like was it for this?
Probably cameras, right?
Yeah,
so it's always lit.
Potentially for it's always lit for security reasons, maybe.
Yard lighting, security camera.
Yeah.
Andrew,
Two of them.
Did we have that letter in our folder?
No, so it's not a complete letter.
Okay.
So that's more, it's just more that I'm just kind of the base, and then once I get everyone's comments, we'll add that to it.
How much of the property is theirs? And, because there's a big chunk of that property that's just kind of gravel, dirt, Oh,
well, on the, I'm not sure, but
This is,
yeah.
I'm showing from maps online.
I have another comment regarding the landscaping. I just forgot to say something.
Sure.
Driveway or the...
So one more thing from the draft letter.
So at the north, I think it's the north. If you're on one of the north ends of the property, there's actually a memorial. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So we also recommended that some of the landscaping reflect that memorial that's currently there. It will complement it. Yeah.
Is there?
Well, so part of what I'm wondering is in the landscaping plan in terms of like bioretention, does that gravel parking area need to be that big, and how might they improve the whole lot? And that, it looks like they didn't include that at all. Even though they're the property owner there, they didn't include that at all in their plans.
No, it's just called gravel access.
Yeah.
Is the monument's not on there now.
So the monument it's
Yeah, it's right here.
That's town land, right? There's a.
I believe.
Yeah.
I can get back to you exactly on where that, if it's town or not.
Yeah, there's this pathway that leads down underneath the bridge. I don't know if the town has it for like fishing access or quasi park or something, but I would just hope that, I mean, it looks like the town has like a segment that overlaps the access to the gravel thing, but I would just hope that this substation somehow doesn't lead to, the redo of it doesn't lead to some gate that prevents access.
Yeah, I
for
see
the
that
public.
right there.
Right, yeah.
Okay, existing monument, it's on the other, this plan right here addresses
Right,
the
and
property.
is this a property line, this dotted line here?
There's a bunch of weird dotted lines.
Yeah, there's a weird
line.
No, I believe the area that blurry on this map at least is, because this is an easement right here clearly.
What do you mean?
Right here, this part, if you look at this is an easement.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, I'm wondering about.
Oh,
Yeah,
those
like-
lines.
So this
Take a
goes.
quick look.
I think those are the electric lines.
Oh.
Possibly.
Well, where are the property
Yes,
lines?
that's
They're not
overhead
on
lines,
any of
existing.
these.
Those
Yeah.
are all good lines.
You can pass that to Andrew.
See, that's
Here's
what's
one.
so there's the property line.
Yep,
The one north is town line.
yep.
There.
And then you can see the easement in there
So
too.
it would be, basically the property line would be like that,
Yep.
and then a little bit like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, yeah, let's ask this, if they could make do something better with that gravel.
Okay.
While we're at it.
Yeah, and can you ask them to update the plans showing their property line?
Can we also get an explanation for lights? Why are there lights?
And the type of lighting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, why is that necessary all of a sudden?
And given,
Tell them never to use, no.
given that they didn't pay any attention the last time we did this, I would suggest that we prepare ourselves to go to the commission if they don't pay any attention.
No, I would actually put that in the letter, like put a section in the letter saying, you came to Brattleboro in 2016 and came to the planning commission, and the planning commission made these recommendations. None of those occurred, you know, and maybe even cite the letter to make it clear to them that we didn't just space out and forget, and so that we expected different kind of response this time around.
We don't have fun writing letters as our only hobby.
Sorry, Andrew, I'm being strident. It's not with you.
Very important.
And maybe we can give them, you know, reference to the fact that we have a sustainability coordinator now, and if they need some assistance in making their work more sustainable, they certainly can avail themselves to our resources. Although they ought to have one of their own.
And then that's when we never heard from GMP again.
Yeah. And who's the person at GMP who's the project manager for this?
Yeah, his name is John Fisk.
He's the
And
one.
I talked to him today and I
leader
told him that you'd be
engineer.
getting our contact.
John Fisk?
Yep. And I talked about how I'll be setting this meeting tonight and that we'll be submitting comments.
Tell them to show up next time.
Yeah, and are they gonna come next time? I mean, do we have it, is this gonna be on our agenda again for the February meeting?
Well,
When
no,
it's the
they,
submission?
we need to submit a letter to them by January 21st.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
So
We
we're
should go ahead and.
Okay, so we
Yes.
should
Yeah.
submit
Yes.
this letter, and
Yeah,
then,
oh, yeah.
and then will they come back to us?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's something I'll talk, I'll consult with Sue about.
Okay. I mean, I guess we don't, it would be
It-
nice if
you
they
know,
would see you guys.
You know, the commission does have the power to hold a special meeting if that, if you wanted to do that.
A special meeting with GMP actually here.
Just on a specific topic and that
We
could
can't
be it.
require them to come. but
We can't require them to come, but you
we
can
can
have
just-
another meeting, a special meeting that's other than our traditional meeting.
well, so one other thing maybe to put
Sure.
in the letter, because we don't want to hold up the timeline. So if we get this letter to them by January 21st, can you request that they send us their revised plans? Like updated, clarified, revised plans showing our recommendations? So that we have those. And then I guess kind of a note for you and Sue to track the commission process and because that should come up for comment once the petition is filed. And then, I forget how. Sorry, I'm just reading the commission rule.
No worries.
So it says, as stated in Commission Rule 5.402A2, municipal bodies and local and regional planning commissions also have the opportunity to provide revised recommendations within 45 days of the date on which the petitioner has filed a petition with the commission, if the petition contains new or more detailed information that was not previously included in the petitioner's filing with the municipal and regional planning commission. So the cycle in there would be then, like, we're writing a letter with recommendations. We would like, we would like to see new plans. It looks like there's another opportunity then to provide revised recommendations based on those new plans, if we have additional thoughts.
I think the way I interpret it at least is that we would skip, if they did make revisions, we'd get them back, have a chance to review again. And then at that point, it's in the commission.
Yeah, so it looks like it's within, we have to do that within 45 days of the date on which they file the petition with the commission. But then I don't know, I mean, maybe that's our only kind of public comment opportunity.
Are they required to respond to our letter?
I don't know. I mean, in the end, like I said, they have all the control.
So we could send them a letter by January 21st and they could just ignore us?
I guess theoretically, you would hope not.
GMP %.
Yeah, there's possible maybe some.
I mean, I wasn't here last week because I wasn't sure if they heard back.
I guess that was my question, is that if they do, then what do we do? If we're concerned that they actually make these, do the things that we're recommending, because they're within our guidelines, you know, the statutes that we've passed.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things there. One is if they proceed with a plan that is in violation of our zoning, like there would be a zoning enforcement process against them.
Yeah, they can still do it. Our zoning doesn't. They're exempt. These are just recommendations.
They're exempt from our zoning?
Yes.
Or the state law, right?
It's state law, yeah. This, remember we were talking about this?
Right.
It was
That's why they go to
early 2000s.
They report just to the state agency.
Yeah.
And we just chime in to the state agency.
There used to be local control.
But-
Until the state thought it would be easier. They just had all this.
Okay, so then in that case, you publicly shame them. And one of the things about GMP is they're a B Corp. So their whole shtick is supposed to be that they're sustainable and they engage with the community. So, I mean, whatever, we hope we don't have to cross that bridge. But, and then the other thing is the recommendations to the commission. So it's having us as a body try to influence the commission in terms of how they rule on the, right?
And is there an attachment of our zoning ordinances going in this?
We will attach them. Yep.
It's a nice friendly reminder.
So going forward, so we draft the letter, you'll send it around to us before you send it off, Andrew?
And we can't reply all.
Well, we can't, everybody remember, you can't reply all, right? And then we ask them to submit, to revise and resubmit as a courtesy.
Send us updated plans.
And then presumably they either do or they don't. You guys on the staff keep us abreast of when it goes to the commission, and then we decide at that point whether or not we go to the commission. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's not an action, right? That was just a plan, so we don't have to.
Yeah, and did other concerns or thoughts that you guys have before we move on? Okay.
Good.
Well, thanks for coming
Yeah.
and giving your input. Yeah, of course.
Feel free to stay or leave. Well, the next talk's pretty interesting.
Okay, so the next item is discussion of zoning for Great Neighborhoods memo. Pass it over to you there.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Sue gave you some past updates regarding the zoning for great neighborhoods, which was put on by the state, the Department of Commerce and Community Development, and Congress for New Urbanism, which is a nationwide body. Has everyone here heard of the CNU?
Yeah.
That you mentioned it.
So the Congress for New Urbanism is a body. I don't think they're a nonprofit, but they're made up of planners, architects, urban designers, and they basically they're not even really a consulting firm, but they do work regarding just promoting what new urbanism is. And if you don't know what new urbanism is, it's basically the traditional neighborhoods, walkability, the 5-minute walk kind of thing, to schools, services like grocery stores, hospital, shopping. I think just like, a lot of traditional New England areas. It's kind of like, going back to the roots kind of thing. compact development, density, infill development. That's really what CNU is all about. So they did a workshop with the Department of Commerce and Community Development, looking at 6 communities in Vermont. Brattleboro was one of them. And they gave some recommendations how we can change our, basically our current bylaws to incorporate more allowance of, for better housing opportunities.
So I'm sorry, I missed, did they come to us or did we go to them?
Sue went to Montpelier and she gave a presentation.
So this is all focusing on housing?
Yep.
This document?
Yep. Looking specifically at density.
So, I apologize, my computer is, or the internet's not working all of a sudden. Do you have a copy?
Sure.
Or no, I don't want to take yours.
Is there only the one copy?
I only have this, is it,
I guess there is only one copy.
okay, it's all good.
Do you want to work on the page?
Sorry,
maybe-
Josh.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, no,
Maybe my computer will
it is
serve.
coming in.
Here, I'll go
Too bad.
to the top, you can feel free to scroll down.
So, some of you were here in 2015 when the town redid some of the regulations. We did incorporate some form-based code techniques, but seeing you found some areas where we could potentially make changes. So I guess starting with the recommendations, minimum lot sizes.
Just take these one at a time.
Yeah, I think we should just take them one at a
Sure.
time, and I think the point is to just sort of generally discuss.
Yeah.
We're not making any decisions.
Not making any decisions, yeah.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, so starting with minimum lot sizes. They found that some zoning districts have minimum lot sizes that are larger than necessary.
You don't say. You don't say. Write that down, yeah.
So I think the idea here is that these are as we go forward and review our zoning regulations, which we need to do because we've been putting it off and putting it off, so they will have to come back, and then we're going to put them all in as a package to the select board. So we should take these into consideration as we review our zoning. So that's the context.
So I'm just doing converting 6,000 square feet, like how big is that? So it's like less than a quarter of an acre.
Yep.
Okay, but still probably pretty big.
I feel like we did discuss and amend some zoning things in the last few months or in the last year. Is this new, like brand new information we're getting?
Yeah, we've
as
gone
of
this in the
any
last couple of
amendment?
weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they did it based upon our regs in the books, so not necessarily taking into consideration the things we've talked about that are just still in draft form.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is most of what we've done, because we haven't actually passed anything on to the select board, I don't think. Any of those things we've been talking about for the past year. Well, we should. I think, yes.
Yeah,
So minimum, any comments on minimum lot size? Seems straightforward.
What is, they're saying they're recommending 6,000 square feet. What is our?
No.
No,
They're
they're
saying
recommending
6,000 square feet is too
Smaller
big,
than
yeah.
6.
Okay.
And they're recommending that just in the neighborhood center and the village center
I think those were just examples. That
Or is that
It's just for
examples?
instance,
Okay.
I think it's only the urban center that has less than that, and it's at 2,000.
Yeah.
Or at minimum lot size 2,000.
And I think that's, we weren't going to really be looking at, I think we feel that in the urban center, that's already pretty good.
That's small enough.
Yeah, small enough. It's really like the mixed use, neighborhood center, village center,
Yeah.
even potentially residential neighborhood.
Yeah, those are all 6,000, or they are. Yeah. So. I wonder if there's any advantage to preventing lots from being broken up, subdivided into too small? Like, I don't know, I'm just throwing a guess here. Do any communities find that when that happens, that it limits the ability for bigger projects to happen because all the lots have gotten divided up, long-term down the line? I mean, lots can always be bought and then rejoined together, so there's not.
I mean, I think you have to ask to what purpose. So if you're thinking about, and I don't think they're proposing this, but if you're thinking about like the rural plot areas, then the highest use of those is something that's more in keeping with like Vermont's agrarian, past. If you're thinking about some of the more concentrated housing areas, then is the highest purpose housing, and I'm not, and then when you're thinking about other areas where they're for business use, I'm thinking about the highest purpose there. So I think my gut feeling is, and I'm not sure about the proposal, what my gut feeling is, it's going to depend on what the intended best use of that zoning area is. And, it's like, if you ask me about rural, I might be like, you probably want to try to keep, farming being part of the purpose there. But if you ask me about like the urban center, that's a different thing.
Right. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know. At first glance, I don't see why, if there seems to be a need or demand for smaller lots and it will house people more densely, and that's what we want, push it as low as it will go.
I would also,
but there's probably some way that could backfire.
Yeah, I guess I'm sort of confused about that, and maybe it's just my ignorance of the notion of, well, if we want denser housing, then we want larger lots that have apartment buildings on them.
Not necessarily. If you look at infill housing,
Tiny houses.
if you look at infill housing, they can use tiny lots, depending on the type of housing.
Okay.
Yes, apartments is one kind of housing, but if you look at the FAR system, floor area ratio, you can, depending on the lot, you can get like a skyscraper. This is obviously doesn't Brattleboro.
There are examples in Japan where it's, everybody wants to live near Tokyo, but
right, and it's just dense.
You'll see these houses that are built, and they've got a term for it, I can't remember, but they're like these really weird shaped houses because somebody somehow got the ability to like chop the lot down to look like this jigsaw puzzle, and the house is just eating the whole jigsaw puzzle.
And I guess one comparison is like my neighborhood around Clark Street to like say Montastiquit Street. Those are all single family dwellings, but those lots are probably a third of an acre, whereas the ones in my neighborhood are like 4,000 square feet instead of 15 or 13. So.
Yeah, and they only referenced the village center and the neighborhood center, which is really two specific areas. It's like West Brattleboro Village, and then it's that beginning part of Putney Road.
But those are just for instance, right?
Yeah,
I mean, so the recommendation could be anywhere.
Yeah, just considering smaller.
Because it says some zoning districts establish minimum lot sizes that are larger than necessary.
So I think I'm trying to picture 6,000 square feet. I think is about an eighth of an acre, right?
Isn't that what you just found?
0.13 of an acre. Like a tenth. It's a tenth.
An acre's
That's about how big my lot is on Elliott Street, 6,000 and change. So for reference, and all the lots on my street are around that. So if you picture like Elliott Street, that's a 6,000 square foot lot. About.
Seems like it's worth thinking about more. I would love it if, when we've got stuff like this, we need examples to look at. It would be really useful to have a visual, like how big is 6,000 square feet? What can you put on it?
Well, if you think of like your house, your footprint of your house, I don't know how big your house is, but.
Not 6,000.
Exactly. Big house is 6,000
no,
square
it's a
feet.
huge, it's a huge house.
Yeah. So.
But if we're, I mean, I guess it also depends upon where you are. I mean, if we're talking about, do we want garden space? Do we want green space? Do we want spaces where the people potentially could grow some of their own food, or their neighbors?
Where kids can play.
Where kids can play, where animals
sense.
can be, there can be pollinator gardens and
but
various
it's a
other sorts of
minimum
things.
lot size. It's not a maximum lot. So you could move it down to 2,000 or 3,000 square feet for probably many of the neighborhoods. And then, partly there's also the process of actually needing to subdivide a lot. Like if you were to make it smaller. And I don't think, it's.
If you made lot, and again, I don't know how I feel about this, I have to think about it, but if you made lot sizes smaller in some neighborhoods, I think you would also want to consider what the setbacks are and the footprints, because that might also address some of the things about green space. If you're talking about in a particular neighborhood, like say residential, and you said you could have a smaller lot size, then you would still have setbacks and you would still have footprints. So if you made your lot really tiny, it might only be a tiny house that's gonna fit on there. I don't, and again, I'm not advocating for this, I'm just trying to picture the whole thing all working together.
And when we worked on the zoning, we did do, the planning staff did an analysis in the neighborhoods of lot sizes. So it may actually be like, you know, for instance, if most of the lot sizes now are 6,000 feet, and the idea is you were thinking of reducing that, how are you gonna reduce it where you're not bifurcating? You know what I mean? It's like you can only split one 6,000 square foot lot into two 3,000 square foot lots. So you can't, you know, you can't make it'd be 4,000 as a minimum, because you wouldn't be able to. So there's a question there in terms of the reality of the lot sizes, and if they were smaller, what that smaller might be, like what it might actually be able to be divided up to be.
And how would you access it once they're divided?
Yeah.
So I think the simplest thing would just be to divide 6,000 by 2, which is 3,000, in order to bring it down. Just cut it in half.
But cut it in half, but then you have to do right-of-ways.
Yeah, but that's why if we're just dividing it in half, the right-of-way is a little bit more straightforward.
Right.
Instead of like 1,500 square feet, and all of a sudden we have people sectioning things out and like quartering it out or whatever, and then the right-of-way is impossible.
Seems like we need more information to deal with this.
Yeah. Anyway, all right.
But
That's on you guys.
But we're interested in dealing with it.
Yes, but we're totally interested in dealing with it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important question. If we're trying to densify the village center, then we have to use creative planning to do it. Maximum building footprint.
Okay.
All right, on to the next issue.
All right,
You
so.
want us to read it out loud, Josh?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Many zoning districts
Yeah.
establish a maximum.
Yeah, I've got it right
Okay,
here.
all right.
Thank you. So kind of what they're getting at here is they feel like with our max square feet, it's really limiting it to one building per lot. Which to them is effectively disallowing builders from, which one are we on?
We're on the next one, maximum building footprint. Sorry, go ahead.
This is a quote directly from the, effectively disallowing builders that require 2 or more adjoining lots or even one larger building on a large single lot. So they think that, you know, having this max square footage is really disallowing that from happening.
Can you explain that again?
Yeah.
So like the whole, you know, with the max square footage that we have in our regulations now, the way they perceive it is that it's only, a developer can only build one building on the lot because of that max.
What is the max, 12?
Again, it's by zone, but I think the example here they give in the NC, and it's 12,000 square feet in there. They think that's not enough.
I think that was, I mean, that decision, wasn't that related to stormwater management and making sure there were impervious spaces around dense, more dense?
Because we're still talking about residential, right?
They break it down by different neighborhoods, so like they give a couple of different types of examples.
Mixed use is in there.
That's true, but it would impact more than just housing, changing the
But
whole
our,
Wow, they call this fairly crude.
So if you think about like max square footage, that includes the whole building. So even with height, so think about, you know, if you had 12,000 square feet, you could have, even on a small lot, multiple buildings, but you know, depending on the height, it could be more than 12,000 square feet. Like, I think when they start to get into like the dwelling units, in comparison to the building footprint square feet. Yeah.
So if we wanted to fix this, what would they suggest that we do?
Well, that's the thing, all they're saying, I mean, to me, it's like there are not a lot of even recommendations or just comments on our zoning code, so I know that's something that we've been trying to grasp as staff, and that's, that's one reason why we have these conversations, is so we can hopefully get somewhere. But I mean, I, from at least looking at this, it's, changing just the allowable building footprint. We could get rid of maximums if we wanted to, but you got to think about the other long-term consequences, potential consequences that could occur.
Which are?
You don't want people building these,
neighborhood.
Stormwater.
Yeah, stormwater.
But I guess they're
bringing up something.
Well, I guess stormwater, yeah,
Well,
stormwater. Height, we can still control. Parking
yeah.
is probably one of the bigger ones, but we can control height though. Still, we can still have height restrictions.
We do have standard height restrictions.
We do. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Yeah.
So the biggest issue is parking, because we require that you have a parking space for every unit, don't we?
Yep. Well, depending on the facility, if it's like for senior living, for example, it's half a unit, depending on the type of housing. Josh, do you have the development, the land use regulations with you?
Yeah.
Why don't you go to the parking chapter? Thank you. Which I think is under the site design and engineering, which is also in the 300.
Yeah, so were they really only looking at the zoning through the frame of housing?
Yes.
So they weren't considering like density in terms of stormwater or wastewater or parking or.
Well, I think they have a comment like under maximum building footprint, they said, the district has been applied to areas with fairly recent commercial development with full municipal utilities which are conveniently located to nearby walkable neighborhoods. So I think they were looking at areas that already have pretty good wastewater and sewer connections.
Yeah. I mean, I almost feel like you'd have to take each one of these and then run a few scenarios, right? And try to like ground truth it. So like you take neighborhood center, we allow 18 dwelling units per acre that limit the building footprint to 12,000 square feet. Well, regardless of the size of the lot. So if you look at a large lot and you think of a larger building, for one question is that reasonable, 18 dwelling units in a 12,000 square foot building? Are those reasonable size units?
So here, you want me to tell you what CNU says it does?
Yeah.
CNU advocates for changes that make it easier to build great places. We work to identify regulatory barriers, knowledge gaps, financing hurdles, and local inequalities that stand in the way of great urbanism. In response, we engage with governments, partners, professionals, and citizens at every level to make it easier to design and build places where people and businesses can thrive and prosper.
Where is it based out of?
Here's Andres Duani.
Washington, D.C.
Oh, gosh. Well, one of the founders, his name is Andres Duani, and he's an architect planner. He developed Seaside, Florida. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but it's a master plan community. Have we seen The Truman Show?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's where it takes place, in Seaside, Florida.
Yeah.
That's a planned community, which has taken in the new urbanism principles.
Yeah.
Which do they fill to build?
Well,
What'd you say?
Do they fill it? Look, Seagrove Village.
It's a good story. I'll look up a YouTube video of it, and it's very interesting.
Wetlands there.
But it's a.
No, sorry, gotta be snappy about the water.
I mean, it does, at the beginning it says, great walkable urban places, buildings, blocks, and neighborhoods in small towns or big cities are powerful economic and social engines, improving community health and resilience while promoting sustainability and equity. Now, just as an aside, these are sort of neoliberal concepts that actually don't really work.
Is that?
All they do is make the rich richer. And
all right. I got my.
Sorry.
We are a painful collection. And Commissioner our knowledge, aren't we?
I'm sharing that sentiment though, because I'm like, who's seeing you and like, what do they know about this area? But I'm also like excited for easing zoning ordinances, especially because development in this area is obviously extremely difficult, especially when it comes to housing. So we have to find a happy medium and be creative.
We do. Yeah, we do. I mean, the key is to make sure that whatever we do, we reinforce equity and we make sure that we don't destabilize public services.
Yep. And that's the long-term negative outcome potential.
Right. I mean, if you've only got a small pot of money and you decide to direct it towards amenities as opposed to, or I don't know, helping somebody make a big building that's going to earn them a lot of money as opposed to offering services. That's a negative.
So I guess one question, which this is making me wonder about, is that is our parking, did we make choices in the zoning based on this assumption that everybody needs a car? And is that what has resulted in like what we have?
I wasn't around for that, but I'm assuming we probably did.
Because there are definitely like considerations for the number of parking spaces per. And I remember like all of this is, I don't have this brain, all of this is somewhat confusing to me, but I remember thinking like, well, couldn't you just have a big building like close to downtown with no parking spaces?
We did have feedback at the residential neighborhoods. I recall, I don't remember how frequently we got it, we did get feedback about when we have more units in a residential neighborhood, that meant that there was not enough parking for everybody on some of the side streets.
Well, you can get parking exemptions, like Snowblock has no parking requirements because it's in the downtown district.
Okay.
But also we talked a while back about drawing a line around the town, designating what's walkable from downtown and easing parking requirements for buildings and apartments in that area. Yeah.
Within walking distance of downtown.
I don't remember. It was a few years ago.
Well, one thing to consider with, getting rid of parking is that you want to be areas which are easily walkable to employment, shopping, healthcare, yes.
Right, and affordable shopping
equity
is
has to
still
be
down
at the center of the
Putney Road.
conversation. But also, I mean, obviously we do have it in this area, and it's good public transit. That's another aspect.
Yeah.
To get people around, they still got to get around, right? And this is New England, and we have some harsh winters.
Right. Yeah, before we give the parking away, we need to have more reliable public transportation. Do we want to move on to restrictions on number of buildings per lot? Or do we want to simply say, this is all very interesting, can we go on a case-by-case basis? We can refer back to these when we're looking at our specific zoning.
Yeah, I think I would love to review the things that we've got in draft form and compare them to these recommendations, and then maybe put something together.
Okay, cool.
To bring to the select board this year.
Right, I mean, we were supposed to do zoning in our last meeting, and there's a reason we're not doing it in this meeting, and I can't remember what it is. But anyway, there was a reason. And it was a good one. So we can presumably do zoning again. We should be doing it again in our next meeting. And it is all, the stuff is all in Google Drive, so we can review it, so we're good to go next time.
Just to finish up that last section, I think it's interesting that they bring up, can you scroll up a little bit, that they have, you referenced it, Felicity, and they use that word crude about our zoning.
Yeah.
About how we have redundancy, abstract redundancy, sort of, with the bulk of buildings is regulated, the floor area to lot area is regulated, the percentage coverage is regulated, and they feel like some of those can be dropped off, I think. So it's interesting to think about sometimes because we bring this up with other things like, oh, should we just unrestrict that? And then other people chime in saying, well, we have that covered with the stormwater regs, and we have that covered with the buffer regs, and we have that covered with the landscaping regs. So they're kind of echoing something that I've felt sometimes when I hear all that, which is we usually do have too many fingers pointing at the same thing.
Yeah.
Some
They just
cases.
have a fun choice of words.
Too
And
many
this,
fingers pointing.
No, they did.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
funny too.
this
Is
raises
that a phrase? I just came up with it.
another question about, we said that we wanted to regularly, maybe like every year, meet with the DRB to see how
Yeah.
things were going with them.
Time flies when you're having fun,
Yeah,
right?
so it's getting to be around time when we should do that again.
Yeah.
Because I think their experience of having to deal with these regulations would really help us.
Well, Sue brought us that piece of paper with 4 proposals from them, / Brian
Mhm.
and or Brian. So that was kind of that, right?
Right, right.
One way.
Okay, we good on that? To be continued, I guess?
Yeah.
I think it's exciting that we're considering this. I definitely think it's like kind of unknown, like the outcome and who these people are. Like I'm worried about like, have you guys ever been to King of Prussia in Pennsylvania? You've been there? Yeah, it's like hell. I feel like these people probably did like the zoning around it. It was just like a strip mall, you know, and like it feels very unregulated. You know, and like I'm all for easing and relaxing regulations, but I'm also all about like maintaining and keeping like the wholesome quality that is Brattleboro, you know,
Yeah.
like this uniqueness and individualness, you know, and I feel like it's like, okay, if these guys are Truman Show-esque, you know, you know, like how seriously should we be taking it? So.
Well, I think they offered, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, is that they offered to do this sort of just as a benefit, to sort of say, here, we'll take a look at your regs
Yes.
and tell us what you think.
And out of,
Conversation.
yeah, and out,
Yeah.
out of the communities that were looked at, we were by far the largest. In terms of planning, we had probably some of the best planning practices already in place.
That's nice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so that's what, a lot of, I'm not sure the other communities were like,
You said
Colchester.
They said around Vermont, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think some north, and we were the only ones in southern Vermont looked at.
Okay, so on to G.
Oh, can I just,
Yeah.
one thing
Sure.
before we move on? I'm just curious if, you know, the need for housing density and walkability is something that, as we make recommendations to the select board, if we get to that point, and want to make some tweaks to the zoning, should we be making a more concerted effort to hear from the community on that?
About, yeah, you mean about walkability?
About both walkability and I think density in the housing. I know we had talked about a few months ago extending the zoning that allowed for the Red Clover Commons up on Canal Street and extending that into that neighborhood area so that there could be more apartment building type zoning in that area. And we sort of talked around it, and then, I mean, we decided as a group that we didn't want to do that, but yeah, I don't know, it just seems like it might be really helpful to hear a wider perspective on.
Well, if we do make any recommendations to the select board, we have to get public comment.
Yeah, public hearing.
So we get public comments, and then we send it to the select board, and they get public comments.
Yep.
So there are 2 opportunities. So, I mean, I think as soon as we've got that parcel of stuff, we should make people aware that that's what we're talking about and invite them to come.
I definitely don't think we should do this without people being aware.
Yeah. And it would, I mean,
we have time.
walkability would be good, because one person's walkability is another person's inaccessibility. So it seems like we ought to really understand how we measure walkability. Public outreach efforts?
Oh, well, we're just passing by the other recommendations.
Well,
because it's,
or do we want to go through each one? It seems like we need to be looking at them within the context of our actual regulations.
Yeah, I think that was the
it seems.
process recommendation you made that I liked was at the next meeting, I think we were going to look at the recommendations that we had
Alongside.
been thinking about making
Oh, I see.
alongside
Great.
the CNU, suggestions, and then thinking about those in the same context at the same meeting.
So maybe the staff can kind of draft these?
So,
into
we
some
didn't get to
Is
the.
that too much to do?
Well, Sue's already working on some draft code with the flexibility of unanticipated development proposals with the PUD process. So she's changing that right now. And then I was gonna work on the lot sizes.
Okay.
So we will get something for you.
So it's already in the works. So are you okay moving on then, Tom?
Mm-hmm. Just that, the one about the restrictions on number of buildings per lot, that kind of, I agree with that.
Okay.
But kind of for rural reasons, actually, which maybe I shouldn't mention. But,
I'm curious to know now. Is there one more?
yeah, well,
more.
because I've a few friends and I wanted to, we're in the prospect of kind of looking at this piece of land to buy, and it has this old house on it, but it's still usable. We're not going to demo it, but we're excited about building too, like one more house. And then so the prospect of if we subdivide, that's like a process, and it adds to the total assessment, and it's not a buildable lot and all that, more complication. There's two owners potentially now. But the land use regs currently say that you either have to subdivide or you have to go through the whole PUD process. And it's like a PUD just for a two-house property? That seems to make it a conservation subdivision with like easing some of the land to a land trust just for a two-house property on 50 acres. So it seemed like...
Well, you can do conservation easement, so conservation subdivision.
Yeah, but you read, I mean, I don't have any experience with the PUD and going through it, but it seems like that's something for like a neighborhood sort of development. Or
Well,
like
we have like specific subdivisions for rural areas.
Yeah, the conservation
subdivision, yeah.
Right. I know, it seemed, looking at it, it felt a little daunting maybe for a two-house proposed, property. So when and they give an example of how maybe there are legitimate cases where more than one building might be placed on a single lot. For instance, 2 single-family homes on an oversized lot. So they're talking about in the urban area, but I'm talking about in the rural. So,
yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah,
thank you.
So I like that.
Yeah, that also makes me wonder about tiny houses, like what situation where you could like add a tiny
Yeah, you
house.
have to subdivide the property.
We
for
have
each
regs that,
individual one.
I remember that, we have regs that enable a person to.
The
put a
accessory
tiny
dwelling
house.
unit.
Yeah.
Right.
ADUs, we do allow ADUs, single ADUs. They're totally, they're outright permitted, so it's pretty easy to get one.
For one?
For one, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
But I think we also have it so you could do a community.
Well, cottage style.
Yeah.
PUD.
Yeah, so that depending on the
PUD,
zone.
yeah. So, like I said, Sue's drafting that, and we probably should wait for her to give a full discussion on that.
Okay.
So are you anxious to see that again? Should we push to try to make that happen in the February meeting?
March,
Do it in March?
There's nothing to do.
Oh,
February
okay.
meeting, I really want it.
All right, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I mean, it's good to know that, because then we can plan it for March and make sure it happens. Okay, public outreach efforts. Are you reporting on those?
Yes,
or- okay.
so 250 Bird Street. So just giving you an FYI, I don't have a lot of familiarity with some of these things because I wasn't here. But Kathy, I know you helped with some of the 250 Bird Street property, correct?
I did?
Or you...
Wait, is that the one on the Whetstone? Or?
Yes,
on the
it
one on the
is.
Whetstone.
The one,
Oh, the 12 acres
Yep,
was also a property?
But
Yeah.
basically, we need to figure out what the final use of the site, what does the public want it to be? So we're going to be conducting a few neighborhood meetings to hear from the public what they'd like to see the site be. And some of the ideas brought up so far are passive recreation and wetland nursery.
Ooh.
Yeah, and also conversations with the Conservation Commission, and that which leading that they are also very eager to work on this project. So they're wondering if they could be kind of,
So
partners,
what's the status
or
of
they
that?
even, oh, sorry, go on.
No, I'm not going to interrupt you.
They are also wondering if you could push this to them and they could be the lead. But they're very excited about this project. So
Who was against our
Well,
Conservation
very
Commission. So in any way, they could either work jointly, CC becomes a lead, or they would all just report to this commission, or any other ideas. But they wanted to make sure that I brought it up.
So tell us what it is, what if we were to, if they would be the lead, what would they be leading on?
Just the public outreach process and the planning process for the site. The remainder of processes that need to be done.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't do that? If they're excited about it, if
Yeah.
somebody's excited about it, why would we? Why would
Does their leadership preclude uses other than conservation-related uses?
Good question.
Well, can you rephrase that another way?
If they're leading it, does that mean they're going to focus on conservation-based uses rather than any other public recreation or other?
Well, in the end, it's the will of the public who should have the say what it's going to be. So I would maybe know them. Is it? But I mean, we got to remember that they are going to see in a conservation lens.
Yeah.
But
they're doing the public outreach.
They're doing the public outreach. They would be just being involved in that aspect. But again, one of the other ideas is that they could still, or staff could report to you on what's going on. You would still be involved.
Do you know what the status of that site is? So it was the River Conservancy.
They still own it.
They had taken ownership
Yeah,
of it.
and the
There was
goal
some
is to have,
contamination that needed to be
exactly. We had some
taken
EPA grant money that helped fund the whole planning process, and that there's a goal that the town will become the owner of the property,
Right,
so we can
after
do some
that
sort of
cleanup process.
Exactly.
Which
Yep.
I think, the last time I talked to Steve Libby, I think may happen this coming field season, this summer.
That's faster than I thought.
I think everything's in place. One question is, I'm pretty sure, maybe I should make that assumption, when it transfers ownership from Vermont River Conservancy to the town, it probably comes with some easements on it.
Yes.
Which likely, I'm guessing, include some, river corridor, floodplain, and recreational access.
That's the easement that's got to be worked out.
Yeah, so, but I think that if we're going forward with a public outreach process, there's two pieces of this, right? There's the kind of legal transition of the land from one owner to another. So if that has to be worked out, it should be clear what those are before we begin this public outreach process, so that we can be clear. Like, the land must allow recreational access, the land will be owned by the town, the land must be able to flood. And given those constraints, what would you like to see happen there?
I think there was a lot of talk about the flood effect of that property because of Irene.
Yeah.
And having that,
the whole point.
Having that be on the table so that the public knows that that's part of it too. I think.
So is it can't be built on? Is there a thing that says it can't be built on?
I don't know that it's that.
How much of this property is it?
The whole thing.
It's the whole thing.
It's like, it's.
Well, if it's in the floodway, you can't build anything.
It's this whole thing.
Oh, wow. And it is all in the floodway.
Oh, it is the
It is
the floodway.
And it's gonna,
that's where the
I
water
mean,
goes.
one of the original plans that I've seen, it was gonna be tiered to deal with different levels of flooding.
Elevate towards the back
And
of
to
the
take
property.
the pressure off
From
downtown,
Yeah.
basically,
Yeah.
by creating extra space for that water to go.
Yeah, and the plan also included some stormwater mitigation for these houses, this area back here. That stormwater would actually be directed onto the property to be infiltrated and,
Public access to a nature conservancy sounds awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially
Yeah, I mean,
people
but as long as the public knows that there's not gonna be anything built on it.
Right, but you could have, the things could be built on it, they have to be able to be flooded. So for instance, you could put ball fields, you could put walking paths.
But you might not
You
wanna
could
put
choose.
fencing.
Right.
That could catch
Right.
debris.
Or, yeah, there could be like a nature path with interpretive signs, there could be particular plantings.
things you don't mind getting washed away when there's a
So,
Right.
Yeah, so I think I'm all for the Conservation Commission running the public outreach, but I think it is important to clarify the reality parameters of what could actually be done.
Well, we've had this discussion with
Yeah.
them, because one of their concerns is that, as understanding, that the public does understand that there is dangers to this location in terms of flooding, and that what happens if this area becomes an encampment area for the homeless.
Right, which is part of, that
Yeah.
has to be part of the
So
conversation,
we have
right? Which means
brought it
like
up, yeah.
sight lines and paths
Yep.
and
Yep.
lighting possibly,
Mhm.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to invite the Conservation Commission to take the lead on this?
Sure, I'll move that we invite invite and/or / allow, whatever, the Conservation Commission to take the lead on public outreach for that property.
Because who are they collaborating with? Who's the collaboration with? Us?
Well, it'll be with us and
It'll
then
be
with
with us
Vermont
and
River
Vermont River
Conservancy.
Conservancy. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So the expectation would be that they would report what's going on to us, or like tell
To
us how
the-
it all went after the process is over?
You guys, and you guys
Yeah, I
will
mean,
report to us.
you're staff for both us and them, right? Yeah, so.
So just including that in the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I'll second
that motion.
Great, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Lots of
passes.
native plants. I'm a
Great,
native
thank you.
plant geek.
It'd be cool to like have like a bird watching area.
Oh, that would be
Yeah.
And just as an aside, we are finding that the number of restoration projects in the state is increasing, and this is, I'm speaking with my river steward hat on. We are actually like, there's not enough plant material. So a couple more nurseries might be a good idea. That's a strange business for the town to get into, but.
The nearest native plant nursery I know of is down in Massachusetts.
Yeah, there's one up by Burlington too, but like they.
Are you talking about sales, like a place where you can buy?
Wow, how interesting.
Yeah, like wetland nursery where
The one
you
in Massachusetts.
There you go,
plant
farmer.
things,
That's what you can farm.
grow, and then
Something
in
like
some
that.
cases, like, you know, you use like willow or red rose or dogwoods, you're not even necessarily like taking the plant up. You can cut stems from it and then that can be used to help on restoration projects. So, I don't know. I have no idea what that is. It seems like really out of the box, but.
So noted.
Cool.
All right. Western Ave bike ped scoping study.
Yeah, so we received the grant money from the state, V-Trans, for $32,000, and then the Department of Public Works is gonna match $8,000, so we have $40,000 to work with. It's gonna be a scoping study. So right now, the staff is working on writing an RFP, and we'll hopefully hire a consultant to start working sometime in the next few months.
Did you
And
say,
the-
right?
Sorry. The scope, Western Ave encompasses what to what?
Yeah, sure, so it's gonna be from the intersection of High and Main to exit 2.
Intersection.
Not
of-
very
High
far
and
for
Main
40,000.
to, so then you know how
High
it
and
then
Main
changes at the green
to
and.
exit
High-
2.
Yeah.
And this is
Escalator
for
to get up.
$1,000 to do a study.
Yep. It's gonna be,
Another
they're gonna make a conceptual plan with
They're gonna make a
alternatives.
conceptual
I think
plan.
Josh knows a
Yes.
guy who could do the whole lane.
Or 20 grand.
Yeah, maybe.
Just-
Get out, do you really?
Just some holiday
no,
night
I'm so
at
sick of
1 a.m.
studies.
Wait, so is that, what are the
have to,
parameters
I
of
know.
the $40,000? Like, what are the limitations? Can any of it be used for implementation, or like, what, is it study, is it
Yeah,
marketing
please.
outreach?
I'll give you a
Let's
whole
give-
rundown
let's
of what
give
it is.
15 for study and the rest to do.
So the outcome of this process will be an identification and prioritization of improvements, a public involvement process to ensure local input in supportive projects, an assessment of historic, archaeological, and environmental constraints, clear written documentation of project issues and overall feasibility, a complete preliminary cost estimate for further engineering, project administration and construction, and then a final report.
Okay, so a couple of those are actually chunky, like
Yeah.
the, like archaeological, like historical
Oh, yeah.
assessment, and then the engineering. Like,
Mhm.
there's squeeze spots to figure out how you would actually engineer.
But the road's already
Reverse engineer.
What is archaeology? Painting lines on
They send that. Well, I don't know.
it?
kind of think
good
of like,
question,
wait,
yes.
time
They're
to,
not making a new
Why do
bike
we have
lane
to-
like
why do we have to
in the
do-
forest.
Why do we have to do
Well,
an
because there's
archaeological
ideas
study?
that there could be some pedestrian improvements, some, I'm thinking there could be some potentially digging.
Some
Like I
lawns.
said, maybe, I just came in, so I'm not
Keep using that.
And what I can do though,
It's
I
here
am
to
taking
here.
these
Yeah,
comments
it's
and
just a
giving them
tiny,
soon.
tiny, tiny piece of real estate there.
right, and it's really.
Which one, which
and
piece
there's
of real estate are we
no-
talking
It's
about?
going from High Street
Yeah.
to the entrance to exit 2.
Yeah, but what's the constriction?
It's just Western Ave.
Yeah, it's a straight line.
It's a straight line.
Yeah.
Oh, she's a
That's
constriction
paved and
about
sidewalks on
the
both sides.
archaeology.
And there's
Already.
actually like really, that's probably the easiest place to ride a bike. I ride the bike all the time.
It
There's like
is.
big side areas.
It's
Yeah,
great.
shoulders.
I
yeah,
think for
and it's flat.
40,000, we
It's
can
straight.
actually just make something.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Instead of planning, we actually.
I'm hearing a little bit more
If you give me 40 grand, I will get out there right now.
So I wonder.
I'll buy this one if I see
It's not as if we're gonna take
Is
a
there,
sidewalk out,
is there any changing to the scope and the parameters of where
Probably
this is?
We have
or
agreements
what it does?
with
You
the
have
state and they're
agreements.
So it's-
signed and.
It's nowhere
it's not part of the
beyond
taxpayer
exit 2,
money, at
and
least
it's
directly.
nowhere.
We can't, I don't think we
And I
can
don't
make
think we'd
changes
be
at this point.
reasonably talking about moving anything that's already paved. So really, I think what we're just talking about is if the feasibility of just painting new lines on the.
Why do we have to do a study?
Pavement, I don't
I don't
understand.
think it's, I don't think
Double
it's,
parking.
I don't think it's necessarily painting, like they're talking about potentially other improvements, like an actual bike lane.
Yeah.
Meaning you take the sidewalk
Potentially getting
out.
rid of parking on one side of the street, we're
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and putting
which
in
is
an
what you have to
barrier
do.
between.
Improving the
car traffic.
widening the sidewalks, tree planting, I mean, I don't think it's just putting some paint on the road.
No, we need something better than just paint, you know.
So this is how things are done. You spend $40,000 to get somebody to do
This
a
is
plan,
planning,
and
yes.
then you ask for more money to actually do what's been
This,
planned.
yeah.
Do we have a guarantee that we're gonna get the money to do when they finish the
The
plan?
money is just for the study. That's the
Who
only
gives
thing.
us the money for the actual
To
doing?
execute the study.
Well, a plan would hopefully address those needs.
And you don't
in
have
some sort of
public
implementation,
comment.
because that would be getting money from other sources for actually implementing.
And what, just out of curiosity, what's the cost of actually doing making a pedestrian,
I can eyeball it, but millions.
Yeah. If there's, if there's bump outs, if they have to do like pavement.
You don't understand
removal
these projects
or,
are-
yeah.
It's
Millions.
Millions.
Yeah. Well, because like,
How feasible is it that we're gonna get $1 million grant to make a bike thing over a 2-mile space from High Street to exit 2?
I can't say, unfortunately.
Andrew, this is like this is the roughest planning commission.
Yeah, no,
like,
I'm not actually asking you these questions, I'm just, they're
I know,
rhetorical
I know,
questions.
I know.
Because it just
And I
seems
wish I had the answers.
Like, we're doing this, we're spending $40,000 to make a plan for something that we know we're never gonna get the money to actually do. That just
Yeah.
seems a little silly.
especially when we can take that 40,000 and put it into it. You know, like obviously we can't, the money has stipulations.
Well,
but
if we
use
put
that.
the money into some
Yeah.
kind of account now, in 5
Yeah.
years, it might be $1 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Put in a credit union or something.
If you got rid of parking on one side, like right now you can park on either side of the street for much of this, if you got rid of parking on one side of the street, you would free up like 4 or 5 feet, and so then there's a question. I mean, I don't think, you can't take any of the sidewalk, right?
No, I don't.
Like, you can take the sidewalk because the town owns that, but past the sidewalk, you're talking about people's property,
So-
and that's not happening, right? So,
So is this, because in years past, we've done a lot of studies, like especially when it comes to the roadworks around Meadowbrook, Putney Road, and Western Ave. Have we done this study already?
No, not that I've known, not the documents that I've seen.
stretch.
Yeah. Because we did in West Brattleboro. Yeah, like
Yep.
past routes, or exit 2 beyond.
We have for bike lanes?
There is a bike lane there. You know, so I'm assuming we've done the study to figure out how to put the bike lane in.
Or did we just put that bike lane?
I think they'll probably.
Did Steve just get out there and paint that damn
Yeah,
bike lane?
exactly.
Like Stevie.
All right, good, so congratulations, we got the money, we're going forward, that's great.
And I guess really the gist is that there'll be outreach for that,
Okay,
Totally.
just like any other plan.
does the planning commission gonna have to participate in any way in that?
Yes.
In some form, you will be involved.
I'm gonna be on my bike. I'm doing outreach on my bike.
Okay, all right, good, so
we do like
so
some
we will
bike
be involved, all right.
Tell
So
them that
we-
you
are
will be
you
there
gonna-
for the Tulip Trot, the 5K that runs right through that section of road.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Tulip Trot?
Tulip Trot.
So do we need to review the RFP, or are we gonna, it's okay for us not to see it?
Yeah, we'll be developing it. I mean,
Do
do you
we
want
all
to
wanna
see
see
it?
it?
Do you want to be involved? I mean, that's staff usually.
I think
do
we,
the thing.
right, but we
I know in
review
the
the
past we
RFP
reviewed.
for the plan, for
Yeah.
the downtown master plan.
Well, we reviewed, I think, all our.
I think like 2 of us were on that RFP review.
Yeah, because sometimes split off.
And I think the main, it says 2 exit 2. The really tricky bit with the bike is actually around the exit 2.
It's
interchange.
scary.
So if the RFP can reflect on putting a little, I mean, I don't know how you do that, but some real effort there to figure out how you get across that. Right now, if I'm with the kiddo, we cross the street, we come up, we cross back, it's like, for me, I just drive with the traffic through there. And then the other question, and this is kind of an aside question, is, when you get into West Brattleboro, the main, like, there's some bike lane, but the main constriction, I mean, and that's
It's that bridge.
Bridge.
There's nothing gonna
cursing.
happen.
Right, no, the V-Trans is supposed to be looking at that bridge right now. So,
Really?
yeah, I believe so.
The last time I
You know what I'm
asked
talking
Sue
about.
about it, Sue said that bridge
Over
was,
the Whetstone.
for a long, long time before that bridge was gonna get redone.
I haven't heard anything.
I don't know.
Long
I
time.
just saw them out there
Oh, they're probably
at the
I'm pretty, Public Works is probably involved with that, and I could reach out to Steve or Dan and see if they have any
Well,
information.
so yeah, maybe just if there's any segue or interstitial space between that bridge over the Whetstone and whatever they might be doing and this planning money, that might be a good use of the money. Or, I mean, it's all gonna be a good use of the money, but you know what I mean? Like, if you get on a bike and you ride up and down Western Avenue, that bridge is the spot where you're gonna be killed.
Okay.
I think. Well, and by the exit 2
the
interchange.
exit 2 and that bridge.
Yeah, but everything else?
But yeah, I mean, that bridge, if you could change that bridge, then you can connect to Chelsea to downtown.
Yeah.
And that would be great. Okay, so bike ped plan?
See you, Kate.
What's that?
Another bike plan. So we were approached by, actually Prudence, one of the groups she's part of, there's a bike club in town. And we were approached by her and Barbara, who owns the bike shop downtown. I forgot her last name. It's very,
Hi guys.
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And they would like to see an official mobility plan for the town. Another plan, Josh.
Well, that makes sense though, because we
Yeah.
haven't done that
Yeah,
before.
this would be not just, this wouldn't be a region, this wouldn't be the whole town wide. And not just bike, but also pedestrian facilities as well. So
So that goes to walkability too.
so exactly, so we mobility, bike ped, who knows what we'll call it, but it'll be done in-house. I.e., I'll be doing a lot of it the next 6 to 9 months. Basically just to do current conditions, needs, bike counts, collecting data. It's gonna take a while to do this in-house, but I wanted to bring it up that we will be engaging in a study.
Could you please talk to moms who push strollers around?
Sure.
Thank
Of
you.
Flag them down.
I mean, there's a moms group, several moms.
Oh,
groups,
there
but
is.
That was like,
Cool.
Because are we also talking about safety with walkability? Because this town is
It's gonna be an aspect.
incredibly unsafe to walk in, or even more bicycle in. And we need to figure that out. Like, there's some major issues going on right now, and it's disgusting. And hopefully in this there's this plan, there's something to be said about safety and how to keep people safe, how to keep pedestrians safe. So.
Oh, yeah, a series of things was happening last weekend.
You know, people are getting run over left and right.
Yeah.
You know, people in crosswalks.
Wasn't there one day too, back a couple months ago, that like there's like 4 hit and runs or something?
Yeah, I think this year there's already been 5. I think the cop said this year there's already been 5 pedestrians hit. Not this year, no, what was it? Last year?
2019, the end of
2019.
Yeah, there was.
Because there's only 6 days in this year.
Wow.
So 2019.
Yeah.
I feel like it was more than that though.
I feel like there were a couple of years ago, there were 3 fatalities.
Yeah. Well, I think that's over a few years. I think it just felt really close together.
That will definitely be addressed. One thing that I'm specifically going to look at for biking is like levels of stress, it's called. So areas, roads, I'm going to go and do some inventory of the highest level of stress you experience on a road in Brattleboro to the least.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing that assessment. And I can also...
How do you do that? Like, you get on your bike and you like,
you
are
That's one way of doing it.
You find the intersections renamed malfunction junction. And
it's really actually
that's a spot,
and talking with people. So that's going to be me like spending time in one location for hours on end, just observing and talking to people who are either biking or walking those areas.
I can tell you my stress area. There's a crosswalk right in front of where the Vermont Country Deli is that goes up to Orchard Street, and like that is, you know, there's that shot of Western Avenue. People just don't ever even, you know, as you get closer to downtown, I think there's like a psychological anticipation of more pedestrians. But like when you get out onto Western Avenue, people are just cruising through it, and I have no idea. And especially with where the farmer's market is, like, it would be interesting to look at, I don't know how you would do this, but changes in trends in terms of bicycle use and walking in town. Because I bet you that has increased over the past 10 years a lot, even 5 years, you know?
I feel like there's a lot of people who want to bicycle and walk around this town, but they feel unsafe doing it.
Yeah.
And if we encourage drivers to drive safely somehow, you know, we can. All of a sudden, these plans, these bicycle lane plans, could actually come into fruition because there's going to be the interest is there. Just nobody's willing to do it because of how dangerous it is out there right now. You know,
it's fairly easy to get those temporary speed bumps, right? I mean, that's something that you can just lay down.
Speed humps
somewhere.
all over town.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Put them like, I mean, right around that area, because I have stopped for pedestrians there and watched the oncoming traffic just keep on flying by, which is even more dangerous than nobody stopping. Because once you've stopped, then the person starts to go, and then they're in the middle of traffic.
Yeah, right. So it's like lights.
Yeah. I mean, but those things that they just drop down in neighborhoods all over the place, I think those would be great.
But there's got to be something more permanent, like a more permanent solution than just like throwing down speed bumps. You know, like obviously that would help a lot, but like it's like what can we do to, you know, it's almost like you're talking about like a, what did you call it, an assessment of
level of stress.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
well, we could park like fake cop cars. Put the lights on. Sorry to interrupt. It was a good idea.
Well, how about those flashing lighty things?
Also, blue lights for all bicyclists.
Yeah.
So people freak out.
The issue, like I feel like it's more of like a mental problem right now. It's like people in their cars feel like they own the road. You know, and that's really unfortunate because they don't. You know, like everyone, we need to share the road with everybody. You know, like there's obviously a rotten apple in every bunch. There's bicyclists that don't stop for stop signs or stoplights. You know, and there's cars that, you know, don't stop for pedestrians in the road. We need people to calm down and chill out and like let people live and stop running people over. You know, and so like how do we do that? Like I don't think temporary speed bumps are
No, but we can do it. I mean,
but
depending
permanent
upon your
speed
thing.
bumps, what?
Permanent
It's
speed
like where
bumps
you're like,
and
you're entering
regulations
town
can
now, calm down.
It's all these state highways though, which I bet there's even restrictions on things like that.
Well, the West Brattleboro Association has asked somebody, I don't know if it was the planning commission, but somewhere, we petitioned the state to reduce the speed limit on Putney Road, on Western Ave, on Route 9, through West Brattleboro, to 35. So at least...
But it's not?
Yeah, it's not. So at least that would help. I mean, the idea is that people have to go slower, the speed limit is slower.
But there's also the psychological things, like there's painting of the streets that cause
Right.
people to slow down, and there's different.
Except for bodies don't. Like human bodies don't cause people to slow down.
No.
Have you guys seen the video that just went around of the guy getting hit by? No, it's this horrible video of the guy right at the co-op crossing the street at a crosswalk. He waited for one car and then he went and walked. He's walking across the street and a car came flying up through Malfunction Junction and just hit him. He flew over the hood. You guys haven't seen this video?
No.
Yeah, no, it's like it was on like MSNBC and everything. Like it made like big news. Yeah.
Right here in town.
Yeah, right at the co-op. Yeah, and he's like a young guy, like he's probably like 28 or 30 or something. I don't know.
Is he okay?
He walked away somehow, you know, and it's like that's happening more and more often, and the guy did absolutely nothing wrong. And then when you read the comments, which unfortunately I hate reading comments.
But you're compelled to do it.
Yeah, well, because it's like I'm curious to see what people's, you know, like what public perception is, and the public perception is that the car driver was in the right, didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, no, they did everything wrong. You know, they ran that guy over in a crosswalk. You know, so like what, like I don't know if there's any like recourse for the car driver. Like if
Was the light green?
There's no light. It's at a crosswalk. Right by South Main, where South Main goes up.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. He was in a crosswalk, so you can't run over somebody else's crosswalk.
You're supposed to run people over regardless.
Exactly.
No, but I think people read the light and they're like, oh, and then they
cars
kind
go
of.
past there. Car drivers make excuses the entire time, and it's like there's no excuse. You know, this guy did everything right. You know, he got run over by a car. You know, and it's like that's what needs to fundamentally change. Hopefully, I don't know how or what that is. You know, but like people are being run over.
So what I'm getting at is that this plan should really address the overall safety of bike and pedestrian, bicyclists and pedestrians.
Absolutely.
That should be one of the, do you want that to be kind of like?
Well, I'd like to hear what Barbara has to say.
Okay.
You know, like I wonder if Barbara's concern is safety or if she's just excited to get them in place.
Well, the next step is to meet with this group. We're going to have some conversations.
I would suggest also that maybe if there's money from the state to do more work about public outreach to alert people to safe driving habits.
Well, like it's almost to the
That would
point,
be useful.
like of how bad of drivers people are. Like I feel like people aren't like taking driver safety courses anymore. Like how do people get licenses? You know, like how are people like driving so erratically?
I think, you know, once you get in the car, you're in I'm reflecting on my own driving,
mindset,
which could be really bad driving depending, right? I think you actually need the visual psychological tricks on the street.
Yeah.
Speed bumps and lights and things.
And those flashy
to, like,
things
cause you to
by the elementary school.
Yeah.
Well, I see it.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
The thing though is when you have that person that just got out of work and they're frustrated and they just want to get home and they're flying down the road in their huge truck and they're barreling through those speed bumps like they're nothing, you know, there's a bicyclist right there and they're not looking at the bicyclist, you know, that person's gonna get run over. So like one of my fears, like we need bike lanes, we need to, the infrastructure for pedestrians, especially walking around town, has got to improve and needs to grow. But I'm worried that like as we improve bike lanes and like as these improvements happen, more and more people are gonna be getting hurt, not at their fault, you know, at the fault of the automobile operator. You know, so that's one of my.
I think that's a question for us to take up to our legislature, though. I mean, I think I mean, if a car flies into a crosswalk and hits a pedestrian, then that person needs to go to jail.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at. Like, what if that person can't afford to have a lawyer to put that person in jail? You know, like what if the victim can't?
Right, but then I mean, that's why I'm saying take it to the legislature, that it has to be something that operates at a legal level, where there's a law that's broken and then there are consequences for breaking the law. At this point, people can get away with whatever they're getting away with.
Exactly, yeah.
But the only way to stop that is to stop people from getting away, because if you know, like, you know you're going to get arrested, you're going to pay a fine, or something's going to happen to you if you fly through a crosswalk and hit a human being.
Yeah.
Chances are you're not going to do it.
Exactly. There needs to be some sort of accountability, and I feel like that's where we're really lacking. And obviously, that's not a Brattleboro issue to tackle, but it's something we should be talking about, and something like.
There's also this a great group called Safe Routes to School, which is, I think it might be a national program, but it's really big in the state of Vermont, particularly in rural communities and in our community. And it's an advocacy group, and it's a group that works to change policy around walking and biking to schools. And it also does programming. I mean, I see their logo in our school newspaper all the time. So it's another great resource that can provide ideas on how we can tackle not just infrastructure change, but policy change.
Okay, are we good?
I feel a lot better now.
Okay, great. So is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that we adjourn.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned at 17:39 p.m.
Turn this over to Kurt and also Carl. If Carl's more than willing to participate, if he is. Carl went on 2 trips to facilities. Sarah, Butch, and I went on one of those trips. So we have a little. And Joe, Asia, you went to Maine and Concord.
With the both, that's correct.
With both. So there was, Maine was the first one that Kurt went to by himself as a committee member, and BGS and DOC then went there. And we don't have anybody from DOC here, do we? Oh, well, that's all right. And then Kurt went to Concord, and then, did you go to Concord separate, or was that all of us that went there?
No, I don't think we all went to
Went with
Concord,
us.
yeah.
So then, Carl went up to Maine
Went to Maine.
with BGS and DOC. And then we went to Concord. There was Kurt, you two, Butch, myself, and Sarah with BGS and DOC folks. And then Kurt took a trip to Michigan for some reason and thought, well, I'll stop at a correctional facility there. And then he went to Alaska to visit his daughter, and so I'll stop to a correctional facility there. Have you seen any in Canada yet? You did, didn't you?
No, but I'd like to.
Oh, I went to one in Nova Scotia years ago. At the same time, Kurt did a shadow of a correctional officer day in the summer, beginning of the summer. What facility was that? Chittenden.
Yeah.
And then Carl has been working a lot on, was it more MAT or was it more just
more baseline facility stuff. So I went to four of our prisons this summer, observed the MAT line in all of them, and then also spoke with staff, and then also spoke with P&P people in the local P&P office.
So we thought this would be a good way for the committee to kind of catch up on some of this and put in perspective maybe what's out there, what people were finding and seeing, and general overview of what's going on in corrections. And we did it this afternoon because we weren't sure what was going to happen on the floor. One thing before we get started, we always have folks who are sitting around, and sometimes we know folks and sometimes we don't. And so if we ask questions of anyone around, we just ask you to say your name first, at least so it's on the record, so your voice is recognizable and where you're from. And we're going to work, Phil's going to be at some point setting up a clipboard to send around so you can just sign up so that we know who's here for the items for that. Okie dokie. So we went out to get water. Questions? Yeah? Yeah?
I would like to introduce one of our new employees with Building and General Services, if I may.
Oh, good.
So
We're
you
going to
can
have a
mind-
day to introduce all your new folks too at some point. I don't want to lose that.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
Yeah.
No, but this is good.
this is Jeremy Stevens.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy.
Jeremy's my new program chief. He's well, for those who knew Mike Kuhn, he backfilled Mike Kuhn's position.
Wow.
So this is his first introductory into this world. So
We're not too
it's not a
bad.
good day to beat him up, but
We'll think of a good initiation for you.
I've told him stories.
Oh, good. Oh, God. So, Kurt, it's all yours. You don't have to sit up there unless you really want to. Oh, we
Well,
want.
actually,
I'll
probably end up standing to point the thing.
Oh, okay. Whatever works for you.
I'll stay here. That's good. I was going to put my feet on his chair.
As he does on yours when you're not here.
Seriously though, folks. Okay. This is Maine. With the women's unit, which is part of this is the men's areas here. It has a fence around it. So there's a women's unit within the men's, and there's also a reentry facility, and these two are the primary ones that I visited. Although we also walked all the way down through all this, which is kind of...
Is the women's unit connected to physically to the building that houses?
This one here?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Do they use common space at all, or do they have separate space in the women's unit?
They have separate
Like
space.
like dining and medical and.
Yes, totally separate. They
Totally
have their own
separate.
infirmary and everything.
Okay.
Yeah. There is another unit, there's a smaller woman's kind of a wing part of, I think it must be this one. Carl, correct me if I'm
I think
wrong.
that's correct. It was right, so booking is right, just the farthest to the bottom of it. And then there's a living block. Uh-oh. I don't know how to operate that thing.
Oh, I think, okay, never mind.
There's the arrow, okay. So, that is booking right there. And then up in here, there are two living blocks, and one of them is reserved for women who are close custody or whatever. So they've got to maintain that sight and sound separation. So it's a pain for them when they bring people in, because then they've got to clear that whole corridor there, and yeah. But the women's unit itself, it's connected by an outdoor chain link fence walkway, I believe, and that's it.
And how many beds do they have in there?
100.
And then 100 down at the reentry center.
Is it 200 total? Is it the only facility, period, in Maine, like for men and women?
No, for women it is.
For women it is, but it's
several
only
other
two.
men's facilities.
How many beds is the men's part? You know?
Don't know.
I think it's something like 500. So if I recall
So
correctly.
in Maine does not have a unified system either, do they? They have a county system, so they're getting sentence folks, they're not getting detainees. Is this the only state facility? Or is it-
For women, yes.
But for men, they have another?
No, they have a number of them.
For men.
Yeah.
So they have total 200 beds for women. 100 is within a more incarcerative setting, and the other one is used for reentry for women.
Correct.
But they have to earn to get to the reentry.
Correct.
Yes.
So you got 200 beds total.
So it's important to remember, especially when you see the picture of the reentry facility, that it is a reentry facility. So it's very different from this and other units. It's about 25 minutes from downtown Portland, which means it's fairly close to a big city. And the population is about 500,000. It's the only state one. When it was opened in 2002. And the reentry facility is really newer, 2017. And it is a...
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's
That's
right.
the question.
So that's an overview of the main facility in Wyndham. This is what it looks like, the reentry facility. A lot of attention to design and making it warm, and notice there's no chain link fence or razor wire around it. 96 bed was what I had. It's minimum custody. When I was there in the middle of the day, about half the inmates were out working.
Off campus?
Off campus, yep.
How did they get to their jobs? Do you know, was their transportation provided by DOC or?
That I'm not sure.
I believe so. They have a bunch of vans that get the women to work.
And where would they work mostly? In Portland or just kind of around Wyndham, do you know?
Well, there was, across the street, I think there was a farm that they worked, a horse farm that they worked in, but there are also other jobs within the city.
They have a culinary program in the facility that's run by a former White House pastry chef. And then they
Within
also,
the reentry
within the
facility?
reentry facility, and then they also have the laundry for the whole prison in the reentry facility as well. But then they've got women working at Dunkin' Donuts and places all around the greater Portland area.
Did you have something, Joe?
Yes, Joe Agent, Director of Design and Construction for BGS. Yeah, the women, not only do they have some transport, but they also can get an Uber or a cab, and that comes out of their pay. So they are paid for that to go out, but they also pay for their own rides.
And when they're working on the outside, like at Dunkin' Donuts, they're getting paid like the regular minimum wage or
Correct.
the regular salary.
That is correct.
Okay.
High level of freedom contingent on personal accountability. So actually I asked about diversion of drugs, and they said they don't have a problem with it because they do more drug testing than the whole state combined. And as soon as you have a dirty drug test, you go back up the hill to the other place. So these people it's the incentive to come down here. The other thing is that up on the hill, they can see this place, and they know about it. So the people who are in the other facility have some motivation to, wouldn't it be nice to be in here? And they know it's a nice place. But inside, it's much like a college dormitory. It actually felt like a library when I was in there, because half the people were gone. But it's they had trouble apparently in designing it because they forgot to put blinds on the windows up here, and there's a hill that comes down, and lights would shine in, and people could see them and things like that. But basically, the design is very modern and very warm inside. Real particular attention to the colors and the moods that brings about. So that's the women's reentry facility in Maine.
So Kurt, before we move on, for the drug testing, were the women, when they went out the day, came back, was there any type of search done or anything to see if any contraband was coming back in, or when was the drug testing done?
I don't know the specifics of that. I suspect that there was quite a bit, because she said they were tested very frequently. But they've had very few dirty vets.
Very few dirty. And I'm also wondering, too, how many of them have substance abuse issues or opioid issues and that type of thing, too. I'm just curious.
Well, they did say the woman said she'd be very happy to come over and testify and get all the real specifics of it. But,
I mean, those are the layers that we deal with,
Yeah,
and that's what we hear, well, you know, they go out and they're gonna bring all this contraband in and on and on and on, so it'd be nice to know sort of what their process is.
They are searched on the way back in.
They are.
Yeah,
Strip?
there's an area where they have to get processed coming.
Strip or pat?
It was at least pat, but I think it's still a strip. But I'm not 100% sure.
Joe, don't hesitate to jump in.
No, I understand. It's just that, when they come back in, they do have one process point that they are brought into.
What are we gonna say?
The cost of the facility, I remember you emailed something about this, but I can't remember.
10 million.
Yes.
10 million. So
10 million, and their annual expenses for power, natural gas, and city water consumption are 138,000.
So 10 million for 100 beds.
Yep.
100,000 bed, right?
Yes. And a lot of that construction, the outside is a processed wood product with, it's open vented, you really can't see the vents in there, so it's a nice rain screen behind it, so it is potentially a very durable product, and then it's insulated, and on the inside is regular sheetrock.
No holes in the sheetrock?
There's no holes. As you know, Kurt said, it's basically, it was like the library, it was a college dorm walking in there, very open, and it's because of their freedom. They're allowed to, like on the right-hand side of the photo that you're looking at, it's sort of like a low, 3-foot high gate. They're allowed out in there. The day we showed up, they were out raking and cleaning, mowing the lawn, and they're free to come and go when they're on that campus right there.
So it's not as hard.
Right.
Correct.
And it seems like I saw some pictures of it inside that were, it's very open, airy,
That's
light.
right, there's that pamphlet.
Yeah, there is a
I
pamphlet.
have a copy, but I can email it to you.
You go down a corridor and it opens up.
Connor?
Sorry, Connor, Agency of Human Services, Connor Kennedy. We have like 35 photos that we took and we could share with the group that shows different areas of the building, if that's helpful.
I think Mike Touchette showed me a few of those, and he was really pumped up about it when he came back and said, this is the direction we really need to go in.
I'll send Phil the PDF of the pamphlet they give out.
Because it's part of the issue is putting it in an environment that is very calming, natural light, and I think that's true for both men and women. And I think it's true for the staff as well as the inmates.
But it's important to remember, it's a reentry facility. It's
Right.
Transitional housing type stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they have irons, knives, things like that. It's
not unlike.
Connor?
I just wanted to reiterate a point that Representative Taylor made is the having that other facility so close by, and the conversations we had was a very significant part of that whole process. They call it, I'm finally going downhill, was something that a lot of the women spoke about, the ability to go down, and then, as you indicated, you did not want to go back uphill. So that incentive alone, they said was, the personal responsibility was pretty huge.
So why did Maine do it just for the women and not the men?
They have 2 reentry facilities for men.
For men?
Yes.
Not on that site?
No, they have Bolduc and Mountain View.
So did they go from this site to those?
No, there are 2 regular men's prisons in Maine. There's this one in Wyndham, and then there's the Maine State Prison in Warren. And then they have 2 pre-release facilities.
The other thing that I asked about and discussed was, this is what you see here is the place where inmates meet their kids. They come in, they don't come through any razor wire, they don't come through scanners and things like this. You look out the window, you don't see a big high fence. And they said they get a lot more visitations from the family because of that. So there's a lot more connection between the family and the kids.
How did the town react to that?
They said something like, as long as they were in favor of it, from what I remember. was something like, as long as we can see it, or something, it was bizarre, or something a little bit strange that they said, but it was well received. Yeah. And actually, before they did it, Maine did this study, which resulted in all this, which is maybe the kind of study that we were talking about, a feasibility study that really looked at their whole system. Except I noticed at the beginning of this, they said that these consultants sat down with DOC and knew, or their DOC, and knew how many they wanted in each facility, which was one of our big questions, how many bids. But they did a really extensive study of the whole correction system and the flow and things, and came out with a proposal for a big bond issue for the state that would save $7 million a year once it got going, and the bond got voted down. But, so then they scaled it back and built pieces of it. Okay, I also have some more of Maine. This is up on the hill part, so this is more, this is comparable more to Chittenden, what Chittenden could be. And you can see there's a lot more windows and natural lighting, the artwork and things like that. There's 2 wings that go out, one out this way and one out that way, with the central place here where you can get line of sight out both directions. And there's 2 levels, each with, what did you say, Carl? 20,
So there's 25 on each floor. So each hall, I believe, some of them are 4-person rooms, some of them are 2-person, but I think they're mostly 4. Is that right, Joe? Do you remember that?
I don't, sorry.
But they've got 100 there, so each corridor, I think there's 12 off of each side. And they're all dry.
No, what's...
All dry, and none of the doors lock. Or the doors lock.
They have wooden doors.
Yes,
Oh.
they're
Oh,
all
this is on the
wooden
hill,
doors.
so-
It's
This
on the
is
hill.
on the hill, but they got wooden doors
Yeah.
there.
So what's the security level?
It's really not.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
We should have had corrections in the room, but
Yeah.
corrections in such turmoil right now that...
I think it was medium. I believe it was medium because they've got.
How many separations from the outside?
Well, this is inside the wire.
Yeah, it's inside the
Yeah,
wire.
but even inside the wire, there's separation.
Yeah.
Inside that.
If
Was
I
it
can
pretty
make,
quiet in there when you went in like this? With something like this, was it pretty quiet?
Should be 2 wings.
it is so different from Chittenden, and you know how when you go to a prison, you can you get a vibe from there. This was entirely different.
And what vibe were you picking up?
It's just people are more relaxed there. There's not as much stress. There's not as much anxiety. There's not as much. You don't get that. But I think the main point to make about this is you're seeing. So this is the main guard station.
Is it the men's facility that we're looking at?
Women's portion.
We're not doing anything with men's. This is just the women's.
I want to be sure what I was looking at. But.
If you look at it, you see the main guard station there, and then there are 2 levels there. It's sort of split level with the guard station and the mid level. Upper level is all common area. Bottom level is more common area, but with desks and tables. And then you have the living wings right off of that. All the services are behind. They're sort of was taken. That photo was taken with the services to your back. You see the gigantic windows there. Tons and tons of natural light, and that common area up there it's just all couches. It's built with it's gender informed. It's built for a relational style facility. And they have outdoor access right outside those windows, and they have that 24 hours a day.
Do the men have anything comparable to this, do you know, at all? On the men's side?
We didn't see any of the men's stuff at all.
I'd just be curious,
They're starting to reconstruct for men also. So they're just going through multiple phases on the same site. So that may have something to do in the future. But there, when you went into the close custody area, to me it was no different than walking down a corridor at Chittenden or Northwest.
Right.
And very, very similar.
Yeah.
Long corridor, gray doors.
For the men? Or for the
Even the women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very traditional, but this is, it's night and day. Can you go back to the first slide with the aerial view?
But this is not the reentry place.
No, this is the prison.
This is.
So, if I can get, all right, so if you look here, this is that hall. This is the main common area right here, and then this is that one living, the two living halls, the two different floors of living hall. This is the other one. Back here, you've got chow hall, infirmary, visitation, programming. There's a library, an exercise room, and even a hairdresser back there. So if you compare that to Chittenden, there's none of this sort of disorientation that you get. Everything is right there. It's either the two living wings, the main common area, or the services right behind you.
So were there any issues with having that building connected to the mail facility? Because whenever we've spoken about campus style or whatever you want to say, the part for the women's facility would be physically separated, completely separated from the male facility in your core. That's how we've sort of envisioned it. This is not. Was there any issues outside of being a booking, sort of, for close custody is an issue, but outside of that, were there any issues?
Well, they have problems with these women too, who have to go somewhere for programming because they can't go through the men's facility without locking all the men up.
Right.
And which they do. So there is that hassle. I think when we were talking, Carl was saying this is fence rather than building right here that connects the two. I think that's probably true.
Open side fence, and most of it did have a roof over, but it was open side fence.
So Connor, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to point out, even at this, so the first reentry facility is full of minimum security, but even in this sort of higher security, I don't even know if they classify it as a medium, but each woman has their own key to their own door.
That's in their regular facility?
That's in the regular facility. So that's like, even in the higher security facility, there's a lot of personal responsibility, freedom of movement. They have their own section. So even beyond sort of reentry, and this facility is about, I believe, 15 years older than the newer reentry facility. So
if there's a violation of that, I would assume there'd be some DRs or something.
I don't know their actual practices. I just know it's something that the way the facility's built, they work with that in mind.
So I'm curious, if you do that for one gender, do you need to do it for the other? You know, I'm just putting that on the table to think it through.
Their the prison in Warren, you know, their old state prison was in Thomaston, and I believe they closed that and they built the Warren facility. This was built in 2002. I don't know what the one in Warren looks like, but you know, the one in Thomaston was sort of comparable to our old Windsor prison.
So this is probably
old
comparable to the Springfield facility.
In Newport, we do have dry cells, and they do have keys to the room for the men.
In Newport?
In Newport, yes. That's where that one was designed.
Is that, Lauren, those additional beds that we've put in, or is it just?
It was constructed that way originally.
Originally.
Yes.
And that was back in the early 90s.
96, something like that, I think was when we opened. Yeah.
It was in the 90s.
Yeah.
93, 94.
Yeah. And then in almost 1999, I think we did 116 bed, and the E building was built out of poured concrete instead of concrete block, and divided into 4 units, which we cut a hole in due to staffing levels, because of the cost of having the 4 separate units as opposed to one officer being able to watch both living units. But even that building has one side, the dry side, that is, inmates have keys to their room. The day room's probably not as nice as the one that you see here, but they do have the day room.
Huh.
Certainly, the men's in Newport's louder than this one. This one was still had that loud feeling to it, but I think due to the age, even though it was 2002, relatively new, there's still some other sound things that you could probably do for it that doesn't have that echoey sound going on in there.
So from Maine, you went to Concord, so here you jumped to Michigan.
Yeah, they're random slides.
Okay.
Well, not completely random.
Okay.
We'll stay in one state at a time.
Yeah.
So this is Michigan, which I visited, and this is a considerably bigger facility. This is, for comparison, that's the size of CRCF. And this is the size of the Michigan facility with 2,400 women.
Only women?
Only women.
2,400?
Only women, 2,400.
And do they have county government there as well? I think they do.
Yeah, I think they do.
So these are all sentenced?
I believe so.
Holy mackerel.
So you'll find a theme for a lot of these. Look at the configuration of these. The 2 wings in the central area, 2 wings in the central area. A lot of wings in the central area is a kind of design that I see a lot of in prisons now, wings going out from the central area. There's this one, and also Concord was the result of a lawsuit. So Michigan had this lawsuit. Do I mention the date? But it was it resulted in a $150 million settlement for the inmates that sued, and also a lot of restrictions that changed the whole policy for Michigan. They were forced into it. And I don't think that, this is my fear of Vermont, is that when people are determining the size of a lawsuit, they don't necessarily take into account the size of the state. So if Vermont had the same lawsuit, we could get hit with a $150 million lawsuit. And so it resulted in this, which is a big improvement. The other thing that the law specified was that only women corrections officers could supervise in a women's living unit. And I talked to Jen Spassky about that, and she did point out that she doesn't think that's necessarily a good idea, and which was interesting because I assumed that would be a good idea. And she said no, that in fact, if you have a male corrections officer, it gives them a lot more potential to change the way that the women feel about men. If they're so used to domestic violence and being abused, they think all men will do this. But if you're a good corrections officer, you can change that, make that change, and that's an important change for women. So my wife and I took about a 2-hour tour of this and went around most of it. She liked it. It was optional. And this has the high security fence going around. The inmates do not leave the facility at all. Maybe I think that they're allowed to supervise to go out and work around the perimeter, but only if there's corrections officers with them. It's a lot more restrictive environment. But the size of it gives it the ability to have a lot other services. They have full-time psychiatric, full-time medical, full-time personnel that can cover the whole facility rather than having to bring in people for those sorts of things. Yeah, total 2,024.
So there's 1,000 in minimum, 753 in medium. Are they physically separated from each other, or are they commingle?
I believe they're physically separated. There's like different blocks for different things like that. So they're not commingled, I don't think.
It looks like they have a baseball field out there, do they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What was the feeling in that facility as you were walking through? Was it noisy, loud? Was it kind of laid back? Was it tension?
I wouldn't say laid back, but I wouldn't say it was noisy. It was more like between Chittenden and Maine, but more on the Maine side. And you know, when you walk around with a warden, this I noticed in Mississippi when I visited down there. You walk around with a warden, how does he interact with the staff and with the inmates? And there was really pretty good interaction between them, you know, it wasn't, you know, here comes the warden, look out, it was, hey, warden,
And they call the superintendent warden.
I believe so, yeah.
And do they call the correctional officers guards?
I don't know.
I mean, the language, the reason I ask
Yeah.
that is language is really, really important.
Mhm.
Because if we read the news articles, we always hear correctional officers are guards. And they're not. They're correctional officers. And we talk about the superintendent, and you have a very different vision in your mind when you say warden or superintendent. And the same thing when you say guard, correctional officer. It's a very different visual that you have. So,
But I come away from each facility usually with something that I didn't necessarily expect to get from there. And this one really introduced to me the idea of what's called gender awareness, because of the lawsuit, because all of that was explained to me. So that it reinforced to me the need in training our corrections officers to have them aware of how that works. The other thing was that when I talked to Jen Spassky was, I asked about the training of Vermont and whether it's just, they give an extra week or so of training for corrections officers who are going to be working here. And I believe in Vermont, all the corrections officers get the same training because, and she explained this to me, that women correction officers and men correction officers in Vermont have to deal with women at various stages of their incarceration. So they might be in booking, they might be somewhere else, but you have to, knowing the difference between how you deal with women, how you relate to women, how you get them to do something, is important for the whole correction system, not just the women's facility.
part of life.
Exactly. Yeah.
Operate with women different than men. Wife's happy, wife's happy. So, right.
Be happy with that percent.
Yeah, with $150 million, and the economies of scale is what I was talking about.
Oh, that is funny.
And remind me, how many people are in there?
2,400.
2,400, thank you.
So New Hampshire, we all visited, so everybody jumped in when you find me, or a lot of us visited.
We didn't like your directions to get there, but that's all right.
We got there.
We got there.
Okay.
Two roads, same name?
Again, it's
Town.
close to Concord, so fairly close to the services that they use. It's outside the wire of the men's facility, which is right next door here. The women's facility is up here. So there was no fence around the women's facility. 2018, and also again the result in that was about 2 decades of lawsuits that finally resulted in the new facility there. 224 beds, and a bunch of you saw the place.
Same architect as the main women's reentry facility.
Oh. Okay.
The other thing too that was interesting, in Concord, we spent quite a bit of time with the superintendent and commissioner of corrections to really talk about things that they learned in the construction, things that they learned, what to do and what they shouldn't have done and wish they had done.
Mm-hmm.
And they're more than willing to talk to us about some of that. The facility felt like a correctional facility. It was softer than ours, and much brighter. But it looked like a correctional facility. It did not look at all like the reentry part in Maine.
Yeah, this a little more like a correction.
They all have keys to the door, depending on what level of security they're in.
They also just fairly recently, 2018, started using the full body scanners, so that they don't have to do cavity searches and things like that.
And I forgot, how many women did they have there? I forgot. 230?
So,
Yeah.
Do 24.
They were full.
They're about 180.
It's a small footprint too, I remember, like the acreage of the facility felt like it was on a,
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
In New Hampshire?
It was 180,
well, it's fairly large. It's all this area, so including if you include the parking and
I guess my point, like, there's not as much green, there wasn't as much greens
Oh.
outdoor space.
Yeah, that's true.
Compared to the other places that you've shown us.
There was that sort of courtyard, they had it's a little bit campus style there.
A couple things I noticed was that, hey, it's right in the middle of a populated area, right, yet in the
Right.
very populated area. And we drove up, we didn't drive through any fencing or anything like that, we just drove right up to the front door and knocked going in. And they did mention that even with their close proximity to the men's facility, they're very cognizant of not allowing the women to see the men and the men not seeing the women. As a matter of fact, the men's prison, they blocked off all the windows and doors that faced the women's prison. The women's prison, actually that side of the prison you couldn't see out of, other than where we were in a conference room, but I think the other areas
We're facing the other way.
were facing the other way, I think.
I think you're right.
So that they did separation without a physical barrier, but they did,
That's where they put the windows.
yeah, the way they designed the building and kept separation that way.
Well, the windows were up high.
And they were very high windows,
They
yeah.
kind of did the same thing in Maine, you know, they're in the back of the prison there with one living wing set out so you can't see anything, and the other one I think maybe they don't have windows on that one side. The thing that I think was really different about Concord and Maine is the common areas. This is a common area that looks like a common area in any of our mail facilities. What I thought was remarkable about Maine was that's a common area for 100 women. And it's two levels, one's more tables, chairs, desk type stuff, the other is more couches and sort of relaxing. But I thought that was remarkable. And I think if we want to get the superintendent over there on the horn at some point and ask her more questions, I think she'd be happy to talk with us.
The one in Maine?
The one in Maine, yeah.
I'm curious, in New Hampshire, I was kind of impressed that they had a number of different kinds of programming spaces and programs. They had a culinary program, and they had, we saw scissors, right? Like in this one area where they were locked up. But I'm curious, in Maine, did you get to see the different program spaces? Because there weren't, my sense was that the women they wouldn't be spending all their time in one area that they could go. There were different things happening in different parts in New Hampshire and Concord.
I think the programming in, I don't think they had any vocational programming at the prison. I think it was only in the, only in the pre-release center.
Got it.
Is that right? Does that sound right?
Yes,
Joe?
there might have been some, like the programming space up top of the library and stuff like that, but nothing really for vocational stuff.
Right.
There were rooms in that were before that day room space that they'd be functioning.
Yeah.
And when I say programs, I might use it in a different way than corrections uses it. I say, I think of programs, because corrections.
For vocational?
For vocational, when we were touring around in New Hampshire, there was a space where women were there like crocheting, like they were knitting, and just had a space, and there were these other rooms where they could go. There was like a sewing area, a craft space, that they had different area for evening activities, and they were in a transition. They didn't have their second rec.
I think they do that in Maine. They do have room for rec stuff, and I think they have yoga classes. Like I said, they've got a library, they got an exercise room, they got a hair salon. But I think the only vocational stuff that goes on there is that they have women working in the kitchen, and I think that's it.
Okay. Just in the
laundry.
In the laundry. Well, that's just in the pre-release folks in the laundry.
So the facility in New Hampshire we went into a lot of areas that were amazingly quiet and empty, and I kept saying to Alice, this seems like they're on lockdown. And we asked, are they on lockdown? Oh no, they're not on lockdown. But there were just huge areas that nobody was in. 0 people were in these areas, especially some of the SEG units, obviously. Even the commissary, they do the commissary for the entire prison system within New Hampshire in Concord. The women do that. That big commissary we saw at the end of the long
Right, that's
hallway.
right.
The warehouse.
So, yeah, it's like a big warehouse, so if a prisoner down at the other prison wants something from commissary, they have a system to get him that stuff out of that particular building. There was nobody in that place either. So, which kind of was, I thought was a little bit strange, but maybe they were on lockdown and just didn't want to mention it, but they did take us right into the living units, so that was fun.
I think part of that was the layout of the facility, is that, having that perimeter, which was exterior wall, which was also their perimeter security. And so you had those long corridors, and we did go by a few of the rooms that had people in them until you really branched out into like that day room where the living units were.
Yeah.
And that was one of the downsides that they mentioned with these living units that you see here, over Kurt's head, is the fact that a lot of daylight coming in, but the problem being is they still have a mix of male and female officers, so when going by there, you were able to actually look in, and the women had issues with that. But what that provided mechanically was a wonderful thing, is the mechanical chase was between the two. So those units were back to back, and so you don't have any exterior windows in each living unit or in the rooms, but you had it at the end of the corridor, at the end of that long day room. So that's where all that daylight, it was glass floor to ceiling, which was a nice feature. But I do think that, if we were to look to do something along those lines, it would still have it so the rooms had access to natural daylight and not have these large glass issues.
One of the women commented on that, that it was.
So the layout that you have, I don't, probably if you stared long enough into one of those pictures, you could actually see the toilet. And I think that is part of the problem. A lot of the rooms had their lights off as we were walking through. And so that was a little detrimental. In our facilities, between the two doors is where we have the toilet. So basically when you're doing, their officers walking through